This was a cursed devil's ivy covered in blood-red runes. It was the kind of thing that would go unnoticed if left on the street. But from the moment I first saw it, I decided to nurture it into my guardian beast. Everyone around me laughed at the idea that a mere plant could achieve anything noteworthy. Even my own sister thought I had lost my mind. What they didn't know was that I had accidentally bound myself to an evolutionary system for flora and fauna. And I could see the attributes of any guardian beast. The devil's ivy in front of me was in a period of mutation. With just a bit of cultivation, it could evolve into a demonic beast of the plant type. In this world, being a beast tamer is an extremely expensive profession. The poor simply cannot afford the resources needed to maintain a guardian beast. At this moment I was holding a watering can, gently watering the devil's ivy. I then touched its tender leaves softly. Little ivy, hurry up and mutate. Then become my guardian beast. Just then the system's voice came through. Beast introduction, ordinary devil's ivy mutation degree, 100%. Mutation successful, the originally lush green ivy turned into bright red vines with spikes like thorns. At the same time, the information about this beast appeared in my mind. Beast name: Bloodthirst Vine. Beast rank: Warrior. Beast level: 1. Beast attributes: Wood. Beast weakness: Fire. Beast status: Healthy. Beast talent: Bloodthirsty. Able to absorb the blood of living creatures to grow rapidly. Beast skill: Mimicry. Can disguise as an ordinary devil's ivy, hiding its true strength and letting its enemies lower their guard. Beast introduction. Mutated from ordinary devil's ivy, it can become stronger by absorbing the blood of animals and plants. The host can develop a bond with the bloodthirst vine by feeding it blood. As I looked at the bloodthirst vine in front of me, its name alone indicated that it thrived on blood. I gently touched it, and instead of diluting its own blood, it wrapped its half-meter-long vine around my arm as if embracing me tightly. True to its plant nature, even after mutation it remained gentle. Now was the perfect time to make a contract with the bloodthirst vine. Saying this, I bit my finger and dropped blood onto the vine. Accompanied by a brief flash of red light, I had formed a contract with the bloodthirst vine, which then disappeared and entered the soul space in my mind. At this moment I could clearly feel the bloodthirst vine's excitement. Now I had finally become a true beast tamer. Here the threshold for becoming a beast tamer is high. Not only must one possess a guardian beast, but also the capability and resources to nurture it. This has led to the majority being eliminated, making beast tamers a profession exclusive to the wealthy. Now I must hurry to enhance the bloodthirst vine's level, with university entrance exams just a month away. Failing to achieve good results would mean no chance to enter a beast taming academy. Since only genius beast tamers can enter high-level academies, I can't afford to rejoice just yet. I must quickly strengthen the bloodthirst vine's abilities. Even if just for my own safety, I need to enhance its level. The bloodthirst vine can grow stronger by absorbing the blood of animals and plants. I'll start with plants first. I couldn't wait and ran to a large tree, summoning the bloodthirst vine. Away from the soil, the bloodthirst vine could only twine around me. However, without a source of nutrients, it appeared wilted. Go bloodthirst vine, drain this large tree dry, I commanded. Upon hearing this, the bloodthirst vine instantly perked up. Eagerly extending its vines to wrap around the large tree, it thrust its sharp spikes into the bark, beginning to absorb the tree's nutrients. Although plants do not have blood, they do have sap, which functions similarly. Rather than saying the bloodthirst vine sucks blood, it's more accurate to say it absorbs the nutrients of plants and animals. About half a minute later, the tree, too large for one person to wrap their arms around, was completely drained by the bloodthirst vine. The entire tree withered and the bloodthirst vine grew larger, looking more lush. However, its level remained at 1. Clearly, the nutrients from one large tree were not enough to elevate its level, but if one large tree wasn't enough, what about a whole forest? Now, at the transition between spring and summer, when all things revive, there are plenty of flowers, grass and trees on the streets. Nobody cares about the life and death of a few trees. This situation was perfect for me. After absorbing the nutrients from one large tree, the bloodthirst vine clearly remained unsatisfied, twining as if it desired more blood. Thus, after an entire morning of effort, the bloodthirst vine finally leveled up from level 1 to level 3. With each level increase, the bloodthirst vine's speed of absorbing blood doubled. However, at the same time, the amount of blood needed for further upgrades also increased. Ordinary plants could no longer satisfy the upgraded bloodthirst vine. Now that the bloodthirst vine had reached level 3, it was time to look for stronger prey. There was only one place to obtain more blood, the beast forest. Although the beast forest is dangerous, danger coexists with opportunity. Moreover, I am now a beast tamer with some ability to protect myself. Staying just on the outer layer of the beast forest isn't too dangerous. The beast forest is divided into inner, middle, and outer layers. The beasts in the inner layer are the most powerful. While the periphery is where lower level beasts reside, their ranks and levels are generally lower. To upgrade the Bloodthirst Vines level, the beast forest is the best option. Without further ado, off I went. The bone-winged tyrannosaur, known for its remarkable speed, swiftly reached Ching Stone Village in less than 10 minutes, even while carrying 5 passengers. Upon arrival, however, the group discovered a scene of utter devastation. Ruins, rubble, and blood were everywhere, with a sharp, pungent odor of blood lingering in the air. If it were the dragon blood vine, one might ponder, would it relish this scent? Was this truly Ching Stone Village? How desolate it appeared, and an ominous feeling seemed to grip at their hearts. The first impression everyone had of this place was one of desolation and deathly silence, as if not a soul was left, resembling a ghost town. Determined to find any survivors, Zhou Chen and his companions disembarked from the bone-winged tyrannosaur and began knocking on doors house by house. Zhou Chen entered one of the homes only to find it splattered with blood. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay. "Is anyone here?" Zhou Chen called out into the room. However, after a long wait, no one responded. Slowly making his way to the living room where more bloodstains were visible, it seemed inevitable that the inhabitants had met a grim fate, possibly devoured by the blood shadow wolves. Turning around, Zhou Chen noticed a family portrait next to the TV cabinet, a middle-aged couple with a cute little girl who resembled Zhou Jia in her childhood, her face brimming with a joyful smile. Yet a drop of blood on the little girl's mouth corner added a sinister touch to her smile. Looking down at his feet, Zhou Chen found a small severed pinky finger, pale and about the right size for the little girl in the photo. He picked up the little finger and gently placed it on the family portrait. "May you be together as a family in your next life," he murmured before leaving the house. Zhou Chen continued to search through several more homes, but no one was found. Likewise, Yi Siken, Xia Chuqing and Tang Yao found no one either. The entire village seemed to have turned into a ghost town. Is there really no one left? Could they all have perished? Meanwhile, Mei Ling casually walked into another house and saw no one, but noticed a plate of fruit on the table stained with blood that had already coagulated. Without bothering to clean it, Mei Ling bit into an apple. Indeed, apples taste better with blood. Being a demon, and like many of her kind, Mei Ling had a strong taste for blood, although for a succubus like her, seeking men was usually a higher priority than drinking blood. As she munched on the apple, she aimlessly wandered around the room. Suddenly, Mei Ling frowned slightly when she noticed a crack in a large wardrobe with a vague silhouette of a person inside. "Is anyone there?" Mei Ling swiftly opened the wardrobe only to find a mother and daughter hiding inside. The mother was clutching a fruit knife tightly in her hand. Upon seeing Mei Ling, the mother quickly shielded her daughter behind her, then pointed the fruit knife at Mei Ling. "Stay back, you monsters!" Noticing the wings on Mei Ling's back, the woman realized that Mei Ling was not human. Perhaps to protect her daughter, the woman gathered courage from nowhere and suddenly thrust the fruit knife towards Mei Ling's abdomen. Foolish. Mei Ling is a demon beast. How could she be injured by a human? The woman's speed seemed as slow as a snail in her eyes. Mei Ling casually extended 2 fingers and snapped the fruit knife in the woman's hand. "Have foolish humans, you think you can kill me? In my eyes you are as insignificant as ants. I won't let you harm my daughter," the woman stammered, her face contorted with sheer terror. "I have no use for your daughter, and I'm not interested in women. My master has questions for you. He is a beast tamer here to save you." "What? A beast tamer?" Before the woman could finish speaking, Mei Ling grabbed her and her daughter, bringing them before Zhou Chen. "Master, I've found 2 survivors, but they seem quite frightened." Mei Ling held them by the collars of their clothes, casually tossing them to the ground, nonchalantly saying, "She's not human after all, and only shows affection towards her master Zhou Chen. Others are no different from ants in her eyes, so she has no pity for them." If it weren't for Zhou Chen's order to capture survivors, just for the audacity of this woman to attack her with a knife, Mei Ling could easily have torn her into pieces. Zhou Chen rolled his eyes at Mei Ling. "Anyone treated like that by you would be terrified, you know?" He poured a cup of hot water for them and gave them 2 pieces of bread to help them stabilize their emotions before asking, "So are you both all right? What happened here? Are you the only 2 people left in this village? Are you really here to save us?" The woman did not answer Zhou Chen's question, but instead asked one of her own, her body still trembling, though not as fearfully as before. "Yes, I'm sorry we arrived late. can you tell me what exactly happened here? Where did everyone else go? They were taken by monsters? Please, you must save them. You said they were taken by monsters? Zhou Chen looked puzzled. Their mission was to eliminate a pack of blood shadow wolves, not to search for monsters. Could it be that the blood shadow wolves were already preparing their winter food? What monster do you mean? Is it the blood shadow wolves? No, not those wolves, but... The woman glanced at Mei Ling, hesitating, scared to speak out. Go ahead, we will absolutely protect you, Zhou Chen assured firmly. Before the woman could speak, the little girl in her arms pointed at Mei Ling, crying out, Brother, last night it was the same kind of monster like that sister who took my dad and the others away. Please, you have to save my dad. Like Mei Ling? Zhou Chen glanced at Mei Ling, and seeing him look at her, Mei Ling quickly waved her hands, indicating that she had nothing to do with this. Indeed, Zhou Chen had never suspected her, like Mei Ling, and it happened last night. Could it be other Meihun Huama or some other demonic beast causing trouble? But why would they take so many people? Are they planning to use them as food for the winter? As Zhou Chen was puzzled, suddenly a series of wolf howls came from the distance. Oh. The howls were continuous, and it was hard to determine just how many wolves there were from the sound, but there were certainly not a few. Zhou Chen looked in the direction from which the howling came, only to see a swath of blood-red smoke rushing towards them. These were the blood shadow wolves, numbering in the hundreds or thousands. Because of their extremely fast running speed from a distance, it looked like a cloud of blood-red smoke. The blood shadow wolves were still a few kilometers away from Qingshi village, but at their speed, they would be here in just a minute or two. There were many wolves, at least over 200. Mommy, it's those hungry wolves. Seeing the horde of over 200 blood shadow wolves charging towards them, the little girl screamed in terror, crying as it was her first time seeing such monstrous creatures. Si Chen, quickly take her and her mother to the neighboring village and make sure they are prepared. We'll stay here to hold them off and buy you some time. Seeing the blood shadow wolves, Zhou Chen made a quick decision, summoning his dragon blood vine and storm dragon horse ready for battle. I understand, I'll be back soon. Yi Sikan didn't say much, as the priority was to get the mother and daughter to safety, and she was best suited to escort them. She had a Battle King tier beast to protect them, so there wouldn't be any danger on the road. Moreover, she wasn't a beast warrior, just an ordinary person. Staying here would only be a burden, especially since the mother and daughter were already a liability. Yi Sikan immediately summoned the Dark Moon Sky Wolf, had the little girl's mother sit on it, and held the little girl herself. Then she commanded the Dark Moon Sky Wolf to run fast. Its speed was even faster than the Blood Shadow Wolves, and they quickly left Qingshi village. Alright, Chu Qing Tang Yao, now it's our turn. Zhou Chen smiled slightly, feeling confident in his heart. These blood shadow wolves were just the right nourishment for the dragon blood vine. The dragon blood vine excitedly swung its vine tendrils like venomous snakes, sensing a large amount of food rushing towards it. How does that saying go? This is called the bounty of nature. The dragon blood vine has now reached level 99. Ever since Zhou Chen received 5 million beast taming coins from the Breeding Association, he has been able to purchase a large amount of energy liquid for his 3 beloved creatures, which has rapidly accelerated the dragon blood vine's level advancement. In addition to the dragon blood vine, both the storm dragon horse and the charm spirit have surpassed level 80, greatly enhancing their strength. Xiao Chuqing and Tang Yao summoned their respective beasts. Tang Yao's beast was a purple butterfly taller than a person and looking quite stunning. True to her fashionista status, even her beast carried an air of elegance. The beast, named Shadow Charm Butterfly, held the rank of Battle Marshal and was level 86. Its attributes included wind with vulnerabilities to electricity, fire and ice. The Shadow Charm Butterfly was in good health and possessed unique skills such as Shadow Flicker, which created multiple afterimages to confuse the enemy, and explosive Phosphor Powder, which was highly flammable and more potent than TNT, making it extremely dangerous. When combined with the Shadow Flicker skill, it could launch a wide-range attack on enemies. While Zhou Chen was reviewing the information about the Shadow Charm Butterfly, a Blood Shadow Wolf suddenly charged towards them. The beast, named Blood Shadow Wolf, was a battle general beast of level 30 with no specific attributes but a weakness in its waist area. Starving and ruthless, particularly when extremely hungry, the Blood Shadow Wolf was known for its brutality, devouring everything in its path, even the corpses of its own kind. The Blood Shadow Wolf, though not high level, ranging between level 30 and 40, was numerous, significantly exceeding 200. However, these lower-level beasts were merely nourishment for the dragon blood vine. Little vine, use your poison thorn wrap, drain them dry." Immediately, the dragon blood vine shot out dozens of tendrils like a flood of blood towards the blood shadow wolves. In less than 3 seconds, a tendril wrapped around a blood shadow wolf and turned it into a dried up corpse, casually discarded to the side by the dragon blood vine. After one wolf was drained, the others, far from feeling sorrow, became even more bloodthirsty, rushing to devour the corpse of their kin. In an instant, they stripped the bones clean. Witnessing such cruelty, Xia Chuqing felt nauseous, the sight almost making her vomit. Tang Yao also frowned slightly, turning her head away to avoid the gruesome scene. It was normal for the wolves. With such a large pack, food was scarce, and these starving creatures would eat anything. After devouring the corpse of their kin, the blood shadow wolves then turned their attention back to Zhou Chen and the others. Ice Moon Fox, use 0-degree ice point, freeze them. Xia Chuqing commanded the Ice Moon Fox. Now at over level 70, the Ice Moon Fox easily managed to freeze the blood shadow wolves. The Ice Moon Fox dashed to the front of the dragon blood vine, releasing a piercing cold wind in a fan-shaped area ahead. The blood shadow wolves caught in the gust were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Phantom Butterfly, use your explosive phosphor powder to shatter those ice sculptures. The Phantom Butterfly fluttered above the blood shadow wolves, sprinkling countless invisible phosphor particles. As the powder touched the wolves, it exploded instantly with a loud boom. After a series of relentless bombings, few of the blood shadow wolves remained standing. Meanwhile, the dragon blood vine seized the opportunity to absorb the blood spilled on the ground, successfully breaking through to level 100. As the vine's level increased, these low-level, low-grade beasts could no longer satisfy its appetite. Now it craved only the purest blood. Having absorbed the fresh blood of the blood shadow wolves, the dragon blood vine retracted its tendrils, coiling around Zhou Chen like a little girl. Zhou Chen and his companions moved forward to tally their spoils, specifically the beast cores of the blood shadow wolves. These cores were theirs to keep, not needing to be relinquished. Zhou Chen quickly counted them. There were 325 beast cores in total. Most of these were allotted to Tang Yao, as the majority of the blood shadow wolves had been killed by the explosive phosphor from the phantom butterfly. The remaining cores were split between Zhou Chen and Xia Chuqing. Zhou Chen wasn't particularly concerned with the beast cores. What he truly valued were the enhancement points gained from hunting the magical beasts. These points could not only enhance his physical and mental strength but also his level as a beast martialist, a discovery Zhou Chen had only recently made. However, the required enhancement points for raising a beast martialist's level were exorbitantly high, and he suspected that the required points would only increase as he progressed. Now, even a single level upgrade required 10,000 enhancement points. Besides enhancing his own level, Zhou Chen could also use these points to upgrade his tamed beasts, which also required 10,000 points. Moreover, the higher the grade of the magical beast, the more exponentially the required enhancement points would grow. Therefore, Zhou Chen generally refrained from using them on his tamed beasts, as he barely had enough for himself. Zhou Chen had just acquired over 10,000 enhancement points, just enough to raise his beast martial level by 1. After dealing with the blood shadow wolves, Zhou Chen and his group didn't immediately leave the area but chose to spend the night there. The place emitted an eerie vibe, far from the simplicity described in their mission. Moreover, the villagers had been captured, and since they were taken rather than killed on the spot, it suggested they might still be alive. If the purpose was merely to consume the villagers, there would be no need for such an elaborate abduction. Hence, there was a strong possibility that the villagers were still alive. Having come this far, Zhou Chen felt compelled to thoroughly investigate the situation, so Zhou Chen decided to wait for opportunities right here. They settled in a local residence, and for safety reasons, Zhou Chen and his 2 companions, along with the returning Yi Sikan, shared a room. The girls slept on the bed, while the boys made do with makeshift beds on the floor. As for Tang Yao, who could be considered both male and female, regardless of gender, they had to sleep on the floor too. All their beast tamers kept watch outside, and the 4 of them took turns guarding throughout the night, taking every precaution possible. The sky gradually darkened and the bright moon shone overhead, casting a solemn stillness over Chengstone village, now occupied only by Zhou Chen and his group. Mei Ling, sitting on the back of a bone-winged tyrannosaurus, was vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Being a dark type beast, she thrived at night like a fish in water. Her purple eyes sparkled in the darkness, making her seem like a dancer of the night. The darkness could not obscure her vision. In the darkness she could see even more. He's such a cute sleeping face, just like a little baby. Mei Ling's beautiful eyes peered through the window at Zhou Chen sleeping on the floor, a slight smile on her face resembling a newly awakened wife watching her husband sleep. Should she steal a kiss now? Perhaps seize the moment boldly? Hearing her thoughts, a vine from the dragon blood creeper suddenly approached her neck, its thorny tip aiming at her throat. It seemed that if Mei Ling dared to spout nonsense again, the vine would pierce her neck. Hee, what's the matter, have you fallen? For your master too? Mei Ling turned around with a smile, seemingly tempting the creeper. Unfortunately, the dragon blood creeper was a plant, and no matter how charming Mei Ling was, she couldn't seduce it. The creeper couldn't speak, but it understood Mei Ling's words, shaking its vine slightly as if to say, "Indeed. Is that so? To be favored by such a little monster, I wonder if it's Zhou Chen's fortune or misfortune." After that, Mei Ling didn't speak anymore and dutifully kept watch. She didn't dare to offend the dragon blood creeper, and the creeper's vine stayed away from her pale neck. During the following hours, Mei Ling remained silent, either gazing at the stars or the moon. However, her beautiful eyes, like purple crystals, couldn't help but occasionally rest on the dragon blood creeper. She thought to herself, "Dragon blood creeper, what exactly is your relationship with that legendary monster?" Meanwhile, miles away from Qing Stone Village at the base of a mountain, a camp was set up next to a cave where many villagers were imprisoned. On closer inspection, these people were from Qing Stone Village. They lay scattered inside the cave, lifeless, with vacant eyes resembling corpses. Special tubes inserted into their bodies periodically extracted fresh blood. In front of these people stood a large cauldron under which a high-temperature flame was burning. Despite the autumn wind howling outside, the cave was swelteringly hot. The fresh blood drawn from these people was poured into the cauldron. In front of the cauldron stood a person in a red robe and another in a purple robe, their faces hidden behind cloaks, making it impossible to see their features. Both wore cloaks with a large shadow character printed on the back, seemingly their code name. Around the person in the red robe were various medicines, not only ordinary herbal medicines but also altered magical potions. Magic potions and plant-type magical beasts are quite similar, both being mutations of plants. However, magic potions cannot form spirit pacts with humans and thus are not considered magical beasts. After mutation, ordinary medicines increase their effectiveness by at least tenfold, some even possessing more miraculous effects. Now, a person in a red robe was throwing various medicines into a large cauldron in specific proportions, seemingly concocting a certain potion. Yueying, hurry and capture another 100 people. We still need the fresh blood of 100 more. Once we gather that, our blood soul pill will be ready. The excitement was evident in the voice of the person in the red robe as they watched the blood boiling vigorously in the cauldron, commanding the individual in the purple robe standing beside them. "Humph, Shuiying, don't boss me around. I'm not your subordinate." The person known as Yueying, dressed in a purple robe, retorted coldly, "Also don't forget that if it weren't for me finding the 200-year-old Xinglua mysterious vine, you wouldn't even dream of making the blood soul pill. It's all because of Xieying's incompetence." They continued. Tasked with finding the Xinglua mysterious vine, he let others take it away. Tasked with dealing with the top students of Zhanlong City, not only did he fail, but he also lost his life. "Just be a good person to the end and capture another 100 people for me, the younger the better, preferably under 16 years old." Shuiying instructed with a hoarse voice, but Yueying was growing impatient. You really do demand a lot. Do you really think I'm your subordinate? My only purpose has always been for the prosperity of the Black God Temple, for the future of the Black God Temple. Anyone who dares to hinder the progress of the Black God Temple is an enemy. You should know the blood soul pill is much more powerful than the demon soul pill, capable of evolving a war king level beast into a war venerable level beast without any side effects. Once we mass produce such a medicine, no one can stop our advance. If you insist on causing trouble, then I might just have to report this to Elder Moing." Yueying fell silent upon hearing the mention of Elder Moing, his body shuddering violently as if recalling something dreadful. "I understand, just 100 people, right? I'll bring them to you." Yueying then slowly walked out of the cave. After Yueying left, Shuiying glanced coldly at the people scattered inside the cave, their faces devoid of any color. Although these people were still alive, they wouldn't be for much longer. Watching the boiling blood in the cauldron, Shuiying's body trembled slightly, murmuring to himself, "All for the Black God Temple." Yueying then left the cave and headed towards the camp, where he saw 20 fallen beastmasters, 10 in red robes and 10 in purple. Among the red-cloaked fallen beastmasters were the subordinates of Shuiying, who would not pay attention to Yueying unless ordered by Shuiying. Despite Yueying's much higher status, Wei Ying did not plan to take them along anyway since the camp needed guarding. The villagers of Qingshi village had almost all been captured. Perhaps they should head to the neighboring Baimu village next. He let the people lost in their peaceful illusions sacrifice their hearts for the rise of the Black Temple. About 3 hours later, Zhou Chen got up to take over the night watch in the village. However, after waiting for so long, nothing unusual had occurred. Woof! Just as Zhou Chen thought that nothing would happen that day, the explosive rock mastiff next to him suddenly barked loudly, staring fiercely in one direction. "What's wrong, Bao Bao?" Seeing the mastiff bark, Zhou Chen patted its large head to calm it. Following the direction of the mastiff's barks, he saw a fire suddenly light up in the direction of Baimu village next door and faintly heard the villagers' screams. "No good, something's happened in Baimu village next door. Mei Ling, go wake everyone up, I'll head over first." "Sha Shui, let's go," Zhou Chen said, then jumped onto the back of the storm dragon horse which had gathered its dragon blood vines into its soul space, letting the storm dragon horse carry him toward Baimu village. Meanwhile, Mei Ling woke the others and briefed them on the situation. If the monsters aimed to capture people, and since the villagers of Qingshi village had already been captured, the next targets would be the nearby villages. Damn, such a simple thing, I should have thought of it earlier, and here I was foolishly waiting in ambush? Zhou Chen slapped his forehead, feeling as if his brain had short-circuited, although he was never considered a genius anyway. Now he just hoped to arrive in time. Sha Shui used the wind wing soaring speed up. Hiss! The storm dragon horse neighed, then suddenly rushed toward Baimu village. In an instant, a pair of storm wings condensed on the horse's back, tripling its speed, reaching Baimu village in just 2 minutes. Baimu village was named for the snow-like trees that grew around it, but unfortunately those snow-white trees had all been burned. Over 1,000 people lived in the village, but now only screams could be heard. "Take all these people away, just kill the old men and women directly." "Right," Shui Ying said, "the younger the better, take all those children away." "Let go of me, let go of my child, Xiaya, humph, get out of my way." Amid the chaotic screams, a woman's voice could be faintly heard. It was the same mother and daughter Zhou Chen had seen in the morning. Looking in the direction of the voice, Zhou Chen saw the mother being kicked down by a person in a purple robe, who then brutally snatched the little girl from her arms. The girl cried out, her face stained with blood, though it was unclear whether it was her own blood or someone else's. With a sneer, the man in the purple robe declared, "Since you so desire to be with your daughter, then go to hell together. Your daughter will soon join you there." Holding the girl named Xiaoya in his arms, he pulled out a dagger coated with lethal poison. "My dagger is smeared with deadly poison. A mere scratch is enough to kill in endless agony." With those words, the man in the purple robe raised the dagger and thrust it viciously towards the woman. The woman closed her eyes in fear, bracing for the pain, but it never came. When she opened her eyes, she saw a glimmering silver spear piercing through the chest of the man in the purple robe. Who is it?" the man in the purple robe uttered as he fell, his eyes staring in the direction of Zhou Chen. "Just a passing Beastmaster, remember me, though you probably can't hear anymore." The one who had saved the woman was Zhou Chen, and the silver spear was the Fengyun spear he had purchased at an auction 2 months ago. Originally, Zhou Chen had planned to use the Fengyun spear after mastering wind-based beast martial arts, but unfortunately he had only learned wood-based beast martial arts. Nevertheless, it didn't matter much because in 2 weeks he would duel Zhang Long and winning would earn him a high-level wind-based beast martial art book. For now, the Fengyun spear would be used as a regular weapon. "Little sister, are you alright?" Zhou Chen rescued Xiaoya from the man in the purple robe and handed her back to her mother, observing the man's attire. Could it be a fallen Beastmaster from the Black Temple? Zhou Chen thought, recalling that Li Youyu once wore the same outfit. Just then, other corrupted Beastmasters arrived, quickly surrounding Zhou Chen. "Oh, isn't this the top scholar from Battle Dragon City? My colleague Xia Ying was well taken care of by you," said Yue Ying, stepping forward among the fallen Beastmasters, her crimson lips curving into a cold smile. "What? Don't tell me you also want to invite me to join the Black Temple?" "Li Youyu kept inviting me until his death," Zhou Chen said, waving his hand helplessly while his eyes discreetly scanned his surroundings. Outnumbered, the best strategy was to stall for time until reinforcements arrived to deal with them together. "If you wish to join the Black Temple, we welcome you any time, but if not, I can't just ignore you and let you grow stronger." Yue Ying spoke as a beast summoning a ray appeared behind her, and from it emerged a giant scorpion. This massive scorpion, nearly 3 meters long with a body as dark as the night, seemed like an assassin emerging from the shadows. Its large pincers, sharp as blades, snapped a large tree in half as soon as it appeared. It had a long tail ending in a sharp venomous stinger reaping the lives of its prey like the grim reaper of the night. The beast was identified as the extinction poison scorpion, a level 100 battle king grade beast with a poison attribute. Its weakness was fire, and its innate talent impervious to poison granted it immunity to all toxins, turning any poison it encountered into even deadlier venom for its own use. Demon beasts possess various abilities, and among them, the earth-burrowing scorpion excels with its digging capability, allowing it to move freely underground. It can also spew venom that is highly toxic, capable of dissolving its enemies. The scorpion's tail is another deadly weapon. It can extend rapidly and is sharp enough to pierce through steel. The venom in its tail is lethal, making it a formidable tool in battle. The poison dart, a feature of the scorpion, can be shot from the tail, retaining the same potency as the sting from the tail itself. This particular demon beast, known as the leader of the 5 poisons, harbors the strongest venom among all warrior-class demon beasts. Its tail, likened to the scythe of the Grim Reaper, is unpredictably dangerous. Interestingly, once its tail is removed, the creature is edible, suitable for grilling or frying, and its remains can be used in brewing medicinal liquor that is believed to strengthen the body and boost vitality. Zhou Chen was dumbfounded by these revelations. How is this supposed to suit me? He thought, frustrated by the system's impractical advice. He quipped internally, "You've never seen my skills in bed, how would you know what I'm capable of?" Deep down he wished he could pull the system out and give it a thrashing, but knew that now was not the time for such actions. His immediate concern was to defeat the venomous scorpion and the group of fallen beastmasters. As the leader, Ying summoned his own beast. The other corrupted beastmasters began to conjure their beast summoning circles, preparing to call forth their creatures. "This is not the time for you to be here," Zhou Chen instructed his allies. "Quickly take these people away. I suspect Shuang is growing impatient. Leave this one to me." With a nod, the 9 fallen beastmasters heeded his command, escorting over 100 people away from Baimu village. "Stop, don't let them escape," shouted Zhou Chen. Xiao Shui unleashed the fury tornado. With a piercing hiss, the storm dragon horse immediately unleashed its tempestuous power, stirring the atmosphere and conjuring a massive wind blade that slashed towards the fallen beastmasters like a scythe. "Humph, mere child's play," scoffed the venomous scorpion, extinguishing the wind blade with a swift flick of its serpentine tail, effectively shielding its followers. "Scorpion, take down that horse," commanded its master. The venomous scorpion, following orders, lashed its tail, sending its poison needle flying towards the storm dragon horse. Fortunately, it was only some mane that got damaged, not the flesh. Otherwise, even with the bloodline of the Azure Dragon in its body, the storm dragon horse would not have escaped death. In terms of both grade and level, the extinction scorpion was far stronger than the storm dragon horse, which stood no chance against it. "Come out, Xiao Tang!" Taking advantage of the moment, the storm dragon horse distracted the extinction scorpion. Zhou Chen summoned the dragon blood vine, aiming directly at Ying. "Xiao Tang, go, take down that fallen beastmaster." Instantly, the tendrils of the dragon blood vine lashed towards Ying, who however did not dodge but stood there dumbfounded, with a slight sinister smile curling up at the corners of his mouth. "Heh, you think you can defeat me like this, naive?" Suddenly Ying's body turned into a liquid form. As soon as the dragon blood vine's tendrils touched Ying's body, they withered instantly and eventually dissolved. "Beast warrior." Seeing the ability Ying used, Zhou Chen's eyes widened in shock. This was indeed a high-grade poison beast warrior skill, and given that it could dissolve the tendrils of the dragon bloodvine, Ying's level was certainly not low. "Heh, that's right. It seems you know about beast warriors too. Let me dissolve your body into juice with this deadly venom." Poison bubbles. In an instant, Ying released a multitude of bubbles, soft as water yet laden with deadly toxins. Seeing the bubbles approaching, Zhou Chen hurriedly dodged, but the numerous bubbles, both large and small, were difficult to predict. However, Zhou Chen was not panicked, as he had cultivated the spirit of 1,000 woods, making him immune to all poisons. Zhou Chen's body was enveloped in a green light reminiscent of fireflies. When the poison bubbles landed on him, they had no effect. "I don't have time to play with you anymore." Xiaotang dragon blood martial body. Understanding Zhou Chen's command, the dragon blood vine wrapped its tendrils around Zhou Chen as if in a crucial examination, transforming him once again into the masked rider Dragon Knight. This was a form of coordination between Zhou Chen and the dragon blood vine. The vine protected Zhou Chen, making it easier for him to fight. Although the dragon blood vine was toxic, Zhou Chen was immune to all poisons, rendering the toxins completely ineffective. What is this nonsense? Seeing Zhou Chen in his dragon blood martial body state, Ewing frowned slightly, his tone filled with disdain, not believing that merely wrapping binds around oneself could create a chance of victory. Naive boy, do you think you can defeat us like that? Why don't we find out? Little Schwet, come here, hiss. The storm dragon horse flew onto Zhou Chen, who then mounted it, letting the storm dragon horse take him high into the clouds again. This time the storm dragon horse wasn't injured and could fly even higher. Understanding Zhou Chen's intentions, the storm dragon horse dashed upwards at full speed into the sky, stopping only after reaching 2,000 meters. Zhou Chen then used the back of the storm dragon horse as a springboard, leaping another 500 meters. Using the pull of gravity, he rapidly descended, nearly breaking the sound barrier, and executed another rider kick, this time continuously spinning to increase its power. With the cultivation of a level 26 beast warrior combined with a level 100 dragon blood vine, Zhou Chen now had the ability to perform rotations in mid-air. His move was similar to Ultraman Mebius's spinning flying kick, except Zhou Chen preferred to call it the Crimson Drill. As he spun continuously, he formed an inverted cone shape, just like a drill. If he had learned the art of cloning, he would have been able to perform a 12-hit combo with the Crimson Drill. Ha! Jumping so high, aren't you scared of falling to your death? Since you wish for death, I shall grant it, he exclaimed. The extinction scorpion, using its tail's poison needle, struck rapidly towards Zhou Chen. Soon Zhou Chen's flying kick collided with the poison needle of the extinction scorpion, creating an explosive sound. Together, Zhou Chen and the dragon blood vine weighed at least over 400 kilograms, plummeting from a height of 2,500 meters in free fall. According to the potential energy formula, combined with the rotational force, Zhou Chen's Crimson Drill erupted with immense power. The force of Zhou Chen's signature move seemed to cut through the tail of the extinction scorpion as if it were severed by a laser, effectively disabling it. Not only that, but the lower half of the creature also suffered severe injuries. Fortunately, the scorpion's shell was hard enough, or else it would have certainly died on the spot. What, is this move really that powerful? Moon's Shadow widened her eyes in disbelief. Even though the extinction scorpion survived, its combat effectiveness was greatly reduced, making it essentially a useless beast thereafter. However, Zhou Chen was not left unscathed. His right leg was nearly crippled, but luckily the vines of the dragon blood vine protected him and his physical condition was robust. Despite his injuries, it wasn't a major concern for Zhou Chen, as he had cultivated the Thousand-Wood Spirit Heart. Being a powerful healing-type beast warrior, he only needed some time to recover from his injuries. That was somewhat interesting, but you surely underestimated my extinction scorpion, didn't you? Despite its tail being severely wounded, the extinction scorpion, as a Battle King tier monster beast, was not so easily defeated. Pain filled its eyes with rage, and all it wanted now was to tear Zhou Chen apart. Step by step, the scorpion moved towards Zhou Chen, its green eyes flickering with a ghostly light. Come on, I'll use you to brew wine today. Just then Zhou Chen had already used the Thousand-Wood Spirit Heart to heal his leg, and the dragon blood vine had regrown its tendrils. Holding the storm spear in his hands, Zhou Chen waited calmly for the extinction scorpion to approach. Silent as a maiden but quick as a fleeing rabbit, it seemed like in the next second Zhou Chen would burst forth and pierce the scorpion's brain with his spear. Just as Zhou Chen was about to make his move, a green flash of light fell from the sky, striking and severely injuring the doomsday scorpion. Zhou Chen looked up and saw his bone-winged Tyrannosaurus circling in the air, carrying Mei Ling, Yi Sikan and others on its back. They had finally arrived. The one who had dealt the crippling blow to the doomsday scorpion was Yi Sichan's new beast, a Battle King level monster, the Tree Spirit. True to its name, the Tree Spirit, a creature born from trees, bore a somewhat human face resembling a cute young girl, much like a legendary flower fairy. She had soft, beautiful green hair and bright green eyes that sparkled like emeralds. Dressed in a long green gown, she wore a wreath on her head and had fairy-like wings on her back. Although she appeared as a lovely girl, her body was only the size of a fist, resembling a Thumbelina. The Tree Spirit, a monster of the Battle King rank in level 90, possessed the attribute of wood and had a vulnerability to fire. In an excited, healthy state, the Tree Spirit's talent, Heart of Nature, allowed it to absorb the essence of the earth, aiding in recovery, healing, or even boosting strength. Its skills included wound healing, which enabled it to heal any wound or disease. Parasitic seed, where seeds dispersed by the Tree Spirit would absorb nutrients from the host, eventually nourishing the Tree Spirit itself. Leaf Storm, where leaves blessed by the Tree Spirit could cut through metal sharp as knives. and otherworld fairy cannon which formed a powerful energy blast by absorbing tree essences, inflicting substantial damage on enemies. This fairy-like monster born from the Tree of Life served as the messenger of the Tree of Life, a spirit nurtured by nature, and represented the purest life form of the world tree. Despite her small size, she contained immense energy capable of purifying all filth. Although somewhat cruel, it was mentioned that she was best consumed raw to preserve the maximum nutrients and extend one's lifespan, a suggestion Zhou Qin chose to ignore as he reflected on the first part of the monster's description, a life form born from the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life? Could it be the enormous tree he had once seen in a spatial rift? Zhou Qin still remembered the shock he felt upon seeing that massive tree, and even now the memory of it was awe-inspiring. If that huge tree was indeed the Tree of Life, it was no wonder that the tree spirit possessed such formidable powers, Zhou Qin thought as he watched the tree spirit flying before him. Zhou Qin, are you alright? The tree spirit turned back to look at Zhou Qin and smiled sweetly, naturally possessing the ability to speak human language, being a fairy. Her voice was incredibly sweet, melodious like the music of the heavens, endlessly delightful. Yes, thank you for coming to help me, little green. Zhou Chen replied with a smile, extending his index finger to gently touch the tree spirit's head. Little Green was the name his sick hand had given to the tree spirit, as she resembled a green leaf. You're welcome. The tree spirit giggled in response. Leave this giant scorpion to me. Xiaolu turned around, her eyes blazing with a fierce fighting spirit as she faced the doomsday poison scorpion. Despite the vast difference in their sizes, there was not a trace of fear in her eyes. Instead, a beautiful smile appeared on her face as her petite body emitted a burst of green light. Watching Xiaolu, Yuing showed a hint of disdain in his eyes and snorted coldly. You think this little one can defeat my doomsday poison scorpion? You're underestimating me too much. Squashing this little one is no different than stepping on an ant. Doomsday poison scorpion, release your venom. Kill them. Swoosh. The doomsday poison scorpion opened its huge mouth and spewed out a stream of black venom. However, Xiaolu remained calm and allowed the venom to land on her. The venom had no effect on Xiaolu, who was a tree spirit, the essence of plants, capable of healing wounds and expelling toxins, even more potent than the spirit heart of 10,000 woods. Wound healing. As a burst of green light exploded within Xiaolu, the venom from the doomsday poison scorpion was instantly purified. Parasitic seeds. The green light from Xiaolu transformed into countless light particles flying towards the wounds of the doomsday poison scorpion. She wasn't trying to heal the doomsday poison scorpion. These light particles were her seeds, which would absorb nutrients from the doomsday poison scorpion and eventually convert into energy for Xiaolu. Swoosh. As the light particles landed on the doomsday poison scorpion, it immediately felt agonizing pain as its blood began to drain. What are these lights? They can cause such damage to the doomsday poison scorpion. Yuing noticed that these light particles were extraordinary and he frowned deeply. Not being a cultivator himself, he was unaware of the capabilities of tree spirits, nor did he know what kind of mystical beast a tree spirit was. However, even so, he could see that Xiaolu's strength was no less than that of the doomsday poison scorpion. In just a few seconds, green tender leaves started sprouting from the wounds of the doomsday poison scorpion. Despite the scorpion's attempts to dissolve the green with more venom, it was to no avail. The leaves were impervious to its poison. Next, it's your turn. Parasitic seeds. Xiaolu released more light particles, this time targeting Yuing himself. However, Yuing was not so easily fooled. So you've turned your attack towards me? Poison gas bubble. Yu Ying's body secreted a deadly poison, but he didn't plan to use it to attack. Instead, he used it for defense. Being a powerful Beastmaster himself, through the doomsday poison scorpion he had learned not to touch these light particles. Thus he wrapped his body with these poison gas bubbles to protect himself. Parasitic seeds are, after all, seeds, and they can't penetrate my poison gas bubbles. Little one, I admit you do have some skills, but do you think you can harm me like this? Ridiculous. I am a level 110 high-ranking poison beast warrior. Let me show you my real power. Poison giant. Yu Ying's body continuously released venom that transformed into the shape of a giant human figure standing at towering 10 meters tall, as if it had consumed the venomous fruit. Yu Ying stood at the chest of this venomous giant, controlling its actions. He had now completely abandoned the destructive scorpion venom and decided to settle the score with Xiao LV using his own power. Let me tell you, my venom is no weaker than that of the destructive scorpion. You will all serve as stepping stones for the advance of my dark temple. Despite being made of venom, the giant possessed astonishing strength. Each step it took left a massive footprint on the ground. Everyone kept their distance, careful not to touch the venom on its body. Observing Yue Ying unleashing his true power, Zhou Chen did not dare underestimate him. None of the fallen beast tamers from the Dark Temple were simple. It was a mystery where the temple found so many talented beast tamers. Although Zhou Chen and Xiao LV could help others detoxify, he feared that they might not start detoxifying before the people were poisoned to death. The venom of the destructive scorpion could kill a cow in just 1 second, and the venomous giant controlled by Yue Ying was likely not far behind in potency. As the team leader, Zhou Chen instructed everyone to retreat. Myling let the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus hold him back. Zhou Chen ordered. The bone-winged Tyrannosaurus, a demonic beast he had acquired without cost, was expendable to him. Go bone-winged Tyrannosaurus. With a low growl, the Tyrannosaurus approached the venomous giant and raised its skeletal arm, slamming a fist towards the giant. Isn't this the black dragon bone demon from the Dark Temple? So it has fallen into your hands, Yue Ying said with a raised eyebrow, slightly surprised but showing no fear. It's just an experimental subject, no longer of any use. Let me destroy it, Yue Ying commanded the venomous giant to punch at the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus, engaging in a battle of strength. The bone-winged Tyrannosaurus roared powerfully, swinging its other arm clenched into a fist, and smashed it into the body of the venomous giant. Then, opening its mouth full of sharp fangs, it bit into the giant's arm. As the Tyrannosaurus was entirely skeletal, it felt no pain, and similarly the venomous giant, being made of venom, felt no pain either. It was like two robots clashing in battle. In terms of strength, the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus held the upper hand, forcing the venomous giant back several steps. Despite being only bones, it was still a Battle King tier demonic beast. Stop dallying with him. We still need to rescue those captured by the Dark Temple. Myling commanded the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus to use its ultimate move and quickly deal with this fallen beast tamer. Alright, bone-winged Tyrannosaurus, use your ultimate skill, Evil Spirit Dragon Breath. I'm joining too. Xiao LV used the otherworldly fairy cannon. With a mighty roar, the skeletal winged Tyrannosaurus raised its head to the sky, its bones emitting a faint ghostly glow. The bones of the skeletal winged Tyrannosaurus had replaced the beast core, becoming the source of its energy. An accumulation of spiritual power gathered at its mouth, forming a purple orb of light. This was the energy of the undead, the power of death. Little Green began to absorb the energy of nature, closing her eyes as if calling out to the natural world itself. Nature responded to her call, and countless light particles gathered in her hands, forming a green orb of light. This orb, equally powerful compared to that of the skeletal winged Tyrannosaurus, exuded a sacred aura. Standing together, the tree spirit and the skeletal winged Tyrannosaurus symbolized life and death united on the same battlefield. With a fierce cry, the skeletal winged Tyrannosaurus released its orb of light, and Little Green simultaneously unleashed her otherworldly flower fairy cannon. A purple and a green orb shot towards the poison giant, and upon impact, a violent explosion ensued. The combined ultimate moves of the two mighty monster kings threatened to flatten everything within 100 miles. The nearby Baimu village and adjacent Qingshi village seemed as though they had been struck by a meteor, leaving a massive crater in their wake. If not for creatures like the charm spirit Storm Dragon Horse and Phantom Butterfly, who took the opportunity to carry Zhou Chen and others into the sky, even Zhou Chen's advanced beast martial arts skills might not have saved him from certain death. The combined forces of Little Green and the skeletal winged Tyrannosaurus's moves were like mixing strong acid with strong base, unleashing a power greater than the sum of its parts. The power was so immense it could rival intercontinental missiles with a few more strikes. Held in the arms of the charm spirit, Zhou Chen looked down at the huge crater below, his heart still pounding with fear. He was fortunate that the charm spirit had carried him up into the sky, otherwise he might have been obliterated. Zhou Chen, are you alright? The charm spirit whispered tenderly in his ear, even playfully licking his cheek like a little puppy. Okay, charm spirit, stop it. Is this really the time for such things? Zhou Chen quickly changed the subject to avoid any further teasing from the charm spirit, whose charm seemed to grow stronger as she leveled up, pushing Zhou Chen to his limits. He finally revealed his true face, a middle-aged man estimated to be in his 30s or 40s. Although he was severely injured, he was still breathing, albeit barely, and was close to death. With a mocking tone, he said, "You're quite formidable, kill or slash as you wish. Talking tough, huh? But I didn't plan to use brute force on you." At that moment, Yue Ying was on the brink of death, and using force might have killed him instantly. Zhou Chen called upon Myling, who had the ability to control minds through illusions, just as she had done against the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus. Control his mind. I need to ask him some questions. Alright, evil spirit assault. A purple light flashed in Mei Ling's eyes, and with just one glance at Yue Ying, she took control of his mind. The success of Mei Ling's illusion was not only due to her mastery but also because Yue Ying's consciousness was already blurred. Now you can start asking, Zhou Chen said. He began, who are you and where have you taken the residents of Qingshi Village and Baimu Village? Black God Temple, codename Yue Ying. Those ants are at the foot of Haimu Mountain, that's our camp. Despite some initial resistance, Yue Ying slowly answered Zhou Chen's questions, though even under mind control he clearly still held disdain for the villagers. Are there any accomplices with you at the camp? Zhou Chen asked. Yes, codename Shui Ying, my colleague who is the mastermind behind this operation. I was just assisting him. Zhou Chen sighed, feeling a headache coming on. These executives were too tough to handle. Dealing with Yue Ying alone had required Zhou Chen's utmost effort, and now there was Shui Ying, likely even stronger since he was the mastermind. Zhou Chen continued, what is the purpose of your operation? Why abduct so many villagers? To concoct the blood soul pill, we need the fresh blood of 10,000 people. I came to capture the last 100. Blood soul pill. Does it have any relation to the demon soul pill? Zhou Chen recalled that during the secret realm trial, Li Youyu had fed a demon soul pill to the evil spirit wooden dragon beast, boosting its power dramatically from a war marshal rank demon beast to a war king rank. Moreover, the demon soul pill came with a side effect. Once consumed, the beast could no longer evolve, meaning the evil spirit wooden dragon beast would remain at the war king rank for life. What is the blood soul pill? What does it do? The blood soul pill is a medicinal pill for demon beasts derived from the demon soul pill but far more potent. It has the ability to evolve a war king rank demon beast into a war emperor rank without any side effects. However, the concoction process requires a massive amount of human blood. Just one pill needs the blood of 10,000 people, preferably from children. What? That's too cruel. Upon hearing Yue Ying's words, Zhou Chen and his companions were both shocked and enraged. To create just one blood soul pill required the blood of 10,000 people, including many children. Hearing this, Zhou Chen almost wanted to smash Yue Ying to death with his fist. In order to learn more about the Black Temple, Zhou Chen suppressed the anger in his heart and continued the interrogation. Why does the Black Temple concoct blood soul pills, and what do you plan to do once you have them? He asked. With the blood soul pills, we aim to attract more powerful beastmasters and mass-produce monster weapons to enhance the strength of the Black Temple and ultimately make the Black Temple the ruler of the Blue Star, the captive responded. How many fallen beastmasters does the Black Temple have now? Zhou Chen questioned further. Many, I'm not sure of the exact number, came the reply. Zhou then asked, how does the Black Temple recruit people and why did you join? Is it just to make your beasts stronger? The captive explained, once you join the Black Temple, they offer you something irresistibly tempting like a whisper from a demon. I joined the Black Temple 20 years ago. I was born to a single mother who raised me alone. She worked day and night and eventually fell gravely ill due to exhaustion, needing a large sum for medical expenses. At that time I was just a college student with no savings. I borrowed money everywhere, even took out a bank loan, but it was still not enough. Just when I was at my wit's end and about to despair, the people from the Black Temple found me. They told me that if I joined the Black Temple, they would provide 10 million beast coins for my mother's medical expenses and assured me that if the hospital couldn't save her, their people would restore her health. I couldn't refuse such a temptation and agreed. They fulfilled their promise and saved my mother. Although she eventually passed away, she died of old age, having lived 15 more years, which allowed me to accompany her through the last years of her life. I was content. Afterward, to repay the kindness of the Black Temple, I decided to dedicate the rest of my life to them. I am willing to do anything for the Black Temple, even if it means committing heinous deeds. As he spoke of his mother, Yue Ying rarely smiled, but it was a genuine happy smile. Upon hearing Yue Ying's story, Zhou Chen refrained from making any judgments, for one cannot truly understand another's hardship without experiencing it themselves. If Zhou Chen didn't have his system or the dragon blood vine, he might have made the same choice when faced with such circumstances. Everyone thinks they are strong, but can they truly hold back tears when they or their loved ones are in peril? And the final question, who is the leader of the Black Temple? Zhou Chen asked. The Black Temple has no single leader. It is currently governed by 6 elders. Before he could finish, a sudden cry of pain interrupted him. Before Yue Ying could finish speaking, his body was engulfed in black flames, rapidly turning him into ash. Witnessing the black flames consuming Yue Ying's corpse, Zhou Chen's face turned pale with shock. He hurriedly turned to Mei Ling and asked, What happened here? Someone had placed a soul mark on his soul. Under the control of this mark, the moment he attempts to utter certain specific words or phrases, the mark gets triggered, causing both his soul and body to collapse completely. Yi Sikhan said coldly, those elders from the Black Temple are indeed cautious. I suspect they have placed such soul marks on every fallen Beastmaster. They are truly devils. Ignoring Yuing, Zhou Chen turned his attention to the annihilation scorpion lying nearby and extracted its beast core. The beast core of a Battle King level monster was extremely valuable. What's this? As Zhou Chen was extracting the beast core, he noticed something else. It was a purple bead resembling a magician's magic orb. Holding the bead before his eyes, information about it flashed through his mind. Annihilation Scorpion Demon Core description: a demon core from a poison-type Battle King level monster. Monsters above level 100 have a chance to condense a demon core within their bodies. A demon core is the essence of spiritual energy, similar to an energy liquid, and can significantly boost the level of a monster of the same attribute. The higher the level of the monster, the larger the demon core. The higher the grade of the monster, the deeper the color of the demon core, similar to an energy liquid. This is definitely a valuable item, Zhou Chen thought, looking at the purple demon core. Unfortunately, since it was a poison-type demon core, it was of no use to anyone here. It could only be sold for money. As for the Annihilation Scorpion's corpse, Zhou Chen had initially thought about using it to brew wine, as the system suggested it was very suitable for him, but now he lacked the time for that. Without resting, Zhou Chen decided to head immediately to the foot of Haimo Mountain to rescue the villagers. Alright, let's go. Let's save the villagers from the 2 villages at Haimo Mountain, he declared. Okay, everyone responded in unison, and then they all mounted the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus and flew towards Haimo Mountain. At the foot of Haimo Mountain, a group of people in purple robes had gathered 100 captured individuals in front of Shuang. Seeing these people, Shuang became visibly excited and exclaimed, "Excellent! With the fresh blood of these people, I can concoct the blood soul pill. Tainting with the blood soul pill, you'll be reborn and become beautiful again, just like before." "Thank you, dear." A woman in black, unlike the beautiful and seductive Mei Ling, responded from behind Shuang. Her face and body were covered in black scales, making her appear quite terrifying with sharp claws and fearsome wings. The female demon rushed forward and tightly embraced Shuang, who did not mind her appearance at all and even kissed her on the cheek. "Daddy, you're so biased. You always think of Mom when it comes to nice things. I want the blood soul pill too. I want to become prettier." Behind the female demon came a petite succubus who was much more beautiful than the female demon. "They're their good daughter. The first one for your mother, the second one for you." Thank you, Daddy." Mount Kuroki wasn't far from Shiraki village. Even an elderly lady taking a stroll could get there in an hour or two. Concerned about possible ambushes at the enemy's stronghold, Zhou Chen and his companions didn't charge in brazenly but chose a more cautious approach instead. Firstly, they had the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus and the charm spirit stay far away. The bone-winged Tyrannosaurus was too large and could easily be spotted by enemies. Moreover, if Zhou Chen and his team encountered danger, the charm spirit could swiftly bring the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus to their rescue. Besides, the charm spirit, Xia Chuqing also stayed behind, as stealth missions were best conducted with fewer people. Zhou Chen used his beast martial arts, and with the spirit of 10,000 woods he could blend in like an inconspicuous tree, inherently possessing the ability to conceal his strength. Yi Sikhen summoned Xiaolu, hiding both his and Tang Yao's aura. Xiaolu, being a tree spirit, could also conceal their presence. In addition, Zhou Chen specifically summoned the dragon blood vine, which could mimic a common ivy. Since evolving into the dragon blood vine, it hadn't used this skill in a long time. Now that it was night, nobody would notice a simple vine turning it into a grim reaper of the night. In the camp, besides the blood shadow, there were 19 fallen beastmasters. Only 3 were on night watch, while the others slept. Zhou Chen and his group stealthily infiltrated the camp without alerting the guards. After sneaking into the camp, Zhou Chen hid in some bushes, and the dragon blood vine, disguised as ivy, covered them, keeping them hidden from sight. Zhou Chen spotted a cave at the back of the camp from which glowed firelight and hot air, and a faint smell of blood wafted out. If he wasn't mistaken, that cave was where the blood shadow was concocting the blood soul pills, and surely the kidnapped victims were inside. They needed to figure out a way to rescue them. Zhou Chen was eager to rush in, but reason told him that impulsiveness was the devil. The strength of the blood shadow might be even greater than the previous moon shadow, making caution necessary. These fallen beastmasters are too troublesome, little vine, go take care of them. Remember, be quick, accurate, ruthless, don't draw the attention of the other fallen beastmasters. The dragon blood vine understood Zhou Chen's intent and slowly began creeping towards the three night watchmen. The three fallen beastmasters vigilantly scanned their surroundings, occasionally looking up to the sky as an enemy might attack from above. However, while they focused on their surroundings, they neglected what was beneath their feet. The dragon blood vine, like a green poisonous snake, slowly crawled under their feet. Why is there a vine here? Must be the wind. A fallen beast tamer glanced down at a dragon blood vine disguised as a pothose, murmuring in confusion. However, he carelessly stepped on it. In the moment he turned away, the vine erupted violently, its tendrils spearing through the air like a lance, piercing the throat of the fallen beast tamer and draining his blood. The other two beast tamers nearby failed to notice the attack as the vine swiftly impaled them through the chest. Within a minute, all three were reduced to cold corpses. Nicely done, little vine, Zhou Chen commanded. Take this chance to eliminate the sleeping beast tamers in the tents as well. As the vine slithered into the tents ready to dispatch the rest of the fallen beast tamers, a sudden explosion rocked the camp. It seems someone had hidden bombs inside the tents, which were accidentally triggered by the vine, shattering it into pieces. Although losing a few tendrils was trivial for the dragon blood vine, the unexpected explosion shocked Zhou Chen and his companions. What happened? Why did their camp suddenly explode? Are the beast tamers in the tents all dead? Looking at the tents engulfed in flames, shock was evident on the faces of Zhou Chen and his group. Just then a seductively enchanting voice echoed from the sky, stirring desires in those who heard it to possess her. Zhou Chen had only felt such impulses towards the spirit charmer before. Who was there? Zhou Chen hastily looked up, only to see a patch of black mist where the voice emanated from. He recalled the little girl's words about a creature similar to the spirit charmer who had taken her father. Could this be the same creature? Thinking that this enchantress could be a demon skilled in stealth, Zhou Chen guessed, using three fallen beast tamers as bait. It seems you anticipated our arrival, he. The captivating voice resounded again from the mist. Anticipated is an understatement. The moment you stepped into the dark realm I sensed it, thus I prepared to welcome you in advance. As the woman's laughter filled the air, glowing cracks suddenly appeared on the ground, spreading like a spider web and enveloping the area. This must be her domain of darkness, Zhou Chen thought. Once caught in this web, every move is sensed by her. Meanwhile, 16 fallen beast tamers appeared around Zhou Chen and his companions, subordinates of two cadre members named Blood Shadow and Moon Shadow. Zhou Chen, I've heard of your great reputation. 2 months ago you took care of that guy Xiang, managing to defeat his blazing battle tiger all by yourself. Quite impressive indeed. Truly, the new waves push the old ones forward. Before the person arrived, his voice did, and upon hearing this, the red-robed and purple-robed fallen beast tamers dispersed to clear a path. The man in the red robe, marked with the character Foreshadow, was none other than Blood Shadow, who had come out to meet them after sensing an intrusion. Are you Blood Shadow? What about the villagers? Are they still alive? Zhou Chen was not in the mood for idle chatter with Blood Shadow. His priority was to rescue the villagers. So direct, Blood Shadow said with a slight smile, then continued, are you referring to those ants? Who cares whether they live or die? More importantly, since you've come here, it must mean that you've defeated Moon Shadow, right? When the purple-robed fallen beast tamers handed over the 100 people to him, they also informed Blood Shadow about the duel between Moon Shadow and Zhou Chen. Now, since it was Zhou Chen who had come, it was apparent that Moon Shadow was dead. That's right, and I got this too. Zhou Chen smiled, producing the beast core and demon pill of the extinction Scorpion as if to provoke Blood Shadow. However, Blood Shadow remained unmoved, while the excitement among the purple-robed fallen beast tamers surged, as if they couldn't wait to tear Zhou Chen apart. Xiang, Moon Shadow, both cadre members of our Black God Temple, killed by a mere college student like you. It seems the organization underestimated your potential. Considering you're such a dangerous entity, it's surprising that no one was sent to assassinate you. Well then, allow me to eliminate this obstacle for the organization. Come forth, Black Flame Demon Wolf. With a howl as Blood Shadow's backdrop bore a beast taming formation, a terrifying wolf howl echoed and a wolf engulfed in black flames sprinted out from within the formation. Beast name, Black Flame Demon Wolf. Beast rank, Battle Commander. Beast level, 125. Attributes, Fire, Darkness. Weaknesses, Light, Water, Electric, Earth, the waist being its softest part. Health status, Healthy. Talent, Burning, ignites its own blood to significantly enhance its combat abilities and become impervious to pain. Skills, Black Fire, Scorched Earth, spews high temperature flames from its mouth, incinerating enemies to ashes. Black Flame Claw, claws imbued with blazing heat and dark corruption possessing tremendous destructive power. Hellfire, flames capable of scorching souls, burning the spirit and soul of enemies, ineffective against soulless entities. Introduction. An evolved dark variant of the fire wolf, this powerful dual attribute demonic wolf creature is more cruel in nature yet remains loyal only to its master, treating all others as foes. The Black Flame Demon Wolf possesses abilities comparable to the Light Flame Demon Wolf Jochen had previously evolved, yet its danger level far exceeds it. Upon learning the attributes of the Black Flame Demon Wolf, Jochen slightly frowned. He had previously thought Blood Shadow was stronger than Moon Shadow, but it now seemed that might not be the case. However, he couldn't be certain if Blood Shadow had other beasts under his control. Regardless, it was always wise to remain cautious, as Blood Shadow summoned his beast. The other fallen beast tamers did the same. In an instant, more than 20 different monsters surrounded Zhou Chen and his companions tightly. Among the 16 fallen beast tamers, some were even of the Black Iron rank, capable of summoning 2 monsters each, and all were beast warriors, albeit of a low level, around level 10. The strongest of their monsters was merely an 80-level war general class beast, a mere mob in comparison to higher-ups like Blood Shadow, Moon Shadow and Evil Shadow, who clearly stood out as they wouldn't be leaders without significant strength. Humph, truly fitting for a leader of the fallen beast tamers. They are indeed different, Zhou Chen thought. Since their presence was discovered, Zhou Chen and his companions no longer hid in the bushes but summoned their beasts as well. Come forth, Phantom Butterflied Bronze Armor Crocodile. Tang Yao was the first to summon her monsters, including a crocodile-type beast along with the Phantom Butterfly. The Bronze Armor Crocodile, an evolved form of the Iron Armor Crocodile, was a water system Battle Commander level beast at level 88. The size of the Bronze Armor Crocodile was immense, akin to a prehistoric giant with just its head as tall as Tang Yao's legs. Its defense was stronger than the Iron Armor Crocodile's, with scales on its back forming a set of tough armor. Although it was significantly lower in level compared to the Black Flame Demon Wolf, it had the advantage of countering the wolf's fire attacks. I'll help too, Iron Armor Magic Turtle, said Yi Sick-hen. Besides the Dark Moon Wolf and Little Green, Yi Sick-hen also summoned his Iron Armor Magic Turtle. The turtle, only about 3 months old and already as tall as half a human, was already level 25. As a battle commander level beast with Black Tortoise bloodline, it had strong defenses perfect for shielding and could also spray water to extinguish fires. Dragon Blood Vine, use your poison thorns to entangle and deal with these minions first. The Dragon Blood Vine had been injured by an explosion earlier and now it could use the fresh blood of these minions to recover its vitality. Since that's the case, leave the Black Flame Demon Wolf to me. Bronze Armor Crocodile, hold off that Black Wolf. Tang Yao patted the large head of the Bronze Armor Crocodile, gently commanding it. Gurgle. The Bronze Armor Crocodile roared in enjoyment under Tang Yao's palm, seemingly mistaking Tang Yao for a beautiful maiden, much like an ancient prince enjoying a maid's massage. Then, with its pale green pupils, it stared at the Black Flame Demon Wolf, opened its huge mouth and revealed 2 rows of sharp fangs as if ready to swallow the wolf whole. All of you, attack. They already know our secret. We absolutely cannot let them live, especially Zhou Chen. His talent is too terrifying. If he grows stronger, it would pose a huge threat to our Black God Temple, so we must not let him live under any circumstances. Blood Shadow commanded the fallen beastmasters behind him, and soon those fallen beastmasters ordered their beasts to attack Zhou Chen and his companions, shouting, use the Dragon Blood Martial Body, let's deal with these minions. First, Zhou Chen commanded. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's order, the Dragon Blood Vines instantly wrapped around Zhou Chen. At this moment, Zhou Chen, clad in Dragon Blood armor and wielding the Storm Spear, mounted on the Storm Dragon Horse, resembled an ancient Grand General. Xiuxiu at charge. With a hiss, the Storm Dragon Horse shot out like an arrow released from a bow, charging towards the demonic beasts and fallen beastmasters ahead. Zhou Chen, on the back of the horse, wielded his Storm Spear, thrusting it straight into the chest of a fallen beastmaster. With a splurt, having learned beast martial arts, Zhou Chen's strength far surpassed that of ordinary humans. Now mounted on the Storm Dragon Horse, with the speed of the horse enhancing his own, Zhou Chen's spear was both accurate and swift. As soon as Zhou Chen thrust out his Storm Spear, in the next second it pierced through the chest of the fallen beastmaster. After defeating one fallen beastmaster, the Dragon Blood Vines on him extended a tendril to absorb the blood of the fallen Beastmaster. Another foe approached, a War General class Earth Battle Bear level 30, an Earth Elemental Demonic Beast. Zhou Chen released his own wood elemental spiritual energy, infusing it into the storm spear, and then thrust out again, piercing the shoulder of the earth battle bear. Unfortunately, the bear's hide was too thick, and since the vital spot was missed, the spear did not kill it. However, it was enough to wound it. While the earth battle bear was injured, the dragon blood vines swiftly extended tendrils to suck its fresh blood, turning it into dried cured meat. The dragon blood vines were no longer the vulnerable little tendrils they used to be. Alas, if only he had learned a wind elemental beast martial art. Zhou Chen sighed, glancing at his storm spear. Beast bone soldiers possess the ability to enhance the same elemental spiritual energy, and the storm spear was a wind elemental beast bone soldier. If Zhou Chen had infused wind elemental spiritual energy into the storm spear earlier, perhaps he could have slain the earth battle bear in one strike. Unfortunately, Zhou Chen did not know the wind elemental beast martial art, so he could only infuse wood elemental spiritual energy into the storm spear. Subsequently, several more fallen beastmasters and demonic beasts appeared, but Zhou Chen defeated them using the same method. He didn't need to kill them outright. Injuring them was sufficient, as the dragon blood vines would finish them off. Meanwhile, having seen the glowing cracks on the ground, Mei Ling and Xia Chuqing knew something was amiss and immediately came over to help. Soon, they fought against the fallen beastmasters, and the mighty bone-winged Tyrannosaurus effortlessly crushed the fallen beastmasters into a pulp. Soon, these minion-level fallen beastmasters were all dealt with by Zhou Chen and his companions, leaving only Bloodshadow and the Black Flame Demon Wolf. Zhou Chen glanced at the Black Flame Demon Wolf and noticed that even while being surrounded by 5 demonic beasts, it still held its ground. The bronze-armored crocodile gathered water elemental energy in its mouth and then opened its jaws wide, releasing a high-pressure stream of water. In the blink of an eye, it extinguished the flames spewed by the Black Flame Demon Wolf. This was only possible in the mountains where water was scarce. Near a river or the sea, this move would have been even more powerful, but now it served merely to extinguish fires. This was why Tang Yao rarely summoned the bronze-armored crocodile. Its strength was too dependent on geographical conditions. Now, because the Black Flame Demon Wolf possessed both fire and dark attributes, Tang Yao had summoned the bronze-armored crocodile to help extinguish the fire. Similarly, the iron-armored magic turtle was also geographically limited, currently only able to help extinguish fires and weaken the attack of the Black Flame Demon Wolf. Thanks to the assistance of these two beasts, none of the other magical creatures were injured, especially helping Xiaolu significantly. Xiaolu was a tree spirit, a wood-based magical creature, and the flames of the Black Flame Demon Wolf could cause her severe damage. Xiaolu, use your parasitic seeds. Okay, Xiaolu nodded and immediately scattered her seeds. If these seeds could touch the body of the Black Flame Demon Wolf, they would use its body as nourishment to grow. However, the Black Flame Demon Wolf disdainfully ignored this tactic, its body aflame with fire capable of reducing everything to ashes, instantly burning the seeds to ash. What? Those black flames are so annoying. They're like Amaterasu. Yi Sikhen frowned deeply. Let me handle this. At that moment, Mei Ling slowly floated next to Xiaolu, opening her purple eyes to look into the eyes of the Black Flame Demon Wolf. Phantom illusion pupils. Once you see my eyes, this battle ends. Mei Ling's illusionary attack was terrifying. The Black Flame Demon Wolf merely glanced at Mei Ling and fell into the trap, getting caught in the illusionary world constructed by Mei Ling. In this illusionary world, the victim sees what they most desire, becoming immersed in that world, unable to extricate themselves, sinking deeper and deeper into a pit of desires, a perfect trap for a magical beast like the Black Flame Demon Wolf, which wasn't very intelligent. The Black Flame Demon Wolf's eyes gradually became lifeless, resembling a walking corpse. Xiaolu, use your ultimate move now. I can't control it for long. The Black Flame Demon Wolf was of a higher level than Mei Ling, hence she could not maintain control for long. Moreover, controlling the Black Flame Demon Wolf and simultaneously controlling the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus was too much of a strain. She couldn't keep it up for long, otherwise there wouldn't be a need for Xiaolu to attack. The Black Flame Demon Wolf could just be turned into her servant. Understood. Otherworldly flower fairy cannon. Died Black Flame Demon Wolf. Xiaolu absorbed natural energy and evolved, then once again released a green light bullet toward the Black Flame Demon Wolf. If this light bullet really hit, the Black Flame Demon Wolf might not die but would certainly be severely injured. However, just as the light bullet was about to hit the Black Flame Demon Wolf, a dark shadow suddenly blocked in front of it. Oh dear, you are too brutal. I can't let you hurt my little puppy. The shadow extended a fair jade-like arm and in the blink of an eye conjured a barrier to block Xiaolu's attack. and there, emerging from the shadows surrounding the camp, was the woman who had laid the dark domain. She finally revealed her true form. She was a succubus, flawless in both face and figure, akin to a charming spirit and perhaps even surpassing one in beauty. The succubus possessed skin as pale and lustrous as jade, purple hair that fluttered in the breeze, and a figure both sensual and fiery. Her ample curves were enough to make anyone drool, wishing to embrace her at once. With demon wings and a tail extending from her back, her allure and demeanor were further enhanced. This creature was known as the dark spirit succubus, classified as a war king in the hierarchy of demonic beasts, with a level of 112 and an attribute of darkness. Her weaknesses were light and electric elements. Excited and in good health, her innate talent, soul charm, was a common gift among her kind, capable of captivating the hearts of others, causing them to lose their will to fight as they fell into the trap of her bewitching beauty. Her skills were formidable, illusory beauty allowing her to alter appearances and hide her true strength, even confusing the senses of others. Dark spirit assault, unleashing dark energy to corrode both the bodies and souls of her enemies, bringing them under her control. Dark domain, a demonic formation powered by dark energy which significantly amplified her powers. And psychic storm, a potent mental attack that targeted the souls of her opponents directly. The introduction of this beautiful demonic beast Red, a devastating beauty among demonic beasts, no male creature can resist her charm. Her capabilities are not to be underestimated, specializing in psychic attacks. Unlike other dark spirit succubites, she harbored a human soul within her. It was advised not to consume her, but rather to hold her and engage in romantic conversations. "Daddy, why do you always make little black fight? Let me take action sometimes too. I haven't killed a beast tamer in so long, my hands are itching for it, hee hee." The dark spirit succubus giggled as she sat atop the black flame demon wolf, swiftly dispelling the illusion cast by the demon wolf. As another demonic beast of a higher rank and level than the charming spirits, she naturally had the ability to break their illusions. "Cece, why are you here? Didn't we agree? These people are for me and the black flame demon wolf to handle." "Husband, Cece is right, let us help you sometimes too, we also want to support you." At that moment, another demonic beast appeared beside Blood's shadow and gently hugged him from behind. Compared to the dark spirit succubus, she was much less attractive. Her name was Sky-Rending Demon, also a war king level with attributes of light and dark, her weakest point being her abdomen. In the demonic realm, there exists a beast of extraordinary capabilities known as the Beast of Light and Darkness. This creature has the unique ability to absorb both light and dark energies constantly, enhancing its own powers. Whether it be day or night, this beast can unleash terrifying combat abilities that are formidable to any who dare confront it. The beast possesses several fearsome skills. One such skill is the demonic light, which creates a powerful orb formed from both light and dark energies. This orb acts like a combination of strong acid and base, boasting immense destructive power. Another skill, the light slash, allows the beast to move at incredibly high speeds swiftly, closing in on its enemies and slicing them in two in a mere instant. The Shadow Aurora Slash utilizes absorbed light and dark energies to forge a massive blade of light powerful enough to sever a small mountain. The beast in question is a dual-natured demonic creature. Both light and dark attributes make it one of the most formidable creatures even among those of the same class and level. Unlike other demonic entities, this particular beast harbors a human soul within. Ting ting. "This is just my way of ensuring you do not get hurt in battle," she would say. Upon encountering this creature, Shui Ying not only refrained from disdaining her but also showed a hint of a smile, gently stroking her hair as one would a beloved spouse. He then tenderly touched the face of the dark spirit charm demon, treating her as though she truly was his daughter. Despite belonging to three different species, they genuinely resembled a family. Are they all king-level beasts? But what does that last sentence mean, harboring a human soul inside? Could it be? Zhou Chen pondered, looking at the rift demon and the dark spirit charm demon, a thought forming in his mind. Could it be that both of these demonic-type beasts were once human, or that their souls were human, like in the novels about soul possession where a human soul takes over a beast's body? But the soul of a beast is much stronger than that of a human. Normally, shouldn't it be the beast possessing the human instead? What exactly is going on here? Hee hee. You seem quite surprised. What, is this your first time seeing someone show affection towards a beast? Seeing Zhou Chen's shocked expression, Shui Ying's face broke into a cold smile. He didn't realize Zhou Chen was pondering the possibility of beasts possessing human souls. He simply thought Zhou Chen was shocked by his intimate behavior with the rift demon, who, to put it mildly, had a very unique appearance. How could it be We live in an era of free love now. You're free to love whoever you want, but to fall in love with something like the Rift Demon, I must say your taste is quite unique. Chuckling, he added, no wonder you're surprised. But don't get us wrong, we're not what you might think. We are a family, and we. Pausing, the dark spirit charmed demon, her eyes shimmering like amethysts and her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, looked at Zhou Chen and added, we were once human. Indeed, just as Zhou Chen had suspected, Zhou Chen still felt very puzzled. The question that perplexed him was how they had transformed from humans into demon beasts. Could it really be that they had taken over the bodies of demon beasts? If that was true, how did they accomplish this? In an effort to coax more information out of them, Zhou Chen feigned ignorance and exclaimed, that's impossible, humans can't turn into demon beasts. Hearing this, the dark spirit demon chuckled loudly, her laughter tinged with a mocking tone that ridiculed Zhou Chen's ignorance. She continued, in this world there are many things deemed impossible. Even the existence of demon beasts was once considered unscientific, yet here they are, aren't they? At that moment, the sky demon, who had been tightly embracing Blood Shadow, suddenly released her and floated slowly towards Zhou Chen and his group. Her grotesquely ugly face twisted into a smirk of cold cruelty as she spoke, little boy, you are all going to die here today anyway, so you might as well die understanding what happened. We were once humans, my daughter and I, but we died in an accident that tore us from my beloved husband and her father. It was the Black Temple that rebirthed us in this way, reuniting our family and granting us eternal life. Could it be that they had sealed human souls within the bodies of demon beasts? Blood Shadow chuckled lightly, then slowly approached Zhou Chen and said, you truly are the genius breeder everyone talks about. You are correct. But do you think such a thing is possible? She laughed softly. Isn't the bone-winged tyrannosaur behind you proof enough? Zhou Chen glanced at the bone-winged tyrannosaur behind him and saw the dragon's soul sealed within its skull, which confirmed Blood Shadow's words. Despite his disbelief, it was clear that the Black Temple indeed had the capability to perform such feats. Tingting Qianqian, I hadn't planned on asking you to fight, but since you want to help, kill them all. She ordered her daughter and the Black Flame Demon Wolf, focusing particularly on Zhou Chen, especially that Zhou Chen, he must not escape. If he grows stronger, he will surely become a major threat to us in the future. The mother and daughter responded in unison and charged at Zhou Chen and his companions along with the Black Flame Demon Wolf. The Sky Demon moved incredibly fast, not as fast as light, but she broke the sound barrier, reaching Zhou Chen in an instant. Die, Demon Light Slash. The Sky Demon raised her hand, gathering force, and then brought her hand down in a chopping motion towards Zhou Chen's neck. If this strike landed, Zhou Chen's body would be split in two like a piece of firewood. Zhou Chen tried to dodge, but the Sky Demon was too fast. His body simply couldn't react in time, and all he could do was watch the gleaming blade hand descend towards him. This was the Sky Demon's hunting method, to let the prey watch how they were being killed, making them feel the despair and pain of death's scythe cutting into their flesh. Bang! Just then, the tree sprite Xiaolu swiftly flew in front of Zhou Chen, shielding him from the deadly strike. As a beast of the same War King tier and with an advantageous attribute, even though there was a significant level difference, blocking a strike from the Sky Demon was not a problem. A wood attribute beast, huh? The Sky Demon furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze on Xiaolu turning colder. Clearly he had a particular disdain for wood attribute beasts. However, Xiaolu wasn't the only wood attribute beast present. Every vine of the dragon blood vine exuded a powerful dragon's presence, assaulting the Sky Demon's psyche. But the Sky Demon, also a beast of the War King tier and far superior in level to the dragon blood vine, was hardly intimidated by its dragon's presence. A plant-type beast with dragon lineage, that's indeed rare. The dragon blood vine, uninterested in conversing with the Sky Demon, simply launched its vines towards him, but the Sky Demon, with his swift movements and agile positioning, dodged the wide-reaching attack of the dragon blood spikes. Possessing such pure dragon lineage indeed grants you stronger power. If you were a War King tier beast, I might actually not be your match. But now you're merely at the War General tier, and the difference in our tiers is vast. Now witness my true power. With that, the Sky Demon unleashed his full strength, condensing hundreds of orbs of gold and purple light around him. The fusion of light and darkness, two forces usually as incompatible as fire and water. Die. In an instant those orbs rained down upon Zhou Chen and the dragon blood vine. Bone-winged tyrant dragon, protect Zhou Chen now, Mei Ling shouted. The bone-winged tyrant dragon immediately spread its massive bony wings and flew above Zhou Chen, using its body as a shield to block the attacks. Boom, boom, boom. as the orb struck the bone-winged tyrant dragon. Violent explosions erupted, shattering its skeletal frame into scattered bones across the ground. Fortunately, Zhou Chen beneath it remained unharmed. Zhou Chen, leave the sky demon to us. You go deal with the dark spirit witch and the black flame demon wolf. We must rescue the villagers. Saying this, Xiao Lu flew towards the sky demon, leveraging her attribute advantage and the robust vitality of wood attribute beasts, managing to exchange blows with the sky demon. Although not a match for him, it wasn't easy for the sky demon to kill her quickly. Besides, with the bone-winged tyrant dragon supporting from the side, although they couldn't defeat the sky demon, they could hold him off for a while. Shouting dragon blood martial body, Zhou Chen donned the dragon blood armor, wielding the wind cloud spear, his eyes sharp as swords, staring down at Blood Shadow. After all, to catch the bandits, first catch their leader. Capturing Blood Shadow would likely make the sky demon and the dark spirit witch surrender, as they were all family and wouldn't abandon each other. Thinking of making a move on me? Blood Shadow coldly snorted as he caught Zhou Chen's gaze. He understood the principle of capturing the leader first. But do you think I'm easy to deal with? From a space ring on his finger, Blood Shadow drew a pitch-black long sword. The blade appeared as if it had been dipped in ink, devoid of any color but black. Under the moonlight, the dark blade reflected a chilling gleam, indicating its extreme sharpness. The sword emanated a dense dark power like a black mist, shrouding Blood Shadow's figure and giving him an eerily sinister appearance. A beast forged from dark bones, huh? I wonder what rank it is. But since he's a fallen beast tamer from the Black God Temple, the rank must be quite high. Feeling the dark power released from the sword, Zhou Chen dared not underestimate it. Whether it was Evil Shadow or Moon Shadow, all were masters of beast martial arts. This Moon Shadow was surely no exception. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Xiao Shui, let's charge. Hiss. The storm dragon horse immediately rushed towards Blood Shadow, even using the wind wing soaring skill to increase its speed, turning into a fleeting shadow. Thinking to strike first, it won't be that easy. Blood Shadow smirked. She'd just deal with the others. This Zhou Chen, having killed 2 of my Black God Temple's officers, I must personally slaughter him. Saying so, Blood Shadow mounted the black flame demon wolf, speeding towards Zhou Chen with a velocity rivaling his. Sure, daddy. Dark spirit charm demon laughed softly, then spread her demonic wings and flew into the sky. Her sapphire-like beautiful eyes looked towards another charm demon, her lips curving into a slight smile. Hee little charm demon sister, you're really cute. Come to sister, I'll take good care of you. Sorry, but I'm not interested in women, especially those prettier than me. Everyone wants to be the most beautiful, especially charm demons. Their pretty faces are their tools for living, making them more conscious of their looks than anyone else. Therefore, when they see someone prettier, envy, jealousy and hatred ensue. Hee little sister, there are many women prettier than you. Dark Spirit Charm Demon gently flapped her wings, instantly appearing in front of Charm Spirit, her speed nearly matching that of the sky-splitting devil. This startled Charm Spirit greatly. Evil Spirit Assault. Evil Spirit Assault. The Charm Demons, masters of illusionary attacks, unleashed their strongest illusions against each other. Meanwhile, on another front, a silver spear clashed against Blood Shadow's inky black demonic sword, emitting a crisp clang. Despite Zhou Chen having enhanced his strength with points, Blood Shadow calmly faced him, his beast martial arts level evidently much higher. TCH, is that all you've got? I really don't know how that idiot Moon Shadow was killed by you. Blood Shadow sneered dismissively, completely underestimating Zhou Chen. You'll see soon enough. I guarantee you'll end up just like him. Zhou Chen channeled the wood-based spiritual energy into his wind cloud spear to enhance its power. Similarly, Blood Shadow infused his demonic sword with dark energy. His principle was swift and decisive victory, a single strike to kill, never using a second. The demonic sword, now imbued with dark energy, released a purple glow, exuding a more formidable aura. Zhou Chen noticed that as Blood Shadow infused the sword with dark energy, the power of the dark energy was enhanced by at least 50%. When the demonic sword clashed again with the wind cloud spear, Zhou Chen saw that the spear was being corroded by the potent dark energy, with the tip already melting. A martial tier beast bone soldier, Zhou Chen exclaimed, realizing only a martial tier beast bone soldier could possess such powerful augmentation abilities. You're right, but that's not all. This is just the beginning. The real show is yet to come. Black Flame Sword Chi. Blood Shadow infused the sword with fire-based spiritual energy, and incredibly, the sword also amplified this energy. After maximizing both dark and fire energies, Blood Shadow unleashed a scorching black flame sword Chi towards Zhou Chen. What? Seeing the black flame sword chi coming, Zhou Chen quickly raised his spear to defend, but Blood Shadow's attack was too fierce. Under the terrifying impact, Zhou Chen was knocked off his horse. However, thanks to the protective dragon blood vine close to his body, he wasn't injured, although a few vines of the dragon blood vine were burned by the black flame. What's going on? That sword can amplify fire energy too? Could it be a dual attribute beast bone soldier? Oh, Zhou Chen said in surprise. He knew of dual attribute beast bone soldiers, but only master smiths could forge such weapons. Any dual attribute beast bone soldier, regardless of grade, could sell for at least 3 million Beastmaster coins. Above dual attribute beast bone soldiers were multi-attribute ones, which were still theoretical. Although theoretically possible to create, so far no one had managed to forge a beast bone soldier that simultaneously amplified 3 different attributes. I see you know about dual attribute beast bone soldiers. Yes, this is the Fire Dark dual attribute martial tier beast bone soldier, the eroding flame sword. To die by this sword is an honor. Blood Shadow sneered, then commanded the black flame demon wolf to pounce towards Zhou Chen. Seeing Blood Shadow's fierce momentum, Zhou Chen hurriedly dodged but was still grazed by the eroding flame sword. If not for the protection of the dragon blood vine, he might have been burned to death by the black flame on the sword. It seems I must use my ultimate move. Zhou Chen flipped onto the back of his storm dragon horse, using it as a springboard to leap over 1,000 meters, then launched a spiraling flying kick towards Blood Shadow, a move he called the Crimson Drill. Ha, foolish, jumping that high, you're just a live target. In the air, let's see how you can dodge this. Black flame sword chi. Shui Ying channeled a massive amount of spiritual energy into the sword of erosion, unleashing over a dozen colossal sword energies. The dark sword energies seemed as if they could tear the sky apart with thunderous roars. As Shui Ying had mentioned, Zhou Chen had no way to dodge in the air, and he was directly hit by the multiple sword energies. When the sword energies collided with Zhou Chen, they created a huge explosion, blasting him away. Zhou Chen screamed in pain, then heavily fell to the ground. How could this be? Zhou Chen exclaimed in surprise. His move had always been invincible, whether against Xie Ying or Yue Ying, always inflicting severe injuries on their beasts. This was his first time experiencing failure. Aren't you just imitating Kamen Rider? Did you think I didn't watch that when I was a kid? Zhou Chen could no longer afford to bicker with Shui Ying. The recent sword energies had burned away most of the dragon blood vines, leaving his chest unprotected. What's that sound? Suddenly a loud noise came from behind Zhou Chen. He quickly turned and saw a large cauldron in the cave behind him, from which steam was bubbling vigorously. Shui Ying also heard the sound and turned his gaze towards the cave, his face revealing a hint of excitement. The blood soul pill, has it finally been successfully refined? Inside the cauldron, a blood-red pill slowly floated up from the boiling blood. As the blood-red pill rose, a thick scent of blood permeated the cave, making one nauseous upon smelling it. This thick scent of blood. Yes, it was indeed the blood soul pill. I've finally refined the blood soul pill, Shui Ying thought excitedly. This pill can forcefully elevate a battle king level beast to the battle emperor level. With this, Tingting will regain her beautiful appearance, and with this my status in the organization will rise further, possibly even becoming an elder. Upon seeing the blood soul pill, Shui Ying was so thrilled that he momentarily forgot about Zhou Chen, giving Zhou Chen a chance to catch his breath. Is that the blood soul pill? A pill refined from the blood of tens of thousands of people and various rare treasures? Zhou Chen frowned deeply at the disgusting scent of blood. He knew he could not let Shui Ying obtain the blood soul pill, for if the Rift Sky Demon evolved, they would undoubtedly die. Moreover, if the Black Divine Hall started mass-producing the blood soul pill, the entire Blue Star would become a mere plaything in their hands. At that moment, the dragon blood vines wrapped around Zhou Chen suddenly became excited. Each vine released a terrifying dragon's might, indiscriminately attacking everything around, including Zhou Chen himself. Xiao Tang, what's wrong? Calm down. For the first time, the dragon blood vines did not listen to Zhou Chen, they wildly thrashed about, detaching from Zhou Chen and reaching out toward the blood soul pill. Xiao Tang, are you attracted by the blood soul pill? To humans, the scent of blood is nauseating and highly unpleasant, yet for the dragon blood vine, this scent is akin to a lavish feast laid before a person who has not eaten for 3 days, utterly tantalizing. For the dragon blood vine, such proximity to its desire is like having the moon within arm's reach from a pavilion near the water, a prime advantage. Dare to covet my blood soul pill? You're seeking death. Seeing the dragon blood vine attempting to snatch the blood soul pill, Shui Ying's face turned pale with shock and he immediately swung his corrosion flame sword, unleashing a terrifying slash of black flame energy, yet he underestimated the vine's madness. For the sake of the blood soul pill, the dragon blood vine cared little for Shui Ying's attacks. Even if it meant being completely incinerated by the flames today, it was determined to absorb the blood soul pill. With a plunge, the dragon blood vine dived directly into the large cauldron, and a vine pulled the floating blood soul pill into the cauldron. While absorbing the pill, it also sucked up the boiling blood within the cauldron. Damn it, it took me a month to refine that blood soul pill, Shuang thought furiously. To create it, he had not only scavenged various grades of beast cores but also spent a great deal of money on resources normally exclusive to powerful clans, extracting the fresh blood of over 10,000 people he painfully refined for a month only to have it absorbed by the dragon blood vine now. Furiously, Shuang turned to Zhou Chen, thinking that it was Zhou Chen's idea for the vine to absorb the blood soul pill. Zhou Chen, don't be so smug. Although the blood soul pill could allow a war king level beast to evolve to a war lord level, if it's not a war king level beast, the one who consumes the pill will only explode and die. If I remember correctly, isn't your vine just at the war commander level? What did you say? Hearing this, Zhou Chen's face paled and he hastily looked towards the cauldron where the dragon blood vine was not only absorbing the blood soul pill but also the boiling blood. As it absorbed the pill's ferocious energy, the vine of the dragon blood vine was growing rapidly. In just half a minute, the number of its vines had doubled and was still increasing explosively, with each vine reaching over 100 meters in length and still growing. Seemingly unable to withstand the violent power, the dragon blood vine wildly waved its vines, destroying the cave. At the cave's entrance lay thousands of corpses, all of whom Shuang had captured to provide blood for refining the blood soul pill. The moment the pill was successfully refined, these people had already died. Now, the vine was destroying the cave while absorbing the nutrients from these corpses. In just half a minute, thousands of corpses were drained of blood and turned into dry skeletons. Little vine. Seeing the dragon blood vine's ferocious state, Zhou Chen was worried, fearing that it might not withstand the power of the blood soul pill and die, crackle and pop. As the dragon blood vine continually absorbed the power of the blood soul pill, its vines slowly turned dark purple, resembling the initial demonic blood vines. Simultaneously, the vines emitted a dark red lightning, releasing a terrifying dragon's presence. The cave could not withstand the assault of the dragon blood vine and soon collapsed, yet the vine remained unscathed. Blood-colored lightning. What was happening? Zhou Chen stared at the rampaging dragon blood vine in shock, completely unable to comprehend the situation. The power of darkness. What was the deal with this vine? After absorbing the blood soul pill, it did not die but instead gained a dark attribute. Blood Shadow was equally astonished. Normally, if it were any other war general class demon beast that absorbed the blood soul pill, it would have turned into a corpse by now. However, the dragon blood vine merely entered a state of frenzy and acquired a dark attribute. The dragon blood vine had now become a dual-attributed demon beast of wood and shadow, crackling with terrifying dark red lightning. Although it appeared as lightning, it possessed the nature of darkness and could corrode everything. This storm-like attack even slightly altered the surrounding landscape. At the same time, all the people and demon beasts ceased their battle, turning their attention towards the dragon blood vine. Is that little vine? And Xia Chuqing looked at the wildly growing dragon blood vine with a face full of horror. She had just narrowly missed being struck by the blood-colored lightning released by the vine. How had Zhou Chen's dragon blood vine turned into this little vine? Had it gone berserk? The dark vine, its greedy nature. The dragon blood vine indeed had connections with the monster from the legends. Mei Ling watched the rampaging vine with a furrowed brow, suddenly recalling a terrifying legend. That damned vine dared to consume the blood soul pill that my husband crafted for me. Unforgivable. Seeing the crazily growing dragon blood vine, Split Sky Demon's eyes turned icy and fierce, grinding his teeth in anger, wishing he could devour the dragon blood vine. Right then, watch me kill you, and consume your beast core and demon pill too. Die, Shadow Aurora slash. Split Sky Demon dived towards the dragon blood vine, gathering all his strength to unleash a massive blade of light. Boom. In response to Split Sky Demon's ultimate move, the dragon blood vine casually lifted a vine and effortlessly shattered the blade of light. It then raised several vines and thrust towards Split Sky Demon. Even with Split Sky Demon's speed, he couldn't dodge the attack of the dragon blood vine and was immediately impaled through the chest, spewing black blood. But it wasn't over yet. Following that, the dragon blood vine pierced Split Sky Demon's body with over 1,000 transparent holes, instantly turning him into an unrecognizable corpse, then sucked dry all his blood, turning him into a mummy, a one-hit kill. Seeing the dragon blood vine instantly kill Split Sky Demon, Shou Chen was utterly shocked. Ting Tong. Seeing Split Sky Demon killed by the dragon blood vine turning into a mummy, Blood Shadow was overwhelmed with grief and tears slid down his cheeks. He rushed forward to embrace the corpse of Split Sky Demon and wept bitterly, as if remembering the moment his wife had died. At that time it was just like now, with his wife's body lying in his arms, and he could do nothing but weep bitterly. Mother. As he gazed at the corpse of the sky-cleaving demon, the eyes of the dark spirit charmed demon gradually moistened, his heart filled with immense sorrow, but soon a towering rage surged within him. How dare you kill my mother? I will kill you, you monster. But before the dark spirit charmed demon could finish speaking, sensing the murderous intent, it released the dragon blood vine, struck first, a vine piercing through her heart. Crunch, crunch. Following that, the sound of flesh being sliced and bones being broken echoed as the dragon blood vine extended its razor-sharp vines, dismembering the dark spirit charmed demon. Soon she was reduced to pieces of flesh on the ground, her blood completely absorbed by the dragon blood vine. Lacking the strength of the sky-cleaving demon, how could she possibly contend with the berserk dragon blood vine? She. Watching his daughter die before his eyes, Blood Shadow felt a thick sense of powerlessness, the same as before. The most loved ones dying right before his eyes, and he could do nothing but watch helplessly as his relatives perished. The black flame demon wolf spat out a jet of black flames, attempting to burn the dragon blood vine to death, but the dragon blood vine, having absorbed the blood soul pill, was impervious to blades and fire, and how could it fear mere flames? A vine of the dragon blood vine met the flames spewed by the black flame demon wolf, piercing through its mouth like skewering lamb, and impaled the black flame demon wolf. After experiencing once again the sense of helplessness and losing his wife and daughter, and seeing the bloodthirsty nature of the dragon blood vine, Blood Shadow fell into complete despair. Now he only thought about avenging his family, and if he couldn't, he wished to be killed quickly to accompany his family in death. Blood Shadow picked up the erosion flame sword, pouring all his spiritual energy into it, and swung his final strike. In the end, Blood Shadow's ultimate move couldn't even scratch a spike of the dragon blood vine, and his body was pierced by the vine of the dragon blood vine. Ting ting she like this. Can we be together forever? As his blood continued to flow, memories of the past flooded Blood Shadow's mind. 20 years ago, Lu Wei, aged 30 this year, is a beast control policeman, having been in the police force for 5 years. Despite being 30, he is a rising star in the police world, having solved many major cases over the past 5 years. As a beast control policeman, his main duty is to handle severe criminal cases involving beast tamers, since beast tamers can kill from 1,000 miles away by simply commanding their beasts and then retracting them into the soul space. Solving murders committed by beast tamers is extremely difficult. Yet, Lu Wei has cracked case after case, earning numerous commendations, but also making many enemies. Possessing a beast surely means not being poor. Such families are inevitably very wealthy. With wealth comes power, especially in a world where beast tamers are revered. In this era, although beast tamers are not too numerous, each one is considered a national treasure of Hua country. In times of crisis, each beast tamer is a valuable combatant for Hua country. Thus, even if a beast master commits murder, as long as the victim is neither a high official nor another beast master, they are not likely to face severe punishment, let alone the death penalty. This places the beast police in an awkward position. The weaker populace needs their protection, yet the wealthy and powerful beast masters scoff at them. The police themselves are engaged in a job that inevitably offends others, and retaliation seems inevitable. At the front door, Lu Wei, fully dressed for work, receives a smile from his wife Shen Tingting, who then gives him a quick kiss on the cheek. "Take care, dear," she says. "No need to see me off, Tingting." Meanwhile, their daughter Lu Shen wraps her arms around her father, exclaiming, "Daddy, today's your birthday, happy birthday, please come home early tonight so we can celebrate. You've been so busy lately and haven't had much time for us." Her innocent face beams with excitement at the thought of birthday cake and delicious food in the evening, her smile sweet and seemingly capable of healing anything. Lu Wei feels a surge of happiness looking at his 10-year-old daughter, and with open arms he lifts her, saying, all right, I'll definitely come home early tonight and spend time with my little princess." "Yet Daddy's the best, you're the best dad in the world. Okay, I have to go to work now, take care, daddy." After bidding his family farewell, Lu Wei heads off to work, his day passing swiftly, especially since it was marked by a joyous event, his promotion. This meant not only a higher salary but also a promise of a better life for his wife and daughter. Ting ting Qian Chen, daddy's home. I've got great news today. But upon returning home, Lu Wei's words freeze as he finds his wife and daughter lying in a pool of blood. His daughter Lu Qian has been fatally stabbed multiple times and his wife is barely alive. Ting ting, what happened? With her last breaths, Shin Ting pulls out a blood-stained pocket watch, its original color obscured. "Happy birthday," she whispers with a tragically beautiful smile before she dies, her face still wearing that smile even in death. Ting ting. "Xian, please don't leave me alone." Overcome with grief, Lu Wei kneels beside his wife's body, wailing loudly. At this moment, nothing else matters. He wishes only that his family could be alive. After his initial despair, thoughts of vengeance begin to form. He vows to personally kill the beast who robbed him of his loved ones. However, the culprit is a member of a prominent family of Beastmasters previously arrested by Lu Wei for murder. Unrepentant and vengeful, his first act after release was to retaliate by slaughtering Lu Wei's family. Lu Wei seeks revenge, but how can he challenge a powerful family protected by formidable beasts? Not only was he severely injured, but his fire wolf, a creature under his command, was left on the verge of death. Lu Wei had considered seeking help from his colleagues at the police station, hoping the authorities could bring him justice. However, the influential family involved had connections even within the police force. Consequently, the matter was swept under the rug and the perpetrator remained uncaught. As absurd as it might seem, that was the reality. After losing his family, Lu Wei spent his days drowning in alcohol, lost in the illusions that the drink provided. In these sweet hallucinations, he occasionally caught glimpses of his deceased wife and daughter. How has the once great hero fallen to such a state? Mocked a figure in a black robe appearing suddenly in Lu Wei's home. Observing Lu Wei in his drunken stupor, the figure scoffed, then grabbed a bottle of vodka from the table, downing it in one go. Although intoxicated, Lu Wei retained a shred of sobriety and managed to ask, Who are you? Who I am is not important. What's important is that I can help you avenge the deaths of your wife and daughter. I can slaughter the scum who killed them," the man in the black robe said with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Wei could only muster a bitter smile. Avenge? What good will revenge do? Will Ting and Xian come back to life if I avenge them? Do you want your wife and daughter to come back to life? I can help you. I promise. Really? Lu Wei perked up immediately, ready to do anything if it meant bringing his family back. Of course it's true, but it requires you to do something within your power. What is it? I'll do anything. The man in the black robe chuckled ominously, then leaned in and whispered in Lu Wei's ear, I want you to sell your soul to the devil. Are you willing? No problem, as long as Ting and Xian can come back. Do whatever you want with me. Good. Then I shall grant your wish and you shall always be with your family. You, who exactly are you? A Black Temple Elder Candidate Tianying. From now on you are the fallen beast master of the Black Temple, codenamed Blood Shadow. I look forward to your performance and I hope you climb to my position soon. Tianying, using his spiritual beast martial arts, sealed the souls of Shin Ting and Lu Qian into the bodies of the Rift Sky Demon and the Dark Spirit Charm, respectively, granting them power and prolonged life. He then aided Lu Wei in his revenge, effortlessly destroying the so-called influential family. From that moment, Lu Wei, now Blood Shadow, officially became a fallen beast master of the Black Temple, forever united with his family. My husband, you were a police officer before and now you've killed so many. Does it pain your heart? Perhaps, but the reason I was a police officer was to provide a good life for you and Xian. If I can't provide that, then I shouldn't be a police officer. Daddy, now that you're a fallen beast master, will you be hunted by those people? I don't want you to be chased. I don't want to lose you again. Seeing the tears on his daughter's face, Lu Wei felt a pang of heartache. Even though she was now in the body of a dark spirit charm, in Lu Wei's heart she was still his daughter. What are you talking about, silly girl? Daddy is very powerful now. I will definitely protect you and Mom. I won't let you suffer any longer, he declared with resolve. We are a family and a family should be together, right? Ting. Xian, are we together now? A family should be together even in death. With his last ounce of strength, Shuiying clasped the hands of his wife and daughter. Despite the intense pain, he managed a smile of contentment and slowly closed his eyes. Now, they could always be together. After Shuiying's demise, the frenzied dragon bloodvine finally turned its attention to Jochen, slowly extending its tendrils. Arriving beside Zhou Chen on her dark moon, direwolf Yi Sikan observed the crazed vine with a trace of worry in her eyes. "What's happened to it?" she asked. Zhou Chen replied, shouting, "Absorbed the blood soul pill, the blood used in its creation, and nutrients from thousands of corpses, as well as blood from the black flame demon wolf, dark spirit charm demon, and the rift sky demon just now. It seems to have lost control over the immense power and has gone berserk." The dragon blood vine had indeed entered a state of fury, no longer recognizing friend or foe. Fortunately, there was no immediate threat to its life, but no one could predict what might happen next. The vine's tendrils continued to grow rapidly. Their number had doubled, and each tendril now stretched over 300 meters, some even reaching beyond 500 meters. The deadly spikes on the tendrils emitted blood-red lightning, seemingly as a way to adapt to the overwhelming power. Suddenly a scream pierced the air from afar. Turning around, Zhou Chen saw that a bolt of lightning from the dragon blood vine had struck down a charmed spirit flying towards them. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the bone-winged tyrant dragon, the charmed spirit would have met the same fate as Shui Ying and his family. But the ordeal wasn't over. The vine extended more tendrils, dismantling the bone-winged tyrant dragon's skeleton, inserting itself into the bones to extract the dragon's bloodline and nutrients, while its poison corroded the bones. Finally, the dragon blood vine unleashed dark lightning that shattered the skull, extinguishing the dragon's soul within. The bone-winged tyrant dragon truly died, becoming nourishment for the vine. However, its death was not in vain, as the charmed spirit seized the chance to escape while the vine absorbed the dragon bone nutrients, narrowly saving her own life. Seeing this, Zhou Chen urgently shouted, "Everyone stay back. Keep your distance from shouting, it will kill you all right now." Zhou Chen himself mounted the storm dragon horse, taking Yi Sikan with him as they quickly left the attack radius of the dragon blood vine, running several kilometers away. Although staying far away still posed a risk of being affected by the dark lightning released by the dragon blood vine. Being struck by lightning at least offered a chance of survival, otherwise being pierced by the vine's tendrils meant certain death, leaving one only to be drained of blood and turned into a dried corpse. The tendrils of the dragon blood vine were now terrifyingly powerful, capable of puncturing over 1,000 transparent holes in the body of the sky demon and slicing the dark spirit charm into minced meat. Now, what should we do? Even Blood Shadow and his group stood no chance against the dragon blood vine. They were instantly killed. Glancing at Blood Shadow, who had already turned into a dried corpse, Yi Sikan shuddered, not wanting to meet the same fate. "Brother Chen, I think maybe we should run," Tanya muttered softly, his words prompting others to ponder. All the fallen beast tamers had been dealt with, and the Black Temple's plot to mass-produce blood soul pills had been shattered. There was no longer any necessity for them to stay. As for the dragon blood vine, although it had gone into a berserk state, it was merely because its body contained too much energy which it couldn't adapt to in time. Once it released all its power, it should return to normal. There really was no need for them to sacrifice themselves and provide it with additional nutrients. "You're right, you all should leave. I'll stay behind." Zhou Chen contemplated briefly and decided to stay back. At this point others could not help and would only be a burden. It was better for them to leave quickly. "What? You're staying behind, Zhou Chen? Have you lost your mind? Do you want to be turned into a dried corpse by the dragon blood vine?" And Xia Chuqing frowned. "Do you want me to abandon the beast suffering alone and save myself? That's not what I meant." "But no matter what, I won't abandon shouting," Zhou Chen said with a light smile. "Besides, shouting and I have a bond, and it grew up drinking my blood. I believe it won't harm me. I was close to shouting just now and it didn't hurt me, that's proof. But it's different for you. If you get close you might die, so you must leave now. Head back to Cheng Stone Village first, and once I calm shouting down I'll come find you." The others didn't speak, but they acknowledged Zhou Chen's decision. "Alright, we'll go." Xia Chuqing was the first to leave. If she could be of any help she would have stayed, but sadly she was now just a burden. "Zhou Chen, we'll wait for you in Cheng Stone Village. You must come back alive. Now's not the time for death flags, just go," he urged. "Okay, we're going." The three of them quickly mounted their own beasts and left the area, even the storm dragon horse and the charmed spirit, as staying posed a risk. Crackling sounds suddenly pierced the air from behind like thousands of birds chirping at once. As if anticipating Xia Chuqing's attempt to escape, the dragon blood vine unleashed countless blood-red lightning bolts, their fearsome power nearly flattening a small hill and staining the sky with blood. "Shout stop. Do you remember me?" Zhou Chen called out to the vine. Upon seeing the dragon blood vine about to harm Yi Sikan and others, Zhou Chen urgently shouted. Hearing Zhou Chen's voice, the dragon blood vine's attention was drawn to him, causing it to cease its attack. Jochin slowly approached the dragon blood vine, which at its center bore a bud as tall as a person. It seemed as if someone was inside, and a lazy, indifferent voice came from within. "Who are you?" "Little vine, you can talk, Zhou." Shan's eyes widened. He was certain he had heard correctly. The dragon blood vine was indeed speaking human language, and it was a girl's voice. "Now that you can speak, things will be easier. If you were just moving your vines around like before, I wouldn't have known what you were trying to convey. But speaking of which, your voice is quite pleasant. I always hoped you'd be a girl. Who exactly are you, and do we know each other? Get lost. Otherwise, I'll turn you into a skewer and devour you." Jochin really wanted to retort, "Where did you get a mouth?" But the vine's unrecognizable demeanor was upsetting. "Little vine, have you lost your memory? Don't call me that intimately. Do we know each other? Isn't it obvious? Of course we know each other. You grew up drinking my blood. In other words, I'm basically your father. How do I not remember you being my dad? While I still can control myself, get out. Otherwise, those beasts will serve as your example," the dragon bloodvine said, pointing at the blood shadow sky demons it had just killed. "If you think you can kill me, then try. I believe in you. I believe you won't hurt me." Hump seeking death, the dragon bloodvine unapologetic hurled hundreds of lightning bolts at Jochin, but not a single one could hit him, as if he were a master of dodging. "See, I told you that you wouldn't hurt me," Jochin said with a smile, then slowly walked towards the dragon bloodvine, reaching the bud. During this time, the vine continuously unleashed lightning attacks on Jochin, yet not one struck him. Why can't I hit you? Because we are family, aren't we?" As he walked, Jochin bit his fingers, letting a drop of bright red blood flow out, its faint scent of iron spreading through the air. Feeling the scent of blood, the dragon bloodvine stopped its attacks. "Do you smell it? The scent of blood. You grew up drinking my blood. Even if you've lost your memory, it doesn't mean the days we spent together don't exist. Remember the time we've known each other this past year? Have you remembered? Starting with a small pot of green radish, then moving on to bloodthirsty vine, demon blood vine, and finally the dragon blood vine. Thanks to your presence by my side, I was able to become a powerful beastmaster, earning a lot of money and providing a good life for my family." By then, Jochin had finally reached the side of the dragon blood vine, gently pressing his blood-stained fingertips on its bud. "The scent, it's so familiar." As the bud came into contact with Jochin's blood, the vine of the dragon blood vine twitched violently, sucking on Jochin's blood like a baby sipping milk. "Didn't I tell you? You grew up drinking my blood," Jochin said while gently touching the massive bud of the dragon blood vine. "Master." As the dragon blood vine continued to suckle Jochin's blood like a child drinking milk, it gradually became calmer. Perhaps it had also gotten used to that surge of power. Seeing the vine quiet down, Jochin breathed a sigh of relief, but he was somewhat worried because, since calling him master moments ago, it hadn't spoken again. The towering bud showed no signs of blooming. His intuition told him that when this bud finally blossomed, the dragon blood vine would undergo a significant transformation. Demon beast profile dragon blood vine, undergoing transformation. Evolution progress, 30%. When the bud blooms, the War King returns. The energy from the blood soul pill is too intense and it needs more time to be fully absorbed, so please be patient. Occasionally feed it some energy fluid to speed up the evolution of the dragon blood vine. Moreover, try talking to it from time to time, trying to keep it company. Plants also need care, and this will help strengthen your bond with the dragon blood vine. These thoughts surfaced in Jochin's mind, bringing him immense relief. As long as the dragon blood vine was safe, that was all that mattered. Little vine might evolve into a humanoid demon beast, right? Jochin thought. Given the dragon blood vine's evolutionary plan, the next stage was humanoid evolution. Since the dragon blood vine had already demonstrated the ability to speak, it might be able to evolve into a human form. Jochin gently patted the human-sized bud, feeling like he was touching a pregnant woman's belly, sensing the new life being born within. "Come back, little vine." Jochin returned the dragon blood vine to the soul space, and since its issues were resolved, there was no point in staying here. Before leaving, however, Jochin noticed the corpse of Blood Shadow and saw the erosion flame sword standing beside it. A dual attribute war commander level beast bone soldier. This was indeed valuable, whether for selling or collecting. Blacksmiths capable of forging dual attribute beast bone soldiers were already rare, not to mention those who could forge dual attribute war commander level beast bone soldiers. Thus, the erosion flame sword is highly valuable as a collectible, and if sold, it could fetch tens of millions. More importantly, Jochin can also wield this erosion flame sword. Now all he needs to do is to cultivate his dark beast martial arts. It's unclear how the Black Temple managed to acquire this erosion flame sword, or how they convinced such a skilled blacksmith to become a fallen Beastmaster. Zhou Chen unapologetically claimed the erosion flame sword for himself. He gently lifted it and played with it in his hands. The sword was not heavy, or rather it might feel heavy to others, but it was light for Zhou Chen. It was very handy, allowing Zhou Chen to easily slice through rocks. Besides the erosion flame sword, Zhou Chen also casually took the spatial ring from the hand of the Blood Shadow. Spatial rings are as rare as dual attribute beast bone soldiers. All spatial rings are made from the beast cores of space-time beasts, and the higher the tier and level of the beast, the larger the storage space of the ring. Moreover, time stands still within the spatial ring, meaning that anything stored inside will never expire. Although living things cannot be placed inside the storage space, like contracting with a beast, one can use the spatial ring by dripping in some blood to form a bond. Now that Blood Shadow was dead, the ring was ownerless, conveniently benefiting Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen took the ring, dripped in his blood, and became its master. Unless he died, no one else could open the spatial ring. Worthy of a Black Temple officer. There's so much stuff in this ring. Upon opening Blood Shadow's spatial ring, Zhou Chen discovered that it was packed with an array of items. The storage space was large, almost 100 cubic meters, roughly the size of Zhou Chen's home. Inside there were many items, not only various types of beast cores but also numerous demon pills. There were also several boxes of energy liquid, 1 box of intermediate energy liquid and 5 boxes of beginner energy liquid, each box containing 20 vials. Just these energy liquids alone could sell for a good sum, not to mention a stack of Beastmaster coins. Additionally, Zhou Chen found a book of beast martial arts, a high-tier dark beast martial arts book named 5 Senses Manipulation. Is this not ripped off from Naruto? He wondered. However, the capabilities of this beast martial art far surpassed the 5 senses manipulation seen in Naruto. True to its name, it could create illusions to manipulate an opponent's 5 senses or seal one's own senses to defend against illusion attacks and psychic assaults. The ultimate secret of 5 senses manipulation involves sealing one's own senses, adapting to an environment devoid of senses, thereby cultivating the 6th sense, heart perception. Heart perception, the true 6th sense, also known as intuition, similar to the observation haki in One Piece, is a predictive ability for the future. With heart perception, Zhou Chen could accurately anticipate an enemy's movements, truly achieving the advantage of striking first, and by cultivating heart perception to its limit, one could achieve the superpower of foreseeing the future, just like Katakuri in One Piece. Not bad at all. This is quite a treasure. It not only serves as a weapon but can also be used to train one's 6th sense. Zhou Chen was thrilled as if he had found a precious gem upon seeing the manipulation of the 5 senses. He then searched the ring again for other valuable items, but apart from some beast cores, skins and bones, there wasn't much else. However, Zhou Chen did discover a purple pill among them, the Demon Soul Pill. Description: a pill for demonic beasts that forcefully evolves a commander-level demonic beast into a king-level demonic beast, but at a great cost to the creature's potential. Once ingested, the beast could no longer evolve and would remain at the king level for life. It was a means of forcing growth. Zhou Chen decided to keep it for now, thinking he might modify it later, possibly transforming it into something akin to the Blood Soul Pill. As Zhou Chen continued rummaging through the spatial ring, he came close to emptying its contents entirely. What's this now? He wondered, spotting a small vial containing a dark purple potion that resembled venom. Unsure of its purpose, he examined it. The Demon Blood Potion. Description: a mysterious potion capable of evolving demonic beasts, essential for crafting demon soul pills and blood soul pills. Just a single vial of this potion could be used to create a demon soul pill, enabling a commander-level beast to evolve into a king-level beast. How incredible was that? Zhou Chen's face showed a hint of surprise upon discovering the demon blood potion, yet he recognized it as a valuable item. Once he found a way to mitigate the side effects of the demon soul pill, he planned to use this potion to craft another pill. Apart from the spatial ring, Zhou Chen also extracted the beast cores and demonic pills from the Skyrending Demon and the Dark Spirit Charm Demon. Beast cores could be sold for money, while the demonic pills could be directly used by Mei Ling, a dark-type beast. As for the demonic pills and cores from the Skyrending Demon, they could be sold for a substantial sum, which would allow him to buy energy liquids essential for nourishing the dragon blood vine. To control energy is to control fate, he mused. Energy liquid was a resource he could never have too much of. Even if he couldn't use it all himself, he could give it to his family or sell it for a profit. Currency might depreciate, but resources like energy liquid were always in demand. after collecting the demonic pills and beast cores, Jochen slowly made his way back to Baimu village. By the time he returned, the sky was showing the first light of dawn. Yi Si-chen and others were already waiting for him in the village, and faintly, the cries of women could be heard. It was the mother and daughter he had met earlier, now mourning the death of their husband and father. "Jochen, you're back? Are you alright? How is Xiao Tong?" Seeing Jochen, a smile spread across Yi Si-chen's face as he ran towards him. "How are you, Jochen? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine, no major issues." "And Xiao Tong? He should be fine too, right?" "Well, let's just say it's a blessing in disguise." So Jochen informed them about the dragon blood vine, and hearing that it was unharmed, everyone else felt relieved. Despite the twists and turns along the way and the numerous incidents they encountered, the outcome was relatively positive. At least everyone who came with him was safe and sound, and they gained a lot from the journey. Jochen, for instance, acquired a spatial ring and dark beast martial skills, among other things. "Since that's the case, Brother Chen, shouldn't we be heading back now?" Tang Yao said excitedly. After a fierce battle with the fallen Beastmaster, all he wanted now was to return to school, have a hearty meal, and then sleep beautifully. Not just Tang Yao, but everyone felt similarly. They fought with the Blood Shadow Wolf first, then with Blood Shadows at night, and finally with Blood Shadows and a group of fallen Beastmasters. Fighting 3 battles in just one day was more than anyone could endure. Jochen was somewhat better off, but the others were probably at their limits. "Yes, you're right, let's head back. But wait for me for a moment," Jochen said before he ran over to the mother and daughter, his face full of apologies. "I'm sorry we were late and couldn't save your loved ones." Although the little girl's father had died before Jochen arrived and it wasn't directly his fault, the dragon blood vine had absorbed the father's blood and destroyed the cave, causing the father's remains to be forever buried beneath the cave. Jochen still felt a sense of guilt and wanted to offer some compensation, especially since life in a single-parent family in such a village could be incredibly tough. "It's okay. When he was taken away by the monster to protect us, I had mentally prepared myself that I might never see him again," the woman said, glancing at her daughter whose eyes were swollen from crying. Being captured was one thing, but hearing that a loved one had died was another. "It's just, I pity the child losing her father at such a young age." Seeing her own daughter, the woman couldn't help but burst into tears again. Seeing the plight of the mother and daughter, Jochen took out 500,000 Beastmaster coins from his spatial ring. This money, tainted with the ill deeds of the Blood Shadows, was now offered as a small solace. "This is a small consolation from us, please accept it." "No, this is too much." The woman was stunned seeing so much money. She had never seen such an amount in her life. "It's not easy for my parents to raise me and my sister. It must be even harder for you alone with a child. Consider it for your daughter, please accept it." Looking at the 500,000 Beastmaster coins and then at her daughter, any mother would not want her child to suffer. She felt the same. "Okay, thank you." The woman accepted the money and Jochen turned to hail a taxi home with his companions. The reason they chose a taxi? Well, the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus had been destroyed, now merely nutrients for the dragon blood vine. Even the dragon spirit had been destroyed by the dark thunderstorm of the dragon blood vine. Fortunately, the dragon blood vine is a plant and does not defecate, otherwise those bones would eventually have turned into a pile of dung. Having not rested properly and after a night of battle, Jochen was exhausted and fell asleep as soon as he got into the taxi. By the time he returned to Beiyi Academy, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Phew, finally back. Surrounded by the fallen beast masters, he had thought he might never return. Upon stepping out of the taxi and seeing the familiar school, Tang Yao completely relaxed. Who would have thought that so much could happen in just one day? It felt as though it had been 10 days or half a month. Once back in his dormitory, Jochen first took a hot shower in the bathroom and changed into clean clothes, since his old ones were stained red with blood, both from mythical beasts and fallen beast masters. Originally, Tang Yao had planned to join Jochen in the shower to bond a bit. It's normal for 2 guys to shower together, even help each other scrub their backs. But Jochen felt Tang Yao's intentions were not pure, so he kicked him out of the bathroom. However, Jochen sometimes thought that Tang Yao must be quite popular in public male baths, and even more so as a girl. After the shower, Jochen lay down on his bed to sleep. He was truly exhausted from the previous night, feeling as tired as if he had battled 10 women. But before sleeping, Jochen did one last thing. He summoned the dragon blood vine and fed it some energy liquid. It was similar to watering it, except he replaced water with energy liquid. He first poured half a bottle of basic energy liquid on its bud to see if it could absorb it. The dragon blood vine absorbed it completely, leaving none behind. This reassured Jochen, who then poured 3 more bottles of basic energy liquid onto it, curious to see if it would undergo any changes after absorbing 3 bottles. Unfortunately, no changes occurred, and its evolutionary progress remained at 30%. Changes probably wouldn't be visible immediately, he would have to wait until tomorrow. The next morning, the first thing Jochen did was check the status of the dragon blood vine. He found its evolutionary progress had reached 33%, which delighted him. Just 3 bottles of basic energy liquid had increased its evolution by 3%. What if he used 5 bottles, or 10? Or switched to intermediate energy liquid? Regardless, this discovery excited Jochen immensely, as it meant he wouldn't have to wait another half a year for the dragon blood vine to evolve. Initially, when the dragon blood vine was still just a pot of potholes, Jochen had waited a long time for it to mutate into the dragon blood vine. This time, it would likely only take a month at most. Chingu, here's your breakfast. I got you some pancakes and soy milk. Tang Yao strolled into the dormitory dressed casually. Despite being clad in men's clothes, his appearance was strikingly feminine, enhanced by the makeup he wore, which made him particularly noticeable in the male dormitory. He was carrying 2 luxurious pancakes, each loaded with 2 eggs, sausages, vegetables, spicy strips, and a large cup of soy milk. Thanks, Jochen said, grabbing a pancake and taking a big bite, having not eaten anything the day before. Don't mention it. If it weren't for you, Chingu, I might not have made it back alive, you know. Tang Yao then produced 170,000 beast taming coins, the earnings from their recent mission. They had earned a total of 200,000, but since Zhou Chen was the main force, he received the largest share. Yi Siken, Xia Chuqing and Tang Yao split the remaining 30,000. Here's 170000 beast taming coins. Yi Siken, Xia Chuqing and I discussed it, and since we didn't contribute much and the blood shadow was defeated by your beast, you should take the lion's share. This money is rightfully yours. Jochen initially wanted to refuse, but Tang Yao insisted, leaving him no choice but to accept. As for the extra credits in the student handbook, you'll need to handle that yourself, Tang Yao continued. Also, Chingu, there's something I've been thinking about, and I'm not sure if I should ask. Just ask. You've already mentioned it, so how can I not let you ask? Oh, Jochen responded, well, I just saw Zhang Long and Zhang Hu in the dorm and it reminded me of your duel with Zhang Long. Chingu, your dragon blood vine still hasn't bloomed, so you only have the storm dragon horse and the charm spirit. Can you really win against Zhang Long? His beasts are very powerful. Damn. I had almost forgotten about that duel with Zhang Long. Jochen suddenly remembered, realizing that had Tang Yao not mentioned it, he might have completely forgotten about it. After all, so much had happened in the past few days and the duel with Zhang Long seemed trivial in comparison. The vine needs at least 20 days or even more to bloom. Even if I use a mid-level energy liquid, it might not be enough time. The duel is in just 13 days and it might be too late. I need to prepare for the worst. Without the vine, my only options are the charm spirit and perhaps pushing for one of them to evolve quickly. The first beast Jochen thought of was the charm spirit, as it was higher level and more beautiful. More importantly, he already possessed a dark king tier beast core, specifically a dark spirit charm demon core. As for a Wind king tier beast core, he would need to purchase one. A king tier beast core costs at least 5 million beast taming coins, which definitely isn't cheap. Therefore, it seemed more appropriate to evolve Mei Ling. Today Jochen didn't do much else. After having breakfast, he headed to the capital's breeding association. Every beast breeder has their own breeding room where they can study the beasts' bodies or help them evolve. Come out, Mei Ling, Jochen summoned without another word. What is it, master, summoning me here? This place is. As soon as she appeared, Mei Ling looked around, realizing she was in a laboratory setting, and a mischievous smile spread across her face. Seeing that sly grin on Mei Ling's face, Jochen knew she was up to no good. So Jochen, you like doing that thing in places like this? Okay then, I'm your little thing, do with me what you will, she said, moving her cute cherry lips close to Jochen's. Jochen only needed to lean in to kiss her. At that moment, the door to the breeding room was suddenly flung open and a head peeked in. It was Yi Siken. Jochen, I'm willing to pay for the beast core of the sky demon from you, but... As Yi Siken entered, she saw Mei Ling pouting her lips towards Jochen's. Although their lips hadn't actually touched from her angle, it looked as if they were deeply and passionately kissing. Yi Sichen's face turned red with embarrassment. She couldn't believe her eyes as she watched Mei Ling kissing Jochen, witnessing their apparent enjoyment. Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. Sorry, carry on, I didn't see anything. With that, Yi Siken abruptly shut the door. There, Mei Ling, are you satisfied now? I didn't come here to play games, no worries. Just explain things to Sikhen later, or why not just take her too? She's one of your targets, isn't she? Alright, let's get serious. I'm mainly here to help you evolve into a Battle King tier beast. Oh, really? Thank you, Zhou Chen. This will make me even prettier. I'll definitely become prettier than that wretched dark spirit Mei Yao. More than power, Mei Ling was concerned about her looks, especially after encountering dark spirit Mei Yao, which had greatly impacted her. Thus she was determined to become even more beautiful. Just stand over here, I've prepared everything for you. Zhou Chen casually drew a beast control array on the ground using the blood of a Battle King tier beast and placed the other materials in a specific order. Mei Ling just needed to absorb the beast core of dark spirit Mei Yao next. For safety, Zhou Chen also prepared a large amount of energy liquid in dark spirit Mei Yao's demon pill for Mei Ling. The demon pill, filled with a high concentration of dark spiritual energy, would greatly benefit Mei Ling's level enhancement and aid in her evolution. Okay, Mei Ling stood excitedly at the center of the array, and Zhou Chen then released his spiritual energy to activate the array, stimulating the spiritual energy within the beast core of dark spirit Mei Yao. Mei Ling's task was to actively absorb that energy. Soon, the demon cores and other materials of the dark charm demon were fully absorbed by the Mei Ling, and a dazzling purple light radiated from her body. Within this purple light, Mei Ling was undergoing a transformation. The purple light was like a curtain in a changing room behind which a girl changes her clothes using the curtain for privacy. When the purple light dissipated, out came an even more beautiful girl. However, Zhou Chen still preferred it without the curtain. When the purple light vanished, Mei Ling had completed her evolution, becoming even more radiant and enchanting. The beast, now known as the Netherworld Charm Demon, had reached the rank of Battle King with a level of 103. Its attributes were dark with weaknesses to light and electricity, but it was in a happy, healthy state. Its talent Charm Soul could captivate the hearts of people, making them lost in the beauty of its illusory charm. The demon's skills included illusory realm beauty, which allowed it to change its own appearance and that of others at will, concealing its strength and even disrupting others' perceptions. Phantom Illusionary Eyes was an illusory attack that could trap enemies in a beautiful illusion from which they could not escape. Netherworld Storm was a powerful psychic attack that could plunge an enemy's soul into the netherworld. Demon Shadow Fury concentrated dark energy for a powerful attack suitable for both distant and close combat, compensating for the charmed demon's weak physical attacks. The evolved form of Mei Ling, the Charm Illusion Demon, possessed a stunningly beautiful face and a seductive figure, along with a deeper understanding of the power of darkness. At this moment, she was truly the darling of the night. It was not advisable to eat such a beautiful demon. Wouldn't that be a waste? Caution. Be a bit restrained when doing that thing. Don't act like you've never seen a woman in your life, crazily acting like a sycophant, falling at the hem of a pomegranate skirt and embarrassing the system. If you are a man, conquer her. After absorbing the demon pill from the dark charm demon, Mei Ling's level had significantly increased, now breaking through level 100. How do I look? I should be even more beautiful now, right? Mei Ling picked up a mirror, continuously gazing at her peerless face, her lips curving slightly upwards. It was almost time to pair her with a magic mirror and have it proclaim, "Mirror, mirror, tell me who is the fairest of them all." Indeed, charmed demons consider their face as their lifeline. Watching Mei Ling almost kiss her reflection in the mirror, Zhou Chen couldn't help but think to himself, are you guys done yet? Half an hour should be enough, right? About half an hour later, the door to the cultivation room was pushed open again and Yi Sikhen entered with a flushed face. "I say we did nothing just now, do you believe me? What do you think?" Yi Sikhen gave Zhou Chen a glance, then turned to look at Mei Ling, immediately noticing the changes in her. A hint of surprise flashed through her beautiful eyes. Mei Ling looks even prettier. Did she evolve? Yes, I just helped her evolve. Damn, you actually managed to evolve a battle general level beast into a battle king level beast? You're too freaky. I really wonder what's in your brain. I want to pry open your skull and see what's inside. Not everyone has this kind of talent. Zhou Chen chuckled lightly, showing no hint of bragging. He knew all these abilities were granted by the system, not his own merit, so there was nothing to show off about. When I can evolve a battle king level beast on my own merit, that will be truly amazing. By the way, what did you want from me just now? Did you want this? Zhou Chen said, pulling out the split sky demon's beast core, having anticipated that Yi Sikhen would come asking for it. Yi Sichen's Dark Moon Wolf was still a battle general level beast, good only as a mount and providing no combat support. In yesterday's mission, the Dark Moon Wolf was of no help at all, merely serving as Yi Sichen's means of transport. Moreover, the dark moon wolf was only good for short sprints, getting tired after a few kilometers, far less effective than the storm dragon horse. To enhance its combat capabilities, it needed to evolve into a battle commander level beast. For the dual attributes of light and dark in the dark moon wolf to evolve, it required both a battle commander level light and dark beast core, preferably a dual attributed core. Jochen happened to have one, and using a battle king level beast's core to evolve a battle general level beast could increase the success rate by at least 50%, which is why Yi Siken thought to ask Jochen for the split sky demon's beast core. Yes, I want to ask for your help to evolve my little moon, although I already have the tree elf. Little green little moon is still my first beast and a friend since childhood. I don't want to give up on it and thought of helping it evolve, but I'm not confident in my current abilities and hiring someone else is too expensive, so I thought of asking you to help me evolve little moon. Can you? Yi Sichen's face turned red, slightly embarrassed. It's possible. Zhou Chen nodded. He had long mastered evolving a battle general level beast into a battle commander level 1. But my fee is quite high. To evolve a battle general level beast into a battle commander level, it would usually cost 1 million beast coins, and for a dual attribute, that would be 15 million beast coins. Considering we've been classmates for 3 years, I'll give you a 30% discount, which would be 105 million beast coins. Are you sure you can afford that? Yi Siken fell silent. She had just become a cultivator, still the lowest rank of first tier. How could she possibly have that much money? Then I'll. Yi Siken lowered her head shyly and said, then I'll have a child for you. How about that? Class monitor, when will you be like Bauer, giving up your face for money and beast taming? Jochen, with a face full of black lines, asked speechlessly. It seemed like Yi Siken was possessed by Lin Bauer. Can a face be eaten as food? Can a face be spent as money? I have come to realize to achieve extraordinary feats, one must not care about dignity, which is intangible and ungraspable. Ptha, that's truly insightful. However, using a Battle King rank beast core to evolve a Battle General rank beast is an overuse of resources. It's better to use ordinary beast cores. I'll go check the warehouse for beast cores with both light and dark attributes. I'll go with you. Seeing that Jochen agreed to help her evolve her beast, Yi Siken immediately beamed with joy and followed him to the warehouse to collect the beast cores. The warehouse stored various beast cores, encompassing different ranks and attributes. Most of these cores were collected from various beast taming shops. All beast taming shops collect beast cores and then sell them to the cultivation associations, so there were many cores here, even including battle honor rank beast cores. These were treasures of the cultivation association, accessible only to 4th tier cultivators who had the right to apply for their use. Note that this is just application. Actual usage must be approved by 5 4th tier cultivators. In the entire headquarters of the Cultivation Association, there are only 10 4th-tier cultivators, meaning approval needs to be obtained from more than half of them. As for Battle Emperor rank beasts, these powerful creatures are controlled by major families and forces, and it's impossible for them to be given to the Cultivation Association for research. As for cultivators hunting Battle Emperor rank beasts themselves, that's nearly an impossible task. It's unrealistic to expect a group of scientists to fight in a battlefield, and even more unrealistic to expect them to win such a battle. Although the Cultivation Association holds a high status in the capital and plays a crucial role, they always lack one thing: power. Only strength speaks the truest, and the strongest fist rules. Cultivators are a group of scientists without powerful beasts to protect them. The strongest Beastmaster in the Cultivation Association is only a silver rank, owning an old and weakening battle honor rank beast, hardly comparable to those major families. Therefore, although cultivators hold a lofty status in the eyes of ordinary people, they are hardly taken seriously by the major families. When needed, they show you a good face and ask for help. When not, they tell you to get lost as far as possible, and if you dare not help or fail to complete the tasks they give you, they threaten to kill you and your family to ensure you dare not refuse to help. Just as Zhou Chen was about to retrieve the beast core, he noticed a large crowd gathered around a demonic beast engaged in an intense discussion. Among them was the president of the Breeding Association, Wang Qingde, who looked particularly distressed. Zhou Chen, however, focused his attention on the demonic beast. It was a dragon. Unlike the malevolent dragons of Western mythology, this one resembled the true dragons of Chinese legend. It closely resembled the azure dragon from the legends, massive in size, nearly 30 meters long. The dragon was confined in a transparent cultivation chamber filled with nutrient-rich energy liquid to sustain it. Its body was covered with hard scales, half of which were azure and the other half purple. proud dragon horns adorned its head, brimming with boundless energy. Though it resembled the mythical azure dragon, it looked sickly and lifeless, yet still radiated a formidable draconic aura. When Jochen looked at it, the dragon moved its large eyes to glance at him, blinking slightly as if to greet him. It was surprisingly polite for a dragon. At that moment, information about the dragon flashed through Zhou Chen's mind. Its name was the Tai Xian Qing Fire Dragon, a battle-honored demonic beast of level 365 with attributes of nefarious spirits and fire. Its weaknesses were electricity, water and nature. The dragon was in a critical state, endangered, with talents including Dragon Vein, possessing tremendous vitality, Heavenly Flame, Earth Fire, impervious to all fire attacks, and demonic beast skills like Dragon King Break, a more powerful version of Dragon Breath with immense destructive power, and Fatal Flame, commanding the primal fire capable of incinerating everything, including the Death Fire Seed that releases hellfire. Despite its lineage from the Azure Dragon clan, inheriting formidable vitality and mastery over flames, it was a fearsome opponent. The Dragon Vein was damaged, being tainted by the power of the undead, and once fully corrupted by the force of nefarious spirits, its death would be imminent. Although it was immune to fire, making it unsuitable for roasting, Zhou Chen humorously thought that it didn't mean it couldn't be boiled. A pot of dragon meat hot pot could be exceptional, or perhaps mixed with pork for a cold dish. He chose to ignore the system's quirky suggestion and focused on the task at hand. Ignoring the dragon, Zhou Chen turned and headed to the warehouse, where he collected a light-based beast core and a dark-based beast core, both of Battle King grade. As a cultivator, he could use these cores for free provided he submitted an evolution report if he successfully evolved a demonic beast. This report would detail the process and outcomes of the evolution, specifying which beast was used, what materials were involved, what kind of demonic beast was evolved, and any precautions needed during the process. These reports would soon become invaluable assets for cultivators, helping humanity to advance further based on these foundations. After leaving the warehouse, Zhou Chen saw that the crowd had begun to argue. Among them were the fourth-tier cultivators of the Breeding Association, all of whom were elderly, the youngest being 55 and the oldest over 100 years old. In another group, the individuals were considerably younger. They were well-dressed and bold enough to argue with a fourth-tier cultivator from the Cultivators Association. They seemed to be members of some prominent families, holding significant status within their clans. Among them was a familiar face to Zhou Chen, his class advisor Long Xiaolei. Unlike the others, Long Xiaolei wasn't quarreling but instead trying to mediate, persuading a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his early 30s, a few years older than her and strikingly similar in appearance. Please brother, do not trouble Chairman Wang any further. It's my fault that Qingqing has become like this. I caused this and I will take responsibility for our family, Long Xiaolei said, her eyes welling with tears that soon streamed down her beautiful cheeks as she tightly embraced the middle-aged man. Her sorrowful brown eyes involuntarily glanced towards the Tai Xian Qing Fire Dragon, reflecting deep sadness, regret, and a profound apology. The dragon, sensing her distress, looked gently back at her through the transparent barrier, shaking its massive head as if to say, "Don't worry about me anymore, let me be free, as long as you find happiness, Xiaolei." The emotional scene underscored the deep bond shared between them, transcending the usual confines of human and beast. However, her brother Long Xingye was visibly conflicted and distressed. "But sister, you must understand that it is because of the Tai Xian Qing Fire Dragon that our Long family has a place in the Imperial City. It is our only battle-class beast. If the dragon dies, we will not be able to survive here in the Imperial City. Those we have offended before will also seize the opportunity to retaliate against us. We absolutely cannot afford to lose the Tai Xian Qing Fire Dragon. Its life and death are critical to the survival of our entire Long family," Long Xingye said, his brow furrowed deeply, after which he pushed Long Xiaolei aside and turned to question Chairman Wang. Chairman Wang Qingde sighed deeply before responding with a grave expression, "Patriarch Long, let me be frank with you. The dragon vein of the Tai Xian Qing Fire Dragon has been damaged. To restore its dragon vein, we need to find another beast with a pure dragon vein to provide it with blood. Moreover, the beast's rank must not be too low, it must at least be of the Battle King tier and preferably a wood element beast, because wood nurtures fire and the blood of a wood element beast would help the Tai Xian Qing Fire Dragon absorb it. If it were a water element beast's blood, it would conflict with the dragon's power and have an adverse effect. Additionally, we need to find a way to cleanse the evil spirit power within the Tai Xian Qing Fire Dragon, otherwise its dragon vein will continue to be eroded. Unfortunately, we are unable to purify it, so we must find someone or a beast capable of purifying this evil spirit power. Regrettably, there is nothing more we can do now but try our best to maintain the life of the Tai Xian Qing fire dragon, yet even so it likely has no more than 1 year left to live. Hearing this, Long Xingye sighed deeply. To find a wood element beast with pure dragon bloodline and one that must be of the War King tier was no easy task. Could it be that the heavens intended to doom the Long family? Long Xingye thought painfully and then left with his entourage. However, Long Xiaolei chose to stay behind, wanting to spend more time with her first beast, which didn't have much time left. Zhou Chen, overhearing their conversation, pondered thoughtfully. Was this the endangered beast belonging to Teacher Long? Zhou Chen recalled the dialogue between Long Xiaolei and Li Youyu during the college entrance exam's secret realm trial. Li Youyu had mentioned that Long Xiaolei possessed a nearly lifeless beast and even offered to restore the beast's health if Long Xiaolei would join the Black Temple, an offer she ultimately refused. The Taishan Xinghua dragon's dragon vein was being eroded by the power of the undead, so the first step would be to purify this evil force. Perhaps Xiao Lu could achieve that. Zhou Chen thought of Yisich and Xiaolu, a tree spirit born from the tree of life filled with life energy. Given that it was a matter of cleansing the undead, the power representing life was needed, and Xiaolu had it. As for helping the Taishan Qinghua dragon recover its dragon vein, dragon blood vine might be necessary. The vine already contained pure dragon bloodline and had absorbed power from the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus's bones, as well as nutrients from the blood soul pill and many corpses. Its dragon vein must have been further strengthened, and once it bloomed it would be a War King tier beast of at least level 100, perfectly meeting the requirements to purify the Taishan Qinghua dragon. President Wang. Teacher Long. Hello, Zhou Chen greeted as he approached the two. Oh, it's young Zhou and young Yi, what brings you here? Seeing Zhou Chen and Yi Siken, Wang Qingda smiled, his earlier displeasure evaporating. The fate of the Taishan Qinghua dragon was ultimately someone else's family affair. Its life or death didn't concern him, though he had done his best. However, Zhou Chen and Yi Sikhan were considered prodigies by the Breeders' Association, especially Zhou Chen, an 18-year-old second-tier breeder, was rare worldwide. Of course, he didn't know yet that Zhou Chen had already helped Mei Ling evolve into a War King tier beast, just missing the certificate to become a third-tier breeder. Oh, I came to help Sikhan evolve a beast. Seeing Zhou Chen, Long Xiaolei was somewhat surprised but understood that he was now a second-tier breeder, evident from the green certificate around his neck. At that moment a glimmer of hope sprouted in Long Xiaolei's heart. Zhou Chen was undoubtedly a genius, perhaps he could restore the Taishan Qinghua dragon to health, but as soon as this thought appeared it dissipated. Even the elders among the 10 cultivators couldn't revive the Taishan Qing fire dragon, so what could Zhou Chen, a mere kid, possibly do? Zhou Chen, weren't you and Tang Yao off to Qingshi village on a mission? Are you back already? Didn't you encounter any dangers? Well, a lot happened, but thankfully we made it through without harm. I haven't told anyone about the encounter with the fallen Beastmaster. It's not really a big secret, but I didn't want to worry anyone. Teacher Long, is this the critically injured beast that Li Youyu mentioned? How did it end up like this? Let's not dwell on the past. It's my fault. I'm the one who caused Qingqing to end up in this state, Long Xiaolei replied, her face showing pain as she gently placed her hands on the transparent glass as if trying to touch the Tai Xian Qing fire dragon inside. Teacher Long, maybe I have a way to help it. Enough, don't make things more complicated. Long Xiaolei gently refused Zhou Chen, not daring to let him treat the Tai Xian Qing fire dragon. Zhou Chen was only a second-tier cultivator. If 10 fourth-tier cultivators couldn't do it, what could he possibly do? Long Xiaolei hoped Zhou Chen truly had a way, but she couldn't risk the life of the beast. Teacher Long, I really do have a way. Why not purify the evil spirit within the Tai Xian Qing fire dragon? Zhou Chen suggested confidently. Easier said than done. Even President Wang couldn't cleanse the evil spirit from Qingqing. What makes you think you can? I might not be able to, but Si Chen can, right? Hearing Zhou Chen's initial words, Long Xiaolei had already given up, but upon hearing the latter, hope flickered in her eyes and she turned to look at Yi Sikhen as if asking. Not only her, but even Wang Qingda was looking at Yi Sikhen. Yi Sikhen appeared shocked, turning to Zhou Chen with a puzzled expression. Zhou Chen, don't talk nonsense. Since when do I have a method to purify any evil spirit? I've never even heard of such a thing. Whether you've heard of it or not isn't important. What's important is Little Green. Can't your Little Green purify the evil spirit? Little Green, maybe it could. Considering it, Yi Sikhen also nodded. Perhaps it really could be done. Teacher Long, please let us try. What if it works? Long Xiaolei hesitated, knowing that this might be their only shot. If successful, the Tai Xian Qing Fire Dragon might live a few more years, but if it failed, the dragon might just die. However, handing over her lifelong companion to Zhou Chen for what might just be an experiment was something she just couldn't do. Little dragon, we have to try now. We're out of options, and I'm here to intervene if anything goes wrong. Wang Qingde spoke up, eager to see what Zhou Chen intended to do, having previously helped him solve the issue of corpse demon Xian, a bone demon, and tackling what even he found challenging. Wang suddenly harbored a thought. Perhaps Zhou Chen could work another miracle. That's why he supported Zhou Chen's attempt. Long Xiaolei was about to refuse, but before she could speak, an old voice suddenly echoed in her mind, sounding like an elderly grandmother. Xiaolei, I am willing to try. Xing, the voice was from the Tai Xian Qing Fire Dragon. Upon hearing that Zhou Chen had a method, a glimmer of hope sprouted in the heart of the Tai Xian Qing Fire Dragon. If successful, it could survive. If not, it would be a kind of release. Alright, Long Xiaolei decided to respect the Tai Xian Qing Fire Dragon's wish and let Yi Sikan give it a try. Okay, Xiaolu. A green light flashed behind Yi Sikan, and soon the tree sprite Xiaolu suddenly appeared behind him. Sikan, Zhou Chen. Good morning. The fist-sized Xiaolu greeted them with a smile fluttering around Yi Sikan like a fairy, looking very energetic. Xiaolu, can you purify the evil spirit inside the Tai Xian Qing Fire Dragon? This dragon. Xiaolu looked at the Tai Xian Qing Fire Dragon, slightly frowning. A War Honor level monster, and it's gravely ill, might not live much longer. But I can try. Saying this, Xiaolu flew into the cultivation chamber filled with energy fluid. The Tai Xian Qing Fire Dragon relied on this fluid for survival, which also provided energy for Xiaolu. Don't move, Heart of Nature. Xiaolu used her innate ability, Heart of Nature, to absorb nutrients from the energy fluid. Simultaneously, the life energy in Xiaolu rapidly climbed, bursting forth a dazzling green light. Following that, Xiaolu transferred this green light into the body of the Tai Xian Qing Fire Dragon. Healing wounds. With a low growl of comfort from the Tai Xian Qing Fire Dragon, it seemed to enjoy the sensation. As the green light continued entering the dragon's body, it started emitting black vapor. Initially, it was just a wisp of black smoke, but then it became denser, eventually darkening the energy fluid. The scales of the Tai Xian Qing Fire Dragon slowly shifted from purple back to green. Witnessing this, Wang Qingde was overwhelmed with excitement, staring at the Tai Xian Qing Fire Dragon incredulously. It really worked. The evil spirit inside was purified and expelled, gradually revitalizing the dragon, no longer half dead as before, its dragon eyes slowly regaining some vitality. However, that was all, as the dragon's essence was still damaged and the Tai Xian Qing Fire Dragon remained severely injured, meaning its condition would not further deteriorate. The evil spirit inside this dragon, so strong, Xiaolu was dripping with sweat. After all, the Tai Xian Qing Fire Dragon was a level 365 War Honor beast. Hence the powerful corrupting force of the evil spirit. Even though she had the ability to purify the evil spirit, it was unrealistic to purify it all at once. Xiaolu could only purify 1/20th before she was exhausted and had to leave the cultivation chamber. Yet even having purified only a fraction of the evil spirit, the Tai Xian Qing Fire Dragon had regained some vitality. Xiaolu, are you alright? Seeing Xiaolu panting and drenched in sweat, Yi Sikan couldn't help but ask with concern. She also took out a bottle of intermediate energy liquid to help Xiaolu recover his strength. Without any hesitation, Xiaolu took the energy drink and gulped it down, then waved his hand and said, I can't do this anymore. I can't. The evil spirit inside this creature is too powerful. I can only purify so much at once. It's okay, as long as you can purify this much, it's enough. Wang Qingde said excitedly at that moment. We've purified 1/20th of the evil spirit's power, which has revived some vitality in the Tai Xian Qing Fire Dragon. Just a few more purifications like this, as long as the evil power is cleansed. Although it will restore the Tai Xian Qing Fire Dragon to its peak combat strength, it will at least sustain its life, continued Wang Qingde. Yes, classmate Yi Sikan, I really thank you. Dragon Xiaolei's eyes brimmed with tears as she saw some vitality return to the Tai Xian Qing Fire Dragon. After all, just a moment ago she was immersed in the grief of its impending death. Now knowing that there was hope for the dragon, how could she not be overjoyed? Classmate Yi Sikan, I beg you, if you can get this tree spirit to help save Qing Qing, I will agree to any request you might have. Dragon Xiaolei pleaded eagerly to Yi Sikan, even forgetting that she herself was a teacher. Of course it's no big issue, it's just hard on Xiaolu. No problem, as long as you are willing to help, and as long as the energy drinks are sufficient, even the high-grade ones, I can provide them. By the way, you mentioned earlier that you wanted classmate Zhou Chen to help you evolve your beast, right? What attribute does the beast you want to evolve have? It's a dual light and dark attribute. War General Beast Yi Siken replied, puzzled as to why she was asking this. However, what Dragon Xiaolei took out next made her very envious. A dual light and dark attribute? That's quite rare but not unheard of. Here, take this as a thank you gift, said Dragon Xiaolei as she pulled out a beast core and a demon pill from her spatial ring, both of the dual light and dark attributes and of the War King tier, extremely valuable. She handed them to Yi Sikan as casually as if they were pebbles picked up from the roadside. This is a War King tier beast core. Seeing the black and white intertwined beast core, Yi Sikan was dumbstruck and couldn't help but reach out to take it. That's right, you saved Ching Ching's life, so it's only right that I give you something to thank you. You wanted to evolve your beast, right? A War King tier beast core is much more useful than a War Commander tier 1. Teacher Long, thank you. After receiving the beast core and demon pill, Yi Sikan felt like she had obtained a priceless treasure. Now her Dark Moon Sky Wolf would become even stronger. You're welcome, Dragon Xiaolei said with a slight smile, then turned to Zhou Chen and added, Zhou Chen, thank you too. If it weren't for your idea, Sikan wouldn't have helped me treat Ching Cheng. I'm really grateful to you. No worries, I didn't really do much, Zhou Chen said casually, waving his hand. Regardless, thank you. This is for you, Long Xiaolei responded, pulling something that resembled a bracelet from her spatial ring. It looked like jade and appeared incredibly precious. The bracelet was adorned with an emerald-like gem, stunningly beautiful, and could very well be considered a family heirloom. This is... Zhou Chen took the bracelet, his instincts telling him that it was a beast bone soldier and a high-grade one at that. This is a wood-type War Commander grade beast bone soldier called the Jade Sacred Heart, crafted by a smith of the Long family. That green gem is the War Commander grade wood-type beast core, Long Xiaolei explained after a pause. The Jade Sacred Heart is a defensive beast bone soldier. As long as you channel wood-type spiritual energy into it, it can form a shield to block attacks for you. Moreover, the Jade Sacred Heart will enhance your wood-type spiritual energy by 50%, helping you conserve your internal energy. To thank you for coming up with a plan to save my friend, I'm giving this Jade Sacred Heart to you, Long Xiaolei said, her voice echoing the conversation she once had with Wu Jia in the office. If it doesn't work out, you can always use your charm. Marrying him won't be a loss for you. Or should I go with you? Together we can definitely get him. Whenever she recalled this embarrassing plan, Long Xiaolei's face would flush red as if it might bleed. However, Zhou Chen did not notice the unusual expression on her face. His attention was entirely focused on the Jade Sacred Heart. He wore it on his left wrist and began to channel his wood-type spiritual energy into it. Suddenly a light sound was heard and a green light barrier unfolded around Zhou Chen's left arm, much like the barrier fruit from One Piece. As Zhou Chen increased the output of his spiritual energy, the barrier's size expanded, eventually forming a sphere that enveloped him entirely. To test the defensive capability of the barrier, Zhou Chen threw a dozen punches at it, but nothing happened. Zhou Chen was known for his strength, but when his fist hit the barrier, it felt like hitting cotton, with the force dissipating entirely. Oh, is it really that magical? Zhou Chen remarked in surprise, thinking that if the barrier could dissipate force like this, he could potentially be immune to all physical attacks. However, he soon realized it was not that simple. The Jade Sacred Heart wasn't just dissipating the force, it was dispersing it. The barrier flowed like water, spreading Zhou Chen's force to every corner. No matter how strong the impact was, once the area of impact increased, the damage reduced. Thus, the larger the area of the barrier, the stronger the defense of the Jade Sacred Heart. It was like the 8 trigrams palm heavenly spin from Naruto, reflecting all attacks of flawless and absolute defense. The 8 trigrams palm return to heaven is a type of physical skill, while the Jade Sacred Heart resembles an energy shield, which doesn't require Zhou Chen to spin at extremely high speeds. In the time that followed, Long Xiaolei continued to stay outside the nurturing chamber, keeping company with her childhood friend. She was overjoyed by the recovery of the Tai Shin Qing Fire Dragon. Although it hadn't regained its peak combat strength, to Long Xiaolei, its mere survival was more important than anything else. As for Yi Sikan, he accompanied President Wang Qingde to evolve his guardian beast. After all, Yi Sikan had solved a big problem for Wang Qingde, who decided to personally assist in evolving the Dark Moon Sky Wolf into a War Commander level demon beast. Wang Qingde, a 4th-tier nurturer with experience in evolving War King level demon beasts into War Venerable level ones, found evolving the Dark Moon Sky Wolf to be a simple task, especially now that he had the War King level beast core gifted by Long Xiaolei, making the success rate nearly 100%. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen stayed behind as this was his first encounter with a war venerable level demon beast in such a high level at that. The Tai Xin Qing fire dragon was definitely the most powerful demon beast he had ever seen. Qing, how do you feel now? Long Xiaolei asked the Tai Xin Qing fire dragon, a hint of blissful smile on her face. Much better, not so uncomfortable anymore. The Tai Xin Qing fire dragon communicated with Long Xiaolei through a spiritual connection, a form of communication any demon beast could have with their beast tamers, also known as soul communication. Zhou Chen could also communicate with the dragon blood vine, although the vine couldn't speak, and being a naturally plant-based demon beast, it was not mentally mature and acted somewhat foolishly, preventing Zhou Chen from fully understanding its thoughts. Thus Zhou Chen could only roughly sense what the dragon blood vine meant, but never engage in normal communication. It was mostly Zhou Chen talking to it as a father would to a daughter, waiting for the day she could call him dad. By the way, Master Long, can you tell me how the Tai Xin Qing fire dragon ended up like this? Well, alright, there's really nothing that can't be said. Initially, Long Xiaolei was hesitant to bring up these painful memories, but since Zhou Chen had found a way to treat the Tai Xin Qing fire dragon, he had a right to know. Thus Long Xiaolei finally decided to tell him everything about the past. Qing ended up like this. It all started 10 years ago when I was a genius beast tamer just like you. From a young age, whether it was cultivating spiritual power or beast martial arts, my talent far surpassed my brothers, which is why Qing eventually chose to form a spiritual pact with me. Thus I acquired a war venerable level guardian beast and gained great power. However, I was too young back then, thinking that with Qing I was invincible, but that person taught me a harsh lesson. My heart's delusions were thoroughly shattered. When Long Xiaolei mentioned that person, a flash of uncontrollable anger and murderous intent crossed her eyes, as if she wished she could tear him to pieces. Teacher Long, who are you referring to as that guy? He is the fallen beast tamer from the Black Shrine, codenamed Shadow of Heaven, and a reserve elder of the Black Shrine. 10 years ago, it was he who severely injured Qing. If it weren't for Qing fighting to her last breath to escape with me, I might have already been dead. And the reason Li Youyu became a fallen beast tamer was also due to his deception. He is the most terrifying enemy I have ever encountered. Even now, just thinking about him makes me shudder. The Black Shrine, this organization again. Zhou Chen's brow furrowed tightly. The fallen beast tamers he encountered were almost all from this Black Shrine, which seemed to wield too vast an influence. Moreover, the likes of Shadow of Sin, Shadow of Moon and Shadow of Blood were merely junior executives. Above them lay even more terrifying foes. And if even a reserve elder could severely injure a level 300 battle-honored beast, how powerful must the true elders be? Teacher Long, what do you know about the Black Shrine? Zhou Chen asked, his eyebrows still furrowed. Initially he had thought the Black Shrine was merely a minor organization, but now he felt overwhelmed by the magnitude of this group. I don't know much about the Black Shrine either, Long Xiaolei replied. After Qing was injured, my brother mobilized all the intelligence agents of the Long family to gather information about the Black Shrine, but even so, we didn't obtain much intelligence. What we do know is that the hierarchy within the Black Shrine is very strict, ranging from members to executives, reserve elders, and the 6 great elders. The 6 great elders are the supreme rulers of the Black Shrine. Do you know the motto of the Black Shrine? The motto of the Black Shrine, and Zhou Chen recalled, seeming to remember something Li Youyu and other fallen beast tamers had shouted. Are you talking about the phrase, the way of heaven is unpredictable, with souls falling in worlds ending, evil spirits and shadows, the Black Shrine endures forever? That's right, Long Xiaolei nodded solemnly, her expression grave and devoid of any jest. The first 3 lines of the motto encapsulate the codenames of the 6 great elders of the Black Shrine: Elder of Heaven's Way, Elder of Unpredictability, Elder of Soul Fall, Elder of World End, Elder of Evil Spirit, and Elder of Shadow. These 6 individuals govern the entire Black Shrine. Each elder is battle-hardened, capable of utterly destroying a special city with a snap of their fingers. After a pause, Long Xiaolei continued, as far as I know, the Elders of Heaven's Way and Unpredictability represent the face of the Black Shrine, responsible for the overt battles. Wherever the Black Shrine is involved, they are there, and they are indeed powerful. Just the Elder of Unpredictability alone possesses 2 beasts of over level 500 Battle Emperor rank. Meanwhile, the Elders of Evil Spirit and Shadow are the hidden hands of the Black Shrine, responsible for the deeds that shun the light. Assassination, poisoning, spreading rumors, and other such unscrupulous acts. At this point, Zhou Chen thought of Blood Shadow. Shuiying exploited the villagers from Qingshi village and other villages to create blood soul pills, which likely means he is affiliated with the Elder Demon Shadow. After all, both their codenames feature the character Foreshadow, making it hard not to associate them with each other. The final elders, Elder Fallen Soul and Elder World Destroyer, are in charge of logistics, overseeing the organization's research into various weapons and talents. Beneath the 6 main elders, there are 12 substitute elders, with each elder backed by 2 substitutes. Should an elder fall in battle, the other elders would appoint one of the substitutes to take over the position. Only the strongest 12 among the officers can hold the role of elder substitute. Zhou Chen was utterly shocked to hear from Long Xiaolei about the vast organization of the Black Temple. Just one of the elders, Elder Unpredictable, commands 2 beasts of over level 500 in the Emperor Beast rank, let alone the fact that there are 6 such elders in total. Zhou Chen, you must be careful, never underestimate the Black Temple, as you might be a target too. Long Xiaolei warned. Your talent displayed during the live broadcast of the college entrance exam was truly shocking. An 18-year-old Black Iron Beast Master, a second-tier breeder and a beast warrior. Such prodigious talent is indeed terrifying. For someone like you, the Black Temple would either recruit or eliminate. Since you have already declined their invitation, it's likely they will attempt to assassinate you next, so be very cautious. It's best not to stray far from school where teachers can protect you. Understood. Zhou Chen nodded. With his current strength, he could barely compete with the officers, certainly not a match for an elder substitute. However, Zhou Chen wasn't worried. He had a system, and one day he would grow stronger. Those corrupt beast masters of the Black Temple would become stepping stones on his path to the pinnacle. In the northwestern part of Hua country lies a desolate valley shrouded in darkness year-round, where not even sunlight can pierce through the dense darkness. The place is incredibly cold due to the absence of sunlight. Chilling winds whistle past and the ground is covered with a layer of white frost. Staying here, one feels the world is engulfed in darkness, devoid of any hope, filled only with deep despair. The reason for the perpetual darkness dates back 100 years. A century ago, a level 500 dark beast of the warlord rank appeared here, powerful and devastating to many. Concerned for the safety of Hua country's citizens, over 100 beast masters, along with Hua country's elite troops, came here to exterminate the beast. A fierce battle ensued, the beast proving to be not only strong but also cunning. The beastmasters of Hua country had expended tremendous effort, equivalent to that of 9 bulls and 2 tigers, to finally slay the demonic beast. However, in its dying moments, the creature chose to self-destruct, intending to take the beastmasters with it by detonating its beast core. A sudden burst of dark energy erupted, forming a black mushroom cloud that enveloped the surrounding 1,000 miles. Since then, this area has been perpetually shrouded in dark clouds, as if cursed by the beast's lingering resentment, never to dissipate. As a result, this place became desolate, no longer suitable for human habitation, earning the name Valley of Dead Silence. Atop the mountain of the Valley of Dead Silence stood 2 figures in black robes, their heads covered with large hoods resembling ancient Western wizards. Both emitted a strange and terrifying aura, deterring others from approaching them. Carelessly, these 2 were the inner members of the Black Temple, the Elders of Evil Spirits and Shadow Magic. Elder of Evil Spirits spoke. Elder of Heavenly Path has instructed us again, directing us to the central part of Hua country. Elder of Shadow Magic, with a raspy voice akin to an old uncle, replied, "Humph, easy for him to say, standing there without a care. Though the 6 elders are equals, that youngster treats us like mere servants, clearly not holding us in regard." Elder of Evil Spirits, whose voice sounded much younger, perhaps 20 years junior to Elder of Shadow Magic, scoffed. "He asked us to give him face. Ha, does he think he is red-haired Shanks? How much is his face worth? Besides, what's there in central Hua country worth visiting? I thought the same, but then he throws at me the secrecy of heaven must not be revealed. I wonder what's in his mind." But Elder of Inconstancy also implored us, "Sometime I must really set them straight, but for now let's just humor them. Which city do you think we should visit first?" "Zhanlong City," answered Elder of Evil Spirits. "It's the strongest in the central region. Let's start by destroying this city. I'll go command the bone demons." With that, Elder of Evil Spirits leapt from the mountaintop into the valley below, a drop of over 600 meters, showcasing his extraordinary physical prowess. At the bottom of the valley were tens of thousands of demonic beasts, among them the bone demons emitting decayed demonic miasma, each one akin to a zombie, a walking corpse. Their bodies were reduced to bones, with only their souls trapped inside their skulls, similar to the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus. Besides humanoid bone demons, there were more beastly ones whose decayed demonic miasma could even corrode rocks. Elder of Evil Spirits walked among these bone demons, unaffected by the miasma, and slowly led the horde out of the valley, heading south. but speaking of which, Elder Duohun is truly formidable, having developed such a formidable biological weapon as the Bone Demon. With such bone demons, those Beastmasters are no match for us, and we are one step closer to the dominion of our Black God Temple over the world. Watching the thousands of bone demons at the bottom of the valley, Elder Moying's face revealed a slight smile. At this moment, beside Elder Moying appeared a young man wearing a black cloak who looked to be in his 20s or 30s, but his eerie eyes were not those of someone in their 20s or 30s. Elders, sir. The young man had flowing black hair, pitch black eyes, and skin as pale as a corpse, although he appeared to be in his 20s. His actual age had already exceeded 80. Because he practiced beast martial arts that extended his lifespan, he was able to maintain his youthful appearance. Tianying, you're here. How did they do with refining the blood soul pill? It should already be successful by now. Indeed it has been successfully refined, Tianying said with a slight smile. Unfortunately, the blood soul pill was stolen and both Bloodying and Yueying were killed. As he reported, Tianying did not show any respect, always wearing a smile on his face. It seemed as if they were not superior and subordinate, but friends or even brothers. Hearing this, Xieying raised an eyebrow, not feeling any anger, only a bit of surprise, and asked, "Oh, they are dead. Who killed them?" "Zhou-Chen, you know, the talented young man who almost got killed by Xieying." "Oh, it's him," Moying suddenly realized, then spoke with a tone of regret. What a pity, such a good kid, a genius. If he could join our Black God Temple, he would definitely have a place among the 6 elders in the future. It's a pity he refused our recruitment, so we have to kill him." "Yes, I think so too, so I've already sent someone after him. He only has a few days left to live." "Did you send Foaming?" "Yes, it's her. I believe she will definitely send Zhou-Chen to hell." "That's good, I trust her to handle it." Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, Zhou-Chen, unaware that the elders of the Black God Temple had set their sights on him, was busy preparing for his duel with Zhang Long. The more beast martial arts one has, the better, and even if he couldn't learn them all, he could give them to his family, especially Zhou Jia, who should also learn some beast martial arts to protect herself. Zhou-Chen had already decided to give her the 5 senses manipulation beast martial art. If he could also get a wind attribute beast martial art, that would give Zhou-Chen 3 types of beast martial arts, enabling him to use the wind and cloud spear. However, all this was predicated on his defeating Zhang Long. If he lost, he would have to hand over the 1,000-wood spirit heart, and that was definitely not acceptable, so he absolutely must not lose. 2 weeks quickly passed, and the day of Zhou-Chen's decisive battle with Zhang Long finally arrived. Over the past 2 weeks, Zhou-Chen had been tirelessly working to help the dragon blood vine bloom. He even used quite a lot of mid-level energy liquid to speed up its evolution, but unfortunately the vine still did not flower. However, these energy liquids were not wasted, as the dragon blood vine absorbed them all, elevating its evolution progress to 85%. It was just 15% short of evolving. As it moved closer to full evolution, the process began to slow down significantly. Zhou-Chen believed that it might take some more time for the vine to evolve into a Battle King grade, but he was confident that once it flowered, it would be extraordinarily strong. The only pity was that the vine would not be able to participate in the upcoming battle. Currently, the dragon blood vine was like a pregnant woman in her final month, only able to stay quietly in the soul space, slowly nurturing the new life within its buds. Meanwhile, Zhou-Chen did not forget to help his other companions, Mei Ling and the Storm Dragon Horse, to level up. Mei Ling's level had now reached 115 and the Storm Dragon Horse had advanced to level 100. In these 2 weeks, Zhou-Chen also did not give up training in beast martial arts. Ever since his defeat by Blood Shadow, a fire had been lit within him, driving him to diligently practice and strengthen his powers. He could not always stand behind his beasts, protected like a burden. Since he considered his beasts as friends and family, he needed to stand alongside them or even in front of them. Therefore, for these 2 weeks, Zhou-Chen had skipped classes to focus solely on his training in beast martial arts. Since the dragon blood vine could not come out, he did not practice the spirit of 10,000 woods, but instead started studying a dark beast martial art, the manipulation of the 5 senses. As an illusion-type beast martial art, the manipulation of the 5 senses allowed Zhou-Chen to trap an opponent in an illusionary world just by making eye contact, similar to Mei Ling. Mei Ling's illusion could only be triggered visually, meaning it needed direct eye contact to work. If an opponent simply closed their eyes, the technique would be useless. Zhou-Chen's manipulation of the 5 senses was different. It was not limited to just visual contact but could engage all 5 senses, trapping an opponent in an illusionary world through sight, taste, hearing, smell, and touch. For instance, if Zhou Chen perfected this technique, even a mere fart could trap an enemy in an illusion through their sense of smell, making them believe it was fragrant. This skill was incredibly hard to defend against and could even be used to hypnotize enemies, altering their perceptions. If one day Zhou Chen started believing that farts smelled good, he joked he might as well lose his will to live. Now, having made some progress, another advantage of practicing the manipulation of the five senses was that it could help him defend against illusion-type attacks such as Mei Ling's charm technique. 2 weeks had passed in a flurry of relentless training, and today was the day of his duel with Zhang Long. Early in the morning, Zhang Long, followed by a group of his underlings, made his way to Zhou Chen's dormitory. A sinister smile spread across his face as he spoke. Zhou Chen, don't forget, today is the day we duel. You haven't forgotten, have you? Oh, Zhou Chen replied confidently, of course I haven't forgotten. But did you bring your wager? You promised me 2 beast martial arts manuals, 1 high level and 1 mid level. If you haven't brought them, you'd better get ready to lest you lose and come up with excuses not to pay up. Zhang Long snapped back, humph, I won't lose. Even if I do, I keep my word. Zhou Chen laid out his terms. Good, I want 2 wind-type beast martial arts manuals, one focusing on attack and the other on speed. If you can't find them, then there's no point in continuing this contest. Zhou Chen knew his own shortcomings. His current techniques lacked direct combative methods. While his 5 senses manipulation was a form of attack, it was only effective for surprise maneuvers, not suitable for head-on clashes where an opponent wouldn't just stand idly by waiting for an illusion to be cast. Therefore, he desperately needed a method for direct attack. After all, one can't always leap hundreds of meters and rely solely on a knight's kick, which despite its power made him an easy target in the air. From his battle with Shuang, Zhou Chen had recognized these weaknesses. As for defense, Zhou Chen was not worried. Now armed with the war martial level Beast Bone Soldier's Emerald Sacred Heart, he possessed almost absolute protection. All right, I accept your conditions, Zhang Long declared. The duel is set for 2 o'clock this afternoon. I'll wait for you at the martial arts platform. With a cold snort, Zhang Long turned and left to select the beast martial arts manuals Zhou Chen required. After Zhang Long had left their dormitory, Tang Yao came over, her face etched with concern. Brother Chen, you must be careful, I've inquired for you. This Zhang Long is also a black iron level beast tamer. One of his controlled beasts is the giant spirit tree demon you've seen before, and the other I'm not sure. No one has seen him use the second beast, but it definitely won't be weaker than the giant spirit tree demon. Zhou Chen nodded solemnly, not underestimating Zhang Long, who after all came from a powerful family and certainly had strong beasts at his disposal. After leaving the dormitory, Zhang Long's younger brother looked at him with puzzlement. Big brother, the Zhou Chen is so infuriating. Should I gather some guys and teach him a lesson? Thinking of Zhou Chen's arrogant demeanor earlier, Zhang, who was fuming, itching to beat him up, but Zhang Long stopped him. Can't you think before you act? Not everything can be solved with brute force? With a slap to the back of Zhang, whose head, Zhang Long being a beast martial artist, the slap nearly knocked Zhang Hu senseless, leaving him grimacing in pain. Big brother, why did you hit me? I was just trying to stand up for you, Zhang Long scoffed. I don't need you to stand up for me. And you really think I'd hand over the family's wind-type beast martial arts to him? Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Hu received another slap on his face from Zhang Long. Zhang Hu was nearly dazed by the beating and looked at Xiao Long with a pitiful expression, screaming in his heart, damn it, what did I do wrong again? Big brother, why are you hitting me again? If not you, then do you really have no faith in me? What do you mean by handing over the beast martial arts to him? These are merely my bets and I will definitely win them back with interest, Zhang Long said fiercely, his face contorted as if he had already seen Zhou Chen defeated by his own hands. The morning passed swiftly and Zhou Chen finally faced his duel with Zhang Long. At 2 in the afternoon, Zhou Chen arrived as promised at the combat platform. The combat platform at Beiyi Academy was similar to the beast fighting arena in Zhou Chen's high school playground, situated in the playground surrounded by a football field and a track. Similarly, 3 layers of barriers were set up around it, a triple safety measure to protect the onlooking students from accidental harm. Compared to Long City No. 1 Middle School, the combat arena at Beiyi Academy was bigger and there were more of them. On one playground, there were as many as 10 beast fighting arenas with students sparring at almost every moment. Spectators continually flowed in and out. As soon as one group left, another arrived. Not only were there beast control duels, but students also sparred in beast martial arts. Since beast martial arts had become a compulsory course in college, many students were engaged in these spar In fact, students preferred sparring in beast martial arts over beast control duels, as beast martial arts truly relied on talent and personal effort. Unlike beast control duels where wealthy people could simply buy more powerful beasts. Like Long Xiaolei, a prodigy who had a level 365 battle honor beast since childhood, naturally the strongest from birth, where's the justice in that? Therefore, sparring in beast martial arts became the main method of practice among students, with the strength in beast control determined by family background and luck, while the prowess in beast martial arts was determined by talent and effort. Humph, Zhou Chen, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Seeing Zhou Chen approaching, Zhang Long smiled and had arrived early, waiting here for Zhou Chen. Hearing this, Zhou Chen couldn't help but laugh. If you ask me, you're the one who's sick. It was you who set the duel for 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so what are you doing coming so early, standing under the sun? Aren't you hot? Even though it was already autumn, the noon sun was still scorching. Enough talk, release your beast now. As you wish then. The Storm Dragon Horse Charm Spirit come out. In an instant, behind Zhou Chen appeared a white and a purple beast summoning circle, from which the Storm Dragon Horse and Charm Spirit emerged. The Charm Spirit soared into the sky like a great rock, spreading its wings, then landed next to Zhou Chen like a dragonfly touching water. With her jade-like arms tightly wrapped around Zhou Chen, her eyes seductive as silk, she resembled a little sprite as she gently rested her head on Zhou Chen's shoulder. After evolving into a Battle King tier monster, Mei Ling's charm abilities had grown stronger. Every smile and every move was filled with allure, drawing the attention of many spectators from other arenas. Upon seeing Mei Ling, flocked to this side, all eager to catch a glimpse of her beauty. Astonished by Mei Ling's peerless appearance, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, what a beautiful humanoid beast! Is that a succubus? It's my first time seeing such a beautiful succubus. She's like the most exquisite piece of art in the world." Some men, mesmerized by her beauty, fantasized openly, "If I had such a beast, I'd hold her in my sleep every night, singing songs of joy." One joked to his friend, "What about your girlfriend? Don't you need her anymore?" To which he replied, "With such a gorgeous succubus, who needs a girlfriend? If I had such a beautiful creature, even straying would be worthwhile." Suddenly a woman's voice cut through. "Damn it, say that again if you dare. You think you can cheat just because you're feeling bold?" Caught off guard, the man stumbled, Wife, what are you doing here?" "My dear, I was wrong." But she was furious. "Who the hell is your wife? Go make that pretty succubus your wife then." Despite his pleas, she declared, "We're breaking up." Meanwhile, amidst the personal dramas, Zhang Long, though nearly lost in Mei Ling's beauty himself, managed to stay focused. Having had his share of past relationships and encounters with beautiful women, he was somewhat resistant to Mei Ling's charms. Regaining his composure, Zhang Long suddenly looked puzzled, searching for the figure of the dragon blood vine, his primary target. Why just the two of them? Where's your dragon blood vine?" he challenged, to which the response was confident and dismissive. "To deal with you, they are more than enough. No need for the dragon blood vine to make an appearance." Not to be outdone, Zhang Long summoned his own beasts. Besides the giant spirit tree monster, he called forth a bird-like beast that resembled an eagle, but with red feathers, very similar to Yi Yangyu's red feather eagle. Its tail boasted 9 feathers, much like the legendary phoenix. As he observed the flame dragon bird, information flashed through Zhou Chen's mind about this creature. Beast name: Flame Dragon Bird, Beast Tier, Battle Commander, Peak Level 140, Attributes: Wind, Fire. Weaknesses: Water, Thunder. Nature state: Excited, Natural talent: Dragon Vein. Possesses tremendous vitality, God speed, extremely high movement speed, making it difficult for enemies to hit, and even capable of creating afterimages. Beast skills: Fire Feather Meteor, burns all its feathers, shooting them at the enemy where they explode into flames, completely incinerating the opponent. Wind Wing Soar, grows hurricane wings on its back, allowing it to fly in the sky. Wind Dragon Strike. Both wings and claws can release blades of condensed energy, effective for both long and close range attacks, and also suitable for sneak attacks. The mythical beast known as the Red Feather Hawk undergoes a transformation through the dragon veins, evolving into the Flame Dragon Bird. This evolution not only grants it swifter speeds but also an extraordinary vitality. Its meat, similar in flavor to chicken and rich in protein, can be enjoyed in various culinary forms. Whether stewed, roasted, or deep-fried with a dip of tomato sauce, the Flame Dragon Bird offers a tasty and nutritious meal. Boiled, it can be transformed into a delicious dish akin to poached chicken. The evolution of the Red Feather Hawk through the dragon veins is indeed impressive, placing it at a much higher level than even the Charm Spirit. surpassing the charm spirit by 25 levels. It raises a question of whether the charm spirit could ever win against it. Upon learning about the flame dragon bird, Zhou Chen frowned slightly, pondering over how to defeat both the flame dragon bird and the giant spirit tree demon. At this moment, Zhang Long speaks up with a chuckle. Hey Zhou Chen, to make this competition more spectacular, why don't we raise the stakes? Curious, Zhou Chen asks, what do you have in mind? With a mischievous laugh, Zhang Long suggests, since our bet involves beast martial arts, why not see which one of us is stronger, who truly deserves the high-level beast martial spirit heart of all woods? While saying this, Zhang Long pulls out a sword from his spatial ring reminiscent of both the Dragon Knight's dragon sword and a Tang sword, its blade glowing red-hot. Are you challenging me? Zhou Chen asks, to which Zhang Long replies affirmatively. Although beast fights are entertaining, they can get repetitive. How about a grand melee between beasts and their masters? You can aid your beast and I can aid mine. What do you say? With a cold smirk, Zhou Chen agrees. Knowing that beastmasters are allowed in the fray, he is confident, understanding the strategy of capture the king to win the game. He might struggle against the flame dragon bird, but Zhang Long should be manageable by having the charm spirit and the storm dragon horse hold off the giant spirit tree demon and the flame dragon bird. He plans to strike directly at Zhang Long and defeat him. Unbeknownst to Zhang Long, he also harbors similar thoughts. Unsure of the strength of the charm spirit and the storm dragon horse and worried he might not match up, he decides to engage directly and deal with Zhou Chen himself. If Zhou Chen were to summon the dragon blood vine, Zhang Long might have hesitated, but seeing no sign of it, Zhang Long senses an opportunity. Mockingly, he thinks, what, no need for the dragon blood vine to join the battle? Looks like your dragon blood vine can't enter the fray, can it? Unlike his brother Zhang, who known for his brawn over brains, Zhang Long sees the absence of the dragon blood vine as his chance to personally take down Zhou Chen. Having held back for over a month, Zhang Long relishes the thought of finally beating Zhou Chen, thoroughly smirking coldly as if he had already accomplished it. Meanwhile, oblivious to Zhang Long's derisive laughter, Zhou Chen dismisses him as delusional and retrieves a windstorm spear and the flame erosion sword he had seized from the blood shadow from his spatial ring. As for the Emerald Sacred Heart, Zhou Chen carries it with him at all times, even while bathing or using the restroom, ready to use it to protect himself should danger arise. Myling, this is for you. Zhou Chen handed over the flame erosion sword to Myling. Myling was capable of wielding the flame erosion sword, and in her hands it could unleash even greater power. The sword significantly enhanced Myling's attack power, perfectly compensating for her previous lack of strength. Myling, Xiaoxue, you guys just need to hold off the giant spirit tree demon and the flame dragon bird. Leave the dragon to me. Myling and the storm dragon horse nodded, each choosing their opponent. Myling faced the flame dragon bird, while the storm dragon horse confronted the giant spirit tree demon. The flame dragon bird, possessing a dragon's vein and inheriting the natural lascivious traits of dragons, could hardly resist Myling's allure, a beauty unrivaled among humans. As such, it immediately swooped towards her. Humph, it seems being too pretty isn't always a good thing, always attracting all these pests. Although she complained, Myling was quite pleased with her looks. Seeing the flame dragon bird charging fiercely, Myling too spread her demonic wings and soared into the sky, matching the speed of the flame dragon bird effortlessly. After all, Myling was a true warrior-class monster, her strength more than 10 times that of her peers. Scum! The flame dragon bird cried out, diving towards Myling. Its feathers ablaze with intense flames. As it burned, the barrier around them heated up significantly, the average temperature rising by at least 5 degrees Celsius. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The flame dragon bird shot out its feathers, which, wrapped in flames, flew like arrows aimed to pierce Myling's heart. This is getting interesting. Let me test the power of this sword. Myling, mimicking blood shadow, channeled her dark spiritual energy into the flame erosion sword, which immediately responded by enhancing the concentration of her spiritual energy by 50%. The blade burst into a dazzling purple light, enveloping the entire barrier. Incredible. With this, I'm not even afraid of close combat anymore. Too bad I'm not a beast with both fire and shadow attributes. Myling knew the flame erosion sword was a dual attribute beast bone weapon. If she had possessed the fire attribute, the sword would have further amplified her spiritual energy. Nevertheless, she was now ready to engage the flame dragon bird. Dai black flame sword chi. The flame erosion sword transformed Myling's dark spiritual energy into a black sword chi, sweeping towards the flame dragon bird. Boom! The sword she collided with hundreds of feathers, causing a violent explosion. Meanwhile, Myling seized the moment to dive at the flame dragon bird. Holding the sword with both hands high above her head, she struck down as soon as the tip of the flame erosion sword could reach the flame dragon bird. When swinging a sword, the greatest power is at the tip of the blade. The closer to the hilt, the lesser the force. Myling's strike displayed her full power, maximizing the impact of her attack. However, the flame dragon bird was not to be outdone. Its wings blazed even more fiercely, and with a loud bang, its wing collided with the corrosion flame sword, emitting a crisp sound. Yet, neither the person nor the bird could gain the upper hand. Without the corrosion flame sword, Myling would not dare to compete in strength with the flame dragon bird. Myling and the flame dragon bird battled for dozens of rounds, and surprisingly, it was Myling who gained the upper hand. Initially, the flame dragon bird could still suppress Myling slightly in terms of strength, but as time passed, the flame dragon bird was clearly running out of steam. How could this be? How could a beast with dragon blood have such poor endurance? It was tiring after just a few exchanges. Observing the somewhat exhausted appearance of the flame dragon bird, Myling was puzzled but noticed the corrosion flame sword in her hand. A red glow signifying fire spirit energy flickered on the sword. Was it helping me? Corrosion flame sword. Upon seeing the red glow, Myling suddenly realized that the corrosion flame sword also had the ability to actively absorb fire and dark spirit energy. Whenever it touched the corrosion flame sword, it would actively absorb the fire and dark spirit energy from the bearer. Myling had been continuously clashing with the flame dragon bird using the corrosion flame sword, which must have absorbed a significant amount of fire spirit energy, thereby enhancing Myling's attack power. With this advantage, naturally Myling was gaining the upper hand. What kind of weapon was this? Could it possibly be a war martial grade beast bone weapon? Zhang Long also noticed the corrosion flame sword in Myling's hand, his face showing a touch of shock. He knew that even he possessed only a war general grade beast bone weapon. Crafting beast bone weapons was expensive and not always successful. The Zhang family did not have a craftsman, so they had to hire someone to make the beast bone weapons, which meant additional expenses. Therefore, only a steward could own a war martial grade beast bone weapon like his dragon flame knife. We should start now. Just as Zhang Long's attention was drawn to the corrosion flame sword in Myling's hand, Zhou Chen seized the opportunity. His legs burst with power and he charged at Zhang Long like the wind. Wielding the wind cloud spear, he thrust at Zhang Long's chest. If the spear could hit Zhang Long directly, the contest would be over. Of course, Zhou Chen was also holding back his strength. It looked fast, but it wasn't very forceful. At most, it would cripple Zhang Long, not kill him. Zhou Chen did not want to commit a murder in public, especially since his opponent was a scion of a major family. If he killed him, the Zhang family would surely seek revenge. Zhou Chen only wanted the 2 beast martial arts books, not to offend a major family. Hence he intended only to disable him, not to kill him, although that seemed even more cruel. If Zhang Long were left maimed, he would probably spend his life in fear and despair, wouldn't he? Ghost step. Hearing Zhou Chen's hurried footsteps, Zhang Long quickly reacted, employing a special stepping technique, creating several afterimages with his feet. For a moment it appeared as though he had 8 legs, like an octopus. With his uncanny footwork, Zhang Long dodged Zhou Chen's attack and swiftly moved to Zhou Chen's right side. Zhou Chen was taken aback by this evasive maneuver. His speed was already incredibly fast, over 100 times that of an ordinary person. How could Zhang Long still manage to evade him? Before he could ponder how Zhang Long had managed to dodge, Zhang Long had already quickly responded, swinging his dragon flame knife towards Zhou Chen's neck. Zhou Chen hastily retreated, maintaining a distance from Zhang Long. He wielded a long spear, while Zhang Long used a short knife. The principle of an inch longer, an inch stronger, an inch shorter, an inch riskier was something Zhou Chen understood well. Only by keeping a distance of more than 3 meters could he take advantage of his weapon's reach, allowing him to both attack and defend effectively. If Zhang Long got too close, Zhou Chen knew he would be finished. Zhou Chen, wary of Zhang Long using that strange step technique again to close the distance, did not rush to attack but instead kept a distance of more than 5 meters. That must have been a wind-type beast martial technique, right? Hey, you're quite clever. Yes, this is a mid-tier wind-type speed beast martial technique. Ghost step. It's what I prepared for you today. How do you like it? Zhang Long sneered, openly admitting that he intended to completely defeat Zhou Chen using the beast martial technique he had prepared. Ghost step was a technique that involved channeling wind elemental energy into one's feet, making the body lighter and increasing movement speed, similar to the ancient art of light body techniques. It even allowed for many difficult maneuvers such as tightrope walking. Once mastered, ghost step made walking in the clouds no longer a perilous act, perfected to the extreme one could run, sleep, and eat on a tightrope. I really love it. Seeing the effects of ghost step, Zhou Chen felt both amazed and excited, determined to acquire this beast martial technique for himself. If a mid-tier beast martial technique was already this powerful, what about a high-tier wind type technique? If he guessed right, Zhang Long would use it soon. Let me show you this, Zhang Long said, raising his dragon flame knife high and infusing it with fire elemental energy. The dragon flame knife, being only a warrior tier beast bone weapon, had an enhancement effect of only 15% with fire energy, far less than a commander tier beast bone weapon. However, Zhou Chen was not to be outdone. He channeled a substantial amount of wood elemental energy into his wind cloud spear, just managing to block the sword energy released by Zhang Long. It was clear that Zhang Long's beast martial technique level was much higher than Zhou Chen's. It seemed he hadn't been idle these past weeks. Of course, Zhou Chen could also use the Emerald Sacred Heart, which could easily block Zhang Long's attacks. But the Emerald Sacred Heart was Zhou Chen's trump card, one he intended to save for the end, waiting for the moment when he could spot a flaw in Zhang Long's movements and defeat him in one strike. Not bad, huh? Seeing that Zhou Chen had blocked his attack, Zhang Long didn't get angry but laughed instead, then raised his dragon flame knife again, this time channeling wind elemental energy into it. As the wisps of wind aura were infused into the dragon flame blade, a beam of white light radiated from it. Although the dragon flame blade was a fire elemental beast bone weapon, I decided to show you the might of a high-tier wind element beast weapon. Sure, a furious wind slash. Zhang Long fiercely swept his blade, and a giant wind blade enveloped in a whirlwind surged toward Zhou Chen, who could hear the howling wind was by his ears. This is the high-tier wind element beast weapon I prepared for you. Experience its power. The force of this move was formidable. Zhou Chen thought to himself that this giant wind blade was less a blade and more a meat grinder. Composed of numerous tightly packed small wind blades, it could grind anything caught in the tornado into powder, essentially acting as a massive grinder. Be shredded into pieces by the wind blade. Watching the wind blade approach Zhou Chen, Zhang Long's face revealed a cruel smile. Tisk, you wish? Zhou Chen scoffed coldly, then suddenly dashed forward, advancing instead of retreating. Choosing to come forward, do you have a death wish? Seeing Zhou Chen neither defend nor dodge, Zhang Long was shocked. Could Zhou Chen truly be fearless of death? Emerald Sacred Heart. Zhou Chen suddenly infused wood element aura into the Emerald Sacred Heart on his wrist. In the blink of an eye, a green barrier appeared on the arm of the Emerald Sacred Heart, and the barrier expanded rapidly, enveloping Zhou Chen's entire body. What is this thing? A defensive beast bone weapon. Seeing the barrier, Zhang Long's eyebrows furrowed tightly and he clenched the dragon flame blade in his hand. Why can a poor boy like you continuously pull out so many beast bone weapons while I, a young master from a great family, can only have one? Zhang Long was deeply envious, and thinking of Zhou Chen's special and powerful beast controls only intensified his jealousy. Boom! When the wind blade hit the barrier, it made a loud noise and then dissipated without breaking through the barrier. The characteristic of the Emerald Sacred Heart was that the larger the area of the barrier, the stronger the defense. In front of the Emerald Sacred Heart, this wind blade was insufficient. After crushing the wind blade in one fell swoop, Zhou Chen fiercely attacked Zhang Long. Truly courting death, Zhang Long immediately swung his blade at Zhou Chen, but his dragon flame blade couldn't penetrate Zhou Chen's barrier. It's over, Zhou Chen said softly, then locking eyes with Zhang Long, a hint of purple light flashed in his pupils. This was Zhou Chen's sensory manipulation, where he could only use visual and auditory elements to set illusions, and they weren't very strong, which is why he reserved them for critical moments. That moment was now, when all of Zhang Long's attention was on the Emerald Sacred Heart, never suspecting that Zhou Chen could also launch a mental attack. Caught in the illusion, Zhang Long's face distorted in extreme fear, and even the dragon flame blade clanged to the ground, not knowing what horrors he saw. In the illusionary world, Zhang Long saw people he had bullied in the past transformed into beasts, coming back for revenge, while he himself was tied to a cross, utterly helpless and at their mercy. Despite realizing that the illusion might be crafted by Zhou Chen, the fear Zhang Long felt was undeniably real. Zhou Chen's illusions were simple yet profoundly terrifying. They confronted one with their deepest fears. If one couldn't conquer their greatest fear, they would never break free from the illusionary world. However, overcoming this fear would allow one to dispel the illusion using their own strength. Considering Zhou Chen had only studied these techniques for 2 weeks, his mastery was impressive. Whether Zhang Long could break the illusion on his own was now irrelevant. The important thing was that Zhou Chen had won the contest. Just as Zhou Chen was about to kick Zhang Long away, he suddenly sensed someone behind him. Sensing imminent danger, Zhou Chen quickly channeled spiritual energy into the Emerald Sacred Heart, deploying a defensive barrier while simultaneously bending his body to the left to dodge, maintaining a distance of 3 meters from Zhang Long. A soft sound followed and Zhou Chen turned towards the source of the noise, only to see a line of blood suddenly appear on Zhang Long's neck from which blood spurted out violently. The intense pain snapped Zhang Long out of the illusionary world. Clutching his bleeding neck, his mouth agape, he was unable to utter a single word, his complexion turning purple, a clear sign of poisoning. In just 5 seconds, Zhang Long collapsed to the ground, slowly closing his eyes, succumbing to death. Big brother. Outside the barrier, Zhang, who cried out in anguish, his eyes filled with rage as he stared at Zhou Chen, believing him responsible for his brother's death. With his limited understanding, that was the only conclusion he could draw. Who's there? Show yourself, Zhou Chen shouted at a patch of thin air near Zhang Long's body, his instincts telling him that the perpetrator was there. The person had originally intended to attack him but missed and killed Zhang Long instead. A crisp female voice giggled through the air, likely belonging to a beautiful woman, though Zhou Chen was more concerned with the words she had just spoken. 3 officers, you must be from the Black Temple, aren't you? The only people Zhou Chen could think of who he had caused the deaths of recently were from the Black Temple, including 2 major officers, Yuing and Shuang, whom he had killed just a fortnight ago. That's right, you refused our invitation, so your death is certain. But I'm curious, how did you notice me? Even Shuang couldn't detect my presence, she taunted. Zhou Chen chuckled. Perhaps your heartbeat was just too loud. His hearing was 100 times that of an ordinary person, and after cultivating the Wan Mulingxin, it had enhanced even further. Now Zhou Chen could hear others' heartbeats when he concentrated. However, Zhou Chen was able to detect the presence of Beast's shadow primarily because of the sound of her footsteps and breathing. It was the sound of a third person's footsteps that alerted Zhou Chen to the presence of a third person who was rapidly approaching him. This prompted Zhou Chen to abandon his attack on Zhang Long and switch to defense instead. Impressive, impressive, you can hear my breathing and footsteps, even my heartbeat. It seems your beast martial level is not low, Beast Shadow remarked. It's a pity. If you could join my Black Temple, it would definitely be a great addition, but now I have no choice but to ask you to die. Beast Stinger attack, buzz buzz buzz. As soon as Beast Shadow finished speaking, a piercing buzzing sound filled the air. Subsequently 15 bee-like demon beasts suddenly appeared within the barrier. These creatures had likely been there all along, waiting for Zhou Chen and Zhang Long to weaken each other before reaping the benefits. These demon beasts resembled bees but were in human form with robust limbs and bodies covered in scales. They had thin bee-like wings on their backs that allowed them to fly freely in the air. Each had 2 half-meter-long spikes protruding from their wrists, similar to a bee's stinger, which served as their primary means of attack. These stingers could be shot out like arrows, piercing their enemies, and were coated with a potent poison. The demon beast, named Beast Stinger Attacker, was a 30th level war general rank insect type with weaknesses to fire, ice, and lightning. They were in healthy condition and had a special talent for brewing. Instincts of a bee. The honey produced by the Beast Stinger Attackers was highly nutritious, enhancing the physical condition of humans and beasts alike. Their skills included invisibility, where their scale-covered bodies could reflect light to achieve a hidden effect, and their sound could also be masked. The poison needle shot allowed them to shoot out the toxic spikes from their arms, impaling their enemies. These bee-like humanoid creatures, belonging to the insectoid race, possessed high intelligence, though not as high as humans. They were physically strong, capable of flight, and their arm spikes were a formidable weapon, suitable for grilling. Although poisonous, the toxins would deactivate under the heat, transforming into a special protein that could be absorbed by the human body. Although edible, it was not recommended for consumption. However, their uniquely brewed honey was unparalleled, making them ideal for cultivation. As the 15 Beast Stinger Attackers hovered in the air, their toxic spikes aimed at Zhou Chen, ready to fire. Beast Stinger Attackers, kill him for me, Beast Shadow commanded coldly as she deactivated her invisibility. That outfit, isn't that a fallen beast tamer? What is a fallen beast tamer doing here? This is the Imperial City, isn't it? Was Zhang Long killed by her? It's over. Zhou Chen is in danger. Those demonic beasts looked frighteningly formidable. When the Beast Shadow appeared, the audience outside the barrier was shocked. Their eyes widened in disbelief. They realized that Beast Shadow was a fallen Beastmaster, but the fact that a fallen Beastmaster appeared in the school and even killed a student was incredibly shocking. Daring to enter the barrier directly, are you seeking death? Jochen snorted coldly. With these mere shrimps and crabs he was far from being defeated. Now that Beast Shadow had revealed herself, what awaited her was death. Even if Jochen couldn't kill her, her appearance would surely alarm the teachers and the principal. With Beast Shadow's identity as a fallen Beastmaster, they could not let her go, especially since she had killed Zhang Long. Just killing you will suffice. Beast Stinger Striker, attack, zzz. As soon as Beast Shadow's voice fell, 30 poison needles flew towards Zhou Chen from all directions, aiming to turn him into a wasp's nest. However, the Beast Stinger Striker's level was only in the 30s and it was completely incapable of penetrating the barrier to harm Zhou Chen. With a series of loud bangs, all the poison needles fell to the ground, leaving Zhou Chen completely unharmed. Myling, leave those annoying beasts to you. The demonic beasts were left to Myling and her team to deal with, and Beast Shadow to him. Alright, Black Flame Sword Chi. Myling infused spiritual energy into the Erosion Flame Sword and swung a sword chi towards the Beast Stinger Strikers. The Flame Dragon Bird also abandoned its attack on Myling and turned to attack the Beast Stinger Strikers. For it was their master who had killed its own master. Myling and the Flame Dragon Bird were of much higher levels than the Beast Stinger Strikers, so with a wave of powerful moves, all the Beast Stinger Strikers were killed. On Beast Shadow's part, being skilled in assassination, she was no match for Zhou Chen in direct combat and quickly fell into disadvantage. Die. Zhou Chen seized the opportunity, thrusting his Wind Cloud Spear into Beast Shadow's chest, aiming to kill her in one strike. That was supposed to be the case, but instead of blood, bees poured out from the wound. Bees, is this a bee-made bug clone? When Zhou Chen saw the bees flying out from Beast Shadow's body, he realized something was amiss. This was likely a clone technique. Moreover, as an assassin, why would she use such a suicidal method to assassinate him? Hearing Zhou Chen's words, Beast Shadow cackled weirdly. That's right, as an assassin one should never let oneself be trapped in danger. I'm not a fool. Why would I attack you in a way tantamount to suicide? We'll meet again. Beast Shadow's face revealed a strange smile, and then her body transformed into countless bees, which suddenly burst into flames, turning the bees into ashes. What a clever trick! Should I say worthy of being an assassin from the Black Temple? Zhou Chen had initially hoped to use these bees to locate Beast Shadow, but now all the bees had been burned to ashes, meaning all clues related to Beast Shadow were completely severed. However, there was no doubt that after the first assassination attempt failed, a second, more dangerous wave was imminent. At this critical juncture, the Dragon Bloodvine still needed time to evolve. If it had already evolved, Zhou Chen would possess 3 beasts each over level 100, greatly enhancing his security. After dealing with the Beast Shadow, Zhou Chen noticed the spatial ring on Zhang Long's hand, which likely contained his 2 beast martial arts books. Regardless of whether the Beast Shadow appeared, the duel had already been won by Zhou Chen. Now that Zhang Long was dead, Zhou Chen discreetly removed the spatial ring from Zhang Long's hand, claiming it as his own. At this moment, all the students were still distracted and terrified by the appearance of the Beast Shadow, none paying attention to Zhou Chen's subtle actions. The priority now seemed to be investigating how a fallen Beastmaster could appear in the school, with no one concerned about Zhou Chen taking Zhang Long's spatial ring. Zhou Chen, are you alright? I'm sorry, I arrived late. Are you hurt? Where is the fallen Beastmaster? Long Xiaolei rushed into the scene from outside the barrier, her face filled with worry, fearing that Zhou Chen might be wounded. Relieved to see Zhou Chen unharmed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had been teaching in another class and had not noticed the unusual events on the school grounds. Had it not been for a student bursting into her classroom to inform her of the fallen Beastmaster and the death of a fellow student, she would not have arrived so late. I'm fine, it was just a clone, not a match for me, Zhou Chen said with a smile, not particularly concerned about the Beast Shadow. The battle with the Bee Shadow had lasted less than 3 minutes. The insect clone was no match for him. However, he acknowledged that if it had been the original, he might not have been so easily victorious. That's good to hear, I'm relieved you're okay. I'm sorry, I was in class and couldn't come right away, Long Xiaolei said apologetically, even bowing deeply to Zhou Chen. Regardless of the circumstances, protecting students was always a teacher's duty, and she felt she had nearly failed to protect a student's precious life, a grave mistake for any teacher, especially a class advisor. It's okay, Teacher Long, you shouldn't blame yourself. Zhou Chen quickly helped her up, insisting that the incident was not her fault. After all, who could have predicted that a regular student duel would involve a fallen Beastmaster? No, as your class advisor, it's my duty to protect my students, but it's still such a pity. Long Xiaolei glanced at Zhang Long, and although it was a pity as far as she was concerned, as long as her own students were alive, that was enough. Let other teachers worry about other people. After all, a class teacher always has a soft spot for their own students, especially outstanding ones like Zhou Chen who bring honor to the school. Alright, as long as you're fine, shall we go? Zhou Chen nodded and followed Long Xiaolei out. As for the body of Zhang Long, someone would take care of it. His beast would be taken away by the Zhang family. Zhou Chen was then taken to the office of the student director Wu Jie. It was clear that Zhou Chen was the intended target of the fallen Beastmaster assassin. Zhang Long's death was merely an accident. Thus, Zhou Chen was placed under the protection of Long Xiaolei and Wu Jie, both top-tier Beastmasters and formidable beast warriors of the school. With their protection, Zhou Chen was safe. Meanwhile, the principal was handling the unrest within the school and informing Zhang Long's father about the day's events. This incident involving the fallen Beastmaster had caused a great uproar, especially as it led to the death of the Zhang family's eldest son. Although the Zhang family was not as prominent as Long Xiaolei's Long family, they still held a significant status in the capital. The untimely death of the Zhang family's eldest son at Beiyi Academy placed a heavy responsibility on the academy. Such a serious matter necessitated the principal personally visiting to offer apologies. As for the outcome, it was no longer Zhou Chen's concern. He was now in Wu Jie's office extracting 2 beast martial arts from the spatial ring he had taken from Zhang Long's body as promised. The intermediate level Ghost Step and the advanced level Azura Furious Wind Slash. With these martial arts, Zhou Chen would be significantly empowered. To prevent another assassination attempt, Zhou Chen was to stay in Wu Jie's office until the evening, which provided him with a perfect opportunity to train in beast martial arts. Long Xiaolei, who had also mastered wind-based beast martial arts, was there to guide him. Zhou Chen began with the Ghost Step, summoning the Storm Dragon Horse to gather wind spiritual energy, which was then channeled into Zhou Chen's body. Zhou Chen's body now contained wood, dark and wind attributes of spiritual energy coexisting peacefully without conflict. This energy would not dissipate but was stored throughout his body. His cells absorbed this energy to enhance his physical constitution and expand his meridians, allowing Zhou Chen's body to store even more spiritual energy. The level of beast warriors was determined by the total amount of spiritual energy within their bodies. As his body filled with wind spiritual energy, Zhou Chen felt light as a feather and brisk as the wind, feeling as though he could run a marathon without fatigue. Zhou Chen then followed the training method of Ghost Step, infusing the wind spiritual energy into his feet. As the energy continuously converged in his feet, Zhou Chen felt his body becoming lighter, almost as if he was about to take flight. Subsequently, Zhou Chen tried to take a step forward but almost collided from the window to the wall in his office. If it hadn't been for Zhou Chen steadying himself in time, he might have even created a person-shaped dent in the wall. Although Zhou Chen can't yet perform many bizarre maneuvers or nearly instantaneous movements like Zhang Long, his overall speed has significantly increased. This boost in speed has also greatly enhanced his stamina to the extent that even battling 10 women at once wouldn't wear him out. Though his movements were still unpolished, considering he had only been practicing for an hour, this was already quite an achievement. Seeing Zhou Chen's near miss with the wall, Long Xiaolei couldn't help but smile. Ever since Zhou Chen proposed a method to help purify the evil spirits in her body with the help of her Tai Xin Qing fire dragon, Long Xiaolei found herself increasingly fond of him. Of course, her feelings were more akin to a teacher's affection for a diligent student than those of a lover. Moreover, Long Xiaolei was no fool. She understood the significant age difference between them and harbored no illusions about Zhou Chen. She little dragon, you seem to be in a good mood lately. Is something wonderful happening? Wu Jie quickly surmised that something good must have occurred to make Long Xiaolei so cheerful, and it most likely involved Zhou Chen. Watching Long Xiaolei's gaze constantly on Zhou Chen and her lips curling into a smile that almost reached the heavens, even Wu Jie couldn't help but smile. It had been a long time since she had seen such a happy smile on Long Xiaolei. Let me guess, has the situation with the Tai Xin Qing fire dragon improved? Yes, Long Xiaolei nodded, thinking about her friend's gradually healing condition. Her smile grew even wider. Thanks to the treatment by the tree spirit, the evil forces within the Tai Xian Qing fire dragon had been completely purified. Although its power hadn't returned, its lifespan had been somewhat restored. Previously, the Tai Xin Qing fire dragon was expected to live for only one more year, but now it could live for another 20 years. With 20 years at their disposal, they were sure to find a way to restore the dragon's veins, allowing it and Long Xiaolei to soar in the skies once again. Moreover, Zhou Chen had mentioned that his dragon blood vine possessed the bloodline of the dragon race and was a wood type monster. Once his dragon blood vine evolved successfully, he planned to let it aid the Tai Xin Qing fire dragon in its recovery. Thinking of this, Long Xiaolei's gratitude towards Zhou Chen deepened. Zhou Chen had not only saved her childhood companion but also the future of the entire Long family. As long as the Tai Xin Qing fire dragon could regain its health, the Long family wouldn't need to leave the imperial city. Let me guess, it has something to do with Zhou Chen, doesn't it? Wu Jia hugged Long Xiaolei from behind, playfully biting her earlobe, then whispered into her ear. The two were close friends, comfortable with such intimacy, and even jokingly planned to remain single for life together. Sister Wu, please stay away from me. It wasn't the first time that Wu Jia had hugged me from behind, but it was indeed the first time in front of someone else, especially since that someone was her favorite student. How about that thing I mentioned to you last time? You haven't even thanked me for saving your Tai Xin Qing fire dragon, she teased. Long Xiaolei's cheeks turned a deep shade of red, her face blooming like a delicate flower, almost as if blood would drip from her cheeks. She knew exactly what Wu Jia was referring to, and each time it was brought up, she was too shy to speak. Okay, Sister Wu, stop it now. Zhou Chen is watching us. Seeing Zhou Chen looking their way, Long Xiaolei's face grew even redder as she hurriedly tried to break free from Wu Jia's embrace. However, the scene of her hugging Wu Jia was clearly witnessed by Zhou Chen, who was shocked by the absurdity of the moment. He thought to himself, could Director Wu be related to Tang Jing? How could she also be into women? Seeing the closeness between Wu Jia and Long Xiaolei reminded Zhou Chen of Tang Jing, a girl in his sister Zhou Jia's class who famously declared her intention to marry Xia Chuning. Thinking of Tang Jing inadvertently led Zhou Chen's thoughts to his sister Zhou Jia. It had been over a month since he started university, and he hadn't called Zhou Jia in that time. Should I call her tonight? Lost in his thoughts about Zhou Jia, Zhou Chen was suddenly snapped back to reality when he heard Long Xiaolei calling his name. He quickly regained his composure, only to find Long Xiaolei and Wu Jia standing in front of him, seemingly up to something. What are you so engrossed in thinking about? Nothing much, just pondering some things. What's up, teacher? Remember, your ghost step technique is still not perfected. You need to keep practicing, understand? You have to not only master it but also surpass it, otherwise it'll not only fail to be your trump card but could even become your death knell, Wu Jia seriously reminded Zhou Chen. The ghost step could enhance one's speed and attack rate, but if not controlled properly, the increased speed could become a disadvantage for Zhou Chen. Yes, I understand. And another thing, remember to always push your spiritual energy to its limit before a fight, do you understand? Because spiritual energy gets absorbed by your cells and diminishes over time. In a real battle, your enemy won't give you the chance to replenish it, so you must keep it at its peak before the fight starts. Yes, I understand, Director Wu, Zhou Chen then asked, but can humans not absorb spiritual energy at all? It would be great if we could absorb spiritual energy like the martial artists in fantasy novels. Usually no, but there are exceptional cases, exactly like becoming a dragon warrior like your teacher Long. Dragon warrior, Zhou Chen had never heard of this term before and his face showed his confusion. He then turned to Long Xiaolei, hoping for an explanation. Xiao Long, can you show him? Isn't that inappropriate? Long Xiaolei suddenly blushed, fidgeting like a little girl. What's inappropriate about it? Besides, you're the only dragon warrior in our school. If not you, then who? Well, okay, but only a quick look. Saying this, Long Xiaolei turned her back, her face flushed red, and then Wu Jia lifted Long Xiaolei's shirt, revealing her smooth snowy back. You guys? Zhou Chen also blushed. He was still a virgin. How could he resist such a temptation? On Long Xiaolei's back, aside from the black bra, there was something black resembling a birthmark, but not quite. It looked more like a piece of scale. What is this? This is the scale of the Tai Xin Qing fire dragon. Beast warriors can undergo body modification surgery to implant part of a mystical beast's tissue into their bodies, turning it into an organ for absorbing spiritual energy, explained Wu Jia. As she let Long Xiaolei's shirt fall back into place while Long Xiaolei was too embarrassed to look at Zhou Chen, this way beast warriors can absorb spiritual energy through the mystical beast's tissue on their own. However, the success rate of the surgery is extremely low, initially less than 5%, and even after many years of development it's still less than 20%. Moreover, there are very few mystical beasts whose cells don't cause rejection when merged with human cells, and the Tai Shin Ching fire dragon is one of them. The former head of the Long family, who was also Xiaolong's father, was the first person in the world to successfully transplant the flesh and blood of a mystical beast, to honor him all. Those who have undergone the transformation are called dragon warriors. This is also why the Long family remains a powerful clan in the imperial city despite having only one battle-class mystical beast. Wu Jie explained to Zhou Chen the origin of dragon warriors and also why the Long family is powerful. It is because they possess the technology for the dragon warrior transformation surgery. Being the creators of dragon warriors and owning a mystical beast like the Tai Shin Ching fire dragon. Even if the surgery's success rate is less than 20%, the Long family has nurtured many dragon warriors over the years. These dragon warriors, even without forming a spiritual pact with a mystical beast, can cultivate fire-type beast martial arts, because the Tai Shin Ching fire dragon is a fire-type mystical beast. It's just that it was also corrupted by the power of evil spirits, giving it attributes of evil spirits. Because of having so many dragon warriors, every member of the Long family is a formidable force. Furthermore, the Long family aggressively collects beast martial arts, which makes their combined strength very formidable. Giggle if you Zhou Chen also want to become a dragon warrior, I can gift you a scale of the Tai Shin Ching fire dragon for the transformation surgery. He Long Xiaolei laughed. Zhou Chen had saved the Tai Shin Ching fire dragon, giving him a scale was nothing, not to mention a piece of dragon meat would also do. Listening to this, I really want to become a dragon warrior now. Zhou Chen smiled wryly. He truly wanted to undergo the transplantation surgery, and as for the surgery's success rate being less than 20%, he believed he could be one of that 20%. The human body is unable to adapt to the cells of mythical beasts. Simply put, the physical condition of the person is not strong enough to withstand the immense power of such creatures. However, Zhou Chen's body was already much stronger than that of an ordinary person, surely strong enough to handle that power. Time flew quickly, and in the blink of an eye 5 hours had passed, bringing the time to 8:30 in the evening. Zhou Chen had practiced the beast martial arts for several more hours and had essentially mastered the ghost step. After inquiring about the matters of dragon warriors from Long Xiaolei, Zhou Chen left the office. He was escorted back to his dormitory by Wu Jie and Long Xiaolei. At the dormitory entrance, Zhou Chen saw more than a dozen security guards. The security personnel at Bay Academy were all beast tamers, and some were even beast warriors. Moreover, the principal and the director were also staying in the boys' dormitory tonight, all for the better protection of Zhou Chen. The incident of the fallen beast tamer committing murder in public at Bay Academy had become widely known. It had only been 6 hours and the news had already spread across the internet, becoming a trending topic. Since this was only an avatar and the original had not yet taken action, it was believed that the second wave of assassination attempts would soon arrive. The fact that Zhou Chen was targeted by the fallen beast tamer was in itself a recognition of his talent, indicating that his abilities had instilled fear in the fallen beast tamer. Such a talented genius naturally needed to be well protected by the school. If the school could not even protect one student, the reputation of Bay Academy would be greatly tarnished. Hence, the principal was adamant about protecting Zhou Chen, which is why so many security guards were arranged around the boys' dormitory. The guards were even patrolling the area, not to defeat the fallen beast tamer but at least to sound the alarm upon detecting any trace of him. Teacher Long, Director Wu, good night. Good night. Remember, be very careful tonight and don't sleep too deeply, Wu Jie warned seriously, obviously not wanting anything to happen to such a promising student like Zhou Chen. I will, teachers, Zhou Chen replied, waving goodbye to the two before heading back to his dormitory, feeling the unusual stares from those around him. As he walked through the corridor, Wu Chen noticed that everyone was staring at him, probably curious about what someone who had been targeted by a fallen beast tamer looked like. However, Zhou Chen did not pay any attention to their stares, nor did he make a spectacle of himself. Being targeted by a fallen beast tamer was not something to be proud of. There had been many individuals targeted by the fallen beast tamer before, mostly high-ranking officials or wealthy heirs, but it was the first time a student like Zhou Chen had been targeted. For such talents, the Black Temple usually took a conciliatory approach and was not in a hurry. It was only because Zhou Chen had exhibited such extraordinary talent that he had attracted the attention of the Black Temple. Upon returning to his dormitory, Zhou Chen found that Tang Yao had already returned and was browsing a shopping app, buying items like JK uniforms, black stockings and white stockings, all women's clothing. Zhou Chen found himself utterly speechless. All the money he had earned from missions was being squandered by her. Her personality was just like a woman's, despite the mountain of clothes already in her wardrobe. She never thought it was enough. However, Jochen didn't stop her. After all, everyone has their own hobbies, and every time Tang Yao tried on a new outfit, Jochen was the first to appreciate it, which was a sight for sore eyes. "Hey Jochen, you're finally back. How are you? I heard you were assassinated by a fallen beast tamer, is that true? Are you hurt?" Seeing Jochen return, Tang Yao breathed a sigh of relief. He had been out in the afternoon, so he hadn't been able to watch the duel between Zhou Chen and Zhang Long, but he had always believed that Zhou Chen would not lose. "Well, it was a close call, but that fallen beast tamer was no match for me," Zhou Chen replied with a chuckle as Tang Yao smiled and exclaimed, "Zhou Chen, you really are the strongest." It was getting late. After a fight with Zhang Long in the afternoon and battling a clone of the beast shadow for a while, Zhou Chen had also spent a long time training in beast martial arts and was feeling quite tired. After taking a shower, he was ready to go to bed. By then Tang Yao had already fallen asleep. Zhou Chen turned off the dormitory lights and went to bed himself, though he suspected it might be a sleepless night as the fallen beast tamer might attempt another assassination. In the deep of the night, the security guards were patrolling the school grounds diligently. The principal had announced that whoever spotted the fallen beast tamer and protected Zhou Chen would receive a year's salary. Thus, the guards were as energetic as if they had been injected with adrenaline, almost wishing for the fallen beast tamer to appear soon. In the dormitory, Tang Yao opened his eyes, rubbed the sleep from them, and climbed out of bed. He walked over to Zhou Chen's bedside, and in the moonlight filtering in from outside, he clearly saw Zhou Chen's sleeping face, his lips curving into a slight smile. "What a cute sleeping face, I really want to give it a kiss, but unfortunately today you're going to die right here." With those words, Tang Yao pulled out a dagger coated with deadly poison and fiercely stabbed at Zhou Chen's neck. Snap! Just then Zhou Chen suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed Tang Yao's arm as it came down. "Who are you? You're not Tang Yao," Zhou Chen asked, holding Tang Yao's arm tightly, stopping the dagger just before it could go any further. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be the fallen beast tamer who tried to assassinate me this morning, right? How did you see through my disguise?" Beast Shadow revealed her true face, realizing there was no point in continuing the disguise. "Firstly, the real Tang Yao usually calls me Brother Chen instead of Zhou Chen, and also, you've been deceived, haven't you? He's a man and you're a woman, you don't have an Adam's apple and your voice is more delicate, clearly that of a woman." "What? This person is a man?" Beast Shadow asked in surprise. She had kidnapped Tang Yao intending to disguise herself as Tang Yao to get close to Zhou Chen. However, she also felt that Tang Yao's gender was dubious. Firstly, if it really was a woman, why would she appear in a male dormitory? Therefore, Beast Shadow stripped Tang Yao to confirm her gender, but Tang Yao had already used her beast martial art to transform into a girl before going out, and she couldn't change back for 5 hours. Thus, Beast Shadow confirmed that Tang Yao was indeed a woman. Although it seemed unbelievable, she thought that perhaps the school had arranged for a beautiful female student to be paired with Zhou Chen, a talent the school wanted to attract for him to vent his frustrations at night. Disguised as Tang Yao, Beast Shadow approached Zhou Chen, planning to kill him in his sleep. That night, "Since you had already noticed something was off about me, why didn't you expose me right then?" Beast Shadow asked, puzzled. "Because I had no evidence, just a gut feeling that something was very wrong about you." Beast Shadow's disguise was excellent. Except for the lack of an Adam's apple, she almost exactly resembled Tang Yao. Even her chest was just as flat, like an airport. Initially, Zhou Chen indeed hadn't noticed that Tang Yao was impersonated by Beast Shadow, and sometimes Tang Yao would transform into a woman to experience what it felt like. However, worried about another assassination attempt by Beast Shadow, Zhou Chen slept lightly. He had long considered that Beast Shadow might disguise herself as someone close to him to approach him, so he was on guard early on. People from the Black Temple, you shouldn't be surprised. After all, you're not the first officer to die by my hands," Zhou Chen said as he raised his right leg and kicked towards Beast Shadow's chest. However, Beast Shadow was quick and agile, dodging Zhou Chen's attack with a sidestep. After all, what professional assassin wouldn't be nimble? But Zhou Chen hadn't expected to kick Beast Shadow away with one blow. His action was merely intended to push her back, taking the opportunity to use the ghost step and maintain distance from her. Zhou Chen took the chance to infuse wind spirit energy into his leg, swiftly retreating to stick to the dormitory door, maintaining a distance of 5 meters from Beast Shadow. He then pulled out the erosion flame sword and wind cloud spear from his spatial ring. it was a good opportunity to test the high-level wind beast martial art he had just learned that day. Ajura Wind Pierce. Zhou infused spiritual energy into the wind cloud spear, and a massive amount of spiritual energy gathered at the spearhead, causing it to burst into a beam of white light. Then with force Zhou thrust it Beast Shadow, the wind spirit energy on the spearhead shooting out like a cannonball. With the beds and wardrobe on either side, he was lined up straight with Beast Shadow, who had no choice but to block. This move was a modification of the Azura Wind Slash because his weapon was a spear not suited for slashing but for thrusting. Thus Zhou had transformed the Azura Wind Slash into the Azura Wind Pierce, focusing all the spirit energy on the sharp spearhead, giving this move immense piercing power. Although the range of the attack wasn't as vast as the Shura Fury Slash, its power was more than doubled. Block it. Beast Shadow also channeled spiritual energy into her dagger, attempting to fend off Zhou attack. However, she greatly underestimated the power of the Shura Fury stab. Her dagger was instantly shredded by the storm-like attack and her body was pierced through, creating a large hole. Even the window behind her was smashed. The might of the Shura Fury stab was not only reflected in its strong piercing ability but also in its capability to slice through the surroundings after penetrating an enemy's body, causing even greater damage. Is this another one of your duplicates? Zhou asked in surprise, noticing that even though Beast Shadow's body was pierced, her face showed no sign of pain. Instead of blood, bees emerged from her body, clearly indicating that this was another one of Beast Shadow's clones. I didn't expect you to be this formidable. I truly miscalculated, but no worries, we shall meet again, and remember your good friend is in my hands. If you want him to live, you'll have to listen to me. Ha ha ha. I will be coming back for you. Beast Shadow smirked, and then countless bees flew out from Zhou dormitory. As soon as they flew out of the window, the bees spontaneously combusted, turning to ash. Bang! What happened? Why is it so noisy? It can't be that, can it? Idiot, this is a men's dormitory, women can't even enter here. Who said it had to be a woman? Hearing the noise from Zhou dormitory, students from the neighboring dorms were startled and rushed over to see what was happening. Even the floor's dorm supervisor showed up. What exactly happened here? It wasn't another rogue beast tamer attacking you, was it? A male student from the next dorm, looking at the chaotic room and the shattered window, was utterly bewildered. Zhou knew him. A decent guy. Since they lived next door, they often exchanged a few words. Yes, you guessed right, Zhou replied, frowning slightly at the shattered window. It would be manageable if it was just Beast Shadow herself, but if she does this every night, I won't be able to sleep. If this continues, my body definitely won't be able to take it. And Tang Yao is still in that guy's hands. Just as Zhou was pondering how to rescue Tang Yao, a howling wind suddenly blew in through the window. Zhou looked outside only to see a giant bird flying across the sky over the school, heading in a specific direction. The bird flew so fast that Zhou couldn't make out what kind of beast it was, but now wasn't the time to consider what species the bird might be. In the sky, Wu Jia rode her beast, the phoenix feather swan, toward a certain direction. The phoenix feather swan was a black swan, enormous in size, about 15 meters long with wings spanning at least 25 meters. As the name suggests, this swan had a relation to the phoenix and indeed possessed the bloodline of a phoenix, with 9 phoenix tail feathers growing on its back. As Wu Jie's beast, the phoenix feather swan, had reached level 400, a battle honor tier even more powerful than the Tai Shin Qing fire dragon. Black Phoenix, have you sensed Beast Shadow's location yet? She felt it. Fingyu Swan responded telepathically to Wu Jia. It turned out that Wu Jia had been riding Fingyu Swan, circling around Zhou dormitory from the outside to protect him. Moreover, Fingyu Swan had a keen sense of smell that, once it picked up the scent of an enemy, it would never forget. Just a moment ago, when Beast Shadow's insect clone flew to the window, Fingyu Swan had already memorized the scent from Beast Shadow's clone with the help of the wind. Using this scent, Fingyu Swan searched throughout the entire imperial capital for Beast Shadow's location. As the saying goes, heaven helps those who help themselves, and after circling around the imperial capital, Fingyu Swan finally located Beast Shadow. Beast Shadow had chosen a certain abandoned building in the imperial capital as her temporary base. The area was desolate with no signs of human habitation, making it an ideal hideout. At this moment, on the 3rd floor of the building, Beast Shadow was resting while also controlling her insect clones. In front of her, Tang Yao was suspended from the ceiling in an extremely embarrassing posture, his skirt falling down, inadvertently revealing his underwear. This wasn't an anime. Anti-gravity skirts didn't exist. Tang Yao's mouth was gagged with a towel, rendering him unable to speak, but he had regained consciousness and 5 hours had passed, during which he had changed back into a boy. Around Tang Yao stood dozens of bee-sting strikers tasked with monitoring him closely from all angles. Any slight movement he made was to be immediately reported to be shadow. Bound in such an embarrassing position and watched by so many bee-sting strikers, Tang Yao's ears turned red with shame. These bee-sting strikers stared at him incessantly, much like dozens of hungry wolves eyeing a big piece of meat. Tang Yao had no doubt that at Bee Shadow's command these bee-sting strikers would pounce and devour him. Cursed, she had failed again. Bee Shadow clenched her right fist tightly, her face filled with anger, since her senses were connected to those of her insect clones. She naturally knew that her insect clone had been defeated by Zhou Chen. Furious, Bee Shadow walked up to Tang Yao, looking at his face, which was prettier than many girls. You're actually a man, a grown man in women's clothes. Are you a pervert? And you've cultivated a beast martial art that can change your gender. How badly do you want to become a girl? Bee Shadow exclaimed angrily. If she hadn't mistaken Tang Yao's gender, perhaps their assassination attempt on Zhou Chen would have succeeded. Thus, Bee Shadow placed the blame for the failed assassination entirely on Tang Yao. With his mouth gagged by the towel, Tang Yao couldn't speak, but he thought to himself, what does it matter to you if I'm a pervert? Besides, my ID is in my bag. Couldn't you have just checked it? Because Tang Yao had been knocked unconscious by Fengming earlier, he was unaware that Fengming had already stripped him to confirm his gender. Can you believe there's no simpler and more brutal way than this? Are you cursing me in your mind? Fengming cursed angrily, then drew a sharp dagger and placed it in front of Tang Yao. Since you like women so much, I will make you a woman for the rest of your life. Upon hearing this, Tang Yao's eyes widened, not from fear, but with a hint of anticipation. Humph, Fengming snorted coldly, but ultimately did not turn Tang Yao into a woman. She still needed him to threaten Zhou Chen. She had anticipated the failure of the second assassination attempt. She also knew that Zhou Chen wouldn't be so easily killed by her insect clone. The strength of the insect clone was only 1% of her real body. The reason she continuously sent out insect clones was twofold. Firstly, to test Zhou Chen's true strength. Secondly, to harass him. By keeping Zhou Chen's nerves on edge all the time, it wouldn't be long before his body collapsed. The final plan was to use Tang Yao to threaten Zhou Chen, though she couldn't be sure whether Zhou Chen would come. She also didn't know how important Tang Yao really was to Zhou Chen. If Zhou Chen didn't show up, Fengming would have no choice but to kill Tang Yao. Suddenly, a howling gust of wind swept through, lifting the hood off Fengming's head and revealing her true face. Fengming had short, dark purple hair and looked to be in her 30s. Her skin was as pale as a corpse's, devoid of any color, a side effect of her long-term practice of poison beast martial arts. Such a strong wind, something is coming. Fengming glanced at the surrounding bee-sting strikers and noticed their bodies trembling uncontrollably, a clear sign of fear. Thus Fengming concluded that something powerful was approaching. Visitors or guests, let me give you a proper welcome. Bee-sting strikers, no need to hide, come out. Buzzing sounds filled the air as hundreds of bee-sting strikers, all above level 50 and considered elite, emerged around the abandoned building, numbering at least 500. Fengming had cultivated an insect-type beast martial art, allowing her to communicate and even control insect-type beasts, similar to the bee control technique found in novels. This was one of the reasons why Fengming could command hundreds of bee-sting strikers. Evil Spirit Bee King, come forth. As soon as Fengming finished speaking, a beast-controlling magic array appeared behind her, and from it emerged a black bee. This was Fengming's true beast, the Evil Spirit Bee King, a Battle King tier creature at level 200 with dual attributes of evil and insect. The Evil Spirit Bee King was as large as 3 adults put together, and Fengming could easily stand on its back. So you're Fengming of the Black Temple, I've heard of your great name before. Everyone targeted by Wu Jie eventually meets their demise. Standing atop a majestic phoenix feather swan, Wu Jie, with her sleek black hair tied into a ponytail, wields a pristine white sharp sword. The wind playfully tosses her hair as she balances gracefully on the swan. Phoenix feather swan, are you Wu Jie from Bay Academy? Your reputation precedes you. I've heard that even on a national scale you're ranked among the top 50 Beastmasters, exclaimed Fengming, stepping back in awe and alarm as she recognized both the mythical creature and its rider. Fengming, a member of the sinister Black Temple, was visibly shocked. Wu Jie smirked slightly and said, to be known by someone like you from the Black Temple means I must indeed be quite famous. As she spoke, Wu Jie released a powerful gust of wind spirit energy. With a swift leap, she covered a distance of 300 meters, landing directly in front of Fengming, her sword now resting lightly on Fengming's shoulder. As the student director, Wu Jie's prowess was reputed to surpass even that of Long Xiaolei in both beast mastery and martial combat. I'm soon to be an elder substitute, so naturally, I've heard about you and know everything, including those secrets of your past that you keep hidden. Feng Ying retorted with a cold smile. Wu Jie's eyes narrowed, her gaze icy with lethal intent. Then I certainly can't spare you, die, she declared as she performed the Shura Wrath Slash. In an instant, she infused her sword with a massive amount of wind spirit energy and swung a colossal blade of wind, severing Feng Ying's neck in a flash. However, it turned out to be only a decoy of Feng Ying. The real Feng Ying had already retreated behind Tang Yao, commanding the evil spirit Be King and the buzzing stingers. Attack, kill her in the swan. The air buzzed violently as the Be King and hundreds of buzzing stingers surged towards Wu Jie and the Phoenix Feather Swan. Unperturbed, Wu Jie commanded Black Phoenix handled the ones outside with a demolishing storm. The swan cried out and flapped its enormous wings, creating a tornado that sliced through the buzzing stingers like blades, obliterating them and even slaying the evil spirit Be King on the spot. The Phoenix Feather Swan's level was simply too high for them. Back in the abandoned building, Wu Jie used an advanced wind-type beast martial art called Shadow Clone, similar to the Shadow Clone technique in Naruto. This technique created numerous clones, each sharing a portion of her spirit energy, making it an incredibly powerful auxiliary beast martial art far superior to Feng Ying's insect clones. Even Wu Jie's sword was replicated several times. Charging at Feng Ying, she unleashed another Shura Wrath Slash, her movements incredibly swift and agile. She teleported right in front of a buzzing stinger and thrust her sword directly at its eye, exploiting the vulnerability of the creature's most fragile part. With a swift thrust, Wu Jie's long sword pierced straight through the brain of a buzzing striker, defeating it instantly. In less than 3 minutes, she had eliminated more than half of the buzzing strikers in the building. Meanwhile, Feng Ying grew panicked, retreating to Tang Yao's side and placing a dagger at his throat. "Don't come any closer or I'll kill him," she threatened. "You wish?" Wu Jie scoffed. Without waiting for Feng Ying to act, Wu Jie's speed exploded, even breaking the sound barrier, and in an instant she was in front of Feng Ying, severing the arm holding the dagger with one swift strike. Feng Ying screamed in agony as her arm was cut off, blood spurting out. She did not possess the ability to use wooden beast martial arts to heal herself. "Are you alright, classmate Tang Yao?" Wu Jie's clone approached, untying Tang Yao and pulling the gag from his mouth. Coughing, Tang Yao replied, I'm okay, Director Wu." After the gag was removed, he collapsed on the ground, retching. "That gag smelled like a foot rag, too strong." "Enough of your nonsense, Feng Ying." Swift strike, Wu Jie used the third door of high-level wind beast martial arts, which allowed her to temporarily increase her speed by dozens of times, even breaking the sound barrier. However, this also consumed a great deal of spiritual energy. To end the battle quickly, Wu Jie pierced Feng Ying's heart with her sword. Feng Ying's mouth opened as if she wanted to say something, but she closed her eyes forever before she could speak. "Shall we go, classmate Tang Yao?" Wu Jie asked with a gentle smile, pulling Tang Yao up, her eyes filled with care. Though she knew he was a boy, his adorable appearance made her treat him like a girl. Yes, Tang Yao nodded and followed Wu Jie to the Feng Yi Swan. It was his first encounter with a battle-honored beast. The two sat on the back of the Feng Yi Swan, flying slowly back to Beiyi Academy. Once back, Tang Yao checked in with Zhou Chen, who was relieved to see Tang Yao safe. Although Zhou Chen didn't feel much for Tang Yao, they had been roommates for a month and any mishap would have troubled him. Moreover, having a roommate who was a cross-dressing expert was far better than one who was slovenly. By the way, Brother Chen, tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday. What are your plans? Are you going home or staying at school? The next morning, Tang Yao, who had just gotten up, suddenly asked Zhou Chen, who was feeding energy liquid to his dragon blood vine. "Mid-Autumn Festival? It's been a month already," Zhou Chen murmured, realizing that tomorrow was not only Mid-Autumn Festival but also National Day, prompting an 8-day holiday from school. Mid-Autumn Festival is a time for family reunion. Naturally, I'll spend it with my family. It's been a month since I left home. It's time to go back and see them. What about you? Are you going home too? Sorry, I can't make it. My home is too far from school. Going back and forth is too much of a hassle. By the way, Chen, where are you from? Dragon City? Dragon City, huh? I have a relative who lives there. Why don't we go back together? I'd like to visit the place as well. Tang Yao suggested this because if Zhou Chen left, he would surely feel lonely for those 8 days. He was a shy boy who only got along well with Zhou Chen in the class because they were roommates, seeing each other all the time. If they weren't roommates, he guessed they wouldn't have gotten along so well. "Sure, let's go back together. By the way, I'll ask Si Chen what their plans are for the Mid-Autumn Festival. So Zhou Chen called Yi Si Chen and Xia Chu Qing. Yi Si Chen said she also planned to go home for the festival, while Xia Chu Qing had already booked her ticket home. Consequently, Zhou Chen also booked a flight for the next day, preparing to fly back. There was no other choice. The bone-winged Tyrannosaurus was left with nothing but useless bones due to the dragon bloodvine, so flying back was the only viable option. Taking a taxi was unrealistic. Even with the speed of the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus flying straight in the air, it would take 6 to 7 hours. By taxi, it would take at least a day. Perhaps because the holiday was starting the next day, the academy students were all very excited, not paying much attention in class, and now being in college these 8 days of holiday, with no homework. Could there be anything more thrilling? No. The day passed quickly, and the next day the four of them boarded the plane to Dragon City. The plane was much faster than the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus, taking about 6 hours to reach Dragon City. Once back in Dragon City, Zhou Chen's first plan was to head home. Yi Si Chen went with him as her family situation wasn't great. Ever since her brother was born, her parents had favored him, leaving little affection for her. This was one of the reasons why Yi Si Chen wanted to build a good relationship with her brother. And now she was practically Zhou Chen's parents' future daughter-in-law. As for Xia Chu Qing, she went back to her own home as she was the princess of her family. Tang Yao didn't immediately go to her relative's house. She followed Zhou Chen, wanting to visit his home. But before heading home, Zhou Chen stopped at a cake shop, bought a lot of snacks that Zhou Jia liked, and also purchased some raw meat, ribs and various vegetables. We can eat the leftovers tomorrow, and tonight we have 2 extra people, he thought. Alright, Jia Jia, please don't cry, your phantom will be alright. But if we don't save it, phantom will die. Oh, please don't cry. As soon as Zhou Chen returned home, he heard crying from his sister's room along with another girl's voice. Recognizing the voice, he realized it was Tang Jing, his sister Zhou Jia's classmate. Jia Jia, what's wrong, Jia Jia? Hearing his sister's sobs, Zhou Chen hurried into her room. He found Zhou Jia lying on her bed, crying her eyes out, while her classmate Tang Jing was beside her, trying to comfort her. Zhou Chen, puzzled and worried, asked, "What happened, Jia Jia? Why are you crying?" "Brother." Seeing her brother, Zhou Jia felt as if a light of hope had shone through her darkness and despair. She rushed into his arms and held him tightly. "Aren't you a level 2 breeder? Please, please save my phantom," she begged through her tears. The phantom cat she had raised since it was a kitten was like family to her, and now that it was in trouble, she was understandably devastated. "What exactly happened? Tell me," Zhou Chen urged. Tang Jing sighed helplessly, seeing Zhou Jia's tearful state, and decided to explain the situation. "A few days ago, we went for a practical class, and it turned out that just 3 days earlier, Zhou Jia and Tang Jing had gone to participate in a practical class in the Beast Forest for some real combat experience. Although both girls were among the top 5 beast masters in their school, they had stayed on the very edge of the forest and hadn't ventured deep into it. However, while they were eating lunch at the periphery, they encountered a strange beast that emitted bizarre sounds and lunged at Zhou Jia the moment it saw her. As the beast attacked, Zhou Jia and Tang Jing immediately summoned their own beasts to confront it. Despite facing 3 beasts, this strange creature was exceptionally powerful, holding its own without showing any signs of weakness. For safety, Zhou Jia and Tang Jing decided to flee, but the beast relentlessly pursued them, aiming directly at Zhou Jia. In a desperate move to protect its owner, the phantom cat blocked an attack, saving Zhou Jia's life. The cat was injured, but not fatally. After escaping the clutches of the beast, Zhou Jia rushed the phantom cat to the beast hospital for treatment. Tragically, a mistake during the treatment worsened the phantom cat's condition, and now it was barely clinging to life. Tang Jing also described the beast to Zhou Chen in detail. It was a beastman-like creature resembling a giant lion that could breathe fire and was as strong as a level 30 combat commander beast, the Iron Shell Magic Turtle, capable of matching it in combat without falling short. "Don't cry anymore, summon that little fellow out and I'll figure out a way to treat it," Zhou Chen said reassuringly. Zhou Jia nodded, having no choice but to trust Zhou Chen now. She then summoned the phantom cat. It had been a month since they last saw it, and the little guy had already reached level 65. Its level had risen quickly, but it had not evolved yet and remained a warrior tier beast. With the system's capabilities, Zhou Chen could tell at a glance that the phantom cat was on its last legs, surviving purely on tenacity. Its limbs were broken, its ribs had punctured its liver. Fortunately, its heart was undamaged, or it wouldn't have lasted till now. Meow. Seeing Zhou Chen return, the phantom cat meowed, then affectionately licked his fingers. Observing the severely injured phantom cat, Zhou Chen took out some medicine for external injuries from his spatial ring acquired from Zhang Long, which contained various treatments for internal and external injuries. Xichen summoned Xiaolu. I need her help, he said. Okay, Xichen nodded and then summoned Xiaolu. Since her sister-in-law's beast was injured, she felt compelled to help. Wow, is that a warrior king tier monster? It must be of a high level, right? Tang Jing exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Xiaolu stunned by her cuteness and beauty. Feeling the life force emanating from Xiaolu, she could tell that it was definitely a warrior king tier monster and not of a low level. Xiaolu was now level 120. Xiaolu, I would like to ask for your help in treating this phantom cat, Zhou Chen said, looking at Xiaolu. Okay, Xiaolu nodded. As a beautiful tree sprite, she was best at healing and saving lives. Wound healing. Xiaolu sprinkled some green light onto the phantom cat, and soon the cat's injuries began to improve. Xiaolu was a warrior king tier beast and her healing effects were outstanding. Zhou Chen also took out some medicine to treat the phantom cat's injuries, and before long the phantom cat was on the mend, bouncing around energetically. Meow meow meow. The recovered phantom cat called out to Zhou Chen, clearly indicating it was hungry and wanted lots of cat food. Phantom. Seeing the phantom cat fully recovered, Zhou Jia finally broke into a smile and hugged it tightly. Then looking at Zhou Chen, she said with a sweet smile, Big brother, thank you. Thank you for saving Phantom. What's there to thank? This little guy is also half my beast, Zhou Chen replied with a smile. By the way, brother, how come you're back? Today is Mid-Autumn Festival and also National Day. With such a long holiday, I thought of coming back to see you. Thank you, brother. Hut, cousin, what are you doing here? Just then Tang Jing exclaimed in surprise, looking at Tang Yao with a shocked expression. In her concern for Zhou Jia, she hadn't noticed Tang Yao. I've been wanting to ask how you ended up here, Tang Yao said with a wry smile, recognizing Tang Jing instantly. Seeing that she hadn't acknowledged him, he thought she no longer recognized him. You know each other? Zhou Chen asked if Tang Yao had mentioned having a relative in Zhanlong City. Could it be Tang Jing? However, this wasn't entirely out of the question. Both individuals shared a fondness for girls. Tang Jing was so devoted to her beloved that she was even willing to engage in a romantic relationship with her. Meanwhile, Tang Yao's affection led her to transform herself into a girl. If these two were cousins, it wouldn't be surprising at all. Even though I'm fond of her, this girl is actually my cousin. Can you believe she's classmates with your sister? Zhou Chen exclaimed. Hey, what do you mean by this girl? Have you forgotten the time I beat you up and you were crying and begging me not to bully you anymore? Tang Jing retorted fiercely, waving her little fists. Then, breaking into a mischievous grin, she approached Tang Yao and playfully patted his blushing cheeks. By the way, cousin, you turned out quite handsome. Didn't you? You've completely become a girl, haven't you? Tang Yao, looking at his cousin, was speechless. He would never forget that it was she who first coaxed him into wearing women's clothing, which led to an uncontrollable series of events. Today was the annual Mid-Autumn Festival, and Zhou Chen decided that they needed to have a sumptuous dinner. He began preparing the meal, and though Yi Sikhan wanted to help, considering her unparalleled cooking skills, Zhou Chen didn't think twice before shooing her out the door. In the evening, Zhou Chen's parents returned home one after the other, delighted to see their son, especially his mother Wang Lin, who was overjoyed knowing her son was doing well. The family enjoyed a hearty dinner together. After dinner, the comically antagonistic duo Tang Yao and Tang Jing left Zhou Chen's home while Yi Sikhan stayed behind. After all, she had come back just because Zhou Chen was returning. Zhou Chen's family wholeheartedly welcomed her decision to stay. They were very pleased with Yi Sikhan, treating her almost like a daughter-in-law. During the dinner, they kept offering her food and drinks, making her quite bashful. Zhou Jia was particularly grateful to Yi Sikhan for her mythical beast's help in healing her shadow cat and was more than ready to accept her as a sister-in-law. Besides, Yi Sikhan was beautiful, possessed a powerful mythical beast, and had a kind heart. What was there not to accept? That night, Yi Sikhan ended up sleeping in Zhou Chen's room. Initially, she intended to stay in Zhou Jia's room, but unfortunately it only had a single bed, so she had to sleep in Zhou Chen's room instead. Zhou Chen's bed was large enough for 2-inch, so Yi Sikhan took the bed. Zhou Chen, wanting to respect Yi Sikhan's privacy, planned to sleep on the sofa or make a bed on the floor, but Yi Sikhan didn't mind sharing the bed. Or should I? Maybe I should sleep on the sofa, Zhou Chen offered. Zhou Chen said with an embarrassed face that this was his first time sleeping with a girl. No, it should be the second time. The first time was during the Secret Realm trial when he and Lin Bei and Yi Sikhan both slept in the same tent. Moreover, the tent was too small, so Zhou Chen accidentally kissed Yi Sikhan's cheek. No need, this is fine. Yi Si-ken with her face flushed red stared at the wall, too shy to turn around and look at Jo-chen sleeping beside her. They remained silent like this, neither of them speaking, until after a while Jo-chen broke the silence. Si-ken, if Bayer finds out we slept together, she would probably be incredibly jealous, right? Hee maybe, but sleeping by your side feels really comforting, Yi Si-ken said as she sat up, her cheeks burning red, and then she lowered her head and spoke softly. Si-ken. Jo-chen suddenly took Yi Si-chen's hand, marking the first time he had touched her hand. Only then did Jo-chen realize how soft her hands were, as soft as cotton. Yi Si-chen's ears turned so red they seemed almost to bleed, but she did not pull away. Jo-chen, not satisfied with just holding hands, slowly brought his lips closer to Yi Si-chen's. She simply closed her eyes in response and did not refuse him. With a soft pop, their lips finally met, gently kissing each other. Eventually, they faced each other honestly, and with Jo-chen turning off the bedside lamp, their bodies and minds finally merged as one. They talked through the night, or so they thought. It was unknown how much time had passed before they finally fell asleep. Due to his extraordinary physical condition and his training in beast martial arts, Jo-chen was energetic and woke up early. In contrast, Yi Si-ken was still soundly asleep in bed, completely undressed. Jo-chen got up early to prepare breakfast for the family, including Yi Si-ken. Having taken responsibility for her, he felt it was his duty to care for her, a value instilled in him from a young age. The breakfast was lavish. "Hey, bro, you're up already? I thought you were going to sleep in a bit longer," remarked Jo Jia, smelling the food and coming out of his room in pajamas. "It's already 7:30 a.m. I'm not a night owl, why would I sleep so late?" Jo-chen retorted with a chuckle. Hee, big bro, you must have stayed up late last night, right? How does it feel sleeping with your sister-in-law? Jo Jia walked into the kitchen, took a bite of a fried dough stick, and then looked at Jo-chen with a mischievous grin. Hearing this, Jo-chen felt awkward. Could it be that this girl heard everything last night? The thought crossed his mind, but he maintained a calm demeanor. "What nonsense are you talking about? What else could we possibly do? We just slept, nothing more." Hee, big bro, did you forget that your room's soundproofing isn't great? I'm right next door, so hee. Before Jo Jia could finish, Jo-chen stuffed a whole fried dough stick into Jo Jia's mouth. "Even eating won't keep your mouth shut, hee. Seeing brother getting a bit angry, Jo Jia also tactfully stopped talking, but she was thinking, these days brother and sister-in-law will probably be staying together. Could it be that every night they will? "Hey, how will I be able to sleep at night? Ding dong, someone's here. Jia, go open the door and see who it is." Okay, so Jo Jia ran to open the door, but she froze as soon as she opened it. She had thought it would be Tang Yao and Tang Jing coming, but instead the visitors were three strangers. The person in the middle looked to be in his 40s, and the two people next to him were dressed in suits and wearing sunglasses, likely bodyguards of the middle-aged man. Have you come to the wrong door? No, young lady, may I ask if this is Mr. Jo-chen's home? Oh, are you here to see my brother? Saying this, Jo Jia shouted towards the kitchen, "Brother, someone is looking for you." Coming. Hearing someone was looking for him, Jo-chen came over and his face showed a look of surprise when he saw the visitors. "You are President Li Kai?" Jo-chen asked, puzzled, as the man before him was none other than Li Kai, the president who had auctioned the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus at the auction event. At that time he had stated that if one wanted to take the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus away, one would have to do two favors for the black market. Now that he had come to find him, it was surely to ask for his help. "Mr. Jo-chen, long time no see," Li Kai said with a slight smile, and since Jo-chen possessed a war king class monster, he couldn't afford to be disrespectful. What he didn't know, however, was that the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus was no longer there, but what did that matter? The charm spirit was now a genuine War King class monster, and its level had even broken through level 100. The dragon bloodvine was also about to evolve into a War King grade, and by then Jo-chen's strength would be greatly enhanced. "President Li, long time no see. Your visit must mean the black market is in trouble, right?" "Yes, this time we've come to ask Mr. Jo-chen for your help." After a pause, as if afraid Jo-chen would refuse, Li Kai continued, "Mr. Jo-chen, you might remember when you took away the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus you agreed to help us with two favors unconditionally." "That's right, we did agree on that, but I can't help with just anything. If it's something life-threatening, then please forgive me for being unable to assist." "Not at all, Mr. Jo-chen is a talented individual, how could we joke about your life? I assure you this matter won't be too dangerous, and if there's any danger, Mr. Jo-chen, you can leave on your own terms." How does that sound? Hearing Li Kai's words, Jo-chen nodded thoughtfully. That sounds reasonable, so what exactly is the matter? Well, Li Kai looked troubled, then continued, since it's quite urgent, we hope Mr. Zhou Chen can come with us right now. We will explain everything on the way. Alright then, just give me a moment. Zhou Chen nodded, then he called Zhou Jia over and spoke earnestly to her. Jia, please take care of Sick Hen for me. I'm not sure when I'll be able to return, it might be a day or it could be a week. These days, I'm entrusting her to you, especially since she's just, Zhou Chen struggled to voice his final thoughts, only managing to imply that Yi Sick Hen wouldn't be able to leave her bed for the next few days. Understood, I'll take good care of my sister-in-law. Zhou Jia had overheard the conversation between Zhou Chen and Li Kai, knowing that Zhou Chen was about to undertake a significant and potentially dangerous task. Although she often joked around, she was quite sensible when it mattered. Brother, you also need to be careful, don't make sister-in-law and me wait too long. Don't worry, Zhou Chen replied, ruffling Zhou Jia's hair before returning to his room. The previous night had been intense, resulting in Yi Sick Hen sleeping till now. He gently kissed her on the lips, ate a few buns and then followed Li Kai out the door. The four of them boarded a van with newspapers taped over the windows, leaving only the front view clear, indicating that Li Kai, the chairman, did not want Zhou Chen to know where they were headed, or at least not how they were getting to this mysterious destination. Chairman Li, why all this secrecy? Where are you taking me? To a secret realm, Zhou Chen asked, puzzled. A secret realm referred to locations with spatial rifts, many of which existed around the world, controlled by governments. Even if some organizations had the right to explore these realms, they still required governmental approval. In other words, while others might have usage rights, the ownership of these realms remained with the government. Could it be that the black market had seized a realm? As Zhou Chen pondered, Li Kai suddenly spoke up. Yes, a secret realm, but this one is a newly discovered realm that no one has yet explored. A newly discovered realm? Zhou Chen was surprised. A newly discovered realm meant that the spatial rift had just appeared and had not been systematically explored, making it unclear whether this realm was a normal low-risk or high-risk realm. Correct, this new spatial rift appeared just 3 days ago, and nobody noticed it until our Beastmaster fortunately witnessed and recorded its formation, Li Kai explained, handing over a smartphone. Zhou Chen pressed play and the video began. A sound akin to glass breaking emanated from the phone, followed by a visual of the air cracking open like shattered glass. The glass-like cracking sounds grew louder and more frequent. The video showed a dark blue vortex suddenly appearing in front, identical to the spatial rifts Zhou Chen had seen before. The inside of the vortex looked like a black hole, impenetrable to sight, surrounded by a halo of light. After the spatial rift appeared, a surge of dense spiritual energy erupted from the other side, rapidly mutating the ants and insects nearby into demonic beasts. In just a few breaths, the transformation that would normally take hundreds of millions of years was completed, turning tiny ants into creatures the size of small dogs. This was how the world fell into the hands of demonic beasts 500 years ago. Suddenly, a beastly figure resembling a lion-like humanoid emerged from the rift. Due to the appearance of the demonic beast, the person filming stopped the camera and prepared to confront the creature, thus ending the video there. Zhou Chen frowned slightly as he watched the demonic beast emerge from the spatial rift, for it closely resembled the one Tang Jing had described to him. It was the same beast that had severely injured the phantom cat, and the timing coincided perfectly, having occurred just 3 days ago. Is this the birth of a spatial rift? Zhou Chen asked Li Kai, guessing the reason for Li Kai's visit. Indeed, Li Kai replied, when the higher-ups of our black market saw this video we were all shocked. Even I had never seen the birth of a spatial rift before. We also wanted to explore this spatial mystery, so we secured the local area in advance and set up a small barrier to keep the rift hidden from others. However, due to concerns about potentially dangerous demonic beasts emerging, we did not venture in rashly and came to seek your help, Mr. Zhou Chen. So what level are these demonic beasts? Tang Jing mentioned yesterday that these creatures are formidable, even the iron shell magic tortoise stands no chance against them. Zhou Chen needed more information about these beasts to ensure safety. Li Kai shook his head and sighed. These demonic beasts are completely new species. We don't know much about them. We can't even determine their exact rank or level because when cornered they choose to self-destruct, leaving us no time to study or analyze them. However, their strength is estimated to be around the level of a 40th level Battle King demonic beast, and we're still unclear about their numbers. This is why we've come to ask for your protection while we explore the mystery. Alright, that's fine, but I can only stay here for a week. After that I must leave. Zhou Chen stated his condition as he had to return to Beiyi Academy for his studies and couldn't afford to spend more time there. Li Kai smiled and said, that won't be a problem. We only need 3 to 4 days. I am very satisfied with the outcome of this discussion. As long as Mr. Jochen is willing to help, we will be able to explore this newly discovered mysterious realm. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of the mystical realm. After disembarking, Jochen observed how the black market had set up a transparent, small-scale barrier around the beast forest. This barrier interfered with external perception, preventing others or beasts from detecting the presence of the spatial rift. Although termed a small-scale barrier, it spanned a radius of 10 kilometers, optimized to ensure maximal effectiveness without being too large or too small. Outside the barrier, numerous individuals armed with real guns stood guard. They were beast tamers employed by the black market. Naturally, they were also skilled in shooting. For them, aside from beast taming, firearms were their only means of self-defense. After all, not everyone could wield beast martial arts, and among those who could, only a few mastered low-level techniques. Unlike Jochen, who possessed 3 high-level beast martial arts, making him quite versatile. Not only did they hold firearms, but their tamed beasts were also on standby by their side, ready to swarm at the slightest disturbance. Upon recognizing the arrival of Chairman Li Kai, the lead beast tamer from the black market nodded and ordered an opening in the barrier, allowing the van to enter. Once inside the mystical realm, the vehicle headed straight to the center, where Jochen spotted the spatial rift identical to what he had seen previously in the realm. Seeing the spatial rift again stirred his curiosity. Last time he had merely stepped into the rift and hadn't moved forward before the powerful spatial energy within forced him back. Now, as a level 60 high-order beast martial artist who had mastered the high-level technique 1000 with Spirit Heart and possessed the Emerald Sacred Heart, he believed he could venture further. Around the spatial rift, numerous tents were erected and various instruments were set up to monitor the spiritual energy emitted by the rift. Inside one of the tents, Jochen saw many injured individuals lying down, their bodies covered with various wounds likely inflicted by the spatial currents within the rift. Jochen had experienced that feeling himself. It was as if his body was being torn apart, an immensely painful sensation. Mr. Jochen, this is our camp and this is your tent. Li Kai pointed to a tent in the distance. Honestly, sleeping in a tent isn't very comfortable compared to a bed, but there's no helping it. Who made you take someone's bone-winged tyrannosaur? All Mr. Jochen needs to do is protect our staff should they encounter any danger, continued Li Kai. Additionally, since this spatial rift appeared only 3 days ago and we were in a rush to set up the barrier, it's likely that dangerous beasts are still in the mystical realm. Should these beasts attack, we hope Mr. Jochen will generously lend his aid. The beast cores will be yours to handle as you see fit. Certainly, Jochen nodded and then left the tent, wandering aimlessly around the spatial rift. It wasn't exactly aimless though. He was looking for demonic beasts, intending to use these creatures to cultivate his beast martial arts. Although he was already a high-level 60th tier beast warrior, his actual combat experience was sadly lacking. Apart from sparring with the insect avatars of Beast Shadow, he had hardly engaged in any real fights with others. His battles were generally assisted by the Dragon Blood Vine, using the Dragon Blood martial body to fight enemies. Now that the Dragon Blood Vine had not yet evolved, Jochen had to rely on himself in face of danger. After an indefinite amount of time, Jochen heard wolves howling nearby. Following the sound, he saw about a dozen gale wolves rushing towards him. The wolves had a fierce look, howling upwards before charging at Jochen. Oddly, their bodies were stained with blood, although it was unclear whether it was their own blood or that of their prey. Gale wolves, being wind-type demonic beasts, were incredibly fast. In just a few breaths they had already reached Jochen, seeking death. Let's see how my wind-type beast martial arts fare against you. Jochen took out his wind cloud spear, infused it with wind-type spiritual energy, and thrust forward fiercely with a technique called Azura Wind Pierce. Jochen rapidly thrust forward with his spear, his movements swift, each thrust piercing through a beast. In less than half a minute, Jochen had dealt with all the gale wolves. He extracted their beast cores. Although these were low-level demonic beasts, the dozen or so cores could still fetch a decent price. These beasts are quite peculiar, Jochen muttered as he picked up the corpse of a gale wolf to examine it more closely. Apart from the fatal wounds he inflicted, there were no other injuries. It seemed as if these beasts were fleeing from something terrifying. Shouting to come out, Jochen summoned the Dragon Blood Vine, which was now 98% evolved, just a bit shy of evolving into a Battle King tier demonic beast. Shouting, it's feeding time. You like blood, don't you? Drink up. The Dragon Blood Vine, unresponsive to Jochen's words, instinctively began absorbing the blood from the gale wolf corpses. The vine's tendrils pierced into the bodies of the wolves, and within a minute the corpses turned into mummified husks. Zhou Chen also poured a few bottles of mid-level energy liquid onto the bud of the dragon blood vine, all of which were absorbed, raising its evolution level from 98% to 99%. Very soon, Xiao Tang will be fully evolved. Just don't end up at 991% like some never-ending software upgrade, Zhou Chen joked. But just as he was anticipating the vine's evolution, a terrifying roar, lion-like in its intensity, echoed through the air. Worried that the dragon blood vine might get hurt, he quickly recalled it back into his soul space. Another roar, even closer this time, reverberated through the air. Suddenly, a dark shadow burst from the bushes nearby and pounced towards Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen's mental alertness was high, allowing him to sense something approaching rapidly. Without a second thought, he hastily retreated. The moment Zhou Chen stepped back, a dark figure lunged forward and threw a punch at the spot where he had just been standing, leaving a large crater in the ground. Had Zhou Chen not dodged in time, that punch would have undoubtedly flattened him. What was this creature? A demon beast? As Zhou Chen scrutinized the unknown being, it resembled an anthropomorphic beast straight out of an anime, boasting a robust physique with a face covered in mane akin to a mythical lion man, complete with a lion's tail swishing behind. Struggling to find a comparison, it looked much like the lion beast from the digital world. This creature, was it not a demon beast? Zhou Chen closely observed the lion man, but nothing about it surfaced in his mind. Unless there was a system malfunction, which seemed unlikely as the system had reacted earlier when the swift wind wolf appeared. If the system hadn't failed, it indicated that this creature was not a demon beast but a sentient being, possibly from another world's intelligent species. The beastman roared loudly, and Zhou Chen noticed that its roar was highly rhythmic, almost like a form of language, likely the native tongue of its world. Unfortunately, Zhou Chen couldn't understand what it was saying, otherwise communication might have been possible. Speaking of which, humanity had been exploring spatial rifts for many years, yet this was the first encounter with an intelligent species from another world. At least, Zhou Chen had not heard of any such discoveries by humans. Of course, it was also possible that such findings were kept secret by nations. After all, such significant discoveries indeed needed to be kept confidential and not widely known. Hey, what exactly are you? Zhou Chen asked, but his words fell on deaf ears as the beast man couldn't comprehend human language, and likewise Zhou Chen couldn't understand its roars. Their conversation was like playing music to a cow, neither could understand the other. Roaring again, the beastman's voice boomed like a lion's roar, loud and deafening. Then, ignoring Zhou Chen, it picked up the corpse of a swift wind wolf from the ground and started devouring it raw. Throughout its meal, the beastman kept its eyes on Zhou Chen, ready to strike if Zhou Chen made any sudden moves or attempted a sneak attack. Zhou Chen, recognizing the creature's strength, wisely refrained from attacking. After eating and drinking its fill, the beastman stood up, assumed a battle stance, and human-like hooked its right hand, beckoning Zhou Chen. With a slight smile at the corners of its blood-stained mouth, it seemed to taunt Zhou Chen. Understanding the gesture, Zhou Chen thought to himself, so you want to challenge me? Well, I won't hold back. Zhou Chen quickened his pace with the ghost step technique, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of the orc. His fist, large as a bowl, struck heavily on the orc's face. The orc was surprised by Zhou Chen's speed, and before it could react, Zhou Chen's fist had already landed on its body. Zhou Chen was incredibly strong, and he infused his punch with wind elemental energy, increasing the speed of his strike, making this punch particularly powerful. With a loud thud, as Zhou Chen's fist connected, the orc yelped in pain and staggered backward several steps. Seizing the advantage, Zhou Chen launched a series of follow-up punches. With the enhancement of his wind elemental beast martial arts, each of Zhou Chen's punches left a trailing afterimage. Zhou Chen unleashed dozens of punches in rapid succession, each one landing solidly on the orc's chest. However, the orc was no pushover. Its muscles were robust, as hard as steel. When Zhou Chen's fist hit the orc's muscular body, it even hurt his own hand. The orc roared, its eyes flashing with a frenzied zeal for battle. Despite receiving hundreds of punches from Zhou Chen, the orc remained unharmed. The physical resilience of the orc race was far superior to that of ordinary humans. The relentless barrage from Zhou Chen ignited the orc's competitive battle instincts. Its hands glowed with a dusky yellow light, and its claws became even stronger and sharper. Earth elemental energy. Was this creature also a beast martial artist? Zhou Chen noted that the dusky glow was rich earth elemental energy. Clearly, this orc was also a beast martial artist, and not of a low level. It was interesting that the orc was also skilled in beast martial arts. Zhou Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. He had thought that coming to help out in the black market during the National Day holiday would be boring, but encountering this orc made him feel the trip was worthwhile. Experiencing the life forms of another world was far more interesting than visiting any museum. The orc roared again and swung its fists at Zhou Chen, who met the challenge without hesitation. Since the opponent utilized Earth Elemental Beast martial arts, Zhou Chen countered with his Wood Elemental Beast martial arts. His entire body shimmered with a green light as he clashed with the orc. The battle raged on for 300 rounds, with Zhou Chen emerging slightly superior. Wood overcomes Earth, so the orc's Earth Elemental Beast martial arts could not effectively harm him, while Zhou Chen's Wood Elemental could inflict double damage on the orc. For a while Zhou Chen held the upper hand, but he was surprised that, despite the numerous punches he landed, the orc's offensive did not weaken at all, as if its internal energy never diminished. After being knocked down, the orc stood up again, its mane around its face shimmering with a golden light absorbing the free-floating Earth Elemental energy in the air. Countless particles of light were absorbed by its mane, and suddenly, the orc's internal energy surged back to its peak. Could this creature be a dragon martial artist as well? Zhou Chen was shocked to learn that only dragon warriors who had transplanted the cells and flesh of magical beasts could absorb spiritual energy on their own. Of course, he did not rule out that this might be a racial trait of the beastmen, for they might also be capable of absorbing spiritual energy due to the wild beast genes within them. This situation was troubling. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow. His own spiritual energy was limited while his enemy's was infinite. In a battle of endurance, Zhou Chen would surely be defeated, so he knew he had to make it a quick fight. Come forth, Storm Dragon Horse. Zhou Chen summoned his Storm Dragon Horse and immediately took out his Wind and Cloud Spear and the Eclipse Flame Sword, ready to face the Beastman in a decisive battle. The Beastman muttered something unintelligible, but soon after a beast-taming magic circle appeared behind him, and from within the circle stepped out a lion. Seeing this lion, Zhou Chen was astoundingly surprised. What? Is it also a beast tamer? A beastman beast tamer? Zhou Chen wondered if he was the first to ever encounter a beastman beast tamer. Information about the lion-type magical beast flashed through Zhou Chen's mind. Berserk Sword Lion, an Earth-type magical beast, a martial-class creature, level 95, 8 levels below the Storm Dragon Horse. The beastman mounted the Berserk Sword Lion and commanded it to charge forward. Roaring fiercely, the Berserk Sword Lion rushed towards the Storm Dragon Horse with great speed, but the Storm Dragon Horse was faster. Zhou Chen, riding the Storm Dragon Horse, charged forward. The horse made a massive leap, covering more than 10 meters in the air, tracing a perfect parabola over the Berserk Sword Lion and landing behind it. Xiaoshuet, charge, Zhou Chen commanded. The Storm Dragon Horse turned around and charged forward, instantly reaching behind the Beastman. Shura Fury Strike. Zhou Chen infused a massive amount of spiritual energy into his Wind and Cloud Spear and unleashed the Shura Fury Strike, thrusting the spear towards the back of the Beastman. This strike was delivered with all of Zhou Chen's might, with the power of the Wind and Cloud Spear enhanced by 20%. The Beastman, seeing Zhou Chen's fierce momentum, changed color, and fright and fear flashed in his eyes, immediately releasing all the Earth-type spiritual energy in his body. The spiritual energy formed a shield around him, similar to Zhou Chen's Jade Holy Heart. The defensive power of Earth-type beast warriors was renowned, and this shield's strength was almost comparable to the Jade Holy Heart. However, Zhou Chen was not to be underestimated. Under the powerful impact of the Shura Fury Strike, the Beastman was sent flying off the back of the Berserk Sword Lion. Xiaoshui used the Wind Fury Tornado, and let's finish off this Berserk Sword Lion together. The Storm Dragon Horse gathered energy at the dragon horns on its head and then spewed out a massive blade of wind, just like Zhanglong's Shura Wind Slash. Zhou Chen showed no mercy, wielding the Wind and Cloud Spear and aiming for an eye of the Berserk Sword Lion. Thud! The spear pierced straight through the Berserk Sword Lion's brain, killing it instantly and granting Zhou Chen nearly 10,000 enhancement points. Roaring in rage at the loss of his tamed beast, the beastman's eyes showed a wild, murderous intent. His facial mane frantically absorbed the spiritual energy in the air. His fists emitted a dazzling light, and as the spiritual energy was absorbed into his body, the beastman's body visibly swelled, enlarging significantly. The orc's body had grown stronger, granting it enhanced strength and speed. With a fierce roar, its calf muscles tensed, and it leaped forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging at Zhou Chen. Its fists, glowing with light, seemed like two missiles aimed straight for him. Zhou Chen couldn't dodge and had no choice but to channel all of the Wood Elemental spiritual energy within him into the Emerald Sacred Heart on his wrist. Zhou Chen was not a dragon warrior and could only replenish his spiritual energy with the help of magical beasts by infusing it into his body. However, as the dragon bloodvine was currently evolving, it paid no attention to Zhou Chen, leaving him unable to replenish his spiritual energy. Therefore, until the evolution of the dragon bloodvine was complete, Zhou Chen would be unable to use the myriad wood spirit heart. After channeling all his wood elemental spiritual energy into the emerald sacred heart, a green barrier formed around him. Boom! When the orc's fist struck the barrier, a violent explosion occurred. Even the barrier formed by the emerald sacred heart shattered. It was the first time the barrier had ever been broken. Fortunately, Zhou Chen remained unharmed. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Chen wielded his wind and cloud spear and thrust powerfully at the orc's chest. The previous strike had depleted all the spiritual energy within the orc, leaving it defenseless against Zhou Chen's attack. With a squelch, the wind and cloud spear pierced the orc's heart. Despite the orc race's skin being as tough as steel, their internal organs were similar to those of humans. Under the onslaught of the spear, enhanced by dense wind blades, the orc's internal organs were ripped apart and it soon closed its eyes in death. Is this a being from another world endowed with intelligence? Zhou Chen muttered to himself as he looked at the orc's body. He considered taking the orc's body back to the Imperial Cultivation Association. The life forms from another world would surely intrigue President Wang Shengde. Perhaps he could exchange it for something valuable like advanced energy fluids or even a supreme energy fluid, or maybe request a Battle King grade magical beast. Though the association had no Battle Emperor grade beasts, shaking his head, Zhou Chen stopped dwelling on these thoughts. Although he had not been injured in the recent battle, his vital energy was greatly diminished. He had used up most of his spiritual energy, especially the wood elemental energy, and now needed his beast tamer to help replenish it. Zhou Chen had the storm dragon horse infuse some wind elemental spiritual energy into his body. This real combat had been quite beneficial, surprisingly raising his beast warrior level to 61. The higher the level of a beast warrior, the stronger their physical constitution and the more spiritual energy their body could store, enhancing the power of their beast martial skills. Even using the same beast martial skill, the power unleashed by a level 1 beast warrior and a level 50 beast warrior was worlds apart. After replenishing his spiritual energy, Zhou Chen practiced some wind elemental beast martial skills, particularly the ghost step. Now that he could no longer use the myriad wood spirit heart or the emerald sacred heart, he had to dodge attacks rather than withstand them, necessitating an increase in his speed. Help! What are these creatures? While Zhou Chen was practicing his beast martial arts, a scream suddenly pierced the air, coming from the direction of the camp. Was there trouble at the black market? Zhou Chen stood up and looked toward the direction of the screams. Let's go check it out, he said, as he mounted his storm dragon horse and galloped towards the camp. Minutes later, Zhou Chen arrived at the camp only to find it in complete chaos. 3 beastmen were slaughtering the people from the black market, and even President Li Kai had been killed by a beastman who ripped out his heart. Unlike the lion-type beastman Zhou Chen had just killed, these 3 were different types: wolf, tiger and bear beastmen, each controlling a ferocious sword lion. The beastmasters from the black market summoned their own beasts to fight, but their creatures were no match for the beastmen and their ferocious sword lions and were quickly driven back. Hey, what exactly is going on here? Where did these beastmen come from? Zhou Chen grabbed a person who was trying to flee and asked. They all came out of a spatial rift. After speaking, the person ran off, and in just that short moment several more beastmasters were killed. These beastmen's beast martial skills were much stronger than the lion-type beastman Zhou Chen had encountered earlier. Howl! At that moment the wolf beastman suddenly turned towards Zhou Chen, sniffing the air lightly, sensing the scent of blood on him, that of his kin. Recognizing the blood on Zhou Chen, he realized that his kin had been slain by him. Realizing that Zhou Chen had the strength to kill their kin, the 3 beastmen temporarily stopped chasing the other beastmasters and decided to focus all their efforts on Zhou Chen. Charming spirit, come out! Even Zhou Chen did not dare to be careless against 3 beastmen, quickly summoning the charming spirit. Although the charming spirit was not skilled in close combat, Zhou Chen hoped that with extra combat power there would be additional hope. 3 beastmen warriors and 3 beasts around level 100. Not easy to deal with, charming spirit said, assessing the situation with a slight smile. Although her words sounded grave, the smile on her face betrayed her confidence. Charming spirit, can you take those 2 guys? Zhou Chen pointed at the tiger and wolf beastmen, uncertain if charming spirit could handle them. Leave them to me. Charming spirit giggled. A little dog and a little kitty are no match for me. With a light laugh, she flew towards them. Howl, roar! Seeing charming spirit, both beastmen's eyes revealed a hint of greed. Captivated by her unparalleled beauty, charming spirit, fully aware of this, knew that these beastmen were only slightly smarter than ordinary wild beasts. She threw a coquettish glance at the two beastmen and they were completely mesmerized. Shadow Fury, Mei Ling gathered the dark spiritual energy throughout her body, conjuring two massive energy orbs that she hurled at two orc warriors. These orcs, previously captivated by Mei Ling's unparalleled beauty, were caught off guard. Even as the attack was imminent, they remained lost in their enchanting delusions. Roar! However, the ferocious sword lions they rode upon were not so entranced. Each beast roared and quickly formed a massive earthen wall, shielding their masters from Mei Ling's assault. Though the orcs were injured, the wounds were not fatal. Roar! After the attack, the orcs regained their senses, their eyes no longer filled with greed but with boundless rage. With a furious roar, they charged madly at Mei Ling. Unperturbed by the oncoming threat, Mei Ling merely smiled, unfurling the wings at her waist and ascending into the sky. The orcs and their beasts, unable to fly, posed no threat to her in the air. From above, Mei Ling saw the groundbound orcs as nothing more than moving targets. Demon Shadow Fury. She conjured another pair of energy orbs, hurling them towards the two orcs. Roar! The orcs growled, communicating with the sword lions beneath them, which nodded and then conjured a tawny energy pellet from their mouths, shooting it towards Mei Ling. Earth skill. Rock grenade. Mei Ling's expression changed upon seeing the rock grenades and she quickly flapped her wings to fly back. However, the relentless sword lions kept firing rock grenades at her, the frequency of their attacks comparable to a machine gun, showing no sign of stopping. Meanwhile, the two orcs absorbed spiritual energy through their fur, channeling it into their sword lions, reversing the roles of master and beast, with the sword lions acting as the orcs' bone soldiers. Elsewhere, the battle between Zhou Chen and the bear tribe orc had also begun. The bear tribe orc was stronger than the lion tribe orc they had just faced. Zhou Chen could only just manage to hold his own using his Wind Cloud Spear and the Erosion Flame Sword, both forged from beast bones. However, the Storm Dragon horse he rode was no match for the ferocious sword lion. Zhou Chen realized that among the three orcs, this bear tribe orc was the strongest, and its mount, the sword lion, was the most formidable of the three beasts, boasting a level of 130, over 20 levels higher than the Storm Dragon horse, which was adept at speed but lacked the strength to compete with the sword lion. Thus, in a head-on clash, the Storm Dragon horse was at a disadvantage. Boom boom boom, in the sky Mei Ling was accidentally hit by a rock grenade, causing her to fall from the air, but fortunately she was not seriously injured. Mei Ling, are you alright? I'm fine, here, take this. Saying so, Zhou Chen threw the Erosion Flame Sword to Mei Ling. Catching the sword, Mei Ling felt a surge of confidence. With the Erosion Flame Sword, all her attacks would increase in power by 50%. At that moment, the three orcs joined forces, channeling their spiritual energy into the body of the berserk sword lion, which recovered its strength with the help of the earth-type spiritual energy. The three berserk sword lions roared in unison, their cries echoing to the heavens as they conjured a massive rock grenade in the air, signaling their preparation for a total assault. Mei Ling, they are about to unleash their powerful skills, let's counterattack, one of them said. Initially Zhou Chen wanted to dodge, but he was surrounded by dense forests, leaving him no room to escape. Alright, Black Flame Sword Chi. Mei Ling exerted all her strength, swinging her corrosive flame sword and sending a sky-obscuring blade of energy towards the three orcs. Not to be outdone, Zhou Chen channeled all his wind-type spiritual energy into his Wind Cloud Spear and executed his strongest move, the Azura Storm Pierce. A hurricane merged with the sword energy, striking towards the orcs. As this happened, their rock grenade also finished forming and was launched at Zhou Chen and his companions. However, just as the sword storm and the rock grenade were about to collide, a sudden and extremely powerful suction force from a spatial rift absorbed both the sword storm and the rock grenade into it. Boom! The collision of the two forces was absorbed by the spatial rift, merging with the spatial energies inside and causing an even larger explosion. The explosion expanded the spatial rift significantly, and its suction force grew stronger. It resembled a gigantic vacuum cleaner sucking in surrounding leaves and rocks into the rift like a bottomless black hole. Even Zhou Chen and his companions couldn't escape the tremendous gravitational pull, helplessly drawn towards the rift, unable to flee. What is happening? Zhou Chen roared, feeling the immense suction force. He quickly hugged a nearby tree. He had already experienced the terrifying nature of spatial energy flows, knowing well that being sucked in could mean being shredded by the fearsome spatial currents, yet even so, the pull of the spatial rift was too strong. The tree Zhou Chen clung to began to crack, and it would soon break completely, likely pulling him into the rift. Meanwhile, Mei Ling and the Storm Dragon horse attempted to fly up into the sky to escape the range of the rift's gravitational pull. However, the pull was too strong. Even Myling and the storm dragon horse couldn't escape. Myling Shoshuek, come back quickly, don't get sucked in or it's over. Zhou Chen urgently recalled them to the safety of the spirit space. Just then the suction force of the spatial rift intensified once more. With a sharp crack, the tree Zhou Chen clung to suddenly broke and he, unable to escape the gravitational range, was sucked into the rift. The three orcs and their berserk sword lions met the same fate, also being absorbed into the spatial rift. Inside the rift, Zhou Chen felt a sharp pain, the effect of the turbulent spatial currents. Zhou Chen's physical condition had already been enhanced to hundreds of times that of an ordinary person, and he had also practiced beast martial arts, which further improved his resistance to blows and self-healing abilities. Thus, the pain he felt this time was not as excruciating as before. If the previous pain was like being stabbed with a knife, now it was more like being pricked with a needle. It was painful but bearable. What was that? As he entered the spatial rift again, Zhou Chen did not see the world tree he had encountered before. In the rift, all he could see was darkness so thick he couldn't see his own hand in front of his face. After what seemed like an eternity, on the verge of passing out, a sliver of light appeared, as if it were the gateway to a new world. Just as Zhou Chen prepared to explore further, his strength gave out and he fainted. The sound of azure waves washing up on the beach also washed over Zhou Chen's damp trouser legs. As the scorching sun shone down, Zhou Chen's face turned a reddish hue. After an indeterminate amount of time, he slowly regained consciousness, opening his heavy eyelids and slowly standing up from the sandy beach. "Where am I?" he murmured to himself as he rubbed his eyes and slowly looked around. However, when he saw his surroundings, he was utterly stunned. The sight before him left him frozen in shock. Looking around, Zhou Chen realized he was on a deserted island with the beach behind him and a few coconut trees scattered about. "Is this how I start, stranded on a deserted island, expected to survive?" Zhou Chen muttered to himself in confusion. He vividly remembered being sucked into a spatial rift. Since he had passed through a spatial rift, this place was likely another world, a realm on the other side of the rift. As for the rift that brought him here, it had vanished without a trace, meaning Zhou Chen might never be able to return to his home planet Blue Star. "Am I to stay here forever?" he said in frustration, attempting to get up and explore. However, as he took his first step, Zhou Chen hissed in pain, the sharp intake of breath triggered by severe pain. He quickly examined his body and noticed his clothes were soaked with seawater and his body was covered in wounds. The salt in the seawater exacerbated the pain of the wounds and could cause infections or even prolong the healing process. Therefore, Zhou Chen had no choice but to take off his shirt and lay it on a dry rock to air out. Fortunately, the climate was as hot as summer, so being wet did not risk a cold. "I remember Zhang Long's space ring should have some medicine for external injuries," Zhou Chen recalled. He found some medications in Zhang Long's space ring and applied them to his wounds. The medicine, worthy of a great family heir from the capital, was very effective. Upon application, Zhou Chen felt a warm sensation on his skin and the wounds visibly began to heal. Fortunately, they were just superficial injuries, so they healed quickly. After the wounds had somewhat healed, Zhou Chen began to walk around. His clothes were torn but at least wearable. He wandered around the beach searching for the spatial rift. If he could find the space rift, perhaps he could return. However, after wandering around the island for over an hour, Zhou Chen still hadn't seen any sign of the rift. Could it be that the space rift has disappeared? Zhou Chen muttered to himself, his brows furrowed in concern. If that was indeed the case, he might have to spend his entire life on this deserted island. But that didn't sound right. Space rifts aren't known to disappear so easily. Otherwise, the secret realms that have existed on Blue Star for over a century wouldn't be possible, and there have been no reports of rifts closing. This indicated that once a rift appeared, it wasn't likely to vanish so easily. Considering the rift hadn't disappeared, Zhou Chen pondered that perhaps he had been searching in the wrong direction. Could the rift possibly be in the sea? This idea suddenly struck him as he remembered his clothes were wet and muddy, which suggested he had been washed ashore by the waves. It was likely that the rift was located in the ocean. However, this seemed impractical. If it were in the sea, then the exit of the rift on Blue Star would also be submerged in water. Regardless, he decided to return to the beach. Thinking this, Zhou Chen returned to the shore, stripped off his clothes and dove into the sea, only to find nothing. Since he couldn't swim, he didn't dare venture into the deep sea and only searched the shallows. Although his physique was far superior to an ordinary human's, he would still die without oxygen. When Zhou Chen returned to the shore, planning to look for some food, he spotted a small girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. She was petite, around 12 meters tall, resembling a primary school student. She had beautiful blonde hair with cute cat ears on top and a small tail at her back. The girl was wearing a revealing outfit that barely covered the essentials, inevitably drawing the eye. She held coconut juice and various fruits in her hands, perhaps feeling too ashamed dressed as she was. She picked up the clothes Zhou Chen had left on the beach and put them on herself. When she sensed someone approaching, the little girl turned her head to look at Zhou Chen. Meow. Meow meow? She tilted her head, looking at him with her big watery eyes full of confusion. At that moment Zhou Chen also took in the full appearance of the little girl. She had skin as white as snow and blue pupils that reflected Zhou Chen's figure, shining like two emeralds. On her cheeks were long white whiskers, just like a kitten's, making her incredibly adorable. A cat girl, Zhou Chen exclaimed in surprise. Although somewhat astonished, he recalled that several beastmen had crossed through the space rift to Blue Star from this world. If this world had beastmen, then it wasn't strange for there to be a cat race among them. Meow meow meow. The little girl revealed her cute little fangs, looking at Zhou Chen with a puzzled face as if to ask, "Who are you?" The little girl: "Oh no, the young girl, this shirt belongs to me." Zhou Chen explained with gestures, unsure if the little girl could understand him, but judging from her silly expression she probably couldn't. Meow meow. The girl glanced at her own clothes, seeming to understand Zhou Chen's point, and handed him 2 large coconuts along with several apples, pears and peaches. She planned to trade these fruits for Zhou Chen's shirt. Zhou Chen looked at the little girl somewhat speechlessly, thinking about forcibly taking his shirt back from her, but that seemed inappropriate. The 9 years of compulsory education he had received did not allow him to treat a child who seemed like a primary school student in such a beastly manner. Moreover, Zhou Chen hadn't had a drink of water in nearly 2 hours, and he certainly couldn't drink seawater. He had already tasted the seawater of this world while swimming, and it was even saltier than the seawater on Blue Star. Drinking such water would only accelerate dehydration. Thus Zhou Chen accepted the fruits from the young girl. Trading a tattered shirt for over a kilogram of fruits seemed like a good deal to him. Zhou Chen then burst a coconut with a punch and began drinking the coconut water greedily. The coconut water in this world was different from that on Blue Star. It had a higher sugar content, making it taste very sweet, almost like drinking coconut milk. Zhou Chen quickly finished the 2 coconuts and then ate several pears and apples. The fruits in this world seemed sweeter than those on Blue Star. Sitting on a rock, Zhou Chen enjoyed the fruits while the cat-eared girl was happy to have gotten a new shirt, even performing a dance for Zhou Chen. One human, one cat-like being. Let's just say she's part cat, given her genetic makeup. These 2 intelligent beings from different worlds sat together on the same rock, eating fruits and watching the sea gurgle gurgle gurgle. Just then the sea began to bubble wildly as if it were boiling. Seeing this, the cat-eared girl's face changed dramatically and a hint of fear suddenly appeared on her innocent face. She quickly grabbed Zhou Chen's arm, pulling him with a terrified expression to leave the place. "What's wrong, little one?" Zhou Chen frowned slightly, looking at the frightened girl. "Are you scared of something?" The girl couldn't understand human language, so she didn't respond to Zhou Chen. However, the grip on his arm grew stronger and she meowed urgently, seemingly telling Zhou Chen that there was danger and they needed to run fast. Boom! Before Zhou Chen could move, he saw a 50-meter-long jiaolong, a dragon serpent, burst out from the sea, performing a dramatic emergence. Roar! The jiaolong roared towards the sky, flicking out a tongue reminiscent of a python's. The jiaolong, a transitional form between a python and a true dragon, had tender horns on its head, whiskers on its face, and 4 dragon claws on its body. Beast name: Dark Sea Jiaolong. Beast rank: Warlord. Beast level: 213. Attributes: Dark Water. Weakness: Wood. Nature: State: Agitated. Talent: Dragon Vein. Significantly increased vitality. Heart of the Demon Sea, possessing the ability to control seawater freely. Its combat power multiplies in the ocean. The beast's skill: Splashing Demon Water. It can spit out poisonous water streams from its mouth, contaminating the ocean and causing marine life to mutate and become ferocious. Black Dragon Breakthrough. Using its huge and hard dragon body to strike enemies, it can shatter them into pieces. Demon Sea Dragon Breath. The Jiaolong's ultimate move, possessing great destructive power. Dragon Scale Armor. Its dragon scales are extremely hard, able to ignore most attacks. Introduction to the mythical beast, a dragon-type monster. Although it is a Jiaolong, it possesses capabilities not inferior to that of a true dragon, a great supplement perfect for barbecuing. Dragon meat has revitalizing effects, very suitable for hosts who are weak and feeble. War Sovereign Grade, a level 213 beast. Seeing the attributes of the Demon Sea Jiaolong, Zhou Chen was shocked, this beast being stronger than any other he had encountered before. Only the Tai Shin Ching fire dragon could surpass it in attributes, but it was already on the brink of death, its combat power nowhere near that of the demon sea Jiaolong. Roar. The demon sea Jiaolong let out a low growl, slowly turning its head, staring with its large eyes at Zhou Chen and the cat girl lowly. It stuck out its tongue, clearly seeing the two as its food. Upon seeing the demon sea Jiaolong overwhelmed by its dragon's might, the little lowly's legs went weak. She was clearly not a beastmaster and her own strength was very small, so upon seeing the demon sea Jiaolong she was frightened into sitting down on the ground, forgetting even to run away. Roar! The demon sea Jiaolong soared into the sky, slowly advancing towards the two. Xiaoshuai, come out. Zhou Chen immediately summoned the Storm Dragon Horse, scooping up the cat girl lowly in his arms and quickly mounting the horse. Xiaoshua, let's go. Without a second word, Zhou Chen commanded the Storm Dragon Horse to run faster. He did not dare to engage in battle with a level 213 beast, especially one of the war's sovereign grade. The Storm Dragon Horse was fast, covering several miles in just a few minutes, but the demon sea Jiaolong was not slow either, relentlessly pursuing them, playing a cat and mouse game. As a Jiaolong, it wasn't about to let its prey escape. This guy, really tough. Zhou Chen cursed, knowing that if the Jiaolong really wanted to catch them it would have done so already and swallowed them whole, but it was clearly just trailing them closely, evidently toying with them. Meiling, come out. Immediately after Zhou Chen summoned Meiling, upon appearing Meiling saw the huge Jiaolong following closely behind and got quite the scare, nearly getting eaten by the Jiaolong. Mei Ling shrieked, oh my god, what a huge Jiao dragon. Zhou Chen, how did you manage to provoke this monster? I didn't want to provoke it, it came after us on its own, Zhou Chen replied. Mei Ling, use your psychic attack skills, just make it stop moving. Okay, I'll try. Mei Ling nodded, then turned around to face the demonic sea Jiao dragon. Dragons by nature are lascivious and instinctively drawn to beauty, and the Jiao dragon was no exception. Upon seeing Mei Ling, it was captivated by her beauty, forgetting Zhou Chen and the little cat girl Lolita. Its large eyes were glued to Mei Ling, unwilling to blink even once. Netherworld storm. Mei Ling had no intention of becoming a plaything for the demonic sea Jiao dragon and immediately unleashed her strongest psychic attack. A flash of purple light passed through Mei Ling's pupils and invisible psychic shockwaves shot towards the demonic sea Jiao dragon. The dragon howled in pain, feeling as if millions of steel needles were piercing its brain simultaneously, causing immense agony. However, as a dragon and particularly a battle-honored beast of a higher rank than Mei Ling, it didn't suffer long. As the Jiao dragon released its terrifying dragon might, Mei Ling's psychic attack was neutralized. The deterrent nature of the dragon might was essentially a form of psychic attack itself, a tactic of using offense as defense. Since Mei Ling was closest to the Jiao dragon when it released its dragon might, she was the first to be struck. With a scream she fell from the sky. The dragon might released by the Jiao dragon was too strong for Mei Ling to withstand. The dragon roared again, furious from the injury, and ceased releasing its dragon might. It then charged at Mei Ling with its massive dragon body, intent on destroying her if it couldn't possess her. If I can't have her, then I'll crush her, it thought. Such a beautiful woman, if it couldn't have her, the Jiao dragon would rather crush her into a pulp and swallow her than let anyone else have her. Seeing the meteor-sized Jiao dragon charging at her, Mei Ling's face paled and she immediately flapped her wings to dodge the attack, not forgetting to criticize, if you can't have it, destroy it? What a perverse mentality. Is being beautiful a sin? I don't ever want to be so enchantingly beautiful in my next life. Although Mei Ling wasn't directly crushed by the Jiao dragon's body, she was still severely injured by the shockwave. Nevertheless, she continued to flap her wings and flew to Zhou Chen's side, preferring to die in his arms than be captured by the demonic sea Jiao dragon. Mei Ling, go rest, Zhou Chen said, seeing her severely injured and her clothes torn to shreds, feeling deeply distressed. He immediately instructed her to return to the spirit space to recover. Meanwhile, the demonic sea Jiao dragon was flying towards them again, intent on devouring Zhou Chen next. Here it comes again. Zhou Chen's expression changed, and he immediately drew the erosion flame sword, channeling all his spiritual energy, regardless of its attributes, into the sword. He was ready for the moment the Jiao dragon charged at him to thrust the erosion flame sword into the dragon's eye, undoubtedly its most vulnerable spot. Just as Zhou Chen was preparing to fight to the death with the demon sea Jiao dragon, a soft voice suddenly echoed in his mind, sounding like a heavenly melody. Leave it to me, master. Ha, this voice is. Upon hearing this unfamiliar yet somewhat familiar voice, Zhou Chen was initially puzzled, then a smile spread across his face. Following that, a dark green beast controlling formation appeared behind him. From the formation, dozens of green vines lashed out, tightly entwining the demon sea Jiao dragon, preventing it from advancing any further. Xiao Tang. Seeing those green vines, Zhou Chen immediately realized that the dragon blood vine had completed its evolution. The now king-tier mythical beast dragon blood vine had greatly increased in strength. Unlike the charm spirit known for its mental attacks, the dragon blood vine excelled in physical combat. The current predicament of the demon sea Jiao dragon served as a perfect example. As the saying goes, a single chopstick is easily broken, but a bundle of them is strong. Dozens of tough vines bound together tightly, and even the immensely powerful demon sea Jiao dragon couldn't break free. Subsequently, a flower bud, as tall as a person, also emerged from the beast-controlling formation. The bright red bud, resembling a rose, exuded a fragrant aroma. Next, in front of Zhou Chen, the bud slowly began to bloom. As the flower fully opened, Zhou Chen saw a lovely girl nestled among the tightly wrapped petals lying in the center of the stamen. The girl, smiling slowly, stood up from the bud and walked towards Zhou Chen. She resembled the floral monsters from the digital world, with a large bright flower on her head and vine-formed hair fluttering in the wind. Her eyes sparkled like beautiful emeralds, and she had translucent skin, a delicate nose and rose-colored lips. The girl's figure was slender, only slightly shorter than Zhou Chen. She had fair, smooth legs and a prominent bust. A pair of wings made of green leaves protruded from her back, granting her the ability to soar through the skies. She wore a bright green miniskirt that showcased her lively and adorable nature, and on her feet were green high heels adorned with floral anklets. As the girl approached Zhou Chen, a gust of wind carried the scent of roses, refreshing and delightful. Master, it's been over half a month. Did you miss me? I've been thinking about you every day. The girl suddenly ran up and hugged Zhou Chen, giggling sweetly, and even planted a kiss on his cheek. Her voice was enchanting. The mythical beast, now known as the Bloodvine King, was at the peak of the king tier, soon to break through to the level of a battle emperor beast at level 170, having absorbed a vast amount of nutrients and energy fluids, causing its level to surge dramatically. In a realm shadowed by darkness and mystery, there exists a creature of both beauty and peril, the Bloodthorn Queen, with attributes of darkness and wood. Her strengths lie hidden with no known vulnerabilities. In a constant state of excitement or health, her natural abilities are both fearsome and awe-inspiring. She possesses the ability to absorb the blood of other beings to enhance her own power, a talent known as blood devouring. Additionally, as the floral dancer, she can draw on the essence of plants to not only boost her combat prowess but also heal her injuries. Her skills are as exotic as they are deadly. The otherworldly demon vine allows her to summon sinister tendrils from another dimension, entangling and piercing her foes while draining their vital essences. The dream pollen from the roses atop her head releases a potent and hallucinogenic dust, leading those who inhale it to succumb to a blissful and painless demise. Furthermore, the annihilating dragon's might, a psychic attack, unleashes a formidable dragon-like force capable of erasing the very souls of her enemies. The Azure Vine Blood Demon Light, on the other hand, channels dark energy to emit a dragon breath-like blast, wreaking havoc over a wide area. Evolved from the dragon blood vine, the Bloodthorn Queen is no mere beast but a flower demon with intelligence comparable to humans. She is beautiful, loyal, and possesses a mighty strength in battle, demanding respect from anyone who dares underestimate her. It is strongly advised against consuming her. After all, it took an immense amount of energy liquid to cultivate the vine into a semblance of a young girl. Would one really bear to devour such a creature? Her transformation wasn't just a simple evolution to the Bloodthorn King but also a dramatic leap of 70 levels in power. Zhou Chen, her keeper, had tirelessly fed her energy liquids, both mid-level and high-level, pouring them onto the dragon blood vine without a second thought. Aside from advancing her evolutionary state, the remaining energy liquids were absorbed, significantly enhancing her level. Xiao Tang, you finally evolved. Zhou Chen began, only to be interrupted by the Bloodthorn King's finger gently pressing against his lips, followed by a chuckle. Master, Xiao Tang sounds awful, like I'm a little dog. I'm now a humanoid demon, just like a charm spirit, so I'd like a human name. How about Cheng Luo? I racked my brains for it. Cheng Luo, it was a name that Zhou Chen pondered briefly before agreeing. Initially, the Bloodthorn King was just an ordinary devil's ivy, so the name Cheng Luo seemed quite fitting. Alright, from now on you'll be Cheng Luo. Zhou Chen smiled, momentarily forgetting that the sea demon dragon loomed nearby. Watching Cheng Luo, Zhou Chen felt increasingly reassured, remembering the moment he had formed a pact with the blood-devouring vine. He had felt an inexplicable confidence, then a powerful sensation that still emanated from Cheng Luo Whether then or now Chung Luo continued to instill confidence in Zhou Chen, Shang Luo go defeat that creature. Zhou Chen looked towards the sea demon dragon, his mysterious confidence rekindled, believing firmly that Qing Luo could triumph. Alright, Qing Luo rose into the air, her green leafy wings fluttering behind her like those of a sprite. The sea demon dragon roared, spraying venom that corroded the vines entwining it, then opening its massive jaws it lunged at Qing Luo, intent on devouring her in one bite. Otherworldly demon vine. Qing Luo raised her arms, a sphere of green light forming between her hands. In an instant the green light transformed into hundreds of thick vines, all shooting towards the demon sea Jialong. This move was both offensive and defensive. It could release vines for long-range attacks. The vines not only absorbed nutrients from the enemy but were also coated with a potent poison. After evolving, Qingluo's vines were tougher than before, each as hard as titanium alloy. Dozens of vines intertwined, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. The demon sea Jialong had already experienced the terror of these vines. Even with hundreds of them combined it couldn't break free. Accelerating suddenly, the demon sea Jialong unleashed a powerful force, diving towards Qing Luo with the intent to crush her into a pulp using its massive dragon body. However, Qing Luo was not to be underestimated. Hundreds of vines swiftly contracted, tightly coiling around the demon sea Jialong. Thinking she would be intimidated by a mere show of strength? Qing Luo scoffed coldly and then flew above the demon sea Jialong, swinging her fists and striking a heavy blow on its dragon horns. Boom! The impact sounded like an intercontinental missile had struck the dragon horns. With a crack, the horns snapped off and Qing Luo quickly grabbed them. These were valuable, capable of purifying the dragon veins within her body. No one had expected that Qing Luo, with her seemingly frail frame, harbored such terrifying power. After all, she was a demon beast with dragon veins, having absorbed a blood soul pill that could evolve a beast from a war king class to a war lord class. Now, Qing Luo's rank was comparable to that of a true war lord class demon beast. The demon sea Jialong, with its horns broken by Qing Luo, flew into a rage. Those horns had taken 100 years to cultivate and now they were destroyed by Qing Luo. The dragon roared furiously, releasing a terrifying dragon might, but Qing Luo stood her ground, releasing her own dragon might to clash against it. The confrontation of their dragon mights was like a collision of supreme auras, creating a shockwave that tore through the sky. Nearby rocks and trees were crushed into powder by this fearsome force. Their dragon mights were no longer just a mental contest, they were physically affecting the surroundings. Originally, Qingluo's dragon might was far inferior to that of the demon sea Jialong, but with its horns broken, the purity of the Jialong's dragon veins was compromised, weakening its dragon might. Thus, they were evenly matched in this fierce showdown. Roaring fiercely, the demon sea Jialong, when confronted by Qingluo's equally majestic dragon-like prowess, grew even more enraged. It opened its massive jaws, revealing sharp, menacing fangs, and began to gather dark energy within its mouth, forming a sphere reminiscent of the tailed beast bomb. With a fierce expulsion, it launched this devastating attack, dubbed the Demon Sea Dragon's Breath, straight towards Qing Luo. In response to the powerful onslaught, Qing Luo was far from intimidated. She extended her arms wide, her green dress and the fresh flowers atop her head gathering the surrounding plant energy. She unleashed the Ivy Blood Demon Light, a dark green beam similar to the dragon's breath. The green and purple energies clashed mightily, neither one yielding to the other, resulting in a stalemate. Qing Luo, utilizing her innate talent as a magic flower dancer, absorbed the essence of plants, significantly amplifying the power of her special move. This ability allowed her to contend on equal footing with the demon sea Jialong, even gaining the upper hand. The Jialong growled lowly, contemplating its loss of a dragon horn earlier that day, which had greatly weakened it. Realizing that continuing this fight to the death with Qing Luo was unnecessary, it acknowledged her strength. Given that wood elemental beasts were naturally the nemesis of sea dragons, Qing Luo's attacks could inflict substantial damage on him. With this in mind, the demon sea Jialong spewed a burst of highly toxic black mist, attempting to corrode the vines on its body, and turned to leave. Before departing, it gave Qing Luo a significant glare and growled lowly, as if to say, "I will return. And then it will be your end." Unperturbed, Qing Luo smirked slightly, licked her luscious lips with her delicate tongue, and thought, "Run all you want, but no matter where you go, even to the ends of the earth, I will drain you of your nutrients." Soon after, Qing Luo gracefully descended to the ground, returning to Zhou Chen's side. "How was that, master? Was I impressive?" She boasted proudly, showing off the dragon horn she had broken off, as if urging him to shower her with praise. Zhou Chen As if he could hear her silent plea, smiled and gently stroked her hair, saying, "Yes, my Qing Luo, you are the best." Blushing at the compliment, which sounded almost like a confession, Qing Luo giggled and on tiptoes swiftly pecked Zhou Chen on the lips. "Qing Luo, you," she giggled, "I've wanted to do that for a while now." Having been affectionately close to Zhou Chen since her days in her dragonblood vine form, their relationship was deeply intimate, akin to siblings or childhood sweethearts. "All right, enough now," Zhou Chen said softly, caressing her soft cheek tenderly. Meanwhile, the cat girl Loli, witnessing their affectionate display, couldn't help but recall the kiss, her face flushing red and her fur bristling as if she had swallowed something distasteful. As a cat girl, she experienced the unpleasant taste of dog food for the first time in her life. Fortunately, Zhou Chen and Cheng Luo had already parted lips, otherwise she really wanted to leave the scene. However, seeing Cheng Luo fend off the demonic sea dragon filled the little cat girl with joy, as it meant she wouldn't be eaten. "Ha, who is this little sister?" she wondered. "Is she a snack you've prepared for me, master?" At that moment, Xing Luo also noticed the little cat girl behind Zhou Chen, and she couldn't help but drool a little. In her eyes, only Zhou Chen was her equal or even superior. Others were merely food. Previously only able to drink blood, Cheng Luo, now in human form, could finally taste flesh. Meow meow. Startled by Qing Luo drooling over her, the little cat girl clung tightly to Zhou Chen, thinking Cheng Luo wanted to eat her. "All right, Cheng Luo, stop scaring her. She's just a child. If you're hungry, take this instead." Zhou Chen hugged the little cat girl, feeling as if he was holding a soft pillow, and then he handed Qing Luo a vial-sized bottle of intermediate energy liquid. "Thank you, master," Qing Luo said, then planted a kiss on Zhou Chen's face. Zhou Chen enjoyed Cheng Luo's kiss, feeling as if she was his sister or daughter. Unlike the seductive and sexy charm of spirits, Qing Luo was genuinely adorable, resembling a little cat or dog that made one want to hold her close, shower her head with kisses, much like cuddling a cat. Gulp gulp, Cheng Luo quickly finished the bottle of intermediate energy liquid and soon recovered her strength. Meow meow, meow meow. The little cat girl tugged at Zhou Chen's arm, pointing somewhere, seemingly wanting to lead him to a particular place. "Hey, where do you want to take me?" Zhou Chen was puzzled. He didn't want to go. His priority was to find a spatial rift to return to Blue Star. If he returned late, his family would worry. Zhou Chen had thought about making a call to reassure them, but his phone was ruined by seawater, making it impossible to make a call regardless of the signal. Now, with the sun setting, Zhou Chen had no choice but to find a place to rest, planning to figure things out tomorrow. All right, I'll follow you," he said resignedly to the little girl. After about half an hour of walking, Zhou Chen saw a large tribal settlement of beastmen not far away. The sky had darkened, but the tribe was ablaze with light from numerous torches, dispelling the darkness. Zhou Chen could even hear the beastmen's joyful roars. Outside the camp, many ferocious sword lions patrolled along with the beastmen. "Is this the beastmen's main base?" Zhou Chen muttered to himself, observing the massive scale of the tribe. From afar, one can see that the tribe has everything it needs to be self-sufficient. There are farms, breeding grounds and more. The tribe is home to about several 100,000 people, a substantial number. The cat girl Loli, with a smile, was pulling Zhou Chen towards the tribe, seemingly wanting to show him around and to express her gratitude for saving her life. However, Zhou Chen hesitated. After all, he had previously killed a few members of the orc tribe. With the blood of those orcs still on him, it could spell trouble if the orcs caught the scent. Despite his reluctance, the cat girl Loli shouted into the tribe and forcefully pulled Zhou Chen inside. Meow meow meow, meow meow. Following her shout, many little orcs slowly emerged from within the tribe, boys and girls of various races, including cat orcs, dog orcs, and even minotaur children. They were all friends of the little girl. The orc tribe had its own language which Zhou Chen couldn't understand at all, so he chose to remain silent. Just then, several orc guards approached. Upon seeing Zhou Chen, a stranger, their faces changed instantly, and they surrounded him with spears raised and ferocious sword lions mounted, as if ready to kill him should he make any sudden moves. They also growled at the children, seeming to tell them to run away so they wouldn't get hurt by Zhou Chen. However, Zhou Chen was not someone to be trifled with. Before he could speak, Qing Luo, seeing her master threatened, unleashed her dragon's might, intimidating the orcs. Feeling the dragon's might, the orcs' expressions drastically changed, and the ferocious sword lions under them trembled slightly. Although these sword lions were of high level, they were no match for Qing Luo. Under the dragon's might, they could only bow down in submission, and so could the orcs. However, the release of the dragon's might also shocked the other guards in the tribe. Suddenly more orc cavalry charged out from within the tribe, thinking that Zhou Chen and his companions were there to cause trouble, and they surrounded Zhou Chen and Cheng Luo tightly, creating a highly tense atmosphere. Meow meow meow, meow meow meow. Seeing this, the cat girl Loli quickly spread her arms to protect Zhou Chen and called out to the orc cavalry, urging them not to hurt him. Roar roar. The orc cavalry emitted a series of low roars, and even though they had the advantage of terrain and numbers faced with the powerful Cheng Luo, none dared to charge forward. Alright, everyone back off, they are not the bad guys. Suddenly a beautiful voice echoed not only in Zhou Chen's mind but also in the minds of the orcs. Hearing this gentle voice, the orcs sheathed their weapons and even recalled their ferocious sword lions to their spirit spaces. Miss Flower Demon, could you please withdraw your dragon might? We mean you no harm. Once again a voice echoed in Zhou Chen's mind, followed by the descent of a woman dressed in a long gown who gently landed in front of him. Upon seeing this woman, the surrounding beastmen all knelt down in worship, including the cat girl Loli in Zhou Chen's arms, clearly indicating that this woman was their ruler. Zhou Chen scrutinized her closely. She too was a cat girl, sporting a pair of adorable cat ears and a black tail that swished behind her. Her beautiful ice blue hair fluttered in the wind and her eyes sparkled like sapphires. The woman was clad in a modern ice blue gown, her snow-white thighs sheathed in black silk which appeared rather enticing, almost inviting one to touch. She exuded an icy aura that felt chilling to the bone, yet her smile was so beautiful it warmed the heart. Her name was Miao Shuer, a beast of the highest warlord rank, on the verge of breaking through to an even higher level. Classified as a level 255 beast, her attributes were dark and ice with weaknesses to fire, light and electricity. Her health was robust and her talents included the ability to release a freezing cold that could solidify anything in its vicinity. Her skills were formidable. Dark Ice Fong allowed her to release cold air that turned the atmosphere into frost, forming countless nano-sized ice blades that could invisibly penetrate an enemy's eyes, ears, nose and mouth. Comet Strike created hail comparable to comets, heavily smashing into foes with a vast range of attack. Dark Ice Abyss released cold air mixed with dark energy which could freeze a person into an ice sculpture, while the dark energy invaded the soul, plunging enemies into a deep abyss of despair. Miao Shuer was a beautiful yet domineering beastman, revered as the eternal night goddess of the Beastman tribe. Hello, my name is Miao Shuer. I never expected humans to make it here. She smiled gently at Zhou Chen and Cheng Luo, then bowed to show her respect, suggesting she had encountered humans before and understood such human etiquette. Miao Shuer communicated telepathically, circumventing any language barriers, a testament to her immense power. Meanwhile, the catgirl Loli ran up to Miao Shuer, meowing continuously, her words unclear but her intentions apparently understood by Miao Shuer, who couldn't help but smile warmly. She says you saved her from the claws of the demon sea Jiao dragon and she's pleading with me not to harm you. She also says her name is Xiao Qing. Hearing this, Zhou Chen smiled slightly and gently stroked Xiao Qing's hair. Thank you, Xiao Qing, I'm Zhou Chen. Miao Shuer meowed a few times, translating Zhou Chen's words into the beastman language for Xiao Qing, who then smiled back at Zhou Chen, making a cute, playful face. To express their gratitude for saving Xiao Qing, they invited him to their camp. You must have just traveled from the blue planet through a spatial rift, right? You probably don't have a place to stay yet, do you? After hearing Miao Shuer's words, Zhou Chen was deeply shocked and quickly asked, Miss Miao Shuer, have you been to the blue planet as well? Do you also know about the spatial rifts? Then do you know where the rift that leads to the blue planet is? I must go back. Zhou Chen was anxious to leave and return to his family. As long as I can return to the blue planet, it doesn't have to be the demon beast forest. Even if I were sent to the South Pole, I would find a way back to Dragon City, Zhou Chen thought determinedly. Yes, I do know of a spatial rift that indeed leads to your blue planet, but it has become very dangerous. Miao Shuer replied, come inside first and I will tell you what you want to know. Okay. Zhou Chen and Cheng Luo followed Miao Shuer into the Beastman tribe and arrived at her tent. The Beastman tribe appeared to be living in an era similar to the ancient times of Huaguo, almost devoid of modern technologies such as cars, airplanes, or mobile phones. However, it seemed they didn't need these modern conveniences. On the way to Miao Shuer's tent, Zhou Chen saw a breeding farm. It housed not only chickens, ducks, geese, cattle, sheep and pigs, but also a large number of demonic beasts, including the furious sword lions Zhou Chen had seen before, with over 10,000 of them. Apart from some juveniles, most were around level 100, the highest even reaching level 180, surpassing Cheng Luo. Aside from the furious sword lions, the farm also bred a wind-type demonic beast called the sickle-winged black hawk, used as the aerial force of the Beastman tribe, with ranks ranging from low to high. totaling over 3,000. Additionally, there were hundreds of a water-type demonic beast called the scale-armored dragonfish used by the tribe's navy. The scale-armored dragonfish, as the name suggests, contained dragon lineage in their blood, making them strong despite their numbers being only in the hundreds. Among the group, there were even a few Battle King rank beasts, all above level 100. Besides these, there were many other demonic beasts in the farm, but Zhou Chen did not take a closer look and followed Miao Shuer to her tent. Once inside Miao Shuer's tent, Zhou Chen noticed that she had already prepared food for him and Cheng Luo. There were various fruits and vegetables, rice, roasted meat and fish, along with various juices, all smelling delicious. She had even provided chopsticks. Cheng Luo's mouth watered at the scent. It was her first time encountering such aromatic food. Please enjoy your meal, and if it's not enough, there is more. Not only do we thank you for saving Shao Qing, but also for helping us severely damage the demon sea Jiao dragon, Miao Shuer said with a smile, then sat down herself to enjoy the feast. Zhou Chen picked up a piece of roasted meat with chopsticks, and no sooner had his tongue tasted its deliciousness than he swallowed it after just a few chews. Delicious, Zhou Chen exclaimed, sincerely praising the excellent taste of the meat, which was perfectly seasoned with a hint of spiciness, possibly from chili peppers used to enhance the flavor. On the plate with the meat, Zhou Chen noticed a type of vegetable he had never seen before, resembling wild greens but used like cilantro to enhance the flavor and aroma of the dishes. Of course, this is the meat of the mythical beast, the rock bull, and it tastes delicious, Miao Shuer explained with a smile, seeing Zhou Chen enjoying the dish prepared by the orc tribe's chef. She felt a sense of pride in her heart. The rock bull, Zhou Chen recalled encountering one in the forest of beasts when he had just formed a contract with Cheng Luo. At that time, the system had also mentioned that the rock bull's meat was very tasty, no matter how it was cooked. However, the rock bull he encountered had already been poisoned by the ancient man-eating flower, and fearing poisoning, Zhou Chen had chosen not to eat it. Since then he hadn't come across another rock bull and thought he might never taste it in his lifetime, but unexpectedly he got the chance in the orc tribe's village. As he pondered this, Zhou Chen picked up a piece of iron armor crocodile meat. He had seen this creature before in the arena where he had fought against it. This was his first time trying crocodile meat, and it tasted excellent, even better than the rock bull's meat. Paired with a spicy and sour flavor, the taste was simply perfect. Following that, Zhou Chen picked up a piece of bear paw, which came from a great earth battle bear rich in protein and highly nutritious. Shark fin cooked with bear paw was originally a famous dish in Huagua, although it seemed the recipe had been lost over time. He hadn't expected to find it here, and, having never tried the authentic dish, he refrained from making comparisons, but the flavor of this dish from another world was truly delicious. Zhou Chen ate a lot during this meal, as he hadn't eaten much else since the morning except for some fruits given by the little Lolita, which were hardly enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Plus, he had expended a lot of energy that day fighting with mythical beasts, beast tamers of the orc tribe, and finally battling the demon sea Jiaolong, leaving him utterly exhausted. Therefore he ended up eating 5 large bowls of rice. Zhou Chen also realized that most of the meat dishes were from mythical beasts. Compared to ordinary animal meat, the meat of mythical beasts was more nutritious. Even in the large restaurants on Blue Star, it was rare to see mythical beast meat, which was only affordable for the high-ranking officials and nobility, showing the sincerity of Miao Shuer's hospitality. Aside from these meat dishes, Zhou Chen's favorite was a vegetarian dish named Red Love Green Passion, which was a cold mix of kelp strips, dried tofu, peanuts, and another red vine-like plant. The taste was exceptionally good, crisp and refreshing. Zhou Chen and Cheng Luo had almost finished their entire plates of food, both of them thoroughly enjoying the dish and polishing off 2 large plates within minutes. Being a former plant herself, Cheng Luo preferred vegetarian dishes over meat. She even asked Zhou Chen if they could have this dish again, which prompted Zhou Chen to inquire further. Sister Miao Shuer, may I ask what the red plant used in this dish is called? Do you have its seeds here? Cheng Luo really likes it, and I would like to take some back to plant. This is not a plant, but a plant-like demon beast, called the bloodthirsty vine, Miao Shuer replied. The moment she finished her sentence, Zhou Chen and Cheng Luo spat out the food they were chewing. You said this is the bloodthirsty vine? Oh, Zhou Chen stared at the few remaining strands on the plate, dumbstruck. Bloodthirsty vine? Isn't that what Cheng Luo used to be before she degenerated? No wonder it tasted so good. Oh, my kin! Upon realizing that they had been eating their own kind, Cheng Luo was visibly shocked and collapsed to the ground, staring at the 2 clean plates that she had licked clean. Oh, my kin, you've met such a tragic end. How could you be so delicious? As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. She picked up her bowl and, while crying, ate 2 more large bowls. What's wrong? Why are you so upset? Miao Shuer asked, puzzled, then picked up a few strands of the bloodthirsty vine and swallowed them like noodles, causing Zhou Chen to shudder. It felt as if she was consuming Cheng Luo herself. Cheng Luo felt the same, as if Miao Shuer was devouring her own flesh and blood. Later, Cheng Luo turned to Zhou Chen and asked quietly, Master, how do I taste? Delicious, so delicious, absolutely wonderful. After they had eaten their fill, Miao Shuer began to share the history of her tribe. But before she started, she suddenly asked, what do you think of this place? It's wonderful, Zhou Chen replied. The mountains are clear, the water is fresh, and although there are fierce demonic beasts around, the power here can deal with them. Plus, the food is delicious. Honestly, if it weren't for my family on Blue Star, I would want to live here forever. Zhou Chen spoke sincerely. There was no scheming here, as the intelligence of the beastmen of this realm didn't lend itself to such intrigue. There were no corrupted beast tamers and no beast waves had occurred, at least none that Zhou Chen had seen. Hearing Zhou Chen's answer, Miao Shuer gave a wistful smile and said, yes, it really is beautiful here, but actually we are not the true masters of this land. What, you're not? Zhou Chen asked, surprised. That's right, over 1,000 years ago our world was already destroyed and we are the only remaining members of the Beastmen tribe. We drifted through countless dimensions before finally arriving here. Wait, you said your world was destroyed? What happened? Zhou Chen expressed his confusion. He knew that there were many small worlds or planes or even parallel universes in existence. For instance, the Blue Planet and its universe constituted one such plane. Every spatial rift on the Blue Planet connected to a different plane, which made it understandable to Zhou Chen what the destruction of a world meant. The original plane of the orcs must have been destroyed, and Miao Shuer, along with the current orc race, had escaped to this place through a spatial rift. However, he wondered why. Zhou Chen was eager to know how the orcs' original plane had been destroyed. Given that planes could be destroyed, it was possible that the Blue Planet could face a similar crisis. He wasn't clear on the specifics of such destruction since he wasn't born over 1,000 years ago, but according to what his grandmother had told him, about 100,000 years ago there was an immense war between planes, referred to as the Great Plane War. The cause of the war was unclear, but it was known to have lasted a long time, affecting many planes and leading to the destruction of numerous ones. Their plane had suffered the same fate. As Miao Shuer spoke about this, her expression suddenly turned somber, clearly indicating her sadness. Their world was among the last to be destroyed, which was relatively fortunate as some survived. The first planes to be destroyed had their races completely annihilated. Zhou Chen also saw that while most in their tribe were orcs, there were also many other intelligent species from different planes. They were all beings who had lost their homelands. In the eyes of those from higher planes, beings like them whose homes had been destroyed and who wandered in search of new ones were referred to as wanderers. Wanderers. Zhou Chen heard this term for the first time, but he might also be the first human to ever encounter beings from another world. Miao Shuer continued, there are too many planes and we wandered among different ones for far too long until we found this place 3 years ago. This plane had no intelligent races, and hence no large-scale wars had erupted, allowing us to settle here. We initially planned to survive here indefinitely, however not long after our arrival we discovered that this world was also not safe. Miao Shuer paused, then continued, somehow this world saw the birth of 4 powerful demon beasts capable of polluting the natural environment and driving other beasts into a frenzy. The demon sea dragon you encountered today is one of them and is the weakest of the 4. These 4 demon beasts are incredibly powerful and cunning, and despite our best efforts, we've only managed to eliminate one. This beast had been slain only through the supreme sacrifice of the Beast King, who perished along with the creature. The Beast King, as the name suggests, was the ruler of the orc race, similar to the emperors of ancient human civilizations. He was also the most powerful beastmaster among the orcs, and Miao Shuer had once been his beast. Following the fierce attacks by the monstrous beasts, we were repeatedly defeated and our race's survival was once again threatened. It was at that moment we discovered a secret passage to the Blue Planet. We decided to send the newborn daughter of the Beast King, our princess, to the Blue Planet and entrusted her to a human family, planning to bring her back once the 4 mighty beasts were dealt with. But 2 years flashed by, and despite our tribe's entire effort, we only managed to fight those 3 beasts to a stalemate. Moreover, the spatial rift leading to the Blue Planet was occupied by a creature known as the Barbaric behemoth. If you want to return to the blue planet, you must eliminate that behemoth. A barbaric behemoth, huh? Sounds like a tough opponent, Zhou Chen muttered to himself while conversing with Miao Shuer, who nodded in agreement upon hearing his words. Indeed, the barbaric behemoth is the most formidable among the three beasts ranked at the same battle honor pinnacle as I am, yet its level reaches a staggering 300, far surpassing mine. That's why I am asking for your help to join forces and defeat this beast. We want to live here and you need to return to the blue planet, our interests align. After hearing that Zhou Chen and Qing Luo had a way to repel the demon sea Jiao dragon, Miao Shuer conceived the idea of joining forces against the enemy. If they could repel the demon sea Jiao dragon, their strength must be considerable. Therefore Miao Shuer decided to share the past secrets of the Beastmen tribe with Zhou Chen, hoping for his assistance. In an effort to secure Zhou Chen's help, Miao Shuer increased the stakes. Of course, we wouldn't expect you to help us for nothing. If you agree to help us, then this will be yours. While saying this, Miao Shuer presented a fruit resembling a red apple, which Zhou Chen took with a puzzled look. This was clearly no ordinary apple. This is a bloodline fruit, unique to our world and extremely rare. Even I have only 3 of them. A mature bloodline fruit can evolve a battle marshal level beast into a battle king tier, but it's useless for those above the battle king tier. I think you'll find it very useful. Zhou Chen nodded, acknowledging his dire need for the fruit. His storm dragon horse was still at the battle marshal tier, and the bloodline fruit could help it evolve to the battle king tier. Alright, I agree to help you defeat the barbaric behemoth. Motivated by the prospect of obtaining the bloodline fruit, Zhou Chen was ready to commit fully. Good, then this bloodline fruit is yours, said Miao Shuer as she handed it to him, taking the bloodline fruit. Zhou Chen returned to his room to rest. Before dinner, Miao Shuer had already instructed her subordinates to tidy up Zhou Chen's room. The room was a simple wooden hut, somewhat dilapidated, but Zhou Chen did not mind. Having a place to sleep was good enough for him. Come out, Mei Ling. As soon as Zhou Chen returned to his room, he summoned Mei Ling. At this moment, Mei Ling was not as charming as usual, still suffering from injuries inflicted by the demonic sea dragon. Therefore, her body was very weak and she looked sickly, almost collapsing as soon as she appeared, unable to speak a word. Qing Luo glanced at Mei Ling, her eyes filled with jealousy. She clearly remembered how this woman had taken advantage of Zhou Chen, though at that time she was still in her vine form and not very intelligent. She was no fool. She remembered everything Mei Ling had done to Zhou Chen. Now it was time for a reckoning. Mei Ling, how are you? Zhou Chen felt a pang of heartache seeing Mei Ling injured, noticing that her scant clothes were tattered, leaving her almost completely exposed in front of him. However, Zhou Chen was not in the mood to admire Mei Ling's alluring body. Cough cough, I'm not going to die just yet. Mei Ling's voice was very weak, barely a whisper. Qing Luo, heal Mei Ling. You have the ability, right? Zhou Chen commanded, looking towards Qing Luo. He knew of her capabilities, and Qing Luo herself possessed attributes of darkness. Qing Luo was shocked to heal her love rival. Although very reluctant, pressured by Zhou Chen's authority, Qing Luo eventually moved to save Mei Ling. Suddenly, the vines on Qing Luo's arms grew rapidly, piercing into Mei Ling's body, injecting the essence of the plant combined with pure dark energy into Mei Ling's system. The plant essence had the effect of healing injuries, while the dark energy helped restore Mei Ling's vitality. With Qing Luo's level at a whopping 170, healing Mei Ling was a piece of cake. In just a few minutes, Mei Ling was restored to her former self. Thank you Zhou Chen and thank you Qing Luo. Mei Ling knew well that Qing Luo was the dragon blood vine. She was still quite fearful of Qing Luo, who had nearly killed her twice in the past. It's nothing, all thanks to Qing Luo. Zhou Chen glanced at Qing Luo and then at Mei Ling, feeling very satisfied. Now he had both the young girl and the mature woman feeling utterly delighted. Alright, you two rest here for a bit. I'm going to administer the bloodline fruit to Xiao Shui. This was Zhou Chen's first encounter with the bloodline fruit and he was not entirely sure of its success. Moreover, to avoid interruptions, Zhou Chen decided to go to a secluded place to aid the evolution of the storm dragon horse. Master, come back soon. And Qing Luo waved goodbye to Zhou Chen with a smile. However, as soon as Zhou Chen left the wooden house, Qing Luo's smile abruptly vanished and her face turned grim as she turned to look at Mei Ling. What are you going to do? Mei Ling, noticing Qing Luo's menacing gaze, felt a deep shiver in her heart, knowing Qing Luo was up to no Good, I really wish you would stay away from my master. If you're willing to break your contract with him, that would be even better, Qingluo said, her tone brimming with jealousy as if she had overturned a vinegar pot. Even from miles away the pungent smell of jealousy seemed detectable. Ha, and here I thought it was something serious. Little Vine, are you still hung up over such trivial matters? Myling couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing Qingluo's reason for being upset. Internally scorning her. Plants will be plants even if they evolve into human forms, their intelligence seems just as low. Looking at Qingluo, Myling felt she was just like a little brat. What do you mean by trivial matters? This is very important to me. Let me tell you, in terms of seniority, I am the master's first beast. In terms of strength, even 10 of you tied together wouldn't stand a chance against me. In terms of looks, you're so ugly you can't compare to me. So no matter what, I am the legitimate one. As for you, you're not even worthy to be a concubine, Qingluo retorted fiercely. What did you say, you little brat? Dare to say that again to my face? Myling was willing to ignore everything else, but calling her ugly was something she couldn't tolerate. A charm demon cares deeply about their appearance, and Myling was no exception. She would rather halt her own power development than compromise on her beauty. Say what you will, I said you're ugly, you don't compare to me, and you're certainly not the type our master prefers. Why else do you think, even after knowing our master for 3 months, he hasn't laid a finger on you while you sick hen got there first? You. Myling was left speechless by Qingluo's retort. Thinking about it, she had indeed known Zhou Chen for 3 months, and despite all her skills in seduction, Zhou Chen had not been swayed by her beauty. Instead, Yi Sikan had instantly succeeded capturing all of Zhou Chen's firsts. Myling began to doubt, was she really that unattractive? But no matter what, she couldn't lose to this little brat. Humph, little brat, don't think I'm a pushover just because I don't show my claws. Watch how I deal with you. With that, Myling's body suddenly burst with a powerful dark energy. TCH, who's afraid? You think I'm easy to bully? Come on, let's fight, Qingluo retorted with a light laugh, releasing her own terrifying dragon's might, her aura in no way inferior to Myling's. The two then soared into the sky, clashing fiercely. Myling's psychic attacks were almost ineffective against Qingluo, whose wide-ranging attacks left Myling with no room to escape. Fortunately, Qingluo did not go all out, otherwise Myling might have been turned into a dried corpse by now. Mainly, Qingluo feared Zhou Chen scolding upon his return, or else she would not have let Myling live. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen was oblivious to the fact that the two girls were fighting over him. He had reached the outskirts of the orc tribe, summoned his storm dragon horse and presented it with a bloodline fruit aiding its evolution. Here, Shui, eat this. The storm dragon horse neighed eagerly, its eyes filled with desire for the fruit. It then swallowed the fruit in one gulp and slowly began absorbing the energy from the fruit. Zhou Chen wondered if it would be successful. Originally, he wanted to defeat the demon sea Jiao dragon using its dragon blood to help the storm dragon horse evolve, but now that he had the bloodline fruit, it seemed that the dragon blood was no longer necessary. About 10 minutes later, there was a loud bang accompanied by a burst of white light, and in this dazzling white glow, the storm dragon horse completed its evolution. As the white light gradually faded, the evolved Xiaoshui slowly revealed its form. Compared to before the evolution, there wasn't much change, except the previously pure white fur had now turned into a mix of red and white. The red fur looked like blazing flames, vivid and full of life. Additionally, the dragon horns on its head were sharper, the dragon majesty it exuded was more formidable, and the wings on its back had grown larger. The fiery red wings appeared extremely cool. However, for some reason, Zhou Chen always felt that these wings looked like 2 roasted chicken wings. The beast's name was Ghostfire Dragon Horse. It was a Battle King level beast, level 116, with attributes of wind and fire. Its weaknesses were ice and nature. The beast's status was joyful and healthy. Its talent, Dragon Vein, possessed a faint trace of the Azure Dragon's bloodline, granting it a strong regenerative ability. Its skills included Wind Wing Sky Soar, growing hurricane wings on its back, allowing it to fly in the sky. Wind Fury Tornado, stirring the surrounding air to create small tornadoes that could shred objects like a meat grinder. Fire Cloud Furious Dragon Spike, using its sharp dragon horns to pierce enemies, capable of impaling an enemy's body. The introduction of the beast stated that it evolved from the Storm Dragon Horse, a Pegasus-type beast that had grasped the power of the fire element. The fire cloud wings on its back enabled it to soar through the skies. After the enhancement of the Dragon Vein, it had a more robust vitality and could unleash Dragon Majesty. Compared to the Storm Dragon Horse, the Ghostfire Dragon Horse only had one additional skill and seemed not to have changed much. However, this was within Zhou Chen's expectations, as he originally planned to use real dragon blood to help the storm dragon horse evolve, which besides the dragon blood would have required many expensive materials. But now, with only a bloodline fruit, having the storm dragon horse successfully evolve was already quite an achievement. Zhou Chen had even prepared himself for the possibility of failure. Although the effects of the evolution might be slightly disappointing, Zhou Chen still gently stroked the Ghostfire dragon horse. To him, every beast, strong or weak, was irreplaceable, and the Ghostfire dragon horse was no different. Zhou Chen also believed that in the future the Ghostfire dragon horse would become even stronger. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The Ghostfire dragon horse also cried out, affectionately rubbing its big head against Zhou Chen's chest. Zhou Chen knew that this was the Ghostfire dragon horse trying to show its affection, but he also knew he had to be careful when playing with it, otherwise one could accidentally get impaled by its sharp dragon horn straight through the heart. Riding on the back of the Ghostfire dragon horse, Zhou Chen took it for a run and could clearly feel the increased speed of the horse, thanks to the dragon veins within its body. The Ghostfire dragon horse could sustain its maximum speed without feeling tired at all. As it galloped, Zhou Chen could distinctly hear the sound of the wind beside his ears, almost like a sonic boom. After riding it around, Zhou Chen returned to the wooden house only to find it had turned into ruins. What happened here? Zhou Chen wondered. He had left the orc tribe's settlement and was unaware of the aerial battle between Cheng Luo and Mei Ling. Now he saw Mei Ling gasping for breath atop the ruins, while Cheng Luo hovered in the sky looking down at Mei Ling as a father might look at his son. Luckily, Cheng Luo had shown mercy and Mei Ling was unscathed. Hey, what on earth are you two doing? Didn't I ask you to rest here? Why have you torn down the house? There's no compensation for demolishing such a shabby place, Zhou Chen asked, completely baffled by the situation. Cheng Luo flew down to Zhou Chen's side, hugged him and gently rubbed her head against his chest, then explained what had happened. Upon learning the truth, Zhou Chen was both amused and exasperated, thinking to himself, why are you two even fighting over who's the main consort? Si Chen has already taken that place. After a wry smile, Zhou Chen helped Mei Ling up, comforting her. How are you feeling, Mei Ling? Are you alright? Yes, I'm fine, Mei Ling responded, her face showing a hint of loss as if something precious had been taken from her. Zhou Chen gave her a gentle hug which seemed to slightly lift her spirits. He then summoned her back to the soul space for some rest. Cheng Luo, what deep grudge do you have? Why are you targeting Mei Ling like this? Zhou Chen asked reproachfully but without harshness. Cheng Luo was like a child just coming of age, a bit rebellious, which was normal. He knew he needed to communicate gently with her, as neither scolding nor physical discipline would do any good, only making things worse. Not just Mei Ling, I'll target all the women around you, master. Once we return to Blue Star, I'll target Yi Si Chen too. I was the first to accompany you, so I plan to be the main consort, Cheng Luo declared, her tone full of jealousy causing Zhou Chen to chuckle. Riley. Having too many women around might not be such a good thing after all. Zhou Chen gently caressed Cheng Luo's cheek, her skin soft and warm to the touch. Alright, no one can replace you in my heart. Now let's get this house rebuilt. It's late and I need to sleep. Cheng Luo nodded, and with a flick of her hand a green light flashed, restoring the shattered wooden hut to its complete form, even more perfect than the orc-built huts. Having a wood element beast was indeed convenient. There was no need to worry about housing. After Cheng Luo finished building the hut, Zhou Chen lay down to sleep with Cheng Luo staying by his side, not returning to her spiritual space. When Zhou Chen entered a blissful dreamland, Cheng Luo quietly crawled into his quilt, gently hugged him and did not forget to plant a cherry red kiss on his cheek before they fell asleep together, embracing through the night without a word. The next morning, when Zhou Chen saw Cheng Luo beside him, he couldn't help but give a wry smile. It wasn't the first time Cheng Luo had slept with him. During the summer vacation of his senior year in high school, Cheng Luo had almost slept with him every night. Back then Cheng Luo was still a vine and Zhou Chen didn't feel much about it, treating her almost like a body pillow. But now, after Cheng Luo had evolved into a humanoid form, sleeping together made Zhou Chen somewhat embarrassed. He gently stroked Cheng Luo's soft cheek before getting out of bed. He had promised Miao Xue to help the orc tribe deal with the barbaric behemoth and to return home, so the sooner he went back, the better. Although this place was beautiful, being with his beloved family and lover was the best. Therefore Zhou Chen did not delay and immediately found Miao Xue. Sister Miao Xue, I want to deal with the demon sea Jiao dragon first. What, you want to deal with the demon sea Jiao dragon? Miao Xue was surprised. She had only hoped that Zhou Chen would help her kill the barbaric behemoth, and she hadn't expected him to offer to take on the remaining two major monsters. However, Zhou Chen had his own plan. The barbaric behemoth was too strong and he might not defeat it if he went now. Instead of that, it made more sense to pick on the weaker ones first, let Qing Luo absorb their blood and nutrients to become stronger, and then they could tackle the barbaric behemoth, increasing their chances of victory with a stronger Qing Luo. That's fine, I'll go with you. It's good to have a guarantee. Niushue agreed happily, eager for Zhou Chen to help them slay the three monsters. After agreeing, she immediately went to assemble the orc tribe's army. Soon a formidable army appeared before Zhou Chen. A force of 2,000 orcs quickly assembled in front of him, each riding a ferocious sword lion holding various weapons made of beast bones. Although these were lower-grade beast bone weapons, the combined strength of 2,000 men was formidable, especially since they were all beast warriors. With these 2,000 men, even if it required sacrificing lives, they could surely kill the demon Sea Jiao dragon. As Zhou Chen gazed upon the formidable army, he muttered to himself, 2,000 orc cavalry could probably demolish Dragon War City if they were on Blue Star. Miao Shuer overheard his musings and sighed deeply. They are all elite warriors of the orc race, very difficult to train. These 2,000 were hastily assembled. Moreover, on land they would have the upper hand against the sea demon Jiaolong, but in the water the beast's strength would multiply several times, capturing it in the sea would be far more challenging. Miao Shuer wished she could deploy a strategy of overwhelming numbers, but for a race reduced to merely a few hundred thousand, such tactics were unwise. Besides, these soldiers were trained for land battles. Sending them into the sea to face the sea demon Jiaolong would be like sending lambs to the slaughter. The sea demon Jiaolong would probably thank nature for such a bountiful gift. Perhaps I have a plan, Zhou Chen said, sharing his idea with Miao Shuer, who brightened up immediately upon hearing it. After assembling the troops, Zhou Chen mounted his Ghostfire dragon horse and headed to the seaside first. The horse, having evolved, now moved several grades faster, reaching the seashore from the orc camp in just about 10 minutes. The sands and nearby seawater bore fresh red stains, likely from the sea demon Jiaolong's wounds from the day before. Zhou Chen, riding his Ghostfire dragon horse, arrived at the coast holding 2 glowing dragon horns, those knocked from the Jiaolong's head by Qing Luo, who had not yet absorbed them. Zhou Chen, holding the dragon horns, flew recklessly over the sea, hoping to lure out the sea demon Jiaolong. He was no fool. He wouldn't dive into the sea for a direct confrontation, especially since he couldn't breathe underwater. Roar! It only took about a minute before the sea demon Jiaolong sensed the aura of its horns, and with a dramatic surge it burst from the sea. Seeing Zhou Chen flaunting its horns infuriated the beast. Taking my horns and showing off in front of me? You're really asking for death. Without a second thought, the Jiaolong soared towards Zhou Chen, its massive jaws agape, intending to swallow him and the horns together. Perfect timing. Xiaoshui, stick to the plan, let's go. Zhou Chen smiled slightly, commanding the Ghostfire dragon horse to fly toward the coast. Roar! The sea demon Jiaolong gave chase relentlessly, in a monstrous version of a cat and mouse chase, barely able to keep up with the evolved speed of the Ghostfire dragon horse. Trailing behind and eating its dust, as the sea demon dragon spewed its venomous attacks, it failed to strike the Ghostfire dragon horse. Thus the dragon and the horse soared across the skies for about 15 minutes. Ahead of the Ghostfire dragon horse, a dense forest loomed, within which faint yellow shadows could be discerned. When the sea demon dragon flew over the forest, Zhou Chen suddenly shouted loudly, Qing Luo, now is the time, understood? Just then Qing Luo burst forth from the forest below, her hands conjuring 2 spheres of green light, and hundreds of vines magically appeared in her grasp. Following her command, the vines swiftly entwined around the sea demon dragon, binding it tightly and rendering it immobile. These were the otherworldly magic vines. Qing Luo had absorbed the essence of the forest's flora, and the power of her release skill was several times stronger than usual. Thus even the mighty sea demon dragon could not break free. Sister Miao Shuer, it's your turn now. Understood, everyone, now attack. Miao Shuer leaped out from the forest and shouted to the others. Suddenly 2,000 beastmen cavalry appeared within the forest, their ferocious sword lions beneath them gathering strength to launch rock grenades at the sea demon dragon. This was Zhou Chen's plan all along. Knowing that the sea demon dragon's combat strength would surge in the sea, they could not afford to battle it there due to the high risk of casualties. Therefore Zhou Chen devised a strategy to have Miao Shuer and her beastmen cavalry hidden in the forest in advance, while he lured the sea demon dragon over with the Ghostfire dragon horse. Zhou Chen had a dragon horn in hand, using it as bait, confident that the sea demon dragon would take it. The most perilous and challenging part was to lead the sea demon dragon into the forest. A single misstep could result in Zhou Chen being swallowed whole. However, the importance of the Ghost Fire Dragon horse was now evident. Riding it, Zhou Chen could stay ahead of the Sea Demon Dragon. Once the Sea Demon Dragon was in the forest, Qing Luo would use her vines to bind it. It was a simple plan, but it required several key elements. The dragon horn Qing Luo and the Ghost Fire Dragon horse were all indispensable, particularly the dragon horn, without which the plan would fall apart. Now, with the Sea Demon Dragon bound, it was time for the total assault. All the ferocious sword lions were gathering their strength to launch rock grenades for a ranged attack. A single rock grenade might not harm the Sea Demon Dragon, but what about 2,000, or even 20,000? Boom! Boom boom! Explosions echoed as 2,000 sword lions each conjured spiritual energy in their mouths and fired rock grenades. Each grenade, comparable to a large rocket, struck the Sea Demon Dragon with great force, followed by intense explosions. Though the dragon's scales were incredibly tough, making it hard for the rock grenades to inflict damage, 2,000 of them still made a significant impact. Furthermore, the rock grenades could be fired in rapid succession. In just 1 minute, over 20,000 rock grenades had struck the body of the demonic sea dragon. Even for the formidable creature, the sheer intensity of the barrage left its skin ripped and flesh torn as it struggled wildly. With a furious roar, the sea dragon thrashed about, gathering energy in its mouth before releasing a chilling dragon breath towards the orc cavalry below. Zhou Chen's heart skipped a beat upon witnessing this. He knew the terrifying power of the demonic dragon's breath all too well, given the dense formation of the orc cavalry. Should the dragon breath hit them directly in the forest, at least a quarter of the 2,000 orcs might be lost. However, these orc cavaliers were well trained and remarkably composed. In the face of the fearsome dragon breath, they began to draw upon the earth's elemental energy, reaching a state where the line between beast and rider blurred into unity. As they absorbed this energy, they conjured a thick wall of stone in an attempt to block the sea dragon's devastating attack. "I'll protect you. Continue your assault on the sea dragon," commanded Miao Shuer. She floated beneath the sea dragon, and as the dragon's breath came within 3 meters of her, she remained calm. Her body emitted an intense coldness so severe that even the fiery Ghostfire steed felt a bone-chilling cold. Ice shield. Miao Shuer effortlessly conjured a transparent wall of ice that easily blocked the sea dragon's breath. At this moment, the leader of the orc cavalry suddenly let out a long rallying howl, seemingly signaling a full-scale attack. Following his roar, all the orcs leapt up, using the backs of their ferocious sword lions as a springboard, catapulting 200 meters into the air. 2,000 orcs now midair swung their bone weapons fiercely onto the sea dragon. Their attacks were coordinated and targeted. They knew the dragon's scales were tough, so they attacked the same area in groups of dozens or hundreds, quickly covering the dragon's body with wounds from which blood spurted out. Seeing this, Zhou Chen quickly shouted, "Qing Luo, drink the blood." The blood of the sea dragon was precious, and Zhou Chen didn't want to share it with anyone else, so he hurriedly instructed Qing Luo to consume all the dragon blood. "Understood." Qing Luo nodded. She had already sensed the scent of the blood. Even though she had transformed into a human form, her vampiric instinct remained unchanged. She immediately directed her vines to pierce into the dragon's wounds, frantically absorbing its blood. Being a creature of water and darkness, the sea dragon's blood was highly nourishing for Qing Luo. Since water nourishes wood, absorbing the dragon's blood would certainly enhance Qing Luo's strength. And now her feeding was alarmingly rapid. It didn't take long for the sea demon Jialong's blood to be greatly depleted. As it lost a significant amount of blood, the sea demon Jialong grew weaker and weaker. Seeing this, Miao Shuer knew it was time. She deactivated her ice shield and began to gather her power for a major attack. In her hands, a ball of blue and purple cold air formed, which she then sprayed onto the sea demon Jialong. Weakened by the substantial loss of blood, the sea demon Jialong could not resist Miao Shuer's attack and was soon frozen into an ice sculpture. Although it was turned into an ice sculpture, this only restricted its mobility. The sea demon Jialong was still alive, so Qing Luo continued to absorb its dragon blood, not missing a single drop. After a few more minutes, all of the sea demon Jialong's blood was absorbed, turning it into a mummified corpse, which marked the complete death of the creature. A system notification sounded in Zhou Chen's mind. "Congratulations, host, for successfully killing the sea demon Jialong and earning 213 million enhancement points." Since the sea demon Jialong died from blood loss, the kill was credited to Qing Luo, which effectively meant it was credited to Zhou Chen. This was the first time Zhou Chen had seen so many enhancement points. These points could be used to enhance his spiritual power or to upgrade his beast martial skills. however, these benefits paled in comparison to the corpse of the sea demon Jialong itself. Being a warlord tier monster with over 200 levels, its body was a treasure trove. Ignoring the enhancement points for now, Zhou Chen hurried over to the corpse, instructing Miao Shuer to thaw it. Miao Shuer complied, and the ice rapidly melted off the sea demon Jialong's body. Zhou Chen climbed onto its head, pried open its dragon scales, and with his corrosion flame sword pierced its brain to find the beast core. A warlord tier beast core was a treasure of immense value, priceless even in the imperial capital. It could sell for at least 50 million, and for a beast with a dragon lineage it could fetch up to 100 million Beastmaster coins. However, Zhou Chen had no intention of selling it. The water in Dark Duel attribute beast core could likely help his charm spirit evolve. After all, his charm spirit also possessed dark attributes, and evolving into a dual attribute monster would significantly boost its powers. If that didn't work out, he could let Cheng Luo absorb it to enhance her level. Apart from the beast core, Zhou Chen searched the sea demon Jialong's body for its demon pill, an even more valuable item. It took some time, but he eventually dug out a golden orb the size of a glutinous rice ball from its brain. This was the sea demon Jialong's demon pill, surprisingly small for such a powerful beast. Generally, the higher the level of the monster, the larger and deeper colored the demon pill. While this golden sparkling demon pill was deep in color, its small size was initially disappointing. However, Zhou Chen soon changed his mind when he realized what he had found. It was a half-dragon orb, a rare type of demon pill that could potentially turn into a dragon orb in beasts with dragon bloodlines. When a dragon orb is fully formed, the beast transforms into a true dragon. The uses of a dragon orb are manifold. It can enhance one's physique, strengthen the spirit, and absorb and store various types of spiritual energy. Even an incomplete dragon pearl possessed considerable power. A half-dragon pearl. Zhou Chen knew that a Jialong was an intermediate form in the transformation of a snake into a dragon. Hence, the dragon pearl was not fully formed yet, and its complete formation would signify the moment when the Jialong of the demon sea transformed into a true dragon. As soon as Zhou Chen took out the half-dragon pearl, Qingluo the Ghostfire dragon horse and even Miao Shuer stared intently at him, their eyes brimming with desire for the pearl. Fortunately, they retained a shred of rationality, or they might have rushed forward to snatch it. Master, can you give me this dragon pearl? Qingluo rushed forward excitedly, looking at Zhou Chen, asking for the dragon pearl. She believed that, given Zhou Chen's character, he would surely hand over the half-dragon pearl to her. With this pearl, she might even evolve into a battle-class demon beast. The thought of evolving again brought a blissful smile to Qingluo's face, but this time she was thinking too much. Zhou Chen remained silent, staring intently at the half-dragon pearl, able to absorb and store various types of spiritual energy. That means Zhou Chen suddenly thought of dragon warriors, who were essentially beast warriors that had transplanted demon beast cells. Such warriors could absorb spiritual energy on their own without relying on the power of demon beasts, just like the beastmen. At this thought, a bold idea surged in Zhou Chen's mind. What if I swallowed this half-dragon pearl? If Zhou Chen swallowed the half-dragon pearl, perhaps he could become a dragon warrior as well. Moreover, the system had just confirmed that the half-dragon pearl was harmless to humans. Not only was it harmless, but it could also strengthen the body and fortify the spirit. With this in mind, Zhou Chen decided to swallow the half-dragon pearl right in front of Qingluo and Miao Shuer. It tastes awful, like a moldy persimmon, disgusting. But this was a half-dragon pearl, more precious than any beast core. Zhou Chen dared not spit it out. Instead, he covered his mouth and swallowed it down. Master, are you crazy? How can you just eat something like that? Qingluo was shocked, her face turning pale. After all, the half-dragon pearl was a demon beast's item, and who knew what would happen when a human consumed it? And to eat it alone without sharing. Zhou Chen did not respond. He had no time to chat idly with Qingluo now. The moment he swallowed the half-dragon pearl, Zhou Chen felt an excruciating pain that seemed as if someone was hammering steel nails into his bones. The pain was unbearable. Zhou Chen could no longer endure the intense pain and cried out loudly, Master, what's wrong with you? Seeing Zhou Chen's agonized expression, Qingluo was deeply worried and quickly asked him. However, Zhou Chen was now unable to speak. He sat cross-legged on the ground, channeling the Wanmulingxin to circulate the wood element's spiritual energy through his limbs and bones to alleviate the pain. This method was effective. The wood element's spiritual energy was a natural pain reliever, and the piercing pain was significantly eased. However, Zhou Chen noticed that the wood element's spiritual energy within his body was being rapidly depleted, and his cells were quickly absorbing it. This could not go on. Zhou Chen thought that if the wood element's spiritual energy was exhausted, the piercing pain might return. Therefore, while he could still bear it, he hurriedly worked on raising his beast martial level and strengthening his physique to alleviate the pain. At this moment, Xing Luo also realized that Zhou Chen needed her help. She immediately extended her vines, piercing into Zhou Chen's skin, and infused him with wood element spiritual energy. Master, let me lend you a hand. A massive amount of wood element spiritual energy entered Zhou Chen's body like a dried up well, rapidly replenishing. As Xing Luo injected the wood element spiritual energy into Zhou Chen, the severe pain gradually stabilized. Zhou Chen's cells greedily absorbed the wood element spiritual energy from Xing Luo. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen's beast martial level was rapidly increasing, quickly breaking through level 100. The intense pain also slowly eased, and about 10 minutes later the pain had disappeared. Zhou Chen discovered that his body had undergone a tremendous change, feeling as if he could split mountains and part seas with his movements. Zhou Chen also found that his body could now automatically absorb spiritual energy, not only the 4 types he could originally absorb, wood, dark, wind and fire, but all kinds of spiritual energies. He also felt a burning sensation in his heart where all the spiritual energies converged. Zhou Chen knew that the half-dragon pearl must have merged with his heart, otherwise it wouldn't have hurt so much before. At the same time, Zhou Chen seized the moment to use up all his enhancement points to boost his beast martial level. As his beast martial level broke through 100, the required enhancement points for upgrading increased tenfold, meaning it now took 100,000 points to level up once. As a result, Zhou Chen eventually reached level 125, which drastically changed his strength. Finally, Zhou Chen let out a loud roar, releasing a powerful surge of spiritual energy. A multitude of spiritual energy transformed into blood-red vines that wrapped around his body, leaving only his eyes visible. This posture was seeing Zhou Chen. Xing Luo was astonished, as Zhou Chen's current form was exactly like the previous Dragon Blood Warrior transformation they had performed, which typically required Xing Luo's cooperation. But now, having absorbed the half-dragon pearl, Zhou Chen could transform on his own. Master, are you alright? Seeing Zhou Chen return to normal, Xing Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, I'm fine. I just wanted to see if I could become a dragon warrior on my own. Zhou Chen chuckled softly. Although the process was painful, the outcome was worthwhile. Now he could cultivate beast martial arts of all attributes. More than that, the half-dragon orb had significantly strengthened his physique and mental power. Now Zhou Chen had reached the silver-level Beastmaster, allowing him to contract a 4th beast. He was just 1 beast short now. Moreover, his current strength was comparable to that of a Battle King-level demonic beast of the same rank, and his ability to absorb all spiritual energy made him nearly invincible among his peers. Master, you mustn't be so reckless in the future, do you understand? I would be really worried if something happened to you, Xing Luo complained. She was still frightened by Zhou Chen's recent action of swallowing the half-dragon orb. What would she do if something had happened to him? Sorry for making you worry. There won't be a next time, Zhou Chen reassured her, gently stroking Xing Luo's hair with a slight smile. He wasn't completely foolish in his actions. He had been quite certain of his success before swallowing the orb. Zhou Chen. Xing Luo, thank you for helping us deal with the Demon Sea Jiao Dragon. We really appreciate your help. Meow. Schwerer came over to express her gratitude. Thanks to Zhou Chen's plan, not a single one of the 2,000 Beastmen cavalry had died, and only a few had minor injuries. Such a near-zero casualty victory was rare. It was nothing. Without your help, it wouldn't have been so easy for me to take care of the Demon Sea Jiao Dragon, Zhou Chen replied with a modest smile. If it hadn't been for Miao Schwerer and the 2,000 Beastmen cavalry, Zhou Chen might not have been able to defeat the Demon Sea Jiao Dragon so easily. At least the battle wouldn't have been so effortlessly won, and it surely would have resulted in a bloody fight. After absorbing all the blood of the Demon Sea Jiao Dragon, Xing Luo's level had also risen from level 170 to 180. The blood of a battle honor-ranked demonic beast was as effective as a super energy serum. Next, we'll need to clear out those frenzied marine creatures, said Miao Schwerer, allowing her Beastmen cavalry to rest for a while before leading them towards the seaside. Although dealing with these demonic beasts didn't require Zhou Chen's help, he was curious to see what these frenzied creatures looked like, so he followed Miao Schwerer to the coast. Once there, Miao Schwerer flew into the air, her body releasing an extremely cold chill. She condensed a meteor-sized ice sphere in the air like a comet. With a shout of comet strike, Miao Schwerer hurled the giant hailstone into the sea, creating a terrifying wave hundreds of meters high with a loud boom. Amidst the splashing waves, aquatic demonic beasts thrashed about, their bodies flashing crimson with shark-like sharp teeth appearing like famished piranhas. There were tens of thousands of such creatures. Although they could not come ashore, they still posed a significant threat. Dark Ice Abyss, Niaoxue released an extremely cold air, freezing those frenzied monsters into blocks of ice, and then commanded her troops to attack. Attack, roared the great general of the orc cavalry, and all the orcs commanded the ferocious sword lions to carry out long-range attacks. Numerous rock grenades were fired at the monsters as if they were free. Zhou Chen was also busy. The blood of these monsters should not be wasted. The blood of hundreds of thousands of monsters could surely help Qingluo level up, right? Qingluo, you go too. Qingluo nodded, then released vines to absorb the blood of the monsters. About 20 minutes later, with the joint efforts of 2,000 orc cavalry, these frenzied monsters were finally defeated. From then on, the sea returned to calm and the orc tribe could live here peacefully. After the battle, Zhou Chen followed Niaoxue to the dragon's nest, which was the lair of the Demon Sea Jiao Dragon. They came here to see if the Demon Sea Jiao Dragon had any offspring. If these little dragons were allowed to grow, it wouldn't be long before the sea would become polluted again, affecting many marine creatures and posing a great threat to the development of the orc tribe. Zhou Chen and Niaoxue dived into the sea, and after merging with the half-dragon pearl, Zhou Chen was able to absorb the water spirit energy. Immediately after, Zhou Chen released the spirit energy, forming a bubble around himself and Qingluo. This allowed Zhou Chen to breathe normally underwater, increased his swimming speed, and kept his clothes dry. Soon, the three of them arrived at the dragon's nest of the Demon Sea Jiao Dragon. The nest of the Demon Sea Jiao Dragon resembled Fishman Island from One Piece, surrounded by a huge bubble that isolated the nest from the seawater. This prevented the seawater from entering and submerging the nest. Around the nest there floated numerous corpses, not only of various monsters but also many from the orc tribe. Among them, Zhou Chen saw the bodies of several tiger and wolf people. Perhaps those orcs who had come to the Blue Star were among these bodies. Seeing the bodies of these orcs, Niaoxue sighed and then said, "Alas, the creatures in the sea no longer satisfy the Demon Sea Jiao Dragon, so it always snatches some orcs from the tribes to use as food. This has made everyone in the tribe deeply hate the Demon Sea Jiao Dragon, and some have even organized themselves to come here to challenge it. But in the sea, how could they possibly be a match for the Demon Sea Jiao Dragon? Thus, they all end up as its food." Zhou Chen nodded, then approached the dragon's nest, but suddenly saw something. Was that a spatial rift? Zhou Chen saw within the bubble a huge spatial rift appeared, exactly like the one he had seen on Blue Star. "So that's how I came here." Zhou Chen finally understood how he had arrived. After emerging from the spatial rift, Zhou Chen was flung out into the vast ocean beyond the bubble, carried by the currents until the waves finally washed him ashore. He wondered if the few orcs he had defeated were either provisions captured by the Demon Sea Jiao Dragon or challengers to it. Not dwelling on it too much, Zhou Chen proceeded to enter the depths of the dragon's lair. Inside the lair there was no water, allowing Zhou Chen to breathe normally without the need for a bubble barrier. The lair was vast and filled with a rich spiritual aura which facilitated the rapid breakthroughs of the Demon Sea Jiao Dragon. As Zhou Chen ventured deeper into the lair, he was stunned by the sight before him. There, towering in front of him, was a massive skeleton resembling that of a winged tyrannosaur but significantly larger. This skeleton stood 30 meters tall, and one could only imagine the immense size of the dragon when it was alive. Upon seeing this skeleton, Shang Luo wanted to absorb the nutrients from the dragon bones, but Zhou Chen stopped her. He noticed a mysterious object shimmering within the skeleton. Approaching slowly, Zhou Chen saw it was an egg, its shell emitting a beautiful bluish-green glow. In the dark confines of the dragon's lair, the egg shone like the brightest star in the sky. Could it be the egg of a Xianhua with spirit dragon? Suddenly Niaoxue exclaimed. Information about the dragon egg flowed into Zhou Chen's mind. The Xianhua with spirit dragon, a legendary natural class war beast of immense power and eternal life. Even in death, its body and soul would transform into an egg awaiting a chance for rebirth. "What is a Xianhua with spirit dragon?" Yiqing Luo asked curiously, licking her lips as she spoke, already thinking about the taste of dragon meat once the egg hatched. Niaoxue, slightly surprised and excited, explained that the Xianhua with spirit dragon was no ordinary beast but a divine creature. Legend had it that this dragon was a sprite of nature capable of reviving all things and even reversing life and death. It was also considered a symbol of luck across many realms. Encountering one was a sign of good fortune. Pondering this, Qing Luo scratched her head and asked, "Does it taste good?" Hearing Qing Luo's question, Niaoxue gave her a speechless look. While others might think of preserving the egg for hatching, Xing Luo thought only of eating. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen noticed that the light from the egg was dimming. He realized that the dragon bones surrounding the egg were protecting it and providing nutrients for its hatching. Now that the egg's light was fading, it likely meant that the energy contained within the dragon bones was insufficient for the egg's needs. Zhou Chen, now a silver-ranked beast tamer eligible to contract a fourth beast, mused aloud, what better beast to tame than the Xianhua Wood Spirit Dragon? After listening to Miao Shuer's introduction about the Xianhua Wood Spirit Dragon, Zhou Chen believed that the dragon's strength must be formidable. Therefore, he was determined to ensure the successful hatching of the dragon egg. The Xianhua Wood Spirit Dragon hatches using the energy from dragon bones, which meant that something from the young dragon was needed to energize the egg. Wait, something from the dragon? Zhou Chen suddenly remembered the dragon horns of the demon Sea Jiao dragon which he currently possessed. Since the demon Sea Jiao dragon had dragon blood, its horns could potentially provide energy to the egg. Thus, Zhou Chen hurriedly placed the horns on the dragon egg. As expected, the moment the pair of dragon horns touched the egg, it once again flickered with a blue light. The dragon horns, second only to the dragon pearl in terms of significance on the demon Sea Jiao dragon, perfectly compensated for the energy needed for the hatching of the Xianhua Wood Spirit Dragon. Soon, the dragon blood contained within the horns was completely absorbed by the egg, and at that moment a crack appeared on the surface of the egg. Clearly, the Xianhua Wood Spirit Dragon was about to break free from its shell. As the crack on the egg widened, a greenish glow shimmered from within the fissure, resembling a lively and adorable sprite. About 5 minutes later, the dragon egg finally shattered completely, revealing the newly born Xianhua Wood Spirit Dragon in front of everyone. It was a charming mythical beast, non-threatening even to a layperson, not just to a beast tamer. One couldn't help but find it utterly adorable and irresistibly cuddly. The newborn Xianhua Wood Spirit Dragon was only as big as a newborn puppy, and Zhou Chen could easily hold it in one hand, wondering how such a tiny creature could grow so large in the future. Woo-wah woo-wah. Upon seeing Zhou Chen, the Xianhua Wood Spirit Dragon joyfully cried out and then slowly flapped its delicate wings, floating toward Zhou Chen. It was so cute that looking at the Xianhua Wood Spirit Dragon, Zhou Chen felt an instant healing in his heart, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face as he reached out to stroke the little dragon's head. The Xianhua Wood Spirit Dragon was also very affectionate towards Zhou Chen, instinctively seeing him as its mother since he was the first person it saw. The Xianhua Wood Spirit Dragon resembled a Western dragon with wings on its back and limbs, but also bore a resemblance to the mythical dragons of China with horns on its head. Zhou Chen could also sense that there was a dragon pearl inside the Xianhua Wood Spirit Dragon, perhaps a common feature among their kind, which might be why he could feel it. The beast was named Xianhua Wood Spirit Dragon, classified as a battle-honored mythical beast at level 1 with the attribute of nature. Its weakness was evil spirits, and it was in an excited, healthy state. The mythical beast's talent was immortality, indestructible by nature, capable of regenerating through the power of nature even if its body was destroyed and its soul shattered. The beast's skills were of a magical nature. Natural fairy blossom allowed it to purify filth and heal itself, while natural dragon breath gathered the purifying forces of nature to unleash a powerful dragon breath attack. The most mystical skill, cycle of life and death, involved sacrificing its own life to perfectly resurrect another. This creature was an elemental spirit of nature, immortal and indestructible, a legendary mythical beast. Its meat was reputed to be the most delicious in the world, tasty in any form. Information about the Xianhua Wood Spirit Dragon surfaced in Zhou Chen's mind. Although currently weak, so weak that even a husky could scare it to death, its status as a battle-honored beast foretold a dazzling future. Since you regard me as your mother, why not become my magical beast? Zhou Chen proposed, biting his finger and letting his blood drop on the head of the Xianhua Wood Spirit Dragon. As a green light flickered, the spirit contract was instantly formed. From that moment, the Xianhua Wood Spirit Dragon became Zhou Chen's fourth beast. Xing Luo, seeing the contract sealed, knew she would miss out on the dragon meat as well as the dragon pearls and horns. She felt incredibly aggrieved. You're too unfair, master. You never give me the dragon pearls, the dragon eggs, or the dragon meat, and now you've even given the dragon horn I fought so hard for to this little one. Zhou Chen could only offer a wry smile in response, patting her head to console her. How much delicacy have you already consumed? You've had enough of the sea demon Jiao dragon's blood to last a ton, haven't you? You've eaten the meat and drunk the soup. Surely you can leave me some ribs. Zhou Chen had to ensure Xing Luo wouldn't devour the Xianhua Wood Spirit Dragon. a battle-honored beast once matured would become a formidable weapon. Alright, there are no more eggs here besides those of the Xianhua with spirit dragon. Let's head back, shall we? Zhou Chen turned and asked Miao Shuer for her opinion. She smiled slightly and nodded. The trio then left the dragon's lair, Zhou Chen casting one last glance at the spatial rift behind them. He was eager to return home, having not been back for 2 days, and knew his family must be worried. However, he decided against it as he had promised Miao Shuer to help the beastmen tackle the wild giants and overcome their struggles. Moreover, having accepted the bloodline fruit, he felt obliged to fulfill his promise. Upon returning to the shore, Zhou Chen found that the beastmen cavalry had already departed, taking with them the carcass of the sea demon Jiao Dragon. Although its blood had been drained by Qing Luo, its meat, which was highly nutritious and believed to enhance vitality, remained. This was particularly valuable as many male beastmen faced a fierce battle that night. After the battle with the sea demon Jiao Dragon, which had been resolved without casualties, the beastmen were left with only 2 menacing beasts threatening their existence, a significant victory indeed and a cause for celebration. As Zhou Chen and his companions slowly flew back to the beastmen tribe, the aroma of delicious barbecued meat wafted towards them. Looking ahead, they saw the tribe members engaged in a festive roast, celebrating their substantial triumph over the sea demon Jiao Dragon. At that moment, everyone in the tribe, from the elderly to the young, was organizing a grand party. When Zhou Chen and his 2 companions returned, all the orcs roared enthusiastically. Although Zhou Chen couldn't understand what they were saying, he could feel the passion of the orc warriors. To these orcs, Zhou Chen was like a deity worthy of respect. They all knew that it was Zhou Chen who had devised the plan to trap the demon sea Jiao alone. Moreover, it was Zhou Chen who had ridden the Ghostfire Dragon horse alone, risking his life to lure the demon sea Jiao alone to their ambush site. The final fatal blow to the demon sea Jiao alone had also been delivered by Zhou Chen's beast. For these reasons, at least 1,000 orc warriors were spared from death. Was there anyone more deserving of respect? Consequently, the orcs kept toasting to Zhou Chen, although he did not drink alcohol. Instead, they handed him roasted dragon meat. Zhou Chen accepted their kindness, and along with the orc warriors, some children also handed him skewers of roasted meat and a big bottle of juice. Among them was Xiao Qing, a child he had met just the day before who had come specially to thank him. Xiao Qing's father was an orc cavalryman who had gone to war with the army that day. Zhou Chen's plan had not only saved the lives of thousands of orc cavalrymen but also her father's life. Now, Xiao Qing treated Zhou Chen like her own brother, offering him all sorts of delicious foods and boasting to her friends that she knew Zhou Chen, making the other young orcs very envious. Zhou Chen did not reject these friendly gestures from the children, and soon he found himself holding several thousand skewers of roasted meat. Unable to eat them all by himself, he summoned Qing Luo and Mei Ling, found a small cabin, and together they enjoyed the barbecue. The dragon meat tasted great, similar to lamb but without the gamey smell. It was like pork yet not greasy. Seasoned with cumin and chili powder as well as barbecue sauce, the flavor was excellent. Zhou Chen alone consumed over 30 skewers, not to mention Qing Luo and Mei Ling. Besides them, Zhou Chen, not wanting to waste food, summoned the Xianhua with spirit dragon and placed the roasted meat on a plate for it to eat as well. As for the Ghostfire Dragon horse, it didn't eat meat, so Zhou Chen planned to get it some fruit later. Upon seeing the food, the Xianhua with spirit dragon's eyes lit up, and it opened its mouth to devour a slice of roasted meat. Despite being the size of a small puppy, its appetite was astonishing. It quickly swallowed a large plate of roasted meat and still wasn't satisfied. Looking up at Zhou Chen with those adorable little eyes, its meaning was clear: it was still hungry. If Zhou Chen could hear its heart, he would love to call it dad. With so much meat that he couldn't finish, Zhou Chen decided to give some more to the creature. To help it grow quickly, Zhou Chen also took out several bottles of intermediate energy liquid and fed it to the creature, hoping it would grow rapidly. Smelling the aroma of the energy liquid, the Xianhua with spirit dragon became even more cheerful, sticking out its little tongue to lick the energy liquid. It looked as adorable as a kitten drinking milk. Meanwhile, outside, the revelry continued into the night until the drunken beastmen gradually left to go home to sleep. Only a few night watchmen remained in the entire tribe, responsible for keeping watch and preventing enemy attacks. Zhou Chen was also ready to sleep, accompanied by 2 peerlessly beautiful women. Just as he was about to fall asleep, a loud bang suddenly came from outside, startling Zhou Chen awake. This was followed by the roaring of several beastmen. Although Zhou Chen could not understand the language of the beastmen, the urgency of their roars told him that something significant had happened. Thinking that a demonic beast was attacking, Zhou Chen hurriedly ran out of the wooden house to the source of the noise. However, he saw no enemy, only a few beastmen carrying a stretcher. On the stretcher lay a beastman-shaped demonic beast, covered in wounds with blood flowing from its injuries. It had only one arm left, the other was resting on the stretcher. Although Zhou Chen did not know who this demonic beast was, its status was clearly not low, otherwise it would not be carried by these beastmen. This demonic beast resembled the Lion Clan of the Beastmen but was stronger and taller than the typical members of the Lion Clan. The creature was a split Earth War Lion, a demonic beast of the War Sovereign class with a level of 235. Its attributes were berserk combat in earth with weaknesses in wood. It was severely injured near death and had the talent of War God. It could transform into a beastly war god by burning its blood, increasing its combat strength tenfold, but would then enter a period of weakness. Its skills included fierce lion claws, berserk combat will, and roaring earth punch, making it a fearsome guardian of the beastmen. What on earth had happened? How did Lead get so injured? After hearing the beastman's roars, Miao Shuer also ran out. Upon seeing the severely injured split Earth War Lion, her face changed drastically, filled with concern. It was evident that their relationship was extraordinary. The beastman explained the situation to Miao Shuer, and after hearing the full story, she sighed deeply while looking at the split Earth War Lion. "Oh, why are you so foolish?" She then covered her head and said to the beastmen, "Quick, take him for treatment, everyone else disperse." After Miao Shuer finished speaking, several orcs carried away the split Earth War Lion for treatment and everyone else dispersed. "Sister Miao Shuer, who was that beast? You two seem to share a special connection," someone asked. Nodding, Miao Shuer replied without hiding anything, "His name is Red, my comrade in arms. We both served as the royal beasts of the Beast King. Originally, the Beast King had 4 royal beasts, but now only the 2 of us remain. After the sacrifice of the Beast King, it fell upon us to safeguard the security of the orc race. Red has always wanted to deal with those 3 demonic beasts. However, I didn't want our already endangered orc race to fight desperately against those beasts, so I refused him. Unexpectedly, he secretly took 100 orc warriors to hunt the extreme flame beast." Miao Shuer continued, her voice tinged with both admiration and distress. "The extreme flame beast, a fire-type demonic creature of the battle-honored rank, was the second strongest among the 3, even though it was suppressed by the water attributes of the demon sea dragon. It was still a notch stronger. In the end, Red did kill the extreme flame beast, but at a great cost. Most of the 100 orc warriors died or were injured, and he himself lost an arm. Is the extreme flame beast really dead?" Zhou Chen murmured to himself, reflecting on the situation. With 2 of the 3 great beasts now slain, only the strongest, the savage giant beast, remained. If it could be dealt with, Zhou Chen could finally return home. Having understood the events that had transpired, Zhou Chen went back to his cabin to rest the night, passing quietly without incident. The next morning, Zhou Chen sought out Miao Shuer to discuss when they would set out to tackle the savage giant beast. He also wanted to inquire about any information on the beast, particularly any weaknesses it might have. Knowing such details could significantly increase their chances of victory. When he arrived at Miao Shuer's tent, he found not only her but also others inside. Among them was Red, who, despite having been gravely injured the previous night, had regained consciousness after emergency treatment, though he had lost his right arm. "Why did you act on your own? Why didn't you inform me beforehand?" Miao Shuer asked Red, her face stern with anger. "Even if I had told you, you wouldn't have agreed, right? So you just took our people there on your own, and what was the result? Over 100 people and less than half survived, and you yourself have become crippled." Seeing Red's lost right arm, Miao Shuer's heart softened and she could no longer bring herself to scold him. "But we won," Red responded defiantly. "Those clansmen did not die in vain, and I do not regret losing my arm. If it meant killing the extreme flame beast, even if I had to die a terrible death, I would do it willingly. Snow, I know you are kind-hearted and do not want to see our few remaining clansmen die, but have you considered? As long as these 4 great demons exist, we cannot live well, we cannot fulfill the Beast King's wishes, nor can we go to the Blue Star to bring back Princess His Highness. Are you really blaming me?" Red said in a rough voice. Despite being heavily wounded, a slight smile lifted the corners of his mouth. "Didn't you also lead a team to exterminate the demon sea jello? And you won, didn't you? You didn't notify me either." Clearly he was quite excited now, because among the 4 great beasts that threatened the survival of the orcs, only one was left. "You. But I at least ensured the safety of everyone, 2,000 people, and not a single casualty, not even a disabled one." "What about you?" Snow chided back. "Come on, Snow, don't pat yourself on the back. That wasn't your doing, was it? Wasn't it that distinguished guest who planned it out for you, leading the demon Sea Jelong right into your ambush with the dragon horn? I can't be bothered with you, Meow Snow said, her face flushing with embarrassment just as Zhou Chen walked in. Good morning, Sister Meow Snow. Good morning, Zhou Chen. Upon seeing Zhou Chen, a faint smile finally appeared on Meow Snow's stern face. Haha, so you're Zhou Chen. I've heard about your deeds and I'm very grateful for your help in dealing with the demon Sea Jelong. Seeing Zhou Chen, Red also immediately engaged in a mental exchange with him, his face all smiles, completely forgetting his injuries as he approached Zhou Chen to express his gratitude for his generous help. No problem, I did it to get back too. Zhou Chen initially felt very awkward with Red's forwardness, but after chatting for a while he realized that was just Red's nature, very polite with his own people. By the way, Zhou Chen, did you come to see me for something? Yes, I wanted to ask about the barbaric beast and when are we going to hunt it? Before Meow Snow could respond, Red spoke up. The barbaric beast is very powerful, a peak level war honor beast at level 300, and it's also a spirit and earth dual attribute monster. Red looked towards Meow Snow and sighed. Even if Snow and I joined forces, we're no match for that creature. While they didn't know the barbaric beast's weakness, they had at least gathered some basic information about it. Although the barbaric beast had a high level, Zhou Chen wasn't worried. He didn't believe the barbaric beast could withstand the firepower of over 2,000 orcs. By the way, Brother Zhou, take these as a token of my gratitude. Saying so, Red handed over 2 items to Zhou Chen, who was surprised at the sight. They were the demon pill and beast core of the extreme flame monster, both of war honor grade. Together these items were worth a fortune, easily fetching 1 billion beast taming coins, and they were priceless. Moreover, these items were extremely useful for Zhou Chen. The fire-type beast core could help his ghost fire dragon horse reach a new level, and the fire-type demon pill could also help enhance its level. This is really too precious, isn't it? No, you should keep it, you deserve it. But since it was being offered freely, why refuse a free gift? Besides, Zhou Chen could never afford 1 billion beast coins to buy a beast core. However, Zhou Chen was reluctant to just accept it. Without giving something in return, I must do something for Lei De, otherwise I won't feel right about taking this money. Lei De, seeing Zhou Chen speaking of his right arm, sighed deeply, his face showing a trace of sadness as he waved his hand dismissively. My right arm is gone. I fear I won't be able to fight alongside you and Shui'er against the savage giants anymore. Hearing Lei De's words, Miao Shui'er's eyes also showed a trace of sadness, knowing how hard this was hitting Lei De, and she gave Zhou Chen a look that said, really, could your emotional intelligence be any lower? Why must you always say the worst thing at the worst time? But Zhou Chen's next words took them both by surprise. No, what I mean is, do you want to try reattaching your severed arm? At this, Lei De's eyes widened and he grabbed Zhou Chen's shoulder excitedly. What did you say, Brother Zhou? Can you really reattach my arm? Yes, I can, though the cut isn't as neat as it could be, which might cause some issues. But it's definitely better than losing the arm entirely. Do you want to try? Zhou Chen was confident. His training in beast martial arts had given him the ability to regenerate limbs. Regenerating a limb was one thing, but just reattaching one was much simpler. I'm willing to try, said Lei De without hesitation. He had resigned himself to his fate, but now that there was a chance to restore his arm, how could he refuse? All right, bring me your severed arm and I'll reattach it right now. Lei De nodded and hurriedly retrieved his severed limb. Zhou Chen then had Lei De lie down and began the procedure to attach the arm. He activated the Wanmulingxin technique, channeling with spirit energy into the limb. But that wasn't all. Zhou Chen also summoned Cheng Luo and the Xianhua Wood Spirit Dragon, both of whom had healing abilities. With the help of Cheng Luo and the Xianhua Wood Spirit Dragon, the healing process was accelerated. Especially the Xianhua Wood Spirit Dragon, who, upon learning that Zhou Chen was trying to save someone, bit her own finger and let a drop of her glowing green dragon's blood fall on the wound. Unlike other dragons, her blood shone like the light of fireflies. As the dragon blood touched the wound, Lei De's injury healed rapidly and he began to feel a tickling sensation at the site. He tried moving his arm and soon found that his fingers could move and he could even make a fist. Is my right arm really healed? Lei De looked at his now sensate arm in excitement. He had never been so happy to have his arm back. He felt like hugging and kissing his own hand, as if it wasn't just his hand but his beloved wife. Zhou Chen once again infused natural spiritual energy into Red's body, and now Zhou Chen could absorb various types of spiritual energy. About 10 minutes later, Red's arm was fully reattached. He tried moving his arm. Good. Unable to wait, Red stood up, shook his hand and flexed it. He even threw a punch into the air with great force, his punch creating a gust of wind. Aside from a bit of pain, there was nothing serious with his arm, and the pain felt as minor as a prick from a toothpick. After all, Zhou Chen hadn't fully mastered the spirit of 10,000 woods. This was the best he could do at the moment, but Red was still overjoyed. Fantastic, now I can fight alongside my tribe again. Brother Zhou, I truly can't thank you enough, Red said excitedly as he looked at his arm. No problem, I can't just take your things for nothing, Zhou Chen replied. Afterwards, Zhou Chen stayed in Miao Shuer's tent for a while, and the three discussed hunting the barbaric behemoth the next day. They decided to wait until the next day to give Red some more rest. The next day, the three of them would lead the troops together, and with Red's help, they would have a greater chance of victory. After finishing the discussion, Zhou Chen left the place with Qing Luo. After Zhou Chen's departure, Miao Shuer, looking at Qing Luo's retreating figure, slightly frowned and turned to Red. Red, don't you think that beast named Qing Luo resembles the monster from the legends? At this moment, Red, still joyful about regaining his right arm, gradually turned solemn upon hearing Miao Shuer's words. Stop talking nonsense. That monster, even for us, belongs to the realm of legends. Besides, you only heard about it through rumors, didn't you? Although it was said in jest, it's always better to be cautious just in case the soul-devouring vine really exists. Then we forget it, it's just a legend. Since it's a legend, it might as well not exist. Besides, we've traveled through so many dimensions, has anyone actually seen this monster? It could just be some scoundrel spreading rumors, Red argued. Seeing Miao Shuer fall silent, he continued, besides, if the soul-devouring vine really exists and is as terrifying as the rumors say, then we wouldn't stand a chance anyway. Let's hope I'm just overthinking this. Miao Shuer didn't dwell too much on this matter. For her, the priority was to deal with the barbaric giant beast, ensuring the orcs could continue to live happily, and ultimately to bring the princess back from Blue Star. Blue Star Battle Dragon City. Whoosh! The autumn wind howled, rendering Battle Dragon City unusually desolate. The once bustling city was now only filled with scattered skeletons. Roars and groans echoed through the streets as countless bone demons, zombie-like, aimlessly wandered the streets like lonely spirits of the night. These bone demons, consisting only of bones, felt no pain and knew no fear, emitting a necrotic miasma capable of corroding rock and metal alike. Any corpse that came into contact with this necrotic miasma would decompose, and its soul would be imprisoned within its skull, becoming the next bone demon. The most terrifying aspect was the sheer number of bone demons. There were approximately several 100,000 of them. These bone demons had only one goal: to assimilate all living beings into their ranks and transform the Blue Star into a planet of the dead. Under the powerful and eerie assault of these bone demons, the city's defense forces of Battle Dragon City were quickly annihilated. Some people died, some were assimilated into bone demons, and others were barely clinging to life. Zhou Chen's home had been destroyed by the bone demons, leaving it in ruins with no one in sight. In a corner of Battle Dragon City, a group of people had managed to evade the bone demons and were hiding. These were Zhou Chen's family and friends, Zhou Jia Yisikan, Zhou Chen's parents, and the siblings Xia Chuqing and Tang Yao Tang Jing. They gathered together, facing the onslaught of the bone demon army. Zhou Chen, how are you doing? Yi Sikan asked with a worried expression. Ever since Zhou Chen left with Li Kai, there had been no word from him. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Yi Sikan called him daily, sent messages, and even went to the black market in search of him, but to no avail. Soon after, the bone demons, led by a fallen Beastmaster, breached Battle Dragon City. To find Zhou Chen, Yi Sikan knew she had to survive first. Only by staying alive was there a chance to find him. Sister Sikan, don't worry. Big brother is so strong, nothing bad will happen to him. We need to survive too. Only then can we hope to see him again, right? Zhou Jia, equally worried. As siblings naturally would be, tried to offer some comfort, managing a weak smile for Yi Sikan. Yi Sikan nodded, slowly regaining her composure. The immediate priority is to deal with these bone demons and then leave this city. I know a back way out of the city. It's usually deserted. We could try escaping through there, Xia Chuqing suggested quietly, then looked at Yi Sikan, who was now the strongest among them. Originally, Xia Chuqing was with her parents, but her father Xia Xiujia had drawn the attention of the fallen Beastmaster to protect her, and his fate was now unknown. Thus Xia Chuqing had no choice but to stick with Yi Sikan and the others. Okay, no matter what, we can't just sit here and wait for death. We need to hurry and leave Battle Dragon City, Yi Sikan declared firmly, and the group followed Xia Chuqing out of the city. In another world among the Beastman tribes, it was Zhou Chen's fourth day there, and today they were to confront the last demonic beast. Early in the morning, Miao Shuer had swiftly assembled a large force, still those over 2,000 Beastman cavalry, along with the tribe's aerial unit. the Beastman cavalry had bonded with the earth-based ferocious sword lions, while each member of the aerial unit was bonded with a scythe-winged black hawk. These mythical beasts are incredibly fast flyers and fierce combatants, dominating the skies. The Orc cavalry numbers 2,000 and the aerial corps 1,000, altogether 3,000 warriors. In addition to these forces, both Niao Schwer and Red will join the battle. This is a fight to the death. Either the barbaric behemoths will fall or we will. Thus, the entire Orc race is mobilized, determined to slay the savage beasts. This is our final battle. Everyone knows, because these four monstrous creatures have continually reduced our livable land, forcing us onto this desolate island. Yet even here, our homeland continues to shrink, and even our revered Beast King sacrificed himself for us. Now, after our relentless efforts, only one of the four great beasts remains. This battle marks our last stand against them. Tell me, are you afraid? Roared Red. The response was a thunderous war cry from 3,000 Orc warriors, their voices booming and spirits soaring as if possessed by an invincible force. Good, if we manage to defeat this barbaric behemoth, we can forever live on this land. This will be our final battle. Red hoped that everyone would join him in this fearless embrace of life and death, victorious or valiant in defeat. As Red's words echoed, the Orc warriors roared again. Though Zhou Chen did not understand their language, he felt their resolute spirit shouting victory or death. Victory or death, victory or death, march. At Red's command, the aerial corps Orc warriors summoned their scythe-winged Black Hawks. They needed to cross the ocean to where the barbaric beast awaited. Since the furious sword lions could not fly, the Orc cavaliers had to ride alongside their comrades on the backs of the Black Hawks. Red was no exception. Despite being a level 235 battle-honored mythical beast, he sadly could not fly. Niao Schwer, on the other hand, could fly on her own. As for Zhou Chen, he rode on the back of the Ghostfire Dragon Horse. The Orc tribe resided on a desolate island, while the true mainland had been conquered by the four great beasts led by the barbaric behemoth. That land was overrun with wild beasts so ferocious that an unwary traveler might be devoured to the bone in moments. Somehow Zhou Chen felt that the plight of the Orc tribe resembled that of the giants from Attack on Titan. The island of the Orc tribe, let's call it Orc Island. From Orc Island to the mainland one must cross a vast sea. Zhou Chen didn't know the exact size of this sea, but even at the speed of the Ghostfire Dragon Horse it would take an hour to reach the mainland, not to mention the slower scythe-winged Black Hawks. Zhou Chen and the Orc troops spent a full 2 hours before finally reaching the edge of the continent. Although the exact size of the continent was unknown, it appeared boundless at a glance with no visible end. However, Zhou Chen felt that this continent was definitely much larger than the Orc Island. Upon arriving on the continent, Zhou Chen did not rush to challenge the savage beasts immediately but chose to rest first. The journey was long, and not only were the people tired, but the beast tamers were exhausted as well, and the upcoming battle would still require the strength of these tamed beasts. Mei Schwer, sister, do you know where the savage beast is? We can't just go looking for it like headless flies, can we? Mei Schwer pulled out a map and pointed to a valley on it, saying this place is called Savage Valley because it is the den of the savage beast, hence the name Savage Valley. In the valley there is a forest, and the den of the savage beast is located within this forest. Since the savage beast is diurnal, hunting during the day and resting at night, we need to strike at night, catching it off guard. Alright, I will go scout the path first and clear any obstacles along the way. Zhou Chen knew that the continent was home to many frenzied monsters which had lost their sanity and attacked on sight much like zombies. They couldn't afford to waste time dealing with these lesser monsters when hunting the savage beast at night. Moreover, Zhou Chen wanted to see the savage beast firsthand to understand how it was contaminating the land, which is why he proposed to scout ahead. What, just by yourself? That's too dangerous. How about I send a few people with you, or if not, I and Lady can accompany you? Mei Schwer stood up, ready to follow Zhou Chen. No need, sister Mei Schwer, brother Lady, you should stay here since you'll need your strength for the night. You are the main force against the savage beast and you must be in peak condition. Scouting is something I can handle alone, don't worry, I won't be reckless. Seeing Zhou Chen's insistence, Mei Schwer no longer persisted and let Zhou Chen go. Zhou Chen, holding the map, rode alone on his Ghostfire Dragon Horse towards Savage Valley. The valley was not far separated only by a dense forest similar to the monster forest on Blue Star. However, the monsters in this forest were numerous and almost none retained their sanity, all having succumbed to madness. The monsters with their crimson eyes and fierce fangs lunged ferociously at Zhou Chen, but despite their ferocious appearance, these crazed monsters were not much of a challenge, generally around level 50 with less than 10 exceeding level 70. They were no match for Qing Luo. With this thought, Zhou Chen summoned Xing Luo, who opened its belly wide to feast. Xing Luo finished them off. Xing Luo's mouth curled into a smile, its tongue licking its lips. It summoned hundreds of vines, entangling the group of monsters. As the vines pierced their bodies, the monsters quickly turned into mummies on the ground, serving as nourishment for Xing Luo. In the forest, Xing Luo had slain countless beasts, her heart becoming numb to the continuous battle. Her level had risen swiftly due to these encounters. She was now at level 190, advancing at a pace akin to a rocket. However, this came at a cost. A trail of countless corpses lay behind her, a testament to the saying, one man's success builds on the bones of many. Approximately 2 hours later, Zhou Chen entered the Savage Valley, where a sinister and eerie forest awaited, its trees far less dense than those outside. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed through the valley, clear even from a distance. What was that sound? It sounds like the roar of a wild beast, Xing Luo responded. Zhou Chen did not recall Xing Luo to his side despite the increasing danger ahead. Be careful, that might be the roar of the savage beast, he cautioned. The two exchanged a glance, each noting the caution and seriousness in the other's eyes. They proceeded cautiously, and as they ventured deeper, the number of corpses, all belonging to beasts, increased. Zhou Chen stooped to touch one and found it still warm, indicating a recent death. Each corpse bore a single fatal wound, a massive bite mark so large it could sever half of a cow, revealing the immense size of the beast and the sharpness of its teeth. Another roar shattered the silence, and Zhou Chen finally saw the true form of the creature. Was this the savage beast? A massive beast as large as a dinosaur, around 20 meters tall, appeared before him. Its body was covered in green scales, resembling a robust lizard, and its head was similar to a Tyrannosaurus rex, equipped with sharp claws and teeth and a dragon-like tail. More astonishingly, the beast wielded a large axe and shield, much like a beast knight from an anime. Zhou Chen couldn't help but think it resembled Xing Daorong wielding a mountain-splitting axe. At that moment, the savage beast was feasting on a rock giant bull. With a fierce bite, it tore away half of the bull's body, devouring a creature as large as a car in just 2 bites. Even after its meal, the beast seemed unsatiated and continued to hunt for more prey. The beast, named the Savage Beast, was a peak battle-honored beast of level 300 with attributes of evil spirits and earth. Its weaknesses included wood, nature, ice and wind, particularly vulnerable at the belly. The Savage Beast was healthy and possessed a talent called Core Earth Erosion, which imbued the power of evil spirits into the earth, absorbing its energy and causing mutations in the flora and fauna, driving them into madness. Its skill, Magic Claw Dragon Strike, involved continuous attacks using its sharp dragon claws imbued with the power of evil spirits. The demonic dragon shield. The shield on its left arm is incredibly sturdy, capable of blocking most attacks. Savage Dragon Breath. This skill releases a burst of wild energy in one breath, marking the most powerful long-range attack of the savage beast. Ancient God's Earth-Splitting Axe. Utilizing a large axe, it delivers a powerful chop, the strongest physical attack of the savage beast. Introduction to the monstrous beast from ancient wilderness. It has the ability to contaminate the land and is a demon from ancient times. Suitable for frying, it tastes similar to fried chicken steak, crispy and flavorful, especially when paired with cumin and chili powder. The taste is exceptionally nice. Upon seeing the information about the savage beast, Zhou Chen was utterly dumbfounded. No wonder Miao Shuer and Lei De were so terrified of this creature. Zhou Chen muttered to himself, but fortunately the savage beast hadn't noticed him, otherwise he would have been in real trouble. Perhaps the savage beast had already noticed Zhou Chen, but in its eyes Zhou Chen was as insignificant as a roadside rabbit, not even worth eating to satiety, so it spared him. Xing Luo, shall we go? Zhou Chen no longer felt like staying there. Should the savage beast suddenly return, his fate would be sealed. Xing Luo too felt a tinge of fear. Normally fearless, she now trembled slightly, eager to leave the place immediately. Without another word, as soon as the savage beast left, the two turned and ran, hastening to leave the dreadful place. Riding on their spectral fire dragon horse, they galloped away, and Zhou Chen finally returned to where most of their group had gathered, regaining a sense of safety. Zhou Chen, you're back. Did you see the savage beast? Miao Shuer breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him. Yeah, I saw it, it's a behemoth. Zhou Chen was still shaken. Scared, weren't you? It's normal, everyone feels fear when they see such a gigantic creature for the first time. Shuer and I were also scared when we first encountered that beast. Lei De laughed heartily and then handed a roasted lamb leg to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen took it and began to eat without any regard for appearances, having been on the run for 5 or 6 hours and feeling quite hungry. But that beast isn't the largest monster out there. There are much larger creatures in this world, Lady added. Zhou Chen agreed wholeheartedly, recalling the skeleton of the Xianhua wood spirit dragon he had once seen. Just the skeleton was 30 meters tall. How vast might a living Xianhua wood spirit dragon be? Moreover, Zhou Chen currently owned a Xianhua wood spirit dragon which he had named Linglong for convenience. The name sounded pleasant and Linglong itself seemed to like it. If Zhou Chen could raise Linglong properly, wouldn't he possess a monster even larger than the savage beast? However, constantly comparing sizes seemed somewhat pointless. After finishing his roasted lamb leg, Zhou Chen went to sleep to gather strength, preparing for a night raid. Time quickly advanced to nightfall. The sky was covered with dark clouds, making it pitch black, obscuring all sight. However, this darkness did not hinder combat operations, as the orcs possess strong night vision abilities. Even in complete darkness, they could see clearly. Zhou Chen, having practiced the dark beast martial art of 5 senses manipulation, also possessed certain night vision capabilities. Furthermore, the half-dragon pearl within him enhanced his abilities, ensuring the darkness did not blind him. Everyone be careful. Let's move out. Understood, the orcs whispered cautiously. They then mounted their sickle-winged black hawks and headed towards the lair of the barbaric behemoth. Following Zhou Chen's command, Miao Shuer arranged for most of the orc warriors to hide on the peaks flanking both sides of the barbaric valley. The valley, with its 2 colored mountains and deep ravines surrounded by ancient forests, provided an excellent spot for an ambush. Due to the narrowness of the valley, 3,000 orc cavalrymen couldn't deploy effectively and would merely serve as live targets for the barbaric behemoth. Moreover, these orc cavalrymen were no match for the behemoth, and sending them would be akin to a death sentence. It was decided to have them set up an ambush on both sides of the valley to provide long-range attacks and cover for Zhou Chen and others. Zhou Chen, Leda and Miao Shuer leading 300 orc cavalry moved to attack from the front. The valley was just spacious enough to allow these 300 to maneuver freely. Zhou Chen and his group slowly approached the lair of the barbaric behemoth. It seemed to be sleeping, as they could hear its thunderous snores. As Zhou Chen and the others reached the lair of the barbaric behemoth, they viewed its massive body with nervous anticipation. Everyone felt tense, knowing that a fierce battle was imminent. Miao Shuer, overwhelmed by nervousness, turned to Zhou Chen and asked Zhou Chen, "What should we do now? Since it's asleep, let's hit it with a big one first. Everyone release your ultimate moves together. Even if we don't kill it, we will surely inflict heavy damage. Then when we attack, it will be much easier." Zhou Chen replied, "Okay." Miao Shuer nodded, then used mental communication to inform everyone, gathering her own power as well. Everyone attack. Together, the furious sword lions roared and conjured rock grenades, while the sickle-winged black hawks also gathered massive amounts of invisible wind blades to shoot at the barbaric behemoth. Miao Shuer and Leda were no exceptions. Dark abyss of ice, roaring earth-splitting fist. Zhou Chen also summoned his own mystical beasts to unleash their devastating moves. The group battle commenced. The barbaric behemoth, being a level 300 mystical beast, sensed the danger and suddenly opened its eyes. It then saw Miao Shuer releasing cold air towards it and Leda's fist coming fast. The behemoth's battle instincts were triggered and it instinctively raised its shield to block Miao Shuer and Leda's attacks. The attacks from the others it simply ignored. Only Miao Shuer and Leda posed a slight threat. Zhou Chen, worried that the barbaric behemoth might fully awaken, specifically directed his own beasts to attack from 3 different directions to keep it distracted. However, the behemoth ignored the attacks from Qing Luo and the other beasts. Boom boom boom. With each masterful strike landing on the body of the savage beast, it was as though missiles were exploding upon impact. However, these attacks only inflicted limited damage on the savage beast, at most blasting off a few of its dragon scales without causing any severe injuries, yet likely due to elemental advantage. Qing Luo's masterful strike did manage to hurt the beast somewhat, causing it to bleed. Meanwhile, Miao Shuer and Leda's attacks were effortlessly blocked by the beast's shield, failing to inflict even the slightest damage. The savage beast roared furiously, clearly enraged, much like someone in a bad morning mood. It rampaged, destroying everything in its vicinity and venting its anger first on the 300 orc cavaliers. Opening its massive jaws, the beast gathered its strength and with a flash of purple light it unleashed a dragon breath straight at the orc cavaliers. "Watch out, everyone, get out of the way," Miao Shuer screamed, but it was already too late. Dodging was no longer an option. Their only hope was to block the attack. Thus, the 300 orc cavaliers released all their earth-based spiritual energy, forming a gigantic stone wall in an attempt to block the savage beast's assault. Unfortunately, they had greatly underestimated the power of the beast's attack. The dragon breath, like a nuclear missile, shattered the stone wall effortlessly. As the stone wall crumbled, the orc cavaliers behind it suffered greatly. Some died, others were grievously wounded, filling the valley with their anguished cries. Of the 300 orc cavaliers, barely 10% survived, and even those were either crippled or severely injured, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. The level 300 monster's combat power was terrifyingly formidable. Zhou Chen was utterly shocked at the minimal damage the savage beast had sustained. Their actions had undoubtedly enraged the beast further, and now they would have to bear the brunt of its fury. Roaring furiously, the savage beast swung its massive axe towards Miao Shuer, recognizing her as the most formidable among the group and not to be underestimated. The beast spun the axe, its blade whistling through the air and carrying a roaring wind as it hurtled towards Miao Shuer. Her eyes narrowed like a warrior's and her hands emitted a cold mist as she conjured two ice swords. But before she could strike, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. It was Lei De, wielding two large swords, his body emitting red steam as if he had activated the 8 gates, his muscles bulging and his battle spirit soaring. "Is this the war god form?" Miao Shuer exclaimed. Indeed, this was Lei De's talent, war god, which upon activation could increase his combat power tenfold. But it would also leave him in a weakened state afterward. This is the final battle. We must go all out now. Shuer, strike at its belly, that's its softest spot, Red said with a light chuckle, having just noticed that the savage beast was constantly guarding its abdomen with its left arm's shield. It even preferred to expose its back to thousands of rock grenade bombardments rather than leave its belly unprotected. This suspicious action led Red to deduce that the abdomen was indeed the beast's weakest spot. Quickly, I'll handle its attacks. Red infused his spiritual energy into the two great swords in his hands, which immediately burst into a blood-red glow. They were both beast bone soldiers, each a warrior king-tier weapon capable of boosting Red's combat power by at least 70%. The two beast bone soldiers had different attributes. One was earth-based and the other was from the berserker class. Boom! A loud noise erupted as the savage beast's giant axe slammed down upon Red's twin swords. However, with the dual enhancement of the beast bone soldiers and Red's war god form, he was able to withstand the savage beast strike. Damn beast, die! Red summoned all his strength, raised one sword, and heavily chopped down on the giant axe of the savage beast. The force was so immense that it even surpassed that of the savage beast, sending the axe flying from its grip. The beast itself was momentarily stunned, feeling pain in its wrist. Dark ice burst. Just then Miao Shuer had already approached the front of the savage beast, readying her powerful move. She then struck a heavy blow towards the abdomen of the savage beast. Roaring in alarm, the beast, ignoring the pain in its arm, swiftly swung its dragon claw towards Miao Shuer. Boom! As the two palms collided, the immense force felt by both parties made the savage beast stagger back a few steps, while Miao Shuer was sent flying. She performed several flips in the air before landing lightly beside Red, her face showing shock. "This guy is formidable. Both of us exerted our full strength, yet we could only match it to a draw." "Yeah," Red agreed as the savage beast, now thoroughly enraged, eyes flashing with a crimson light, reached out to retrieve its giant axe. But neither Miao Shuer nor Red was about to let it succeed. Knowing well that once the savage beast reclaimed its weapon, its combat power would multiply, they promptly attacked. "Back off, beast!" In his war god form, Red was incredibly fierce, raising his twin swords and chopping towards the savage beast's arm. Seeing Red's fierce approach, the savage beast didn't dare to risk it and quickly withdrew its arm. It then took its shield in the right hand, intending to block Red's strike with the shield. Bang, bang, bang! Red's great swords struck down on the savage beast's shield one after another, but the shield, tougher than diamond by thousands of times, was unyielding. Red's swords were fast, swinging dozens of times in just a few seconds, yet only leaving a mere white mark on the savage beast's shield. Roaring ferociously, the savage beast once again gathered power in its mouth, preparing to unleash the devastating wild dragon breath to obliterate Red. At that moment, Myling swiftly flew above the beast and employed her illusion skills, hoping to take control of it, even if she could only hold it for a short while, allowing everyone either to counterattack or escape. That was still following Zhou Chen's orders. Phantom eyes. A flash of purple light darted across Myling's eyes as she fixed her gaze on the savage beast, plunging it into a world of illusions. Given its limited intelligence as a wild creature, the beast quickly succumbed to the illusory realm. "Every creature shall fall for my beauty without exception," Myling whispered with a slight smile, believing she had successfully tamed the beast and that all was well, when suddenly the creature lifted its tyrannosaur-like head. With a fierce motion, the beast spewed a powerful breath of dragon fire towards Myling. The breath, like a towering pillar of fire, shot up into the sky, brightening the surroundings like daylight. Its speed was so great that even Myling caught off guard. Couldn't react in time. If not for Qingluo's timely intervention using her vines to pull Myling to safety, she might have been reduced to ashes by the dragon's breath. That scared me to death. Myling gasped for air as she collapsed onto the ground, her heart still pounding with fear and bewilderment. She was puzzled. Her illusionary attack had clearly succeeded. By all accounts, the savage beast should have been incapacitated, yet it moved as if nothing had happened. Can you stop being so vain for once? Qingluo chided Myling, who was nearly scared out of her wits. Do you think you're the most beautiful woman in the world that everyone must kneel before you? Please, there are plenty of women prettier than you like me. Have some self-awareness, will you? Qingluo continued. Besides, you and the savage beast aren't even the same species. Why would it fall for you? Impossible. I can feel that its consciousness has indeed fallen into my illusion, but why can it still move? Myling, usually quick to retort, was left dumbfounded and stared at the savage beast, unable to fathom the situation. It was then that Red suddenly spoke up, clarifying Myling's confusion. Instinct. It's the beast's battle instinct. Instinct? Red confirmed. Yes, it's an innate behavior of living beings, like a baby instinctively knowing to drink when thirsty or eat when hungry, even if they don't understand why. It's just what they do. So no matter how much you try to control it, the savage beast will still fight back, relying on its instincts and ferocity. Such creatures are rare and powerful. Red's high regard for the savage beast precisely highlighted its formidable nature. So what do we do now? First, we need to find a way to break through its tough exterior, then target its abdomen. Jochen spoke, glancing at the peaks on both sides of the valley where he saw the orc warriors constantly using long-range attacks to cover their movements. However, the rock grenades they fired were ineffective against the savage behemoth, merely annoying it at best. Therefore, the priority was to focus all efforts on attacking the behemoth's weak spot, its abdomen. Zhou Chen gave Cheng Luo a meaningful look. Understanding his intention, Cheng Luo immediately extended her vines to wrap around the giant axe that the behemoth had dropped on the ground and then flung it far away. Without its axe, the behemoth's offensive capabilities were significantly reduced. The next step was to figure out how to break its shield. However, the behemoth's shield was incredibly tough, not something that could easily be destroyed, but they had no choice but to try. Mei Shuer, use your cold energy to freeze its shield, make it as solid as possible, Zhou Chen instructed. Mei Shuer wasn't sure what Zhou Chen was planning. Logically, freezing the shield would only make it harder. However, she didn't question him. She knew Zhou Chen must have his reasons and she simply needed to follow his orders. Dark Abyss. Mei Shuer leapt forward, flying towards the savage behemoth. Seeing Mei Shuer seemingly throwing herself into danger, the behemoth was thrilled. Thinking of taking her down first, the behemoth raised its sharp claws, swiping at Mei Shuer, but she was agile, perfectly dodging the behemoth's clumsy attack with a flip in the air while releasing an extremely cold and chilling mist towards its abdomen. Feeling the cold on its belly, the behemoth hurriedly used its left arm's shield to block the cold attack. This reaction was exactly what Mei Shuer had hoped for. She wanted to force the behemoth to defend in this manner. When the ice fog met the shield, it quickly formed a thick layer of ice on it. Seeing this, Zhou Chen suddenly shouted, "Now Xiao Shui, let's charge." With a chirp, the ghost flame dragon horse neighed and turned into a streak of red light, rushing towards the behemoth, its body ablaze with flames. Zhou Chen had released plant-based spiritual energy ahead of time, transforming it into divine armor to protect against the high temperature, thus he was unharmed. At the same time, Zhou Chen utilized the dragon pearl within him to absorb the wind and fire spiritual energy from the air, channeling it into the ghost flame dragon horse to enhance its strength. Xiao Shui used the fire cloud dragon spike. The ghost flame dragon horse, like a meteor falling from the sky, charged at the behemoth. The behemoth, without hesitation, raised its shield to block. Zhou Chen had been waiting for just this moment. When the ghost flame dragon horse's horn struck the shield, which Mei Shuer had already frozen, a loud bang echoed as the shield violently exploded. Although the shield wasn't completely shattered, its surface and even its interior had numerous cracks. They had used the principle of thermal expansion followed by rapid cooling, similar to a glass cup shattering from thermal shock when taken from a freezer and immediately filled with boiling water. From freezing to boiling, the energy was released in an instant, shattering even the hardest materials. "It's your turn now, Brother Red," Zhou Chen called out. But the behemoth's shield was still exceptionally tough. To completely break it, they needed Red's strength. "Understood, watch me." Although Red didn't know exactly what was going on. The sight of numerous cracks in the shield instantly told him what to do. With a roar he unleashed the splitting earth slash. His twin blades gleamed as he struck with full force against the barbaric beast's shield. Boom! With a series of loud crashes, the beast's shield shattered into scrap metal and even its arm was severely wounded by Red's dual blades. Roaring in anger, the beast, having its shield destroyed, gathered power in its mouth and unleashed a dragon breath at Red. Block it! Red swung his blades, creating a gust of blade wind that blocked the beast's dragon breath. The dragon breath the beast had just released was not fully powered. It was merely a casual exhale, possessing only half of its potential force. Had it been a fully powered dragon breath, Red would have been gravely injured by now. However, the beast's goal was merely to push Red back, and this was sufficient for its purpose. After pushing Red back, the beast, with its eyes wide open, searched for its other weapon. Upon spotting its giant axe, a hint of excitement flashed in its eyes. With a powerful leap, the beast jumped over Zhou Chen and others, landing behind them. As the beast leaped over their heads, Zhou Chen had already guessed its intention and immediately instructed Qing Luo, "No good, it's going for its giant axe. Qing Luo, hurry and grab that axe." "Okay." Without hesitation, Qing Luo summoned vines to tightly entangle the axe, then flung it towards her side, but it was a step too late. The beast tore the vines from the axe with a swift motion and reclaimed its weapon. Roaring triumphantly, the beast held the giant axe, which spun rapidly in its hands, resembling the rotor of a helicopter. Reclaiming its axe seemed to clear the skies and stop the rain for the beast. Feeling as if it was invincible again, it gripped the axe and charged towards Red, intent on slaughtering the one who had destroyed its shield. It then executed its ultimate move, Ancient God Earth-Splitting Slash. The giant axe in its hand glinted with a dark yellow light exceptionally bright against the cloud-covered night sky. Suddenly, the beast leaped high, soaring up to 500 meters into the air. Everyone was astonished. They hadn't expected such a heavy and bulky creature to possess such terrifying jumping power. "Look out, everyone!" Zhou Chen cried out, urging everyone to dodge quickly. If that giant axe were to come crashing down, this move would likely be even more devastating than his previous Dragon Knight kick and Crimson Drill. Therefore, Zhou Chen dared not to withstand the attack head-on and immediately urged his Ghostfire Dragon Horse to speed up and dodge. The others did the same, but the barbaric beast targeted Miao Shui's, swinging a terrifying blade of air towards her, similar to sword and knife energies, but this was an axe energy. What? Seeing the formidable axe energy approaching, Miao Shui's face paled and she quickly conjured an ice shield to block the attack of the barbaric beast. Bang! However, the ice shield shattered like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, utterly incapable of withstanding the beast's attack. Seeing this, Miao Shui retreated while conjuring another ice wall to block the attack, but it too was smashed. Miao Shui consecutively conjured 5 ice walls, but none could withstand the barbaric beast's axe energy. By now, the axe energy was almost upon her, leaving her with no place to hide or retreat. Just as Miao Shui resignedly closed her eyes, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking the attack for her. "Lei De!" Miao Shui exclaimed as the person who had just blocked the deadly strike was indeed Lei De. Holding 2 large sabers in front of Miao Shui, he swung a cross-shaped sword energy to clash with the barbaric beast's special move, battling it to a standstill. Lei De's intervention was timely. Though Miao Shui had conjured 5 ice walls, which did not stop the beast's special move, they significantly reduced its power, enabling Lei De to withstand the barbaric beast's deadly skill. Boom! An explosion sounded as Lei De and the barbaric beast's moves collided, creating a blast that destroyed the ground between them, leaving a large crater. Both parties were pushed back by the aftermath of the explosion. The barbaric beast, tough-skinned and unharmed, seemed unfazed. However, Lei De was breathing heavily, his body gradually weakening, barely able to stand, and finally he collapsed to the ground. This was the backlash of using the war god form. Just a few minutes of use required about a week to recover. Lei De, that's enough to deactivate the war god talent. Now your body is already weakening. If you continue like this, you will die. Seeing Lei De's weakened state, Miao Shui urgently begged him to stop fighting lest he die from exhaustion if not killed by the barbaric beast. What does that matter? Lei De did not retreat despite his weakness, instead managing a weak smile. "This is our final battle. After this the Beast clan will have no worries. I am willing to exchange my knives and blood for a sliver of hope for victory." "What are you going to take?" Miao Shui seemed to realize something, her face showing shock as she looked at Lei De. Before she could finish her sentence, Lei De, using the last of his strength, struggled to rise from the ground. he took a purple pill from his chest and swallowed it without hesitation. Beast Emperor blood pill, taking it means certain death, you are insane. Miao Shuer watched in disbelief. For the Beast King, for the future of the Beastmen, and for you, Leda said with a faint smile. Then his eyes turned blood red, his pupils flashed with a bloody light, blood flowed from his 7 apertures, and at the same time his energy surged violently. Meanwhile, Reed's muscles grew increasingly stronger and his body expanded, boosting his strength by more than tenfold. Even the savage beasts of the wilderness displayed a visible fear upon seeing the transformed Reed, War Emperor. Zhou Chen exclaimed in surprise, having just witnessed Reed swallowing a pill. Although Zhou Chen didn't know what the pill was, it was undoubtedly a forceful enhancer of Reed's rank, likely similar to the Blood Soul Pill or the Demon Soul Pill. Now, although Reed's level had not changed, he had indeed become a War Emperor tier monster with his strength increased at least tenfold. However, seeing Reed bleeding from all orifices, Zhou Chen knew the pill's side effects were significant. Otherwise, Reed wouldn't have waited until now to take it. As Zhou Chen observed Reed also glanced at him and the two exchanged looks. Reed nodded at Zhou Chen, a gesture that said everything without words, as if entrusting the future to him. Zhou Chen nodded back in acknowledgement. Pleased with the response, Reed smiled contentedly, then turning his gaze toward the mountain peaks on both sides, thousands of beastmen warriors all looked at Reed with solemn respect. Brothers, watch closely. Warriors, to protect our homeland, must fearlessly face death. A War Emperor even more so, Reed shouted to all the beastmen warriors. Then with eyes red he stared down the savage beast. Hee. Savage beast, shall we settle this once and for all? With that, Reed dashed forward, blurring into a mere afterimage, leaving only traces of his movement. When Reed reappeared, he was right in front of the savage beast. Wild Lion Claw. Reed raised his claw, fiercely striking the hardest part of the savage beast's head. Having evolved into a War Emperor tier monster, Reed's strength was immense. Even the beast's scales were no match for his might, as he left a deep gash on its head from which blood spurted immediately. Ha, is this the power of a War Emperor tier monster? I didn't expect it to be so thrilling. Fine to experience this as a War Emperor. Before dying, I die without regrets. Despite facing imminent death, there was no hint of fear on Reed's face. The wound on its head completely enraged the savage beast, which once again used its ultimate move, swinging its massive axe at Reed. Reed, refusing to be outdone, fiercely drew the twin blades from his waist and clashed with the savage beast's attack. Roaring earth split, boom. The axe and blade collided fiercely, creating a loud crash. With just one blade, Reed blocked the savage beast's deadly move. Reed had paid a terrible price. Not only was his blade broken, but under the ferocious attack of the savage beast, almost every bone in his body was shattered and blood spewed from his mouth. However, Reed had 2 blades, and the other, incredibly, he had thrown, striking true and embedding itself in the beast's belly. From the beginning, Reed's intention was not a direct confrontation but a deceptive diversion. His opportunity came to plunge the blade into the beast's stomach. How about that, brothers? Impressive, right? Reed coughed, managing a slight smile. A minute passed and Reed's eyes widened in shock. The effects of the Beast Emperor's blood medicine had worn off and the side effects of his war god form hit him. Reed lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground, limp as a puddle of mud. The savage beast, too, staggered back several steps in agony. Miao Shuer took the opportunity to rush to Reed's side, dragging him away to safety. Watching the increasingly weak Reed, tears streamed down Miao Shuer's face, memories of their past flashing through her mind. They both had been royal beast tamers and guardians of the Beastman tribe, and now she was the only guardian left. Why were you so foolish? Miao Shuer sobbed, laying her head on Reed's chest and crying bitterly. Reed coughed again. Because I couldn't bear to see everyone getting hurt, bleeding, and I couldn't bear to see your tears. With a faint smile, Reed accepted his impending death. Having evolved into a battle emperor beast in his final moments, he felt fulfilled in life. His only regret was having never confessed his feelings to the one he loved. Since I'm dying anyway, why not say it boldly? Miao Shuer, I like you. If there is another life, will you marry me? Expressing his feelings felt liberating. This wasn't the first time Reed had confessed to Miao Shuer, but all previous attempts had been rejected, one almost disastrously so. Miao Shuer had not rejected him out of dislike but out of fear that her body couldn't handle it, thus she had persistently refused him. Miao Shuer exclaimed, her face flushing. Seeing the weakening glint in Reed's eyes, she shyly nodded and whispered, I will. Thank you. Reed smiled contentedly and closed his eyes, not because he had died, but because he was severely wounded. The dark spirit power had invaded his body and it wouldn't be long before he would pass away. Meanwhile, the savage beast, gravely injured by Reed, was not faring much better. It growled in pain as its giant axe fell to the ground, blood spurting as it continued to retreat. The stomach was a critical vulnerability for the beast, and now it was severely wounded. Seeing the beast faltering, Zhou Chen did not succumb to grief and pain but instead rallied for a counterattack. This was the moment to act to honor Reed's sacrifice. Zhou Chen slowly mounted his Ghostfire Dragon horse, charging at the forefront towards the savage beast with Qing Luo and Mei Ling following. It was time to strike the enemy when it was down. With a roar, the savage beast picked up its giant axe from the ground, but it couldn't muster much strength due to the pain in its abdomen. After struggling to pull out the blade embedded in its belly, Zhou Chen had already closed in. Zhou Chen, gripping his wind cloud spear tightly, thrust it towards the beast. Now, with its reduced mobility, the savage beast was almost like a live target. Zhou Chen continuously infused his spear with spiritual energy, forming a massive blade of light that seemed immensely powerful. For some reason, though, beast sensed a deadly threat from Zhou Chen. As Zhou Chen prepared to strike, the beast, recognizing the danger, extended its claws in a vicious swipe at him. The beast's attack came swiftly, but Mei Ling, flying at increased speed with the flame erosion sword given to her by Zhou Chen, executed her special move Phantom Fury to block the attack for Zhou Chen. Unfortunately for the beast, its severe abdominal pain weakened its blow, which otherwise could have seriously injured Mei Ling. Enraged at having its attack thwarted, the beast bellowed and spewed a stream of dragon breath towards Zhou Chen. Amidst the chaos, the Ghostfire Dragon horse picked up speed. Power gathered in the dragon horns atop its head, unleashing a fiery tornado, its signature Wind Fury tornado skill. The Ghostfire Dragon horse valiantly resisted the beast's onslaught and neighed as if to say, "Master, the next move is yours. Leave it to me," Zhou Chen responded. He donned his vine armor, stepped ghostly steps, and using the back of the Ghostfire Dragon horse as a platform, he lunged towards the beast's belly, his wind cloud spear slashing like a sword of dawn. The savage beast recoiled in terror, fear evident in its eyes. Another hit to its abdomen would surely worsen its injuries. Ignoring the pain, the beast swung its giant axe at Zhou Chen with great speed, giving him no time to dodge. Zhou Chen quickly channeled wood-based spiritual energy into the emerald sacred heart in his hands, forming a barrier around himself to fend off the beast's attack. "Master!" Qing Luo cried out and moved to control the vines to shield Zhou Chen, but someone was faster. Crackling with icy cold, a mist of extreme frost flew in, freezing the arm of the beast that held the axe, limiting its movements and saving Zhou Chen. The rescuer was none other than Miao Schwerer. Tears marked her face, still not recovered from a friend's grave injury, but she understood that she couldn't let her friend's desperate efforts go to waste. She was determined to fulfill her friend's wish, no matter what. "Charge now, Zhou Chen!" Miao Schwerer shouted at the top of her lungs, while exerting all her strength to restrain the savage beast's arm. "Okay, Azura Storm Thrust." At this moment, Zhou Chen had already dashed to the abdomen of the beast, unleashing his special move and stabbing the creature's belly multiple times, creating several bloody holes. The beast roared in pain, emitting a dark mist from its body, which began to erode Zhou Chen's body. Despite Zhou Chen's best effort to protect himself with the spirit heart of 10,000 woods, the dark mist infiltrated his body. This mist was the brutal demonic power of the savage beast, a force of death that would deplete life once it took hold, much like Long Xiaolei's Tai Xin Qing Fire Dragon. Just as Zhou Chen was preparing to absorb more spiritual energy to counter the attack of the savage beast, a gentle voice echoed in his mind. "Yi." The celestial Huawood spirit dragon seemed eager to rush out, and Zhou Chen had no choice but to release it. Before Zhou Chen could even ask what it intended to do, the dragon opened its small mouth and absorbed all the demonic power released by the savage beast, transforming it into a purer natural force. Zhou Chen was slightly surprised by this turn of events, not expecting the celestial Huawood spirit dragon to possess such ability. After absorbing the demonic power, the dragon had grown larger, now the size of Zhou Chen's arm. At the same time, the savage beast, upon seeing the celestial Huawood spirit dragon, displayed a deep fear in its eyes. Even though the dragon appeared quite adorable, Zhou Chen didn't dwell on it. After leaving several more bloody holes in the beast, he leaped up and shouted to Qing Luo behind him, "Qing Luo, it's all up to you now. As long as the savage beast bleeds, you will have a chance to win, please Qing Luo." Mei Ling, who usually clashed with Qing Luo, surprisingly cheered her on this time. "Ji." The Ghostfire Dragon horse neighed excitedly. "Qing Luo, go for it. We'll cover you." Miao Schwer also joined in, and now everyone on the field was shielding Qing Luo while the mountainous Beastmaster warriors commanded their monsters to launch long-range attacks to cover her. Understood, leave it to me. Otherworldly devil vine. Ching Luo controlled the vines and sharp tendrils pierced into the bloody holes previously made by Zhou Chen and Red. The vines crazily sucked the blood from the savage beast while also absorbing the essence of nearby plants to enhance the power of her finishing move. Using the vines that had penetrated the beast's body, Cheng Luo unleashed her ultimate technique, Green Vine Blood Demon Light. A beam of blood light flashed from within the body of the savage beast. Though the exterior of the beast was incredibly tough, its internal organs were quite fragile. As Ching Luo's technique activated inside, the beast let out a cry of pain, its pupils dilated, and it spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the body of the savage beast exploded into several large pieces, its red blood scattering all over the ground as if it had been quartered. Simultaneously, Ching Luo held two objects in her hands, the demonic pill and the beast core of the savage beast. After the battle, Ching Luo didn't rest, starting to absorb the blood of the savage beast. The body of the savage beast was much larger than that of the demon sea dragon, and it had much more blood. By absorbing its blood, Ching Luo's level could rise further, possibly evolving into a war-honored beast. As the body of the savage beast exploded into pieces, the battle came to an end, but there was no joy on anyone's faces. The casualties from this battle were too great. Not only had over 800 people died, but countless others were injured. Even Red was severely wounded and on the brink of death. After the fight, the orc warriors who had luckily survived ran down from the mountain peaks to Red's side. Although Red was still breathing, it seemed he might not last much longer. Red, do you see this? We won. Miao Shuer couldn't feel happy looking at the shattered remains of the savage beast. Holding the unconscious Red, she broke down in tears, crying uncontrollably, "Please open your eyes and look. Didn't you want to witness the death of the savage beast yourself? Didn't you want to see our clan regain happiness? Didn't you want to marry me? If so, please open your eyes. If you die, there will be nothing left." Miao Shuer's voice choked up and she couldn't speak anymore, just sobbing uncontrollably as she lay on Red's body. Sister Miao Shuer. Watching her cry so sorrowfully, Zhou Chen wanted to comfort her, but he found himself at a loss for words. He crouched down to look at the unconscious Red, noticing a dark aura at his chest invading his body. This was the demonic spirit of the savage beast, and if they didn't find a way to remove it, Red was certain to die. Just then Zhou Chen remembered that the fairy Hua Wood spirit dragon had the ability to absorb and purify evil spirits. He turned to Linglong on his shoulder and asked, "Linglong, can you extract the evil spirit from Red's body?" "Iya." The fairy Hua Wood spirit dragon nodded, making a sound. "What does this mean? Could it be that there's still hope for Red?" Miao Shuer turned her head upon seeing the nod from the fairy Huawood spirit dragon, hope suddenly sprouting in her heart. "I don't know, but we have to try something rather than just sitting here, right? It might be risky, and it could even hasten his death if we're not careful," Zhou Chen said, looking straight into Miao Shuer's eyes. Miao Shuer hesitated for a moment but finally nodded. "It's better than doing nothing at all. After all, when faced with difficulties, we can't just wait to die. Yes, let's try it, even if it might not succeed. I want to do something for Red." Having received permission from Miao Shuer, Zhou Chen approached and first had the Xianhua Wood Spirit Dragon cleanse the demonic energy from Red's body. The Wood Spirit Dragon nodded and opened its small mouth to extract the demonic energy, releasing the essence of nature to stabilize Red's injuries. If demonic energy is the power of death, then natural energy is the power of life. As the essence of natural energy, the Xianhua Wood Spirit Dragon's release was therefore able to heal Red's wounds. However, the Wood Spirit Dragon was still very young, having been born only 2 days ago. Although it had grown significantly in size, its control over natural forces was still quite limited. Zhou Chen then had to help by injecting Terran spiritual energy into Red to restore his strength, while Qing Luo released plant essence to help heal external injuries. Plant essence, a gentle healing energy, is not purely wood-based, so it wouldn't conflict with the Terran energy within Red. Zhou Chen also brought out various medications used for treating beasts, including ones for external wounds, internal injuries and fractures. Red's bones had shattered from blocking a powerful attack from a savage beast with one hand, and some even pierced his organs. If not for his tough constitution, Red would likely have died. Surviving that was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. After extensive treatment, Red's bones mended but remained fragile. Newly healed bones would significantly impair Red's strength, likely preventing him from evolving from a battle honor beast to a battle emperor beast in the future. However, saving his life was what mattered most. After about an hour of emergency treatment, Red's life was saved, at least for the moment. Zhou Chen, drenched in sweat, stated that all they needed now was to wait for Red to wake up. Miao Shui, lying on Red's chest, heard his strong heartbeat and burst into tears of joy. The beast warriors also cheered and danced with excitement upon learning that Red had survived. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen went to the corpse of the savage beast. Xingluo was using her vines to absorb the beast's blood, while the Xianhua wood spirit dragon devoured its body. The flesh and blood of the savage beast were highly nourishing to the wood spirit dragon, aiding in its level advancement. Watching Xingluo and the wood spirit dragon feast, Zhou Chen couldn't help but smile at the two little gluttons. Xingluo, not wanting to waste a drop of blood, summoned over 500 vines to absorb it, quickly depleting the beast's blood. Simultaneously, Xingluo's level broke through to 206, a substantial increase given that the savage beast's rank and level were much higher than hers. Zhou Chen didn't notice the fleeting crimson light in the eyes of the green vine as it absorbed the blood. This red glimmer vanished in an instant. After draining the blood, the green vine turned its attention to the flesh of the wild beast. It tore off a chunk of meat forcefully and gobbled it down as if it were a wolf that hadn't eaten for 3 days and nights. Tastes like chicken, crunchy, yaya. However, at this moment the Xianhua wood spirit dragon wasn't pleased. It flew onto the green vine's shoulder, shouting and throwing a tantrum, urging the green vine not to steal its food. Impatient, the green vine flicked it away with a great force, sending the dragon flying. Left with no choice, the Xianhua wood spirit dragon sulkily approached Zhou Chen for a judgment, its big adorable eyes almost brimming with tears. Seeing this, Zhou Chen couldn't help but chuckle and said to the green vine, "You've eaten both the meat and the soup. You should at least leave some ribs for Linglong. She is your sister after all, let her have some." Until then, the green vine was ignoring Zhou Chen's words, but at the mention of sister it paused and asked in confusion, "How do you know it's a sister and not a brother?" Zhou Chen was stumped. He had just assumed the Xianhua wood spirit dragon was female and had even given it a girl's name without actually knowing its gender. Suddenly, Zhou Chen flipped the Xianhua wood spirit dragon over to check its underside but found no clear gender signs. Thus he remained clueless about its actual gender. "Since I can't tell, let's just consider it a female," Zhou Chen thought, then told the green vine, "I say it's a sister, so it's a sister. Even if it were a brother, I'd make it a sister." Luckily, the Xianhua wood spirit dragon didn't understand Zhou Chen's words. Otherwise, it would have been terrified. In the end, fearing Zhou Chen's anger, the green vine stopped competing with the Xianhua wood spirit dragon for food. Instead, it gently cuddled into Zhou Chen's arms, smiling contentedly as it enjoyed the warmth of his embrace. After the Xianhua wood spirit dragon had its fill, Zhou Chen prepared to head back. The dragon's appetite was big, but even it couldn't eat more than one arm of the wild beast. The remaining carcass was taken by the orc warriors, as such a thing was a great nourishment and perfect for a celebration. For the orc tribe, a happy and beautiful life had just begun. Zhou Chen rode the Ghostfire dragon horse, accompanying the orc troops back home. Due to the long journey and everyone being exhausted from the night, it took them 5 hours to return to the orc tribe. By the time they arrived, dawn had already broken. Looking up, one could see the orc warriors returning as if riding the morning sun. The sight of the triumphant return of the orc warriors set the entire orc tribe abuzz. Upon their return, the first thing the orc warriors did was to reassure their families of their safety, embracing their parents, wives and children, basking in the joy of survival. While there were those who returned alive, there were also those who had sacrificed themselves for the clan. Some elderly orcs did not see their children return, their faces showing sorrow. Although they all knew that war inevitably brings death, who could remain unheartened at the news of a loved one's demise in battle? Parents and spouses managed to control their emotions, understanding that this was a great victory and that they should not dampen the joy of others. However, the children could not contain the pain of losing parents and siblings, crying loudly. Among them was Xiaoqing, the cat girl little Lolita, whom Zhou Chen had met before. She had thought her father would return in triumph as he had the day before yesterday, but this time she did not see him return. Her mother had died when she was very young, and now she had lost her father, meaning she had become an orphan. At just 8 years old, one could only imagine how devastating becoming an orphan was for her. Zhou Chen approached Xiaoqing, raised his hand to gently rub her head, and comforted her softly. Zhou Chen did not speak, knowing that Xiaoqing would not understand him. Whoa! When she saw Zhou Chen, Xiaoqing threw herself into his arms and cried loudly, her face wet with tears and looking very pitiful. Zhou Chen also held her, gently patting her back, not telling her to stop crying because sometimes letting out all the sadness and grievances felt better. Being there for someone in their darkest hours steadfastly by their side is the best comfort. Although Zhou Chen was tired, he stayed with Xiaoqing. After about 15 minutes, Xiaoqing had cried enough. she seemed tired too, stopped crying, and her stomach began grumbling with hunger. Zhou Chen made her a hearty breakfast, including grilled fish and meat, along with various other dishes, encouraging her to eat. Hopefully, after eating, she would feel a bit better. After breakfast, Zhou Chen returned to his own wooden house ready to sleep. He had been busy all day and night and was extremely tired. He fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed. However, his mind inadvertently drifted to his sister Zhou Jia. The moment Xiao Qing had cried in his arms had touched his heart slightly, and it was then he suddenly thought of his sister. It was his 5th day here, and his sister back on Blue Star must be missing him, and his family and lover, surely they were worried about him too. Sichen Jia Jia, how are you all doing? Don't worry, I'll be back soon. With this thought in mind, Zhou Chen fell asleep. Blue Star, War Dragon City, near a certain hospital. At this moment, under the rampant attacks of the Bone Demon Legion, the hospital had been completely abandoned with no one around. Yi Siken and Zhou Jia came here mainly to obtain some medical supplies and food. During their escape, many people had been injured, including Xia Chuqing, Tang Yao, and Zhou Jia's parents. Even the tree sprite Xiao Lu, who had healing abilities, was seriously injured and could not treat them. Even if they could heal, the lack of food was a major issue. Despite Zhou Jia's parents telling him and Yi Siken not to worry about them and urging Yi Siken to quickly take Zhou Jia away from War Dragon City, how could Zhou Jia abandon his own parents, and how could Yi Siken give up on her future in-laws and all their companions? Therefore, the two of them took the initiative to come to this abandoned hospital, hoping to find some medicine and food. Even if there was no food, surely there would be glucose water. This could also replenish nutrients and restore strength. Unfortunately, they were now surrounded by the Bone Demon Legion. In front of them, there were thousands of bone demons advancing towards Yi Siken and Zhou Jia like ghosts and zombies. The pair couldn't break through. Jia Jia, you go ahead, I'll hold them off. Remember, you must bring the medicine and food back. As the elder sister-in-law, Yi Siken couldn't possibly let her future sister-in-law stay behind to cover their retreat, so she was the one who stayed behind. Otherwise, neither of them could escape. But Sister Siken. Hearing Yi Sichen's words, Zhou Jia was stunned. Was she really going to abandon her sister-in-law? However, before she could finish her sentence, Yi Siken charged into the Bone Demon Legion on the back of the Demon Moon Sky Wolf. The Demon Moon Sky Wolf was the super-evolved form of the Dark Moon Sky Wolf, a War Commander grade light and dark dual attribute monster beast at level 108. The strongest of these bone demons were only level 43, making them easy to handle, but the sheer number of bone demons meant that even the Demon Moon Sky Wolf was no match for their bone sea tactics. Seeing Yi Siken charging into the encirclement of the Bone Demon Legion, Zhou Jia bit her lip, made up her mind, and then ran towards where her parents and companions were hiding, carrying the backpack full of food and medicine. Tears welled up in her eyes as she silently apologized in her heart. But she hadn't run far when a large number of bone demons appeared in front of her again. Bone demons were everywhere in and around War Dragon City, clearly attracted by the howling of the Demon Moon Sky Wolf. Although there weren't many bone demons ahead, there were still over 200 and Zhou Jia was no match for them. She didn't summon any beasts, having learned from Yi Siken about the deadly necrotic miasma emanating from the bone demons. Once close, one's body would instantly turn into pure white bone, and the same fate would befall any monster beasts. Oh no, Zhou Jia cried out, not wanting to become a skeleton or be assimilated into a bone demon. She hurriedly ran in a different direction, but from other directions hordes of bone demons were closing in. Regrettably, she found herself surrounded, watching helplessly as hundreds of bone demons marched toward her. Her heart sank into the abyss of despair. Collapsing onto the ground, she could only watch as the bone demons approached. Zhou Jia silently called out Zhou Chen's name, wishing he could return and whisk her away from this dire situation. But deep down she knew it was an impossibility. Big brother. As the bone demons came within less than half a meter of her, terror peaked within her. Just as a bone demon's arm was about to touch her, a crimson light suddenly flashed in Zhou Jia's eyes. A terrifying energy burst forth from within her, sending the surrounding bone demons flying. Zhou Jia screamed, seemingly unable to bear the immense power. Simultaneously, her body sprouted shimmering ice-like scales resembling dragon scales. They clung to her like armor, impervious to the corrosive aura of the bone demons. At this moment, Zhou Jia was transformed, much like Zhou Chen when he had swallowed the half-dragon pearl. What is this? Staring at the scales on her body, Zhou Jia was baffled, her heart pounding with trepidation yet feeling her newfound power. Meanwhile, in Miao Shuer's room, a crisp sound suddenly echoed, similar to a stone shattering glass. Miao Shuer was puzzled and quickly pulled out a crystal ball from a drawer only to find it completely cracked. The crystal ball is broken. Seeing the shattered crystal, Miao Shuer's brow furrowed deeply. Does this mean the princess's seal has been broken, and that she's in danger? With this thought, her worry deepened and her mind drifted to the distant past. Back then, after enduring countless hardships, the Beastmen race discovered this world akin to a paradise where the princess, the Beast King's daughter, was born. Everyone instinctively felt that the birth of the Beastmen princess heralded a future filled with happiness and auspiciousness, symbolizing the glorious tomorrow of their race. As the first child of the Beast King, the princess was doted on immensely. However, the peace was short-lived. Soon, the Beastmen faced attacks from 4 great monsters led by savage giants as well as countless other creatures. To protect his daughter, the loving Beast King entrusted his strongest beast tamer Miao Shuer with her care. He also sealed his lifetime of cultivation within a dragon pearl, embedding it within his daughter's body. Should she ever face danger, the power within the dragon pearl would automatically emerge to protect her. Meanwhile, the Beast King gave Miao Shuer a crystal ball. He solemnly admonished her that if the crystal ball shattered, it would signify that the dragon pearl seal had been broken and that the princess was in danger. In his prime, the Beast King's strength was only slightly inferior to that of the wilderness behemoths, possessing the ability to single-handedly fight a level 300 demon beast. However, because he had transferred most of his strength to his daughter, his own power greatly diminished, leading him to a mutual demise with one of the 4 great demons, the Hurricane Dragon Hawk. Miao Shuer, following the king's orders, sent the princess of the Orc tribe through a spatial rift to Blue Star. She altered the princess's appearance to make her resemble a normal human and entrusted her to an ordinary human family. The reason for not entrusting her to a more prominent family was the fear that they might discover the princess was not human, which could endanger her. Not only that, but in order for the princess to live a happy and joyful life, Miao Shuer also altered the memories of the family of 3, making them truly believe that the princess was their dearly beloved. After ensuring all was well last night, Miao Shuer returned to her world, and upon learning of the Beast King's death, she and Red rallied the Orc tribe. They focused on developing production training troops breeding demon beasts, increasing the population of the Orc tribe, and confronting the 4 great demons, planning to bring their princess back once the threat was neutralized. Now that the wilderness behemoth had been defeated, it was time to retrieve the princess, Miao Shuer thought to herself, and then she picked up the fragments of the crystal ball, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth, murmuring to herself, "It's been over 2 years now, but for the princess it must have been 17 or 18 years, right? She must be a grown young lady by now. I wonder if she'll be frightened when she sees us." The flow of time between planes is not consistent. Some are very fast while others are very slow. Perhaps just a second has passed in one plane while hundreds of years have elapsed in another. With the time float here as the base unit, the time ratio with Blue Star is 1 to 7. Simply put, a day here equals a week on Blue Star. Today is Zhou Chen's 5th day in this world, which means more than a month has passed on Blue Star. Initially, Miao Shuer had needed Zhou Chen's help, so she hadn't informed him of these matters. However, now that their princess was in danger, it was time for her to bring the princess back. With this thought, Miao Shuer stepped out of the house, ready to head to Blue Star to rescue their princess. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen was just waking up from his sleep, still not fully alert, in a state between sleep and wakefulness. At that moment, Zhou Chen suddenly felt something soft and warm appear in his arms, and it was fluffy all over, making it very comfortable to hold. "Ha! Xing Luo, you've crawled into my blanket again." Instinctively, Bo Chen thought the little creature in his arms was Xing Luo, since Xing Luo had also previously made sudden forays into his blanket to share his bed. However, this time Zhou Chen was mistaken. He gently patted the little creature's head and suddenly felt a pair of pointed ears, which felt adorable to the touch. At the same time, Zhou Chen didn't feel the usual tightness in his chest. Though Xing Luo's figure couldn't compare to Miling's, it was still quite impressive. Every time he slept with Zhou Chen, he could feel 2 soft mounds at his chest, but not today. Realizing that the person in his arms was not Xing Luo, Zhou Chen suddenly opened his eyes, only to discover that little Xiao Qing had somehow crawled into his blanket at some point. Holding Zhou Chen, she was shivering and her eyes were red from crying, clearly still not over the death of her father. Her big, adorable eyes stared straight at Zhou Chen as she tightly hugged him. "What's wrong, Xiao Qing?" Zhou Chen asked with a smile, knowing the little girl was upset and desperately needed his comfort, so he didn't scold her for sneaking into his bed. Rather, he didn't mind it. In fact, he quite enjoyed it. After all, who could resist a cute little girl? Xiaoqing meowed a few times, leaving Zhou Chen completely baffled as he couldn't understand what she was saying. Hey Zhou Chen, I was thinking about going to. Just then Mia Schwerer saw that the door to Zhou Chen's wooden house was open, so she came in to ask when he planned to return to Blue Star and to discuss joining him. However, upon entering, she saw him and Xiaoqing hugging and lying cozily on the bed with Xiaoqing's eyes swollen from crying. Seeing this scene, Mia Schwerer's originally cheerful face instantly turned frosty as she stared coldly at Zhou Chen and demanded, Zhou Chen, you better give me a reasonable explanation for this, or else. As she spoke, a burst of icy coldness erupted from her body. Although Zhou Chen had done a great favor for the Beastmen tribe, that was a separate matter. If Zhou Chen had really forced Xiaoqing into something, Mia Schwerer wouldn't hesitate to turn against him. Do you believe me if I say we didn't do anything? Feeling the icy chill, Zhou Chen was also taken aback, especially since he and Xiaoqing were truly innocent. Even if something had happened, it would have been Xiaoqing who seduced him. Seeing Mia Schwerer's expression growing colder, Zhou Chen knew she didn't believe him. At that moment, Xiaoqing suddenly started meowing again. Xiaoqing explained the situation to Mia Schwerer through a mix of words and gestures. After hearing her out, Mia Schwerer's expression softened somewhat, though she still looked a bit shocked. You mean you want Zhou Chen to adopt you to be your father? Mia Schwerer meowed. Xiaoqing nodded furiously. Sighing deeply, Mia Schwerer met Xiaoqing's determined gaze and realized this was no joke. Xiaoqing was serious. Turning to Zhou Chen, she said, I'm sorry for the misunderstanding earlier. Xiaoqing wants to honor you as her adoptive father. She wishes for you to take her as your daughter. Would you be willing? Zhou Chen was taken aback by Mia Schwerer's words. He stared blankly for a moment before looking at Xiaoqing and then back at Mia Schwerer, asking, What did you say? Sister Mia Schwerer, are you joking with me? Do I look like I'm joking? No girl, what are you thinking? I'm only 10 years older than you. How can I be your father? Maybe I could be your brother. With a wry smile, Zhou Chen reached out and gently patted Xiaoqing's head. He knew she needed comfort, and he was willing to provide it. Cooking for her, tucking her in at night, all the things a father might do. But that didn't mean he actually had to become her father. Moreover, the age gap was significant, a whole 10 years. And with his impending departure, was he expected to take Xiaoqing back to the blue planet with him? Xiaoqing stared up at him with her big pleading eyes, hoping he would agree to adopt her. I can't be your adoptive father, Xiaoqing. Zhou Chen shook his head, and even though Xiaoqing might not understand human language, she grasped that he was declining her request. She immediately threw herself into his arms, crying and making a fuss and meowing as if to say, if you don't agree, I won't let you go. Sighing deeply at Xiaoqing's demeanor, Zhou Chen felt a deep pity and was tempted to agree, but he was about to leave. Besides, he was still in school. It wasn't feasible to bring a daughter with him. Helpless, he looked to Mia Schwerer, hoping she could suggest a solution. Yet, Mia Schwerer could only helplessly shake her head, indicating she was at a loss. Why don't you just agree to Xiaoqing's request? If you're worried about the trouble, I'll cover all her expenses in the future. How about that? She offered. But Zhou Chen thought, it's not about the money. Blue Planet is dangerous, with constant beast tides and creatures far deadlier than any we've seen here. And Xiaoqing being an outsider, those not of our race must have different hearts. If those mad scientists or breeders see a creature from another world, they'll surely want to experiment on her. Wouldn't that just be harming her? If something happened to Xiaoqing, how could I ever forgive myself? Seeing Xiaoqing clinging tightly to him softened Zhou Chen's heart. He decided to share his concerns with Mia Schwerer, asking her to explain them to Xiaoqing and then let Xiaoqing make her own choice. If she still wished him to be her father, perhaps he could agree. Meow meow meow. After hearing Mia Schwerer's explanation, Xiaoqing didn't hesitate. She nodded, indicating she didn't mind at all. Sighing with a mix of exasperation and affection, Zhou Chen gently patted Xiaoqing's head. Seeing Xiaoqing's determination, Zhou Chen couldn't bring himself to refuse. He looked at her meaningfully and uttered, Call me daddy. Meow meow meow. Xiaoqing shook her head, puzzled and unable to understand what Zhou Chen meant. It was only after Mia Schwerer translated for her that Xiaoqing's cheeks turned a shy red and she excitedly uttered DDY. Being her first attempt at human speech, Xiaoqing's pronunciation was far from perfect. It took her several tries before she could properly say daddy. With a bright smile, she threw herself into Zhou Chen's arms. My dear daughter, Zhou Chen chuckled, finally understanding why so many men became devoted fathers to daughters. Who wouldn't want a beautiful and adorable little girl to call them daddy? Daddy, daddy, daddy. Xiaoqing excitedly repeated, treating Zhou Chen as if he were her real father. Perhaps in the future Xiaoqing could change her name to Zhou Qing, since she was now Zhou Chen's daughter. embracing Xiao Qing. Zhou Chen truly accepted her as his own. Just then he remembered Miao Shuer's original purpose for finding him. Our princess is in danger and I need to bring her back. Aren't you also supposed to return to Blue Star? I thought I'd ask if you wanted to come with me. Zhou Chen nodded. Realizing he had indeed stayed too long and it was time to return. What about Xiao Qing? Miao Shuer glanced at Xiao Qing and asked Zhou Chen what he planned to do with her. Let's leave her here for now. I'm not sure if my family would agree to this. After all, adopting a cat girl lowly as my goddaughter might not sit well with them, especially not with Yi Sick Hen. Regardless of others' opinions, however, Zhou Chen was committed to not letting down Xiao Qing, especially after she had called him daddy. Xiao Qing, wait here for daddy. I promise I'll come back for you, okay? Upon hearing Zhou Chen's impending departure, Xiao Qing clung to his waist, refusing to let go. Determined to go with him, Xiao Qing, listen to me. Daddy promises I will never abandon you. It won't be long before I come to take you home. Knowing she might not understand, Zhou Chen didn't worry. Miao Shuer would translate for her. Then Zhou Chen extended his pinky and smiled. Come on, let's make a pinky promise. This time Xiao Qing seemed to understand and extended her tiny pinky to link with Zhou Chen's. A promise made is a promise kept. Zhou Chen gently stroked Xiao Qing's head and even kissed her forehead. Then he and Miao Shuer left together. The pair headed straight to the beach, ready to use the spatial rift in the sea dragon's lair to travel to Blue Star. They dove into the water and faced the man-sized rift, not hesitating to rush through it. As the pair plunged into the spatial rift, they were instantly assaulted by a sharp surge of spatial energy, much like a tornado threatening to tear them apart. Zhou Chen quickly activated the Wan Mulingxin and channeled the wood spirit energy into the Emerald Sacred Heart, creating a barrier to shield against the rampant spatial energies. Meanwhile, Miao Shuer conjured an ice shield to block the onslaught and even formed an additional one for Zhou Chen as a double precaution. Looking ahead, Zhou Chen could see the exit of the spatial rift just a short distance away, merely a few meters. However, despite having been flying through the rift for about 5 minutes, the exit still remained elusive, a mirage-like distance of a few meters away. It seemed much like a mirage in the desert, always visible but never reachable. Sister Miao Shuer, are we sure we haven't gone astray? No mistake, she replied. Within a spatial rift only space exists. Time here is stagnant, much like in a spatial ring. While time stands still, objects and light continue to move, creating mirage effects. Miao Shuer explained, further simplifying the complex phenomena. Think of a spatial rift like a spatial ring capable of storing anything. The only difference is this ring is filled with violent spatial energy currents. Understanding dawned on Zhou Chen as he nodded. Fortunately, this spatial rift was one-directional. As long as they kept moving forward, they would definitely reach launching. If it had been a multi-directional rift, determining the correct path would have been a significant challenge. About 15 minutes later, Zhou Chen and Miao Shuer finally emerged from the spatial rift, finding themselves back in the monster beast forest of launching, breathing in the air of his homeland, though tinged with a strong scent of blood. Zhou Chen felt a profound relief. Now that they were back on launching, home was not far away. It's been 5 days. They must be missing me, Zhou Chen mused with a light chuckle, then summoned his Ghostfire dragon horse to ride home, asking Miao Shuer, sister, where do you plan to go? I need to find our princess, she replied, pulling out a fragment of a crystal ball. This fragment will guide me to where the princess is. Really? It looks like we're headed the same way then, Zhou Chen noted as the direction indicated by the crystal fragment coincided with his route home. Thus, they decided to travel together, with Zhou Chen planning to invite them to his home once Miao Shuer found their princess. As Zhou Chen headed towards his home, he soon encountered the decomposing bodies of black market individuals, including President Li Kai, whose heart had been gouged out by a black tiger. The bodies were decomposing at an unnaturally rapid rate, considering he had been gone for only 5 days, yet Zhou Chen didn't dwell on this. His focus was on getting home. Urging the Ghostfire dragon horse to quicken its pace, they surged forward, but suddenly the dragon horse came to a halt. Before his eyes, a large number of skeletal demons appeared, roughly amounting to 100, identical to those Zhou Chen had once seen at the breeding association. Upon encountering these skeletal demons, Zhou Chen quickly instructed his Ghostfire dragon horse to halt, furrowing his brows as he gazed ahead. Huh? Strange, why are there so many skeletal demons here? Zhou Chen wondered, observing that these were beast-type skeletal demons, generally of low level. Only 5 surpassed level 50 and all were warrior-class beasts, remarkably weak in strength, roaring. Upon seeing Zhou Chen and Miao Shuer, the skeletal demons growled like zombies, seeing them as food, and charged towards Zhou Chen with all their might. their bodies exuded a thick corpse-like demonic aura corroding the surrounding vegetation. Humph, courting death, Zhou snorted coldly. Without summoning his beast, he directly absorbed the spiritual energy from the surroundings, condensed a green light orb and hurled it towards the skeletal demons. Boom, an explosion ensued, and a single light orb blasted about a dozen skeletal demons into shreds. However, these skeletal demons were not yet dead, or rather they were never truly alive. Even though their bodies were shattered, their souls remained intact. To kill them completely, one had to obliterate the souls in their skulls. I didn't expect such interesting beasts to exist on Blue Star, Miao Schwer commented with a slight smile as she shot a blast of icy mist from her hands. When the skeletal demons encountered the icy mist, their bodies and souls were instantly frozen together. Then the Ghostfire Dragon Horse unleashed a fiery tornado, incinerating the souls of the skeletal demons. What is going on here? Why are there skeletal demons? Zhou pondered as he looked at the ash remains of the skeletal demons, utterly baffled. However, one thing was certain: the number of skeletal demons was definitely far more than this. The corpse demonic aura on the skeletal demons could assimilate other living beings into skeletal demons just like zombies? And it seemed that Dragon War City lacked beasts capable of purifying such demonic auras. If that was the case, then the number of skeletal demons was certainly more than just these. It looks like Dragon War City is in danger. I must hurry back. For some reason, Zhou suddenly felt an ominous premonition upon seeing the skeletal demons here. Hastily mounting the Ghostfire Dragon Horse, he rushed towards Dragon War City, fearing for the safety of his family. Miao Schwer followed closely behind, realizing the gravity of the situation. Connecting this to the danger their princess had encountered, they surmised it must be related to these skeletal beast demons. As they hurried towards the city, their faces turned pale with shock upon arrival. They saw the tall walls of Dragon War City now dilapidated and breached, with blood and corpses everywhere on the walls. The once vibrant Dragon War City was now deathly still, the gates broken and swarms of skeletal demons pouring in. Outside the city gates, tens of thousands more skeletal demons amassed. How could this be? Zhou had only been away for 5 days, and in that short span Dragon Battle City had been breached. How could this be possible? Even with millions of bone demons at the gates, could the city really have fallen into such ruin so quickly? Zhou could hardly believe his eyes. At this moment he was unaware of the different flow of time between dimensions. If he had known, perhaps he wouldn't have been so shocked. In the Orc dimension, a single day's passage equated to a week on Blue Star. Observing Zhou panicked expression, Miao Schwer couldn't bear it any longer and decided to reveal everything to him. Zhou, I'm sorry, I've been keeping something from you. You might not know this, but the flow of time differs between dimensions. What did that mean? Zhou was too stunned by the scene before him to ponder the implications of Miao Schwer's words. However, her statement seeded a terrifying thought in his mind. Could it be? Just as you suspect, Miao Schwer continued, a day in the Orc dimension equals a week on Blue Star. You've been in the Orc dimension for 5 days, so more than a month has passed on Blue Star. What? Why didn't you tell me something so important sooner? Zhou shouted. He was not someone who usually lost his temper, but at this moment he was genuinely upset. He had risked his life to help the orcs, and yet Miao Schwer had kept such crucial information from him. Just a heads up so he could inform his family would have been enough. Now, with a month gone by, his family must be worried sick. Zhou felt foolish. How had he not considered the issue of differing time flows once he was on the Orc dimension? I'm sorry, Zhou, really sorry. Please forgive me. Miao Schwer knelt, her face full of remorse, pleading for Zhou forgiveness. Even if it meant getting a beating from him, she would accept it without complaint. Enough, I don't have time for this now, Zhou said, turning to face the thousands of bone demons. The bone demons weren't particularly strong and were easy for Zhou to handle, but killing them was difficult as it required destroying their souls. The immediate priority was to deal with these creatures and then find his family. If you truly want to apologize, help me deal with these bone demons first. No problem. Miao Schwer nodded, already intent on doing so. She released a chilling coldness, preparing for battle. Zhou did the same, summoning all his guardian beasts, Qing Luo Mei Ling and the Xianhua Wood Spirit Dragon. When the Xianhua Wood Spirit Dragon appeared, the area instantly became vibrant with life. The plants, previously corroded by the necrotic miasma of the corpse demons, began to rejuvenate and grow anew. Now, due to having consumed the flesh of a savage beast, the Xianhua Wood Spirit Dragon had advanced significantly, reaching level 25. Although not very high, it was a formidable match for the bone demons. With one more guardian beast, Zhou had added strength, so he had summoned the Xianhua Wood Spirit Dragon as well. Let's go! Zhou Chen held the storm spear and handed the eclipse flame sword to Mei Ling, charging towards the group of bone demons. Instead of finding another breakthrough to avoid these bone demons, it's better to charge and eliminate them directly. Moreover, Zhou Chen, who was worried about his family, couldn't care less. The more time was delayed, the more likely they were to be in danger. Roar! Seeing Zhou Chen and his companions charge over the bone demons, were instantly attracted and immediately ran towards Zhou Chen. Although the bone demons were made entirely of bones, their running speed was even faster than professional athletes. Miao Shuer, Zhou Chen shouted, signaling her to hurry up. I know, Comet Strike. As soon as Miao Shuer made her move, she released a powerful skill, immediately condensing a huge hailstone right above the bone demons. It resembled Queen Estetha's origin hail and also had similarities to Ban's sky obstructing star ability. In any case, this was a skill with tremendous destructive power and an extremely wide attack range. The hailstone covered the sun and was then smashed down heavily by Miao Shuer. Boom! Like a meteorite impact, the hailstone fell and left a huge crater on the ground. The chilling ice also froze tens of thousands of bone demons, rendering them immobile and turning them into live targets. At that moment, Zhou Chen also reached the front of the bone demons, commanding the ghost fire dragon horse to release the wind fury tornado, burning these bone demons to ashes. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The ghost fire dragon horse neighed, its body ablaze with fierce flames. As the hurricane roared, it whipped up a high-temperature heat wave. With the ghost fire dragon horse spewing a fiery tornado, it killed those frozen bone demons. But that was not the end. When he charged into the group of bone demons, Zhou Chen could sweep a large area with a single shot of his spear. At the same time, Chang Luo and Mei Ling were also clearing out the bone demons. Qing Luo even tried to control vines to absorb nutrients, but these bones weren't dragon bones. They contained no nutrients and wouldn't even make a good soup. Thus, Qing Luo also gave up on absorbing nutrients and began a massacre, breaking the bone demons into pieces. This proved advantageous for the fairywood spirit dragon, which opened its mouth wide to devour the rotting demon aura. The rotting demon aura was also a type of evil spirit power which the fairywood spirit dragon naturally could absorb and convert into its own energy. The fairywood spirit dragon, being the essence of nature, was naturally able to purify all filth, and the rotting demon aura was no exception. It was the bane of the bone demons. Therefore, when the bone demons saw the fairywood spirit dragon, they instinctively felt fear and dared not approach it. Zhou Chen naturally noticed this and immediately had the fairywood spirit dragon lead the way. Zhou Chen, along with several beasts, swiftly defeated these tens of thousands of bone demons. Then they rushed into the battle dragon city and went straight back to his home. Along the way they, of course, encountered obstacles from the bone demons, but those brainless bone demons, upon seeing the fairywood spirit dragon, were so frightened that they fled in all directions, not daring to approach Zhou Chen. However, these bone demons were also a menace to keep around, so they were all cleared out by Miao Shuer. When Zhou Chen returned home, he discovered that the place was eerily empty with not a single person in sight. He had no idea where his family had gone. Zhou Chen, where are Zhou Jia and the others? Could they have left the city? Mei Ling asked, puzzled, though she quickly dismissed the idea, knowing well that outside the city walls lay thousands of bone demons. No, they must still be in the city. There are no signs of a battle outside. It's impossible they went that way. They're likely hiding somewhere, Zhou Chen asserted confidently, aware of the capabilities of Zhou Jia and Yi Sikan. Even combined with Xia Chuqing and Tang Yao, they were no match for Qing Luo, especially since they had to take care of their parents. Zhou Chen believed that Zhou Jia would never abandon her parents under any circumstances. With no other choice, Zhou Chen decided they needed to search the entire city for them, dealing with the city's bone demons first. Let's do this. Qing Luo and Mei Ling, you two go look for Sikan and Jiajia. I'll take care of the bone demons with Sister Miao Shuer, Zhou Chen decided, promptly recognizing the threat of the bone demons that needed to be eliminated immediately. Okay, no problem. Qing Luo and Mei Ling responded in unison, immediately taking to the sky to search for Yi Sikan and the others. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen rode his ghostly dragon horse through the streets and alleys, exterminating the bone demons. In a residential house, Tang Yao's eyes widened as she stared at the massive hailstone that had just fallen, comparable in size to a comet. Still dumbstruck by the sight, to conjure such a gigantic hailstone in an instant, what kind of powerful beast could it be? She wondered aloud. Yes, I saw it too. Tang Jing nodded blankly, but soon realized that this might be their rescue. The city of Battle Dragon, being such a significant place, wouldn't be abandoned by the Imperial Army. She believed help would surely come for them. Hey cousin, shall we go out? it might be someone coming to rescue us, Tang Jing suggested, eager to step outside, but Tang Yao grabbed her cousin's hand firmly. No, Tang Yao shook her head and said, whether friend or foe, we cannot just go out. Why not? If it's an enemy we could die, and if it's a rescuer, think about Jiajia's current state. Do you think we can let her go out to meet people? Tang Yao's words made sense. Thinking of Zhou Jia's present condition, Tang Jing felt dejected. Since returning a few days ago, Zhou Jia had changed. Her body was covered in scales and she had grown a tail and wings resembling the legendary dragon maidens. No one knew exactly what had happened to her. She had been so frightened that she locked herself in her room with her family, keeping her company. Her parents did not shun her despite the transformation. To them, Zhou Jia was still their most beloved daughter, no matter what she had become. Boom! Just then a loud noise from outside startled everyone. Tang Yao and Tang Jing immediately ran out of the room to the door, only to see Qing Luo suddenly descend from the sky. After flying over most of the city, Qing Luo finally found Yi Siken and the others. Who exactly are you? Tang Yao asked with caution, sensing a disturbing aura from Qing Luo while also feeling the power emanating from her. Long time no see, little beauty, you've become even more beautiful lately. Mei Ling suddenly flew down, playfully lifting Tang Yao's chin, teasing him. Although aware that Tang Yao was a man, she still treated him as a girl, Mei Ling's sister. Tang Yao did not blame Mei Ling for teasing him. Instead, he was quite happy to see her. Since Mei Ling had returned, Zhou Chen must also be back. Yi Siken, Jia, come out quickly, brother Chen is back. What? Zhou Chen is back. Upon hearing Tang Yao's words, Yi Siken was the first to run out of the room, staggering as she did. Big brother Zhou Jia also ran out hurriedly, regardless of his monstrous appearance. Little Chen is back, darling, let's go outside and see. Yes. Hearing that their son had returned, Zhou Xian and Wang Lin were also extremely excited and followed suit. Zhou Chen, where are you? Yi Siken was the first to rush out, her face full of anticipation to see Zhou Chen, but alas, she scanned around and did not find him. Tang Yao, didn't you say Zhou Chen was back? Where is he? Brother Chen hasn't returned yet, but since Mei Ling and the others are back, he must be coming back too, right? Tang Yao said awkwardly, and only then did Yi Siken notice Mei Ling and Shang Luo standing beside her. Mei Ling, where is Zhou Chen? Did he come back with you? How is he? Where have you all been this past month? Why didn't you let us know? Yi Siken immediately asked, curious as a child, eager to see Zhou Chen and have him answer all her questions. Don't worry, Siken, Zhou Chen did come back with us. Xing Luo and I came to find you while he went to clear out the bone demons, Mei Ling explained, pointing at Qing Luo beside her. Yi Siken then noticed Qing Luo, her face showing confusion. Who is she? Is she Zhou Chen's new beast? Has he already become a silver-level beastmaster? You don't even remember me, even though I've saved you so many times, Qing Luo said with a wry smile. You are? Perhaps the name Dragon Bloodvine would be more acceptable to you. Dragon Bloodvine, you're shouting you've successfully evolved into a human form? Hearing that the tall, elegant girl in front of her was Dragon Bloodvine, Yi Siken exclaimed in surprise. Not just her, but the others were equally astounded. Yes, but from now on please call me Qing Luo. It's a prettier name. Xing Luo, such a melodious name. When Mei Ling and Qing Luo met and learned that Zhou Chen had returned, the whole family burst into laughter. Even Zhou Jia, who had been in low spirits, smiled anew. What did it matter if she had become a monster? She believed Zhou Chen would recognize her regardless. After their conversation, Xing Luo left to share the good news with Zhou Chen. Upon hearing that his family was still alive, Zhou Chen couldn't help but laugh. After dealing with the last bone demon, he followed Xing Luo to meet his family. Si Chen, Jia, I'm back. Upon seeing Zhou Chen, Yi Siken cried tears of joy and was the first to throw herself into his arms. Why did you take so long to come back? Didn't we agree you'd return in a week at most? You didn't even contact me. Do you know how worried I was? In his arms, Yi Siken rubbed her head against Zhou Chen's chest like a kitten, crying out the sadness, grievances, and worries of the past month. I'm sorry, I'm late and I made you worry. Zhou Chen soothed, stroking Yi Sichen's hair and kissing her forehead while gently patting her back. Brother, welcome back. Are you Jia? What happened to you? Zhou Chen only then noticed something was off about Zhou Jia's body. Her once delicate skin had turned into dragon scales, her head now adorned with a pair of dragon horns and a dragon tail extended from her back. Her tender hands had transformed into sharp dragon claws. Although the current Zhou Jia was still adorable with an imposing aura, Zhou Chen longed to see the old Zhou Jia. I don't even know how I turned into this, Zhou Jia said dejectedly, shaking her head. Just then the crystal ball shard in Miao Shuer's hand suddenly emitted a purple light. Simultaneously Miao Shuer approached Zhou Jia. Seeing this beautiful woman, Zhou Jia felt an inexplicable kinship, as if they had met long ago. Amidst the shocked gazes of the others, Miao Shuer knelt on one knee and murmured, "Greetings, Your Highness the Princess." "Your Highness the Princess, how can this be? Could it be that Jia Jia is?" After returning to the room, Miao Shuer explained everything to Zhou Jia, restoring the memories of Zhou Xian and Wang Lin. "Your Highness, this is the truth of everything. I am truly sorry for making you wait so long to come and fetch you." Miao Shuer apologized while kneeling on the floor. Zhou Jia, still in disbelief, turned to her parents and asked, "How can this be? Am I not your biological daughter? Mom, Dad, say something." Wang Lin was utterly confused as she looked at Zhou Jia. She had always believed Zhou Jia was her daughter, born after a full-term pregnancy. But just moments ago, with Miao Shuer's help, her real memories had been restored. She slowly remembered that she had only ever given birth to one child, Zhou Chen, and had never been pregnant a second time. Even the pains of childbirth were a fabrication. When Zhou Chen was 2 years old, Miao Shuer entrusted a newborn baby girl to her care, requesting that she look after their princess. Miao Shuer altered the memories of herself and her husband, making them believe that Zhou Jia was their own biological daughter. "I'm sorry for deceiving you, but I had no choice at that time. I had to ensure that the princess could live a happy, healthy and joyful life," Miao Shuer explained apologetically. She had not expected that the princess of the Beastmen would turn out to be Zhou Chen's sister. Zhou Chen had saved the Beastmen and helped them through tough times, and Zhou Chen's parents had painstakingly raised the princess. The debt to this family was immense. "Miao Shuer, sister, are you mistaken? Jia Jia has always been my sister. It can't be. It can't be that she is your princess." Zhou Chen struggled to accept the fact that his sister was not human, mainly because he didn't want to lose her just like that. "Let me show you undeniable proof," Miao Shuer said as she released a burst of cold air. At the same time, a blue light shone from Zhou Jia's heart, seemingly responding to Miao Shuer's power. It was then that Zhou Chen felt that there really was a dragon pearl inside Zhou Jia, and that pearl contained Miao Shuer's power. This meant that Zhou Jia truly had some connection with Miao Shuer, at least from her early childhood she must have been with Miao Shuer. Perhaps Zhou Jia really was the princess of the Beastmen. How could this be? "The evidence is irrefutable," Zhou Chen said, unsure of what to do next, and then asked Miao Shuer's sister, "Miao Shuer, what do you plan to do with Jia Jia?" "Of course the princess must go to the Beastmen plane where she truly belongs, and she will lead us to glory," Miao Shuer replied. I don't want to leave here. I don't want to leave my dad and mom. I don't want to leave my big brother." Zhou Jia cried out. Although she now knew she wasn't human, the years she had spent living with Zhou Chen's family weren't an illusion. They had lived together for 17 years, and Zhou Jia had grown up here. Naturally, she was reluctant to leave with Miao Shuer. "Princess, you should know that you are not human but a beastman. Different species have different hearts. Being with humans, you will only face danger," Miao Shuer said, slightly frowning, as she had anticipated that Zhou Jia wouldn't easily agree to return with her, and she hadn't figured out how to persuade her. "I don't believe it. I don't believe my big brother would hurt me, nor do I believe my dad and mom would abandon me, right, Dad, Mom?" Zhou Jia looked back at her parents, Zhou Xian and Wang Lin, who both nodded. "Even though Jia Jia is not our biological daughter, we have lived together for so many years and we already consider her our own daughter. You can't just take her away from us." Miao Shuer was left speechless, then looked towards Zhou Chen, waiting for his response. She was determined to take Zhou Jia today, even if it meant using force. This was also for Zhou Jia's happiness. Perhaps Zhou Chen and his family and friends wouldn't harm Zhou Jia, but there was no guarantee that others would be as kind-hearted. Seeing Miao Shuer and Zhou Jia both looking towards him, Zhou Chen knew he had to make a stance, though his opinion differed from his parents. "Jia Jia, you could go back with sister Miao Shuer." "What did you say, brother? Don't you want me anymore?" Zhou Jia was in disbelief, her eyes wide as she stared at Zhou Chen. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin, their mother, glared at her son, almost ready to give him a slap. However, Zhou Chen's following words left her speechless. "Don't panic, let me finish. I didn't say I don't want you. I think you could go to the Orc Dimension, and not just you, our whole family might have to go. Outside Dragon City, there are bone demons everywhere, and no one knows just how many there are. We certainly can't stay in such a city anymore, with food and medical care being issues. Hence we must find a refuge. At present, there's no safer refuge than the Orc Dimension. It's picturesque and has everything we could need. We could take refuge there. Think of it as a trip, and settling down there is also a possibility, almost like moving house. What do you all think?" Upon hearing this, both Zhou Jia and Zhou Chen's parents fell silent, because Zhou Chen made a lot of sense. Dragon City was definitely no longer a viable place to live, and the number of bone demons was unknown. Even without the bone demons, if a beast tide were to erupt, Dragon City couldn't withstand it, so they had to leave, going to the orc dimension and staying together as a family did. Not conflict. Judge, what do you think? If not for yourself, think about our parents, right? They're not beastmasters and they're getting older. They can't spend their days constantly dodging danger with us. Shall we go to the orc dimension then? After some thought, Zhou Jia agreed to go to the orc dimension with Zhou Chen. For her, as long as the family stayed together, it didn't matter where they lived. Alright, since that's settled, we should leave tomorrow, Zhou Chen announced, noticing the sun setting. Understanding that they couldn't leave today, the spatial rift was in the forest of beasts and the forest at night was too dangerous. Zhou Chen also had a plan. Once they reached the spatial rift tomorrow, he would lead his parents through it to the orc dimension. With the dragon pearl within him and Miashue's help, leading people safely through the orc dimension was a simple task. Okay, everyone nodded. Then let's start our dinner, shall we? Dinner. Hearing Zhou Chen say this, everyone showed a troubled expression and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The food had run out 2 days ago, and these days they couldn't even drink rice porridge, surviving only on some glucose water which Zhou Jia had managed to bring from the hospital with great difficulty. Later, Zhou Jia reverted to her orc form, leaving everyone clueless about what had actually happened to her, which also dampened their appetite for food. Suddenly, Yi Sichen's stomach growled loudly, causing her to blush and lower her head in embarrassment. It had been 2 days since she last ate. How long has it been since you all last ate? Zhou Chen asked, sounding exasperated. Fortunately, he was well prepared and took out several pounds of fruit from his spatial ring, placing them before everyone. Have some fruit to fill your stomachs for now. I'll cook us a meal. The fruits were gifts from the orcs of the camp, given in gratitude. Seeing their genuine hospitality, Zhou Chen felt it would be rude to refuse and accepted everything graciously. After all, it was just fruit, which wasn't very costly. However, to Zhou Jia and the others, these fruits were life-saving sustenance. Zhou Jia couldn't hold back and was the first to grab an apple, devouring it hungrily. The others did the same, hastily stuffing various fruits into their mouths. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. His spatial ring contained not only fruits but also raw meat from various magical beasts, which could be fried or roasted to delicious effect. With a lack of vegetables, he simply made a large pot of stir-fried pork with onions. Although the taste was mediocre, everyone else found it incredibly delicious. After a simple dinner, everyone went to sleep. Miao Shuer volunteered to keep watch over the night, as protecting Zhou Jia was her duty. No one objected. Having a level 255 magical beast on guard gave them a sense of security. With Zhou Chen back, everyone slept particularly soundly that night. Zhou Jia shared a room with her parents, while Xia Chuqing, Tang Yao and Tang Jing shared another. Since Tang Yao was considered somewhat feminine, there was nothing inappropriate about them sleeping together. As for Zhou Chen, he naturally shared a room with Yi Sichen, as they were legally married. In their room, the couple lay on the bed with Yi Sichen nestled in Zhou Chen's arms. Fortunately, Qing Luo and Meiling had been retracted into the soul space by Zhou Chen. Otherwise, they would have bristled at the sight of Yi Sichen being so close, especially Qing Luo. Zhou Chen, you can't leave me again. Do you know how worried I was about you this past month? I'm sorry, I promise I won't leave you again. Zhou Chen replied, kissing Yi Sichen's forehead. Although he wasn't aware of the different flow of time between dimensions, it was undeniable that he had made Yi Sichen wait for a month. Thus he didn't make any excuses and simply promised that he would inform her beforehand in the future. By the way, Zhou Chen, did you say the orc dimension is really that wonderful? Yi Sichen suddenly recalled the dinner conversation. Yes, it's true. Many orcs live there just like ancient humans. If it weren't for wanting to see you, I might have wanted to live there forever. Then let's live there in the future, shall we? Sure, if you're willing, Zhou Chen said as he gently kissed Yi Sichen on the lips. Oh, stop it stealing kisses from me again. Yi Sichen's cheeks turned red with a blush from Zhou Chen's kiss, yet she didn't object. Afterwards, the two of them lay down together, passing the night without further words. Indeed, there were no words that night, especially since they had to venture into the beast forest and head to the orc dimension the next day. Moreover, Miao Shuer was on guard outside. Cats are known for their keen hearing, not to mention a beast like her. So tonight really wasn't the time for certain activities, forcing Zhou Chen to hold back for the time being. However, once they reached the orc dimension, Zhou Chen would be unrestrained and perhaps Yi Sichen would end up spending another week unable to leave the bed, he thought with a chuckle. The next morning around 6 or 7 o'clock, Zhou Chen woke up. he quickly packed some things and waited for the others to wake up before leading them out. Since Dragon City was quite far from the Beast Forest, Zhou Chen found a decent-looking vehicle on the street. Fortunately, the keys were still in the door, not removed. His parents both had driving licenses and had been experienced drivers for over a decade. They had driven almost every type of vehicle except for tanks and armored vehicles, so driving a private car was naturally effortless for them. Once they had the vehicle, Zhou Chen's father took the wheel with Zhou Jia and Tang Jing too. Girls sitting in the back. The other university students each had their own mounts. Xia Chuqing had a bursting rock mastiff and Tang Yao rode a shadow butterfly, both nearly matching the vehicle in speed. As for Yi Sikan, she naturally chose to ride the magic moonwolf, whose sprinting speed was comparable to that of a pre-evolved storm steed from the Ghostfire Dragon Horse. Several people rode alongside the vehicle, providing cover so that it could progress smoothly. As for the skeleton demons, they had already been frozen into pieces by Miao Shuer's dark abyss ice, no match for the Beast King's beast-taming prowess. With a mere gesture, she could disperse the souls of thousands of skeleton demons. In just over an hour, they arrived at the Beast Forest. The spatial rift was just ahead. Everyone, let's push a bit harder. The spatial rift is right in front of us, Zhou Chen encouraged. Once we reach the rift, Miao Shuer and I will lead you through. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Zhou Xian floored the accelerator. If the orc dimension was as wonderful as it sounded, he too wanted to live there forever. As the car sped up, the spatial rift drew near. However, it seemed that fate enjoyed playing jokes on them, as things were never that smooth. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, intense footsteps sounded from behind. Zhou Chen last heard this noise the day before yesterday. At least to him it was the day before yesterday during the blood battle with the savage beasts. Although he wasn't sure what it was certainly something massive. Could it be the skeleton demons again? They must be quite large, right? Zhou Chen turned his head and his eyes widened in shock. In the sky behind them, four bone-winged tyrannosaurs appeared, identical to the one once tamed by Mei Ling, resembling the zombie tyrannosaur from the world of digital monsters. However, these bone-winged tyrannosaurs were even more powerful than the previous one, all around level 100, significantly stronger than Zhou Chen's own bone-winged tyrannosaur. To the current Zhou Chen, however, these creatures were mere weaklings, not just Qing Luo or Mei Ling. Even Zhou Chen himself could spar with one or two of them. What truly surprised Zhou Chen was that behind the bone-winged tyrannosaurs, a giant was running towards them. Although the giant's running speed was not as fast as the bone-winged tyrannosaurs, it was still incredibly rapid, much faster than the car Zhou Xian was driving. The giant was approximately 40 to 50 meters tall, about the size of an Ultraman, only slightly shorter compared to a supersized giant. Moreover, the muscles on the giant's body were even more robust than those of Ultraman, giving it a very formidable appearance. The trees in front could not stop the giant's advancing steps at all. The four bone-winged tyrannosaurs seemed to be guiding the giant, leading her forward. Indeed, this was a female giant, whose appearance was similar to that of a normal human, simple-minded with well-developed limbs. Even though she was completely naked, not an ounce of shame was evident in her demeanor. She was essentially a beast cloaked in human skin. Zhou Chen, don't look. Upon seeing the naked form of the female giant, Yi Sichen blushed and quickly covered Zhou Chen's eyes, urging him not to look. However, Zhou Chen had already seen everything there was to see. Looking at Yi Sichen's flushed cheeks, Zhou Chen thought wryly, "It's not like I'm looking at you, why are you so embarrassed?" With a mighty roar from the giant, the four bone-winged tyrannosaurs accelerated towards Zhou Chen, seemingly attempting to block their path and prevent their escape. Qing Luo, time to eat. Seeing the bone-winged tyrannosaurs approaching, Zhou Chen immediately summoned Qing Luo, knowing well that she would relish this challenge. As expected, when Qing Luo saw the four bone-winged tyrannosaurs, her eyes lit up and drool uncontrollably dribbled from the corners of her mouth. "Wow, are these bone-winged tyrannosaurs? Master, are you sure all four of these bone-winged tyrannosaurs are for me?" "Yes, they are your breakfast and snacks." "Then I won't be polite." "Otherworldly vines." Qing Luo's hands sprouted numerous vines which swiftly entwined around the four bone-winged tyrannosaurs. They were tightly bound, unable to move, only able to emit low growls from their mouths. Now, with Qing Luo at a formidable level of 206, these 100-plus level bone-winged tyrannosaurs were nothing more than snacks to her. Soon, the four bone-winged tyrannosaurs were reduced to tons of bone powder scattered on the ground. At that moment, the female giant swung her hand towards Qing Luo, but Qing Luo was not to be underestimated. She raised a hand and effortlessly blocked the giant's attack. Qing Luo was someone who could shatter the Horns of the demonic sea dragon with a single punch, so blocking the female giant's punch was no challenge for her. Meanwhile, the information about the female giant surfaced in Zhou Chen's mind. Monster named Giant, Monster Class War Sovereign, Monster Level 225, Monster Attributes no monster weaknesses, Excited State, Monster Talent Incredible Strength, possessing immense power, able to shatter rocks with a punch and lift weights several times her own body weight with one hand. The giant possessed skills such as the Crushing Fist, which utilized her hard fists to greatly damage the enemy with a pure physical attack, and the Sonic Iron Fist, an enhanced version of the Crushing Fist that combined the original technique with sonic speed to increase its power. Additionally, she had the Iron Head skill, using her extraordinarily hard skull as a weapon to headbutt her enemies, and the Meteor Kick, where she would jump hundreds of meters into the air, channel all her strength into her feet, and unleash a kick with power comparable to a nuclear blast. The higher she jumped, the stronger the impact. This monster, a terrifying giant beast with a physical body, had no attributes but relied on her formidable physical strength to remain incredibly powerful. Her taste was said to be similar to human flesh but not delicious. As a female giant, she might have more value as a spectacle than for use. Was this female giant also a type of monster? Seeing her, Zhou Chen was somewhat surprised. He had initially thought she wasn't a monster, just like the beastmen who were not monsters but possessed the power to fight them. Zhou Chen had thought the female giant was similar. May swear, sister, take everyone and go first, leave this female giant to me, Zhou Chen, I'll stay too. Hearing that Zhou Chen would stay behind, Yi Sikan also wanted to stay. She didn't want to hide behind Zhou Chen anymore, being protected by him. She immediately wanted to summon the Traian Sprightly Green, ready for battle. However, Zhou Chen stopped her. No, Sikan, leave the female giant to me, you take Jejia and the others and hurry. Zhou Chen had his considerations. The spatial rift was filled with spatial energy storms which could tear human bodies apart as if sliced by a knife. It was uncertain whether anyone would get hurt, and that's where Yi Sikan Sprightly Green would be needed. With its healing abilities, Sprightly Green was best suited to enter the spatial rift and help everyone heal their wounds. Besides, with the female giant being level 225, if Yi Sikan stayed, it would at most not add to the chaos. Helping was unlikely. After explaining his thoughts to Yi Sikan, she no longer insisted and followed Mei Shuer into the spatial rift. Mei Shuer covered everyone with an ice shield, so even as they entered the spatial rift, the storms of spatial energy inside could not harm them. So beautiful. Is this the inside of the spatial rift? I never imagined I would see such a scene in my lifetime. Wang Lin and Zhou Xian were both ordinary people who stepped into a spatial rift for the first time, never expecting such an opportunity to explore this mysterious phenomenon. It must be said that the interior of the spatial rift was quite beautiful, dazzlingly so, reminiscent of the far side of a starry sky. However, if Miao Shuer had removed the ice shields from the elderly couple, they probably wouldn't have been able to smile, because the spatial energy storm would have instantly shredded them. Let's go, Miao Shuer said, not giving the elderly couple time to admire the scenery as she led them towards the Orc Plain. Unlike Zhou Chen, who had a half-dragon orb, Zhou Jia harbored a real dragon orb within her, which contained the lifelong cultivation of the former Beast King, making her current strength no weaker than Miao Shuer. Over the past few days, Zhou Jia had also mastered the power of the dragon orb, creating an energy shield that enveloped Xia Chuqing and others, slowly flying them towards the Orc Plain. After an indeterminate amount of flying time, Zhou Jia saw a light appearing ahead, growing brighter, resembling an entrance. Flapping her wings, she flew into it. The passage was extremely narrow at first, just wide enough for a person, but after flying a few dozen meters, it suddenly opened up. Miao Shuer followed closely, leading everyone into the Orc Plain. Upon arriving, Zhou Jia first saw a vast sea. After flying out of the sea, they saw a beach and coconut trees. When everyone saw this beautiful scenery, they were amazed. How beautiful! This place is truly a paradise on earth. It's so beautiful here. To call it an earthly paradise would not be an exaggeration, even if there are no peach trees. Miao Shuer led the others onto the beach and then turned to Zhou Jia, kneeling on one knee. Your Highness the Princess, welcome home. From now on, this will be your home. Alright, get up, no need to be so formal, Shuer, Zhou Jia responded. Initially, she had planned to address Miao Shuer as sister, just like Zhou Chen, but Miao Shuer would not agree to it, arguing, how can a sovereign call a subject sister? Unable to persuade her, Zhou Jia simply called her Shuer. Please follow me, Your Highness, Miao Shuer said, taking Zhou Jia's hand and leading her to the Orc tribe, with the others following closely like bodyguards. Upon arrival at the Orc tribe, when the orcs saw Miao Shuer, they all kneeled down. However, Miao Shuer told them Zhou Jia is the princess of the orcs, the future Beast King, and she is also Zhou Chen's sister. Miao Shuer revealed this relationship to help the orcs quickly recognize and accept Zhou Jia. Though Zhou Jia was the princess of the orcs, it was Miao Shuer who had stabilized the tribe internally and restored its productivity during critical moments, under the guidance of Zhou Chen. They finally defeated the savage beast, earning the respect of the entire orc tribe for both Zhou Chen and Miao Shuer. Throughout the ordeal, it was Miao Shuer and Zhou Chen who exerted all the effort, while Princess Zhou Jia did nothing, not even uttering a single word. Hence, gaining the tribe's acceptance was challenging for her. However, things changed when they acknowledged her as Zhou Chen's sister and Miao Shuer's endorsed ally. With these relationships in place, the other members of the orc tribe quickly accepted her as their new beast king. Zhou Jia was polite, and despite it being her first meeting with the tribe, she surprisingly understood their language, expressing gratitude for their warm welcome. Miao Shuer then arranged accommodations for everyone and took Zhou Jia to handle the coronation details. Once Zhou Jia was officially crowned as the Beast King, everything would be easier to manage. Although there were no modern facilities, the place seemed fun. "I want to go swimming at the beach, Sister Chu Qing, are you coming?" Tang Jing, visiting another world for the first time, was thrilled by its beauty and suggested a swim. "Sure, let's all go together," Xia Chu Qing replied with a smile. After days of hiding and running, she was eager to relax, so the girls headed to the beach together, donned their swimsuits, and Tang Yao, who was somewhat feminine, also wore a women's swimsuit. Everyone was used to his cross-dressing by now, and Tang Jing even found her cousin's appearance in women's clothing particularly appealing. Meanwhile, back on the Blue Star, Zhou Chen's battle with the female giant had just begun. With everyone else gone, Zhou Chen could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Mounting his spectral dragon horse and wielding his storm spear, he prepared for the fight. The female giant roared like a wild beast and swung her mountain-sized fists at Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen dared not take the blow head-on and immediately maneuvered his spectral dragon horse to evade. The horse spread its wings and dashed forward, slipping between the giant's legs to reach her back. Passing between her legs, Zhou Chen inadvertently looked up, noting that she looked similar to an average person. The female giant missed her punch, which allowed Zhou Chen to witness the terrifying strength behind it. Where she had struck, a large crater had formed as if hit by a meteorite, showcasing her formidable power. However, her weakness was also evident: great strength but poor agility, a common flaw among large creatures. Roaring again, the female giant bent down and swung another palm at Zhou Chen, presenting a picturesque scene to anyone standing behind her. Fortunately, the spectral dragon horse was fast enough to avoid being flattened. "Qing Luo, use the vines to bind her," Zhou Chen commanded. Understood. Summoning the demon vines, Qing Luo immediately called forth the vines, which tightly wrapped around the female giant, binding her neck, chest, and legs in an embarrassingly compromising position. The more the giant struggled, the tighter the vines constricted. Now, like a fish on the chopping block, she was at Zhou Chen's mercy, roaring furiously. Upon realizing she could not escape the vine's binds, the female giant fixed her gaze on Zhou Chen, wishing she could tear him apart alive. As she struggled against the entanglement, Zhou Chen seized the opportunity to strike. Raising his windstorm spear, he aimed a thrust at the giant's throat, her most vulnerable spot. Just like humans, the anatomy of a giant made the throat a critical weakness. Injecting his spear with the energy of the wind, Zhou Chen commanded the Ghostfire dragon horse to join the attack. Together, they targeted the female giant. With a piercing sound, the spear penetrated her throat and a gush of red blood spurted out. The giant howled in pain, her body thrashing even more violently, but the vines held tight, wrapped by the hundreds, making it impossible for her to break free. "Qing Luo, drain her dry," Zhou Chen called out. Qing Luo, appearing deceptively cute as it licked its lips, tightened its grasp, with the vines piercing deeper into the giant's neck. As her blood slowly drained, the giant's struggles weakened until she could do nothing but await her inevitable demise. Soon Qing Luo had sucked the giant dry, increasing its level by 5, now reaching level 211. Though a modest increase, anyone else would envy Qing Luo's complaint about slow leveling. The higher the rank of a beast, the more energy it requires to level up. Currently, Qing Luo was at the peak of the War King tier, needing substantial energy for any advancement. Moreover, the giant's most valuable assets, the Demon Pill and Beast Core, were yet unabsorbed. Zhou Chen retrieved these from the giant's body. The Demon Pill, being attributeless, could be absorbed by anyone without conflict, while the Beast Core was perfect for crafting a beast bone weapon. considering his previous encounters with barbaric behemoths where he had seen red-wielding twin greatswords made from War King tier beast bones. Zhou Chen pondered the potential of crafting even higher tier weapons. His current spear, the Windstorm Spear, was now too fragile for his strength, capable of bearing his fingerprints or even snapping under force. Thus he urgently needed a new beast bone weapon, and the giant's beast core could help with that. After securing the demon pill and beast core, Zhou Chen instructed Qing Luo to dispose of the giant's corpse. Since most of her body was drained of blood, the corpse was light enough for even Zhou Chen to lift. After moving the body aside, Zhou Chen gathered rocks and large trees to conceal the spatial rift, ensuring the traces of their battle were hidden from unintended eyes. The location of this mystical space is far too exposed, risking discovery by explorers at any moment. Honestly, Zhou Chen would love to claim the Orc Plain for himself and keep it a secret from everyone, whether it be the fallen Beastmasters or anyone else. He doesn't want them to find this spatial rift. After all, it serves as a retreat. No matter what happens on Blue Star, he could always seek refuge here. Moreover, it's not unreasonable to say that the Orc Plain belongs to him, since his sister Zhou Jia is the new Beast King of the Orcs. Thus, the Orc Plain belongs to Zhou Jia, and since she is his sister, doesn't that make it his as well? No questions there. What do you call that? What's yours is mine and mine is still mine, so there's no big issue. Furthermore, Miao Shuer would definitely prefer that the orcs' lives remain undisturbed by outsiders, so Zhou Chen must find a way to conceal this spatial rift. He piled up rocks and some trees crushed by a giantess next to the rift, effectively hiding any signs of its existence. From the outside, nothing seemed amiss, and it was unlikely to be discovered. With this, the Orc Plain was practically in his pocket. After camouflaging the area, Zhou Chen stepped through the rift to join Yi Siken and others in the Orc Plain. White Mist City, located near the Dragon War City, got its name from the dense fog surrounding it. This fog served as the city's defense. Any beast or enemy entering it would lose their way, unable to find the path forward and forced to retreat. The Beastmasters of White Mist City would then lurk within the fog, harvesting the lives of these beasts and fallen Beastmasters alike like grim reapers. However, the fog was now slowly dissipating. Inside White Mist City, blood and corpses were everywhere, both human and beast. The city was steeped in death, the only movement coming from thousands of bone demons. Clearly, under the attack of the bone demons, White Mist City had fallen. Leading the assault were two elders from the Black Temple, Elder Evil Spirit and Elder Shadow Demon. Following their conquest of Dragon War City, these elders had successively breached two other special cities. With the corrosive necromantic energy of the bone demons, these cities proved fragile, and with each city conquered, the bone demon army grew. At this moment, the two elders, Evil Spirit and Shadow Demon, continued their assault on other special cities, leaving the officers like Tianying to handle the aftermath. On the city walls, Tianying frowned and muttered, "What's going on? How did Alice die? Who killed her?" Alice, the subject of his query, was the giantess slain by Zhou Chen. Naming a female giant Alice with such a high-end and atmospheric name, I really don't know what Tianying was thinking. Perhaps he's terrible at naming. Although the female giant wasn't his most powerful beast, Tianying still felt a pang of pain when she was killed for no reason. He immediately called two of his lieutenants, Yuanling, Yiling, "Come here." As soon as Tianying's words fell, two figures appeared before him. One was clad in a red cloak and the other in a purple cloak, both concealing their faces just like the former Blood Shadow and Moon Shadow. However, the characters embroidered on their backs were not Shadow but Spirit, indicating that they were not direct subordinates of the Shadow Elder but rather of the Spirit Elder. Ordinarily, Lieutenants Yuanling and Yiling wouldn't need to heed Tianying's commands, but this time, with the Spirit Elder and the Shadow Elder joining forces, their troops were merged. Thus, the two elders had no choice but to follow Tianying's orders. "Lord Tianying, what do you need from us?" Yuanling asked with a hoarse voice. "Go to the monster beast forest and find out who killed my Alice. Anyone capable of killing Alice must be a master. If possible, try to recruit him. If not, eliminate him on the spot." "Understood," both replied in unison. After flying through the spatial rift for a while, Zhou Chen finally emerged and continued speeding towards the sea surface. However, suddenly something white appeared in front of him. It seemed to be a girl swimming in the sea. Swimming in a sea known for monster beasts, wasn't she afraid of becoming fish food? But at that moment, Zhou Chen couldn't stop and crashed directly into the large waves created by the woman's chest. "Ah!" The girl swimming Yi Siken screamed in surprise. She was lying on a swim ring watching the sea and hadn't noticed Zhou Chen coming towards her from beneath the water. Coughing and sputtering, Zhou Chen, who had almost drowned from the collision, coughed loudly as the seawater, saltier and denser than that of the blue star, stung his eyes. Tears streamed down his face as he randomly grabbed a piece of cloth to wipe them. "Ah, Jo-chan, you pervert, you freak." "Huh, Sik-hen, what's wrong?" Hearing Yi Si-chan's voice, Jo-chan asked in confusion, then opened his eyes only to see Yi Si-chen looking back at him, red-faced and covering her chest with both hands. Glancing at her chest and then at the cloth in his hands, Jo-chan was instantly dumbfounded. It was Yi Si-chan's swimsuit. Sik-hen, I didn't mean to. I didn't know you were swimming here." "Humph," Yi Si-chen snorted coldly, quickly snatched her swimsuit from Jo-chan's hands and then shyly said, You turn around now. Tisk, it's not like I haven't seen it before, what are you shy about?" Although Yi Si-chen was shy, Jo-chan still turned around, using his broad back to shield her so she could change into her clothes comfortably. Upon hearing Jo-chan's words, Yi Si-chan's ears turned red, but she quickly dressed in her swimsuit. I'm dressed now, you can turn around." Yi Si-chen stuttered, and when Jo-chan turned back, he saw her in the swimsuit for the first time. Although they had been open with each other before, this was his first time seeing Yi Si-chen in a swimsuit, and he couldn't help but think she looked truly beautiful, her blushing cheeks making her even more adorable. "So why are you swimming here?" he asked. "It's not just to wait for you," she replied. "I've never been to the seaside before, so I wanted to see it." Hearing that Yi Si-chen was there waiting for him touched Jo-chan deeply. Holding her hand, they slowly waded towards the shore as if strolling through the sea. Upon reaching the land, Jo-chan noticed Xia Chuqing and the siblings Tang Yao and Tang Jing, but he did not see Zhou Jia. He turned to Yi Si-chen and asked, "Where are Jia Jia and the others?" "Oh, Miaoshwer took Jia Jia away for a coronation ceremony," Yi Si-chen explained. "They're holding a ceremony to make Jia Jia the true beast king. The beast folk are very welcoming to her, thinking of Zhou Jia becoming the beast king." Yi Si-chen felt envious. Who wouldn't want to be a king? Even girls dream of becoming queens. "Really? Then let's go back," Jo-chan suggested. "There are sea monsters in the water. Although they aren't mad or frenzied, they still pose a danger. Even sharks eat people, let alone sea monsters, so the seaside is still quite dangerous." Jo-chan did not want any harm to come to Yi Si-chen, and so he led her back to the beastfolk tribe. Upon Jo-chan's return to the beastfolk tribe, they received a rousing welcome. After all, without Jo-chan, they might still not have been able to defeat the barbaric behemoth. Therefore, compared to Zhou Jia, the beastfolk obviously respected the strong more, and Jo-chan had won their hearts with his strength and actions. Jo-chan returned to his small cabin, which might be his home for the foreseeable future. Creak. As he opened the door, he saw a golden figure inside, his goddaughter Xiao-cheng. "Daddy." Seeing Jo-chan return, Xiao-cheng rushed over and threw herself at him, rubbing her little face against his chest while continuously chanting, "Daddy, daddy, daddy." Clearly, she had missed Jo-chan a lot, even though he had only been away for a little over 3 hours. "Xiao-cheng, long time no see, have you missed me? Come, let daddy give you a hug." Jo-chan affectionately embraced the little girl and kissed her forehead, oblivious to Yi Si-chan's increasingly sullen expression. Others, including Jo-chan's parents, watched in shock. "Jo-chan, you need to explain to me, who is she?" Yi Si-chen demanded, pointing at Xiao-cheng, her jealousy flaring at the sight of their intimate display. "This is simply because Xiao-cheng is still a child. If she were an adult woman, she would have charged up and given her a big slap by now." "Oh, sorry, Jo-chan quickly explained to everyone after realizing his own gaffe. "Let me introduce you to this child. Her name is Xiao-cheng and she is my daughter." "Daughter, you have a child? Is this my granddaughter? When did you have a child, and she's already so big?" Upon hearing Jo-chan say this was his daughter, everyone was quite surprised, especially Zhou Xian and Wang Lin, who felt more joy than others because they could finally hold a child. "She's not my biological daughter but my adopted goddaughter." Xiao-cheng was too pitiable. "I couldn't bear to abandon her." Jo-chan then recounted how he met Xiao-cheng and her past experiences to everyone. After hearing about Xiao-cheng's hardships, everyone was deeply moved and instantly felt sympathy for the poor girl. Regarding Jo-chan's decision to adopt Xiao-cheng as his goddaughter, no one had any objections. After all, Xiao-cheng was a beastkin. She didn't need to go to school or worry about getting sick and being hospitalized. With the tribe raising so many ferocious sword lions, there wasn't a concern about handling beasts either. Xiao-cheng accepting Jo-chan as her father was simply for that bit of security and happiness. Do not underestimate the importance of this small amount of security and happiness. It represents a child's childhood. Those who are happy use their childhoods to heal their entire lives, while the unhappy ones spend their lives healing their childhoods, which shows how important childhood really is to a child. Thus everyone tacitly approved of Jo-chan adopting Xiao-cheng as his goddaughter, and Yi Si-chen was no exception. She even wanted to be Xiao-cheng's godmother. Xiaoqing called her mom, she said with a smile as she stepped forward pointing to herself. Zhou Chen also pointed at Yi Sichen, smiling and using gestures to teach Xiaoqing how to address Yi Sichen. This is mom, mom. Xiaoqing took a long time to learn how to address Yi Sichen and finally called her mom. Mom's good daughter. Upon hearing Xiaoqing call her mom, Yi Sichen laughed out loud, not feeling aged by being called mom, dad. The little girl kept calling Zhou Chen and the 2-inch, making them truly feel as if they had a daughter. As a result, both were beaming with smiles, truly resembling a warm little family. After playing with Xiaoqing for a while, Zhou Chen took the opportunity to find the blacksmith's shop. A few days ago, Miao Shuer had taken him here and told him that this was where the Beastkin made their beast bone weapons. The Beastkin had encountered magical beasts over 1,000 years ago, so their forging technology for beast bone weapons was much stronger than that of humans. Even though the Beastkin still lived a primitive life of farming and weaving, their productivity was not much less than that of humans. Thanks to their use of beast bone weapons, Zhou Chen came here wanting to have a battle honor grade beast bone weapon forged for him, though he wasn't sure if anyone here could do it. Bang, bang, bang. As he approached the blacksmith shop, Zhou Chen could hear the heavy sounds of hammering, even hearing the blacksmith swinging his hammer. Upon entering the blacksmith shop, Zhou Chen also saw a familiar figure, none other than Red, who had fought alongside him before. At this time, Red was still bandaged but was able to move around, albeit unable to fight, but swinging a hammer and forging were still no problem for him. Young brother Zhou Chen, what brings you to my smithy? Are you here to ask about forging what the humans call a beast bone soldier? The term beast bone soldier is just a human expression. Among the beastmen, there's really no difference between them and regular iron weapons. I looked at him with a bit of surprise, not expecting his visit. Your smithy? So the smithy is run by you, brother Red? Zhou Chen asked, puzzled. Do you also know how to forge? I couldn't help but smile at his question. Indeed, I'm not just any blacksmith. I am the most skilled forge master among the beastmen. About 200 years ago, when I had just become the royal beast tamer for our beast king, I took a keen interest in our forging techniques and decided to learn earnestly. Not being one for scheming or strategizing and possessing great physical strength, I found that hard labor like blacksmithing suited me well. After mastering the techniques, I realized that our beastmen's forging methods had much room for improvement. So I took the essence and discarded the dross, elevating our forging technology to a new level. I even crafted a crown-shaped beast bone soldier using a battle venerable beast's core for our beast king once, I explained. Hearing my last statement, Zhou Chen's eyes widened, his heart pounding with excitement. He had come with the hope that I could forge a battle venerable beast bone soldier for him, and it turned out I was not only capable but had also successfully crafted such a weapon before. Exactly, I came here to request you to forge a battle venerable beast bone soldier. I brought the core and some bones. Take a look, he said eagerly, pulling out a giantess's beast core and several thick ribs from his spatial ring. I'm not sure if these bones will be enough. Can we use the bones of a barbaric giant beast instead if needed? Zhou Chen knew that the bones of barbaric giant beasts had been delivered to the smithy, and Miao Shuer had instructed the beastmen blacksmiths to forge them into beast bone soldiers. Taking the beast core from Zhou Chen, I felt a mix of astonishment and thrill. A battle venerable beast core. I finally have the chance to forge another battle venerable beast bone soldier. Despite having the skills, without a battle venerable beast core, such a creation was impossible. The only such core I had received previously had been given to Zhou Chen as a thank you gift, the core of an extreme flame demon beast. Holding the giantess's core, I assured him solemnly, don't worry, brother Zhou Chen, I will forge the strongest beast bone soldier for you. Brother Red, you should take care of yourself too. I'm not in a hurry. Don't worry, my injury is nothing serious. Soon after, Red seemed to suddenly remember something and pulled Zhou Chen aside, asking mysteriously, brother Zhou Chen, I heard from Shuer that our princess is actually your sister. Is that true? Yes, you're right. Jejia is indeed my sister. I only found out recently that she is the princess of the beast people. But no matter what, she will always be my sister, Zhou Chen said firmly, expressing that no matter what happens, Zhou Jia will always be his family. I'm sorry, I didn't know that Shuer had altered your family's memories. However, I am very grateful to you for always taking good care of our princess, Red said, slightly bowing to Zhou Chen as a gesture of gratitude. He then ordered someone to prepare the bones of a wild giant beast, as he intended to personally create a bone weapon for Zhou Chen. After advising him to take care of himself, Zhou Chen left the forge. The reason was simple, the forge was too hot. Now, in the height of summer, just speaking a few words with Red had left Jochen drenched in sweat. Upon returning to his wooden house, Jochen found 3 people inside: his wife Yi Sikhen, his daughter Xiao Qing, and his sister Zhou Jia. At that moment, Yi Sikhen and Zhou Jia were teaching Xiao Qing how to read at the table. It was a warm scene of family interaction, one that certainly did not require the help of Niao Shuer to translate. Thus, Yi Sikhen took it upon herself to teach Xiao Qing to read, ensuring at least that she could communicate normally with them. "Big brother, you're back. Where did you go? I didn't see you," Zhou Jia exclaimed excitedly as she ran up to Zhou Chen. "Oh, I went to ask someone to help me make a weapon. By the way, big brother, I have something cool to show you." Saying this, Zhou Jia pulled 2 fruits from her pocket that looked very much like red apples. Zhou Chen knew these were bloodline fruits, likely given to Zhou Jia by Miao Shuer, who had just the right 2 fruits in her possession. "Bloodline fruits, so you knew about these?" Zhou Jia asked. "Shuer told me to feed these 2 fruits to Mirage and Little Iron. What do you think?" Zhou Jia's 2 beasts had not yet evolved, and a mature bloodline fruit could allow a battle general beast to evolve into a battle king level. Zhou Jia's ironclad tortoise, now named Little Iron, was just right for this. "Then let's feed it to Little Iron first to help it evolve," Zhou Chen decided. Zhou Jia nodded, summoned the ironclad tortoise, which was now level 42-inch and had been fed plenty of energy fluid. As it emerged from the soul space, the tortoise looked excited, greedily eyeing the bloodline fruit in Zhou Jia's hand, its eyes filled with longing. "Here, eat this and evolve into a battle king beast," Zhou Jia said, stuffing the bloodline fruit into the mouth of the ironclad tortoise. With a gulp, the fruit was swallowed. Following a dazzling burst of white light, the iron-shelled demon turtle underwent a transformation. Within the radiant glow, it evolved into a new creature known as the silver-shelled demon turtle. This beast now boasted the rank of Battle King and reached level 48. It was characterized by the elements of earth and water, with its primary weakness being the wood element. The creature was in a healthy state, endowed with the talent of hardening, which allowed it to harden its body to increase its defensive strength significantly. The silver-shelled demon turtle possessed powerful skills, including earth armor, which summoned the force of the earth itself to create an impregnable layer of armor around its body. Its piercing water gun skill could eject a high-speed stream of water sharp enough to slice through and penetrate anything in its path. Additionally, it could utilize both water and earth elements to create a devastating mudslide and swamp capable of engulfing and corroding its enemies. This formidable Battle King rank beast had its defenses greatly enhanced by the innate Xuanwu bloodline, making its shell shine like silver and as hard as a diamond. The silver shell demon turtle's shell, shimmering like a silver crescent moon, was particularly eye-catching post-evolution. Its Xuanwu bloodline had become purer, significantly boosting its defensive capabilities beyond those of the iron-shelled demon turtle of the same level. "Haha, my little iron is getting prettier," its owner mused, admiring the turtle's shining silver shell. Zhou Jia, the owner, even contemplated stripping off its valuable shell to sell for a good sum of silver, unaware that such thoughts would terrify the creature if it knew. Soon after, Zhou Jia summoned a phantom cat which had recovered from its injuries over the past month thanks to Zhou Chen's care. The lively and adorable creature bounced around fully healed. Zhou Jia wanted to feed it a bloodline fruit but was stopped by Zhou Chen. "Hold on, Jia Jia, the bloodline fruit is too precious. Good steel should be used for the blade's edge. It's wasteful to give it to the phantom cat now," Zhou Chen advised. He explained that the bloodline fruit was most suitably used on a commander rank beast, suggesting they wait until the phantom cat evolved to that rank before administering the fruit. Zhou Chen then spent 500 enhancement points within the system to unlock an optimal evolution scheme for the phantom cat. The dark element evolution scheme included Ghost Shadow Cat, Battle Commander level Dark Core *10-inch primary energy fluid *20 and Dark Fruit *20. Ghost Shadow Cat? Sounds powerful, Zhou Jia remarked, curious about the mysterious dark fruit and whether it was available in the Beastmen tribe's storage. Zhou Chen thought to himself that this was the most expensive evolution scheme for the phantom cat among all the options available. The most expensive option might not necessarily be the best, but it certainly wouldn't be the worst. The old saying goes, you get what you pay for. Zhou Chen wrote down everything needed for the evolution and handed the list to Zhou Jia. "Jia Jia, these are the materials needed to help the phantom cat evolve. Please check the warehouse to see if you can find them. Once you find them, I can proceed with the evolution." He chose Zhou Jia for this task, firstly because she was the next beast king of the Beastkin tribe. Secondly, Zhou Chen didn't understand the Beastkin language. "Alright, love you, big bro. off you go." Zhou Jia excitedly took the paper and blew Zhou Chen a kiss before dashing out of the wooden house to search the Beastkin tribe's warehouse. Zhou Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. He and Zhou Jia were not biological siblings anymore, and even if something did happen, there was no need for righteous indignation. Soon enough, Zhou Jia returned with the items needed for the Phantom Cat's evolution: 10 War General Class Dark Beast Cores and 20 Dark Fruits. As for the 10 bottles of primary energy liquid, Zhou Chen already had them on hand. Moreover, the Beastkin tribe's warehouse did not stock any primary energy liquid, as such items were only available from the Blue Star. Zhou Chen then drew a beast-controlling magic circle on the ground and carefully placed the dark fruits and dark beast cores in a specific sequence and quantity. Finally, he placed the Phantom Cat in the center of the circle. "Phantom, shall we begin?" Zhou Chen activated the magic circle. The energy from the energy liquid combined with a massive surge of dark energy rushed into the Phantom Cat's body. Meow. The Phantom Cat, having an ordinary lineage and undergoing evolution for the first time, required more energy to enhance its physique. It was akin to the painful process of unblocking one's energy channels in martial arts. Though painful, enduring it would significantly improve one's constitution. Zhou Jia silently cheered for the Phantom Cat inside, keeping quiet as she knew this was a critical moment for the cat and did not want to disturb it. Gradually, the Phantom Cat adapted to the pain and stopped screaming. Following that, a burst of purple light erupted from its body, indicating the completion of its evolution. As the purple light slowly faded, the evolved form of the Phantom Cat began to emerge. First off, it had grown significantly larger, approximately the size of an average medium-sized dog, with its black fur becoming even glossier and softer. Its 4 claws were sharp as knives, and its dark green pupils stared intently at Zhou Jia, exuding a more formidable aura. It was no longer the gentle kitten from before, but a queen of the cat tribe, yet it still adeptly jumped into Zhou Jia's arms. Everything had changed, but its love for Zhou Jia remained the same. The Phantom Cat, now named Ghost Shadow Cat, was classified as a War General level 70 with dark attributes, a weakness to light, and in a pleased, healthy state. Its innate talent, merging with the darkness, allowed it to hide its body within the shadows, making it undetectable to its opponents. Its skilled Ghost Shadow Claws involved using its sharp claws to rapidly strike at an enemy's vulnerabilities, fast, accurate, and ruthless. Introducing the Ghost Cat, evolved from the Phantom Cat, it has improved in all aspects compared to its predecessor, transforming from a little girl to a young maiden. It has also gained a deeper understanding of darkness, becoming a favored child of the night. The meat of the cat is quite tasty, suitable for making soup with added green onions, garlic, and cilantro. "Ha, Phantom!" Zhou Jia laughed as she held the Phantom in her arms, continuously kissing the Ghost Cat, almost wanting to stuff her entire head into her mouth, unsure if the cat had just licked its fiery bottom. It seemed as if the Ghost Cat was the master, with Zhou Jia merely serving as its humble servant. Zhou Jia was quite satisfied with the Phantom Cat's evolution and thus did not feed it the bloodline fruit, planning to wait until after its next evolution. Zhou Jia also shared the second reason for her visit. It was about Miao Shuer's decision to hold a coronation ceremony the day after tomorrow to declare her the future queen of the Beastmen tribe. Zhou Chen nodded in agreement, finding it a feasible plan and eager to witness her sister ascending to the throne. However, Zhou Jia felt it was unnecessary. The Beastmen tribe had only a few 100,000 members who all needed to work clearing fields and producing goods. It was not worth delaying their time for her ceremony. Moreover, being watched by so many would make her shy. Zhou Jia expressed her discomfort shyly, comparing herself to a celebrity taking the stage for the first time, initially feeling uneasy. "Huh, but you are their queen, you need to be strong." Zhou Jia was encouraged. It was also seen as a good opportunity for everyone to get to know her better. Now that Zhou Jia's kingship was a settled matter, she needed to muster the courage to face and lead the entire Beastmen tribe. Still, Zhou Jia felt a bit scared, fearing a huge social death at the event, but before she could finish, Zhou Chen interrupted her. "Don't worry, I'll be there to help you, and let Mom and Dad see you ascend the throne, proving you are the pride of our family." After hesitating for a while, Zhou Jia nodded firmly, not wanting to be the butt of jokes in front of Zhou Chen. She then ran out of Zhou Chen's wooden house to discuss the coronation with Miao Shuer. As the sun began to set, Zhou Chen lit a candle. The lack of electricity was inconvenient, necessitating the use of primitive candles and oil lamps for lighting. While they could illuminate the room, they were quite dangerous. A sudden drop of an oil lamp or candle could easily start a fire, especially in a wooden house, which could quickly burn down. Zhou Chen mused that he needed to return to Blue Star to fetch some solar panels when he had the chance. After a brief complaint, Zhou Chen started cooking, instructing Yi Sikan to take care of Xiao Qing's reading and writing. I'll help you in the kitchen. No need, thank you. Before Yi Sikan could finish her sentence, Zhou Chen ruthlessly cut her off, letting Yi Sikan into the kitchen. That would be like a mouse licking a cat's bottom, death without knowing how it came. From now on, little Ching would eat here every day because as a father he wanted to ensure his daughter ate well. Therefore Zhou Chen decided to make a meal of dumplings with pork and green onion fillings, as dumplings symbolized unity and togetherness. With so many upheavals in Huagua and the fall of War Dragon City, only his family had survived unscathed, and it was certainly an occasion to celebrate. Soon Zhou Chen had wrapped over 200 dumplings and began boiling them. About half a minute later, the dumplings were cooked and the aroma wafted into the inner room where little Qing was. She sniffed gently, then turned to Yi Sikan and asked in her broken Mandarin, "Mommy, it smells good. What is this?" "Hee, these are called dumplings. A very delicious food," Yi Sikan explained, leading little Qing to the living room, ready to dine. Yi Sikan, like a dutiful wife and mother, carefully picked up a few dumplings for little Qing, blew on them to cool them down, and then let her eat. Little Qing, not yet adept with chopsticks, grabbed a dumpling with her hand and popped it into her mouth. As the dumpling touched her tiny tongue, her eyes lit up, instantly conquered by the delicious taste. "Yummy, yummy," she murmured and then began to gobble them up. It was her first time tasting such delightful food, and she ate her fill. Seeing this, Zhou Chen and Yi Sikan exchanged a smile, thankful that they had made plenty of dumplings. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been enough to satisfy the little girl's appetite. After dinner, Zhou Chen sent little Qing back to her own home. After all, he and Yi Sikan had intense activities planned for later that night, and he didn't want her to overhear or disturb her sleep. The little girl seemed to understand something as she left, giving them a mischievous smile as if to say, "I know what you're going to do." After little Chang left the wooden house, Zhou Chen locked the door and turned to Yi Sikan. She seemed to understand what was about to happen, her face flushing, but she did not object. Zhou Chen lifted her in his arms and carried her to the bedroom. That night the couple was passionately involved until late, and Yi Sikan, exhausted, finally fell asleep. The next morning, because Zhou Jia's coronation ceremony was the next day, Zhou Chen got up early to help. Yi Sikan, still deep in sleep from the previous night's exertions, might not be able to get out of bed for a few days, but that was hardly surprising given Zhou Chen's level 125 beast warrior status, the half-dragon pearl within him, and his stamina thousands or even tens of thousands of times that of an ordinary person. Plus, with the wand with spirit heart to restore his strength, how could an ordinary person like Yi Sikan keep up? After a tender kiss on Yi Sichan's forehead, Zhou Chen left to assist with Zhou Jia's ceremony. The ceremony was somewhat similar to an award ceremony and also had elements of a New Year's Eve gala, though it featured just one program. The day passed in a flurry of activities, and with the end of today's tasks, tomorrow would mark the official beginning of the coronation ceremony. As Zhou Chen was preparing to rest, Red suddenly approached him, handing him a book, an ancient tome of beast martial arts. Inscribed on the cover were 4 twisted characters, somewhat blurred but still legible. Sky-shaking battle chi. What kind of attribute did this beast martial art possess? Zhou Chen's first impression was that it could be either earth or metal attributed. However, Red explained sky-shaking battle chi is an attributeless royal tier beast martial art, one of the most powerful in our Beastman tribe. It grants immense strength and refines the body's energy into battle chi, which is tremendously powerful. Despite being a royal tier beast martial art, if cultivated to the extreme, it could match the strength of a battle-honored demonic beast of the same rank, rivaling even those of honor-tier martial arts. The former Beast King had practiced it, gaining formidable power. Zhou Chen had heard from Miao Shuer about the former Beast King, whose strength was second only to the primal behemoths, likely thanks to this very tome. Red continued, "Before the Beast King fell, he entrusted me to safeguard this tome until the princess was of age to inherit it. Brother Zhou Chen is the princess's brother and a great benefactor of our Beastman tribe. It is only right that you share in this legacy. Moreover, your beast bone soldiers are about to be forged, a task requiring immense strength. Without cultivating the sky-shaking battle chi, you might not even lift them, so please accept." Zhou Chen had no intention of refusing, and Red's words only solidified his decision, so he gladly accepted the beast martial arts tome. He was also aware that beyond high-tier beast martial arts, there were even higher levels such as royal tier, honor tier, and possibly even emperor tier, living among the beastmen. Apart from spending time with his wife and children, he had little else to occupy him, perfect for cultivating this royal tier beast martial art. Zhou Chen even considered having Yi Sikhan also practice beast martial arts not only for strengthening and prolonging life but also for the numerous benefits it brought. Most importantly, it would enhance physical constitution and swiftly restore vitality, saving them from exhaustion during their nightly endeavors. After parting from Red, Zhou Chen shared this possibility with Yi Sikhan. She agreed without hesitation. Still shaken from the previous night's intensity, Zhou Chen presented her with two types of beast martial arts to practice: Wan Mulingxin, a high-tier wood attribute, and Sky-Shaking Battle Chi, an attribute-less royal tier. Both were within her capability, and that very night they began their joint cultivation of beast martial arts. Due to possessing half of a dragon pearl within him, Zhou Chen found mastering beast martial arts almost natural, swiftly refining fighting chi from within his body. This so-called fighting chi involves first allowing cells to absorb neutral spiritual energy, then refining it and continuously purifying the process. Simply put, it's a fusion of bodily energy with neutral spiritual energy. Fighting chi, similar to the internal strength depicted in martial arts novels, enhances one's strength, speed, and stamina. It also resembles the armament haki, acting like an invisible armor that boosts defense. Truly a marvel. Zhou Chen released his fighting chi, which wrapped around his body much like armament haki. However, unlike the black hue of armament haki, the sky-shaking fighting chi was transparent, almost white, resembling smoke. Although the fighting chi looked similar to smoke, when amassed in large quantities it could unleash formidable power. Yi Sikhen, sitting nearby, was also progressing swiftly in her training, aided continuously by the tree sprite Xiao Lu, who supplied her with an endless stream of wood elemental spiritual energy. She quickly mastered the spirit of myriad wood even faster than Zhou Chen had. Zhou Chen had stopped his practice of sky-shaking fighting chi and was now quietly watching Yi Sikhen absorb the wood elemental spiritual energy. Yi Sikhen sat cross-legged, surrounded by flickering green lights, resembling a forest goddess. Zhou Chen watched her silently, not wanting to disturb her, simply admiring her beauty. The green light particles were pure wood elemental spiritual energy merging with Yi Sikhen's cells and enhancing her physique. As hours passed, 2 or 3, Yi Sikhen continued her practice of the spirit of myriad wood without a hint of fatigue. Her talent was even greater than Zhou Chen's. In just 2 hours, Yi Sikhen had broken through to the 13th level of beast martial arts. To put it into perspective, Zhou Chen had only reached level 10 initially. Of course, this might also be related to Xiao Lu's high level, but undoubtedly Yi Sikhen's talent in beast martial arts was impressive, making Zhou Chen somewhat envious. Thinking about it, had Yi Sikhen always been this talented? It seemed that ever since the college entrance exam Secret Realm trial she had improved rapidly, whether in cultivating mental power or beast martial arts. Zhou Chen murmured to himself, perhaps a bit jealously. However, realizing that this talented beauty was his wife, he felt content. Who wouldn't want their spouse to be both a genius and capable? After a busy day, Zhou Chen felt tired and lay down next to Yi Sikhen to sleep, careful not to disturb her. About half an hour later, he had drifted into sleep, feeling very peaceful next to Yi Sikhen. As Zhou Chen slept, Yi Sikhen, who had been keeping her eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them, revealing a flash of emerald green light. Seeing those vivid green pupils, Xiao Lu's face lit up with excitement, then flew to Yi Sikhen's shoulder and softly called out, "Master, good night, Xiao Lu." Yi Sikhen chuckled lightly and then turned her gaze towards Zhou Chen's somewhat handsome yet slightly adorable sleeping face, gently stealing a kiss on his cheek. Without a word, her pupils shifted back to their tea-brown color. Yawning, she then cuddled up with Zhou Chen to sleep. The following day marked the commencement of Zhou Jia's coronation ceremony, prompting Zhou Chen to rise early as he did not want to miss such an important event. Yi Sikhen, having cultivated the Wan Mulingxin, was barely able to get out of bed and move around. After all, it was her sister-in-law's grand coronation and there was no reason for her, the elder sister-in-law, not to make an appearance. Despite this, under Zhou Jia's advice, the coronation ceremony proceeded as scheduled but was simplified, leaving little spectacle to behold. Miao Shuer delivered a speech in the language of the beastmen, to which the audience responded with roaring cheers, making it impossible for Zhou Chen and the others to understand what was being said. It was as if a large dog suddenly stood up, gestured for silence, and proclaimed, "Everyone quiet, listen to me, we are all dogs," in a manner that baffled everyone. Finally, the ceremony reached its last segment, which involved Zhou Jia ascending to the throne. Step by step, she climbed the stairs leading up to the throne and eventually sat upon it, with Miao Shuer crowning her. This crown was no ordinary ornament. It was a beast bone weapon of the Battle Lord tier, originally crafted by Lei De for the Beast King from Dragon Bones, named the Jinshi Longguan. this attributeless beast bone weapon could triple the wearer's attributes upon donning, thereby emitting a majestic dragon's presence showcasing a kingly demeanor. The previous Beast King's strength, second only to the barbaric giants, was significantly enhanced by this crown. As the crown settled on Zhou head, she immediately felt a surge of power within her. Yet the coronation was not over. The final step was to establish a spirit pact. Miao Shuer knelt down, tenderly opened her delicate lips, and licked Zhou finger as a gesture of submission. Finally, she gently bit Zhou fingers, swallowing her blood. Following a flash of blue light, the soul contract was officially formed, marking Miao Shuer as Zhou royal beast. Lei De too was supposed to form such a pact with Zhou Jia and exist as her royal beast. However, Zhou Jia could only establish contracts with 3 mythical beasts at this time, and it wasn't yet Lei De's turn. Furthermore, Lei De had sustained severe injuries. It was best not to engage in strenuous activities, especially combat, as it might exacerbate his injuries. Therefore, Lei De even considered retiring from the frontline to become a blacksmith, crafting equipment for the Beastmen warriors. With the successful establishment of the pact between Zhou Jia and Miao Shuer, the coronation ceremony officially concluded. This marks the moment when Zhou Jia owned a level 255 battle-honored beast, signifying his official ascension to kingship. As Zhou Jia became the new Beast King of the Orcs, the good days for Zhou Chen were coming to an end. Every day there were too many matters to handle. For instance, the agriculture department was short-staffed and hoped Zhou Jia could send some people to help. Then there were complaints about the lack of personnel at the breeding farms, followed by shortages of manpower and equipment in the mines. There was a whole host of issues needing Zhou Jia's attention, but what could a young novice like Zhou Jia know? In the end, it was still Zhou Chen who had to step in to manage these affairs. Consequently, Zhou Chen was constantly running around, busy from dawn till midnight, without even a moment to spare for intimate times with Yi Siken in the evenings. Not only Zhou Chen, but he also involved his own beast companions in the workload. Qing Luo and Mei Ling assisted in handling various affairs. The Ghostfire Dragon horse, a natural laborer, was tied to mining carts to haul or used its dragon horns to break rocks or pulled farming tools to till the barren lands. The workload seemed endless enough to make any capitalist weep, if not outright sob. It wasn't just Zhou Chen hustling. Everyone was busy helping out with different tasks. Nevertheless, despite the busyness, there were no complaints from anyone. Compared to the uncertain tomorrow on Blue Star, this place was practically paradise. There were 3 meals a day, each abundantly filled with meat to the point of nausea, but healthy nonetheless. If anyone fell ill, there were doctors to treat them. And there was no worry about basic necessities. The only thing missing was electronic gadgets. However, with the vast expanse of the Orc Plain, one could travel daily, live the life of an adventurer, and stave off boredom. Thus everyone was busy yet happy, living a blissful life on the Orc Plain for a month. Suddenly a fierce wind howled through, followed by a white crescent-shaped sword chi slashing towards a 20-meter-tall, 10-meter-thick rock. With a loud boom, the rock was instantly split in half by the ferocious sword chi. Not only that, but the bisected rock also exploded into countless smaller pieces. Incredible, worthy of a battle-honored bone soldier. Such power is formidable, Zhou Chen exclaimed excitedly. At that moment he was dressed in a set of black scale armor and wielded a heavy sword as tall as himself. The sword chi was unleashed by this very heavy sword. The snow-white blade was inlaid with bronze-colored borders crafted from the bones of a wild giant beast, hence Zhou Chen named it the Savage Heavy Sword. The Savage Heavy Sword, an unattributed bone soldier weapon used in conjunction with sky-shaking battle chi, was incredibly satisfying. Being a battle-honored bone soldier weapon, the Savage Heavy Sword could enhance the power of the sky-shaking battle chi by more than threefold. Moreover, the Savage Heavy Sword is both robust and sharp, enabling it to serve as both weapon and shield. However, this formidable weapon does have a drawback: its weight. From its very name, it is clear that the Savage Heavy Sword is exceptionally heavy. Even Zhou Chen at first could barely lift it, but as Zhou Chen's Beast Warrior level reached 130 and he perfected his earth-shaking chi, he gradually became able to wield the Savage Heavy Sword. Now with his Beast Warrior level at 145, Zhou Chen can handle the sword comfortably. Additionally, the black scale armor Zhou Chen wears is no ordinary armor. It is crafted from the shields of savage beasts. Initially, Zhou Chen had shattered the shields of the savage beasts using the principle of thermal expansion and contraction. Afterwards, Lei De collected the fragments of these shields. He reforged them into several sets of armor, which is how the black scale armor came into being. Zhou Chen's set is particularly special. after crafting the armor, Lei added scales from the savage beasts to it, enhancing its defensive capabilities even further. Not only that, Zhou Chen also entrusted Lei with the beast core of the savage beast, asking him to incorporate it into the armor. This turned the armor into a battle-honored beast bone soldier, boasting a defense even more formidable than that of the savage beast's shields. Moreover, when Zhou Chun channels Earth Elemental Spirit energy into his black scale armor, he can utilize the signature skill of the savage beast, the magic dragon's shield. Besides himself, Zhou Chen also asked Lei to craft several sets of black scale armor for his tamed beasts. Sheng Luo and Mei Ling both received one, and even the Ghostfire Dragon horse was outfitted with its own set of horse armor. As for the Xianhua Wood Spirit Dragon, due to its small size, it wasn't fitted with any armor. The armors for Qing Luo and the others are also beast bone soldiers, but they are of the ordinary battle general class, not the battle-honored class like Zhou Chen's. For instance, Qing Luo is a dual attribute demon beast of wood and darkness, so her armor was crafted using a wood elemental beast core. Although still impressively defensive, it pales in comparison to Zhou Chen's black scale armor. "Zhou Chen, here you go," Yi Si Chen suddenly said as she ran over and handed Zhou Chen a string of grilled fish. The couple, having a rare moment of rest, had come to the seaside to enjoy some barbecue. With skewers and grilled fish at hand, Yi Si Chen took charge of the grilling while Zhou Chen, sitting beside her, caressed his new weapon, clearly enamored. Tastes good." Although Yi Si Chen wasn't the best cook, she managed to do a decent job with the simple task of grilling. After lunch, the two leaned back against a coconut tree to enjoy the shade, its large leaves creating a cool spot. Yi Si Chen suddenly spoke up. "Zhou Chen, we've been here for over a month now, haven't we?" "Yes, we've lived here for 37 days now, which would be at least 8 months back on Blue Star. Have you ever thought about going back?" "Yes, but isn't it nice to stay here too? It's peaceful and we don't have to be constantly on edge." "True," she replied. As Yi Si-Chen leaned her small head against Zhou Chen, she whispered softly in his ear, "As long as I can be with you, I am happy." Zhou Chen replied, "Me too." After speaking, he turned his head and, seizing a moment when Yi Si-Chen was not paying attention, he planted a quick kiss on her face. "You stole a kiss again," exclaimed Yi Si-Chen with a blush, shyly lowering her head. Suddenly, during their tender exchange, a loud explosion came from the direction of the sea, startling them both. The shock nearly caused Yi Si-Chen to bite Zhou Chen's tongue. "What's happening?" Zhou Chen, ignoring the pain in his tongue, hurriedly looked towards the sea, his eyes widening in shock. "How could they appear here?" he exclaimed in astonishment. Emerging from the sea were none other than a group of bone-winged tyrannosaurs, and not just one, but 5 of them. Upon spotting Zhou Chen and Yi Si-Chen, they immediately flew toward them, their mouths glowing with a purple light, signaling a major attack was imminent. The 3 bone-winged tyrannosaurs roared, and then 3 streams of dragon's breath surged towards Zhou Chen. "Si-Chen, get behind me," Zhou Chen quickly urged, pulling Yi Si-Chen behind him as he infused his spiritual energy into the Emerald Sacred Heart and black scale armor. Facing the attack of the 3 tyrannosaurs, the barrier formed by the Emerald Sacred Heart held for barely 30 seconds before it cracked and shattered. Zhou Chen then activated the magic dragon shield from his black scale armor. Made from the shield and scales of a wild beast, this armor was extraordinarily strong, repelling the dragon's breath without Zhou Chen suffering any damage. "What is going on? Why would these bone-winged tyrannosaurs appear here?" Zhou Chen was both shocked and puzzled to see the creatures in the beast-human plane. It must be because they discovered the spatial rift, he reasoned. He had only made a makeshift cover for the rift, which could easily be found by those determined to look. There was nothing else he could have done at the time. Regardless, the pressing matter was to deal with these creatures swiftly. Without another word, Zhou Chen summoned his 4 guardian beasts, and Yi Si-Chen called forth Little Green. "Xing Luo, consider them your lunch," Zhou Chen declared. "Oh no, not bone-winged tyrannosaurs again, I'm so tired of them. Can we change it up next time?" Xing Luo complained with feigned helplessness, clearly unenthused by the prospect of another such meal. Despite her words, the others rolled their eyes at her disdainfully. However, despite claiming a lack of appetite, Xing Luo moved swiftly into action. She flew up to one of the tyrannosaurs and delivered a powerful kick with her leg. With a loud thud, her strike landed on the top of the tyrannosaur's head. Given Xing Luo's strength and the skeletal nature of the tyrannosaur, it stood no chance against her formidable attack. After absorbing the demon pill from a female giant, Xing Luo's level had reached 220, making her physical strength even more formidable. With just one punch, she shattered a level 93 bone-winged tyrannosaur into pieces, subsequently entangling it with her vines before completely draining it. although the battles of the others were not as effortless as Qingluo's, they too held the upper hand, particularly for Myling, who was at level 155. Dealing with bone-winged tyrannosaurs was almost too easy. A mere flirtatious glance from her was enough to utterly bewitch two bone-winged tyrannosaurs, leaving them disoriented and unable to distinguish their directions. Meanwhile, the Xianhua spirit dragon seized the opportunity to swoop in, opening its large mouth to feast on the dragon's bones. These bones, genuine dragon bones, were highly nourishing for the Xianhua spirit dragon, making it even stronger after consuming the two tyrannosaurs. The dragon's appetite was immense. Within a few seconds it had gulped down a dragon bone. Zhou Chun also mounted his ghost fire dragon horse and flew towards the remaining two bone-winged tyrannosaurs. Having recently acquired new equipment, he found little interest in merely using it to chop stones. Real combat was his true intent. Thus, eager to test the might of his barbaric wilderness greatsword, Zhou Chun couldn't wait to engage in combat. As the ghost fire dragon horse charged at breakneck speed towards a bone-winged tyrannosaur, the creature roared and extended its bony claws towards Zhou Chen. Scoffing at the feeble attack, Zhou Chen saw it as child's play and met the challenge head-on, swinging his greatsword mightily at the tyrannosaur. Accompanied by a howling wind, the greatsword heavily struck the bone-winged tyrannosaur. With a loud bang, the tyrannosaur was instantly smashed into a pulp. Zhou Chen, already far stronger than the bone-winged tyrannosaur and further empowered by the triple enhancement from his barbaric wilderness greatsword, easily handled the creature. This only highlighted the fearsome power of the beastly skeletal warriors. Zhou Chen did not spare the other bone-winged tyrannosaur either. Wrapping the extracted tremor fighting chi around his greatsword, he struck heavily once more. A sharp sword chi burst forth, slicing the last bone-winged tyrannosaur into pieces. Without even needing the assistance of little green Zhou Chen alone on his steed had dealt with both tyrannosaurs. Thus all 5 bone-winged tyrannosaurs were annihilated. Despite resolving the threat of these 5 tyrannosaurs, Zhou Chen couldn't feel any joy. Their presence indicated that the location of the spatial rift had been discovered. If the rift was not completely concealed, such bone-winged tyrannosaurs might appear again. Zhou Chen might have to consider, much like the Hua nation's government, setting up a small barrier around the spatial rift. Zhou Chen sighed in resignation and rode his ghost fire dragon horse towards the orc tribe, seeking out Zhou Jia to report the incident. After hearing the news, Zhou Jia's brows furrowed tightly. She had encountered bone-winged tyrannosaurs more than once, and Zhou Chen himself had previously owned one. If bone-winged tyrannosaurs were appearing, who was to say that bone demons wouldn't start showing up as well? If that were to happen, their situation would worsen significantly. Compared to the bone-winged tyrannosaurus, Zhou Jia was evidently more concerned about the bone demon, largely due to the eerie necrotic aura emanating from it. It shouldn't be possible, he pondered. The body of a bone demon is too frail. They couldn't possibly pass through the spatial rift unscathed. They'd likely be turned to dust by the storm of spatial energy within the rift, right? Regardless, we should return to Blue Star to see what has happened. Frowning, Zhou Jia stood up and said, "Maybe I should go back and check." Before Zhou Jia could finish his sentence, Miaoshwara the first to disagree interjected, "No, you are now His Majesty the Beast King of the Orcs, and the entire orc race needs your leadership. How can you undertake such a dangerous task? Why not let me go instead?" But before the discussion could escalate, Zhou Chen straightforward as always cut in, "Enough, both of you. The orc race can't afford to lose either of you. I'll go instead." Indeed, sending Zhou Chen was the most suitable option. Given his strength, in the entire orc plane, aside from not being able to defeat Miaoshwara, no one else was a match for him. "I will go with you," Yi Siken quickly stated as soon as Zhou Chen finished speaking. She had always said she wanted to be with Zhou Chen. Wherever he was home for her. I'll go too." Xia Chuqing timidly raised her hand. She mainly wanted to search for her parents. Having stayed here over a month, 8 months had passed on Blue Star. Her parents must be very anxious not having seen their daughter for 8 months, so Xia Chuqing wanted to return to see them. However, she knew her own strength wasn't very formidable and worried that Zhou Chen might consider her a burden and hence hesitate to bring her along, which made her voice a little quiet. "Alright, then the 3 of us will go," Zhou Chen declared, knowing that having too many people could complicate things, and both Yi Siken and Xia Chuqing were among the stronger individuals in their group. "Let's not delay. This matter should be attended to sooner rather than later." With that, Zhou Chen wanted to leave and return quickly, also to find out the current situation on Blue Star. If China had already dealt with the threat of the bone demons, then returning to life there wouldn't be an issue. After all, Zhou Chen had grown accustomed to modern conveniences. Life without computers, smartphones, or air conditioning was something he was no longer used to. "Brother, "Sister-in-law, please take care," Zhou Jia solemnly said. Zhou Chen didn't say much more, returning to his cabin to pack some essentials and filled his spatial ring with enough food for 3 people to last a year or two. Once on Blue Star, finding food could still be an issue. Finally, he bid farewell to his daughter. Hearing that her parents were leaving, little Qing could hardly bear it, her eyes brimming with tears. Zhou Chen comforted her for a long time until she stopped crying. He promised he would definitely return and never leave her again, which slightly consoled the little girl. Finally, Zhou Chen along with Yi Siken and Xia Chuqing embarked on their journey back to Blue Star. The trio stepped into the spatial rift hidden deep in the ocean, uncertain what awaited them ahead. As they flew through the rift, a vast expanse of white dust suddenly appeared before them, drifting like flour in the currents of the rift. Yi Siken pointed at the powder with a puzzled face and asked, "Hey Zhou Chen, look, what is this white powder? Is this?" Zhou Chen was also puzzled, so he grabbed a handful of the powder and examined it closely. When he smelled a fishy odor from the powder, Zhou Chen suddenly widened his eyes. This is probably bone meal." "Bone meal? Yes, it's possible that not only those 5 skeletal winged tyrannosaurs came here, but a large army of bone demons. However, the bone demons couldn't withstand the spatial energy storm here, so their bones were pulverized into powder. In the end, only the 5 skeletal winged tyrannosaurs reached the Orc Plain." Hearing that what was in their hands was all bones, the 2 girls felt nauseous and even started to retch, faintly smelling the odor of corpses. Enduring the pungent odor, the 3 drifted in the spatial rift for half an hour and finally saw the exit emerging from the rift. Thanks to Zhou Chen's protection, the 2 girls were able to come out safely. Few were finally out. Yi Sikan breathed a sigh of relief, having always felt in the rift like the next second she could be chopped into mincemeat. After coming out of the spatial rift, Zhou Shen looked around and noticed that the stones and trees he used to hide the rift had been cleared. Clearly someone had done this deliberately. "Siken, can you let Xiaolu help me with this?" Zhou Chen needed to completely conceal the location of the spatial rift so that no one could find it, thus requiring Xiaolu's power. Yi Siken understood this and without hesitation summoned Xiaolu. "Xiaolu, use your power to hide this spatial rift." "Understood." Xiaolu smiled slightly, as this task was quite easy for her. She released a burst of wood energy into the ground, and immediately plants grew wildly, quickly forming a dense forest. This terrain-altering skill was similar to the original Fire Shadow's deep forest emergence, only now used for greening. The spatial rift was then hidden within an inconspicuous large tree, a location no one would suspect to contain a rift, especially with a barrier set around the tree to conceal the energy emitted by the rift. This was a double safeguard, but for safety's sake, Zhou Chen decided to add another layer of protection. "Xingluo, come out." Zhou Chen summoned Xingluo, then commanded Xingluo, "Use your dream pollen skill to fill this area with toxic pollen." Xingluo can release highly toxic pollen, and any creature that inhales this pollen will fall into a beautiful dream, eventually dying painlessly. "It's perfect for hiding things." Xingluo nodded, then opened the petals on her head, spraying a large amount of pollen from the pistil. This pollen, colorless and odorless, blends seamlessly with the air, making it completely undetectable. Xingluo flew around the forest, scattering the pollen in every corner. "Master, I saw some people heading this way. They were all dressed in black robes, very much like the fallen beastmasters you described. Behind them, there were many bone demons and even 6 bone-winged tyrannosaurs." When she mentioned the bone-winged tyrannosaurs, Xingluo couldn't help but lick her lips, clearly tempted by the thought. The people in black robes must be the fallen beastmasters of the Dark Temple. I knew they were involved. Zhou Chen had known since the battle with Blood Shadow that the bone demons were concocted by the Dark Temple, and they might have succeeded in creating them a long time ago. Thus, when he learned that Dragon City had been destroyed by bone demons, his first thought was of the Dark Temple's fallen beastmasters. "Perfect timing, let's see what they're up to," Zhou Chen said as he and his companions hid, watching the fallen beastmasters approach. Soon Zhou Chen saw 20 people in black robes slowly walking towards them, among them 1 in red and 1 in purple. These were the officers of the Dark Temple, the resentful spirit and the evil spirit, both powerful beastmasters. Behind them followed thousands of bone demons numbering over 1,000 and also included 6 bone-winged tyrannosaurs. Although a formidable force for Zhou Chen with his current strength and allies like Xingluo, even beasts above level 250 were a manageable challenge. The 2 leading their subordinates approached a nearby spatial rift. Due to their masks, they hadn't inhaled any of the pollen and thus were not subject to its illusions. "Resentful spirit, do we really need to expend so much effort to explore a spatial rift?" If Tianying hears about this, he'll skin you alive, said Evil Spirit in a sharp voice, clearly a woman's. Being a direct subordinate of the Elder Spirit, she did not use honorifics for Tianying, nor did her tone carry much respect. Tianying is nothing, we are direct subordinates of the Elder Spirit, we only listen to him to give him face, otherwise he couldn't command us at all. My three-headed demon dragon will level up to 300 soon, and I will surely secure a place as an elder then. I will trample him beneath my feet. After hearing resentful spirit's words, Evil Spirit seemed somewhat speechless, taking a while before speaking again. Well, good luck then, but what exactly are you here for? Miss Evil Spirit, don't you want to see what other worlds are like? Who knows, there might be some natural treasures waiting for us to unearth there? Perhaps an item that could directly evolve a monster, or maybe a young monster with great potential. Aren't you interested? Boring. TSK, what a boring woman, he muttered, deciding to enter the spatial rift without further discussion. As he spoke, the specter suddenly froze, hurriedly scanning his surroundings, only to realize that the spatial rift had vanished. Strange, where did the spatial rift go? Idiot, did you just notice? He commanded his subordinates, all of you go search. The spatial rift cannot just disappear. However, his orders were intercepted by the Evil Spirit, who had a better idea. No need for that. Winged Tyrannosaurus, level this place to the ground, she commanded loudly. She was much smarter than the specter. The spatial rift cannot be destroyed, so there's no need to waste time searching. Just bomb the area thoroughly and the rift will reveal itself. It was like finding a needle in a haystack by evaporating all the water in the sea to expose the needle. Oh no, once the winged Tyrannosaurus starts its bombing, not only will the spatial rift be revealed, but they'll also risk getting caught in the crossfire. Realizing this, Zhou Chen could no longer sit still. He burst forth, drawing his barbaric heavy sword and striking heavily onto one of the winged tyrannosaurs. Boom! In just a second, the winged Tyrannosaurus was smashed to bits, and seizing the moment, Zhou Chen swiftly unleashed 5 sword chi strikes, killing the remaining 5 winged Tyrannosaurs. Everything happened so quickly that even the Evil Spirit and the Spectre, 2 high-ranking officers, couldn't react in time. Such speed, I didn't even see his movements. The Evil Spirit exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief, and then turned to Zhou Chen to ask, who exactly are you? Recognizing him, the Spectre interjected, you are Zhou Chen. I've seen you in the live streams of the college entrance exams, the one who killed 3 direct subordinates of the Elder of Shadows. Even the Beast Shadow couldn't assassinate you. The Spectre knew Zhou Chen, as the Shadow had reported his actions of killing 3 high-ranking officials of the Black Temple to the upper echelons. Thus, within the Black Temple, Zhou Chen was quite a celebrity. From the 6 elders to the common members, there was no one who didn't know of Zhou Chen. Oh, you know me, seems I'm quite famous in your Black Temple, Zhou Chen said with a slight smile, clearly undisturbed by the presence of the Spectre and the Evil Spirit. From their conversation, it was clear that these two were not even substitutes for the elders, merely regular officers of the Black Temple, hardly worth his concern. It can be said that if the Black Temple wants to deal with Zhou Chen, they would need to deploy at least someone at the level of an elder substitute. Of course, you are ranked 5th on our assassination list in the Black Temple. Let me tell you the truth, everyone on the Black Temple's assassination list is a genius, and among the top 10 all are either old men or old women, except for you, the sole young person. Even Elder Moing has said that anyone who can kill you will be rewarded with a war venerable rank demonic beast. This shows how much importance we place on you, yet you dare to brazenly show yourself before us, truly as if you are tired of living. The Spectre sneered coldly, then summoned his beast, a water elemental 3-headed dragon of the War King tiers level 183. Is this it? Zhou Chen sneered in response. Water attribute level 183. Was this not clearly just delivering a meal to Cheng Luo? Let alone the fact that Cheng Luo was already at level 220. Even if she wasn't, the 3-headed dragon would be no match for her. I know you have a wood elemental beast, the Spectre chuckled lightly, but my 3-headed dragon is at a full level 183-inch-wood beast stands no chance against it. He had thoroughly researched Zhou Chen's profile and knew what beasts he possessed. However, his information was outdated. He had no idea how strong Zhou Chen had become. But the Spectre wasn't arrogant and knew that Zhou Chen was formidable, so he decided to have the Evil Spirit beside him join in the attack. Miss Evil Spirit, let's go together. If we can capture Zhou Chen, I will surely reward you handsomely and will also speak to Elder Xie Ling on your behalf to commend you for your merits. You don't need to tell me, the Evil Spirit responded. When it comes to the enemies of the Black Temple, I never let them off easily.